Hey folks, if you clicked on this video, you're probably looking for a way to get your fresh level 90 character as geared as possible in the shortest amount of time. And if you watch this video all the way through, or at least most of the way through, you will get as much information as you could possibly hope to find, and more. I have done a lot of character gearing over the last few weeks. It is currently, at the time of recording, the very end, the Monday, of the Mythic release, and my guild is currently on Light Blinded Vanguard, and up until this point, I have geared 4 different characters to be ready for Mythic raiding, and I am now working on a 5th. So, if all you're looking to do is get into, like, normal or heroic raiding, well, boy, I have way more than you could possibly need. And for the purposes of this video, I am going to be fairly light on editing. I'm going to try and show you the entire step-by-step process as I get my fresh level 90 Prot Warrior geared up. I'm going to talk through all of my decisions, explain why I am doing the things I'm doing, and what little advantages I can gain from doing various types of content, little bonus things that you may choose to do that I am personally not opting to do for whatever reason, and small micro decisions that you can make in the long run to save yourself a bit of time, or maybe if you really want to jump into raids now, like you could waste a few crests, etc. There's going to be a lot of ground covered in this video, and if I were to try and sit here and do extremely detailed editing on every single clip that I record for this, the video would probably be out by the time when it's no longer relevant. So instead, we're going to take this approach. It's going to be very long, and you're probably going to want to throw this on in the background and watch it as you, I don't know, level up a character or like loosely follow along with the stuff that I'm doing. But I can promise you that I do know what I'm talking about, and that by the end of this, you probably won't need to know anything else. I'm going to try and be very, very thorough with the information that I'm covering. So, let's jump into it. I have my fresh character here. Now, this Prot Warrior, just as a starting disclaimer, right? I do have some stuff already on this character. I initially was dragging this Prot Warrior along as like a bonus character while I did delves on my other account. So if I was doing it on one of my mains, I'd bring my Prot Warrior in. I have like a handful of crests already, so you might see like, oh, why does he already have this one thing? I thought he said it was a fresh character. Well, I have taken off all of that gear that I already have, and I'm going to be showing you what it would be like for like the first hour or so of gearing that I've effectively skipped on this character. I'm going to be simulating that, but if you're wondering why all this stuff is sitting in my bags and I'm not using it, it's because of that. I want to basically demonstrate to you what it would actually be like if I didn't already have all this stuff, but I'm keeping it here because I'm obviously not going to just delete all of the progress that I already made in this character, but I figured since I already apparently need to gear a Prot Warrior to have it in raid next week, may as well record this because I think some people would find it helpful. So let's say this is the current situation on your character. You just hit level 90, like you can see the gear that I'm currently wearing is like random stuff from Mana Forge Omega, the last raid. This is what I leveled my character with. Ideally, you would get some random greens along the way that you'd replace some of these things with, and you'd probably be closer to like 200 item level. It's kind of irrelevant, though, because one of the very first things that you can do, optionally, when you get to max level, is just buy some stuff off the auction house. And I know some people are going to immediately be here and like roll their eyes like, oh, he's going to say, like, if I go to plate, you know, oh, you should just buy one of these BOEs for thousands of gold. No, not saying that, right? That would be absurd. Even some of the stuff up here, I'm not expecting you to have tens of thousands of gold to buy all these fancy BOEs. But if we scroll down a little bit, you can see 80 gold for a belt. That's 201 item level. Now, this is optional, right? Like, this would be a very big upgrade for my character, so I'm going to buy it because, frankly, you know, while I am not going to assume you have tens of thousands of gold, if you leave a comment and tell me, oh, this guy sucks, I don't have 80 gold to spare, you're a fucking liar. You get way more than that while leveling up. If you want to spend 80 gold on a slight upgrade to make your early gearing process easier, you very much should be able to. All of you have 80 gold. Just go kill a rare mob and it drops like 50 gold, okay? So when we're talking about buying gear, this is the kind of stuff that I'm saying you should probably invest a tiny bit into. You don't have to. I'm going to just buy a few because I think most people would benefit from this. And, like, I don't even need to. I have this stuff in my bags, but wasting my gold for demonstration purposes. So I could buy, like, this is, like, really cheap, too. I'm going to go down here, buy some pants. And we can just go through here, grab a bunch of random items. I'm not even going to buy the stuff that's, like, 207 item level, right? Like, that's slightly better, but it's also basically 10 times the cost in some cases. Now, I happen to know that because I'm playing a tank, you know, I'm pretty experienced with Prot Warrior, I know what I'm doing, I can basically solo all of the open world content that I'll be showing you how to do in the early stages of the gearing process. I don't need any of this gear, but every single time I do one of these videos where I basically talk about gearing alts and stuff on streams and whatnot, and I say, oh, it's so easy, just do XYZ thing, I always get people saying, oh, it's only because you're a tank and you do, I have no gear and I'm playing a DPS, but it's like, okay, well, then just do this, right? Just buy some greens and you're good to go. All right, and by doing that, I've gained about 20 overall item levels. Not the biggest deal on the planet, and honestly, you could just get away with not doing this. As I'll show, it's really not that important, but I just wanted to show that you can, for extremely cheap, get a bunch of stuff. Honestly, while you're leveling professions, you might get a few things. Like engineering is what I usually recommend doing for my leveling, for crafting. And you get a few pieces of any armor type while doing engineering leveling, and it's about 200 item level. So check your bags, you may have stuff like that already. Also, a lot of you, if you actually picked up your greens and equipped them while leveling, probably already have better than this. So I don't necessarily think this is revolutionary. You might already have like full 210, and there's only one slot that you still never replaced while leveling. Well, then just buy like for 100 gold that one piece, and you're good to go. All right, cool. We've gotten some basic baseline item level. What are we going to do next? Well, we're going to head over here to this place in Silvermoon City, right by the Great Vault, and I'm just going to pick up all of these quests. Now, a lot of these are not super important. You can see we have like this PvP one, where I'm not really going to be doing PvP. I'll talk about where it can be helpful later on, if that's something you want to do. There actually are some decent rewards from PvP, but I know if you're like me, you probably don't care enough to try and get them. But I'd say for now, just grab every quest. So many people get hyper-fixated on exactly which quest they need to pick up. The quest log's pretty big. Just any quest you see, grab it, and then when I talk about the thing that you should be doing, you'll probably have it later. Like, we're never going to do this, the Blinding Veil, but like, just play it safe. Just grab this. Now, this is an interesting one. So there are different activities that you can pick every single week for your emissary box. Some of these are extremely easy, and some of them are really, really annoying to do. The easiest one by far, if you ever see something called the Arcantina as one of these objectives, always pick that. That one, you go into the Arcantina, which you should probably already know about because you're introduced to it in the leveling campaign. You buy 3 beers off the bartender, you toast 3 players, or it could just be the same player, I think even yourself, 3 times, and then you're done, and you get your weekly box. It's that easy. It takes less than 2 minutes. Unfortunately, all the other ones are a little bit more time-consuming, but a lot of them overlap one-to-one with some stuff that we're going to be doing anyway. So out of these things here, Raid, obviously, you don't want to do, because we're not going to ideally be doing Raid until later in the gearing process, and this gear will be more relevant early on. So I would say Abundance is a weekly event that we'll do at some point soon-ish. You could pick that one. I'm going to do Prey fairly early, so I'm just going to pick the Prey one, and we'll talk about Prey later on. But I know for a fact that we're going to do 0 to 3. We're going to do 3 Prey hunts, right? So this is just a free completion. We're going to do it alongside other stuff. Now, before I get into the other activities that you should be doing, one thing that I do kind of need to touch upon is there are a lot of account-wide unlocks, and there are certain things that you will basically have to do the very first time that you hit level 90 that I will not have to do. And I know it can be a little bit confusing. Sometimes I get comments from somebody saying like, oh, I don't have access to this. Why do I not have access to this? Why did you not have to do this prerequisite that the game's forcing me to do? And it's usually because of that. It's a one-time per account thing. The big ones that jump to mind immediately for Midnight are the unlocking for Prey and some of the Delver's Journey progress. So for the Prey system, normally when you hit max level, there's a quest somewhere around here. I think it's like right here. Actually, oh no, it is right here. Apparently I can pick it up too. You talk to Image of Astalor Bloodsworn. We'll go visit him in a little bit. But basically, you're going to go over there. You're going to do the tutorial quest for Prey. I'm not going to walk you through the entire tutorial because, I mean, it's just that. It's a tutorial. It's pretty straightforward. Another thing that while we're here, you want to go over to Lorthamar and pick up this quest. This thing is kind of useless, feeding the flame. You can do this if you want. I think there's like a veteran piece rewarded at the very end, but the rewards from this, I don't think, are worth the time it takes to do. If you want to do the campaign, you can. Like, it's totally optional. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not important for me. So I've now picked up the Midnight World Tour quest. The reason why this is important is there are these things that we'll get later on called Sparks of Radiance. Now, I already have one of these because, like I said, I dragged this character through Delves. If you are not caught up to the weekly cap, then you will just get these as, like, catch-up as you do any random activities. So the fact that I have one already isn't important. However, there is one bonus Spark of Radiance that you can only get by doing this specific quest, Midnight World Tour. It just has you go around and do every single zone activity once. You'll notice that I've already completed the Legend of the Harandar. This is not because I did it earlier on this account. This is because Blizzard bugged the Legend of the Harandar event early in the expansion and made it so this was impossible to complete for alts. So then they just hotfixed it so everybody now who picks it up who's already done this on their account has it auto-completed to prevent, like, a softlock state. So I will show you how to do this event because I actually haven't done it this week on my account, but technically it's already flagged as complete for me. Just, like, ignore that. Don't think about it too much. Also, just in general for account-wide unlocks and things, I know we're kind of all over the place here, but welcome to World of Warcraft. There's a lot to unpack, and I'm trying to condense a shitload of information into I mean, I don't know how many hours it is, but it's still a lot, and I'm trying to cover a lot of ground here. But there are a lot of different weekly and, like, season-wide currencies that you can get. So Coffer Key Shards, you can get 600 of these per week. You'll see that as we do different activities, I'll start to get a bunch of these. They're not hard to get, but you can only get 600 of them per week. Now, Coffer Key Shards are basically just a transitional currency into this thing, Restored Coffer Key. You can see here it says 100 Coffer Key Shards are combined into this thing. It's a bit of a convoluted system. You can basically just think of Coffer Key Shards. This is basically, you can get 6 Restored Coffer Keys per week. What are Restored Coffer Keys? Well, these are things that we will discuss in more detail later that allow you to get really good loot from Delves. What is a Dawnlight Mana Flux? Well, there is a thing called tier sets. I had some of them on in my bags. Alright, so this piece of gear that I had from the previous season, this is a tier set item. You can see here it says Chains of the Living Weapon 0 out of 5. And if you have 2 of these items, if you look closely, it says 2 set. This says damage done increased by 6%. Now, this is from the previous expansion, right? But it still works exactly the same if you're new to the game. So long term, we want to have 4 out of 5 of the pieces of this tier set bonus, because usually the bonus that we get from it is very powerful, and it's completely for free. They are effectively just stronger versions of any other item you can equip in that slot. Now, because there's a lot of random chest pieces, like this one, or whatever, that'll drop from different content that is not a tier piece, it would feel really bad if you got a very strong chest piece that was not a tier item, and then it couldn't be part of your set. So there is something called the Creation Catalyst, or whatever they call it. They changed the name. It's like now the Dawnlight Catalyst. I don't know. But you can use this power to convert any item in one of the tier slots, helm, shoulders, chest, gloves, or pants, into a tier piece using this currency. And as you can see by the tooltip, you get one of these every 2 weeks. There are ways to get bonus of these, and we'll talk about that more later, but that's way more advanced. All you need to know is that you'll probably enter the game and have a bunch of these already. And that's because it banks up for, like, new characters. You basically get progress for how long the season has been out. You don't need to basically be level 90 and then wait 2 weeks after that to get the bonus. You'll hit level 90, and depending on how long the season has been active, you'll already have this currency. Kind of nice. Pretty good for catch-up for new players getting in. If you're watching this video, like, a month after it's come out, you'll probably be able to immediately get your 4-piece bonus. Should you do that? No, you should not. You should wait. And we'll talk about when you should get it in a little bit, but just don't blow all your currency early on. We want to think big picture with a lot of this stuff. That's what I'm going to try to teach you throughout the course of this guide. A lot of guides that you'll see on YouTube are like, how to get to X item level super fast, and they'll tell you it'll burn all your currency and like, all these meaningless upgrades. Slow down. You want to, if you want to play this game, you want to ideally think big picture and go for like the entire season and make like a lot of really big progress like I'm trying to do here. And you want to save your currency and like conserve it for really important things. And that's what the Dawnlight Mana Flux is going to be for. You'll want to use this on very important stuff. We'll talk about it later. I just want to point out that it's there. Undercoins, you don't need to worry about this. This is mostly for cosmetics. Untainted Mana Crystals, this will be talked about much later. And then there's Crests. So Crests, we will get these as we do any type of content throughout the game. There's different tiers of Crests. I'll talk about where these come into play later on. I have some already, like I said, I dragged this character through Delves. That won't be very important. It won't really change any of the recommendations I give. And then this thing here, Radiant Spark Dust, this is just an indicator of how many sparks you've already obtained. So like I said, I got this one on my character early on in the season, and this indicator in my currency says, hey, you've already earned 1 out of your 4 maximum Radiant Sparks. And then there's these PvP currencies, which we will talk about these. These are actually kind of relevant, even if you aren't interested in PvP, but more on that later, just letting you know they exist. Okay, that's been a lot. Let's go look at Prey, because that is another very important part of the early gearing process, and it's pretty much the main thing that you're going to be jumping into the first thing when you hit max level. So you're going to go talk to Astlor, you're going to pick up this quest, Prey Crimson Summon, and then this is the quest that you'll want to pick up, Prey Astlor's Initiative. Now, like I said, this is one of those once per account quests. I could repeat it if I want, but there is no real practical use, no pun intended, for me to do these quests, right? They are just like tutorials and explaining new mechanics, and you get a new one of them every single time you hit a new tier on, that's the Delve track, that's not the Prey track, every time you hit a new tier on the Prey track. So the way it's going to work, I'll basically pretend I'm a brand new player jumping into this for the first time. Oh, this is new. I wonder if this is probably an add-on that I have that is changing the display of this. But when you start off, you have only normal mode Preys. Now you can see here, I only get 50 Prey Seeker's Journey for every single completion. Early on, you're going to be getting 1,000 Prey Seeker's Journey. And every single level of the Prey track is 4,000. So the way that this will work when you first start is if you do all 4 available normal Preys in every single zone, then you will be able to reach level 2. And then upon reaching level, or I guess it unlocks level 1, right? You start off at level 0 for some reason, and then you reach level 1, you'll unlock hard mode Prey. You'll do a slight tutorial quest for that, and then you'll unlock these hard, and then if you do all of these and exhaust all of them on the map, then you'll reach level 2. But then at level 2, you only get random hunts. The thing that you really want to get is this thing, Nightmare Mode Prey. This is where the really good stuff is. Now, it used to be that this was heavily time-gated, and if you didn't do your 4 hard mode Preys every single week, you wouldn't be able to unlock this. This was a very bad idea that I pointed out on beta multiple times on the feedback forums that it was a very bad idea, and my feedback fell on deaf ears. And of course, shortly after release, Blizzard got an overwhelming amount of negative feedback on that, and they changed it. So now, until you reach level 4, until you unlock Nightmare Mode Prey, you are able to earn 1k progress per Prey completed to help you catch up. Gee, would have been nice if they listened to their beta testers and made the change that I suggested from the very start, but whatever. We're here now, so catching up is pretty easy. After you do your 4 normal Preys, you get hard mode. After you do your 4 hard mode Preys, you get level 2, and then in order to get the remaining progress to reach level 4, Nightmare Mode, you'll need to spam a bunch of random Preys. So, I'm not going to do that entire process, but I will somewhat simulate what it would be like if I had to start from scratch. So I'm going to show you myself doing 1 normal mode Prey, and I'm going to walk you through that. And then we'll do the same thing. We do the hard mode Prey, we get the reward from that. And then I'll do 1 random Prey to show you how it works, and then presumably you would spam that a few times. We'll go into more detail as we go. I'm just going to explain how I will be showcasing this for the purposes of this recording. But we'll start off here, normal Prey, and you can pick any one. Notably for the rewards, right? We talked about the journey and how this works. You get Coffer Key Shards. We said before, this caps out at 600. This is not really important because, again, once you hit the cap, this is functionally worthless. And you get so many of these from various sources that this is, like, not really that important. It also gives Adventurer Dawn Crests. These are used to upgrade Adventurer gear, which we will start getting very soon. Also not very important. You, at this point in the season, will replace Adventurer gear very fast. And it gives you a random Adventurer piece. Whatever. Normal mode Preys are basically worthless. Once you get to hard mode Preys and definitely to nightmare mode Preys, you will never touch these again. I have not actually done one of these since like week 1 of the preseason. There's just no good rewards from them. I'm only doing them now as like a demonstration purpose to show you what it would be like. In fact, yeah, I'll probably only do one just as a demonstration. I'm not going to clear the map. It's almost pointless for me to do that. But then the veteran ones, these ones, so hard mode praise, I mean. Same deal, except you get veteran Dawn Crests. These are slightly more useful because veteran items will be used for a little bit longer, relatively speaking, in your gearing journey. And similarly, veteran pieces, on average, are more valuable than adventurous stuff. Adventurous stuff drops from everything. Veteran items are at least a little bit more limited, so this is kind of relevant. I did these at least for, like, I think up until this week. I haven't done any of them this week on my main characters, but they are still good. You'll probably find yourself doing these a few weeks in a row. And then the Nightmare Mode praise, these are the really good ones. These you'll get a bunch of crests from this. You get a champion item, which this will last you for significantly longer in the season. And there's also a quest that we can pick up off Astalor, which I don't know if I grabbed, because I think Astalor disappeared when I grabbed the other quest. But once you reach Tier 3 and unlock Nightmare Mode praise, you get this weekly, called a Nightmarish Task. This is really, really, really good, and this is why you basically want to beeline praise immediately and get this weekly unlocked as soon as you possibly can, because this will give you... Remnant of Anguish is just the prey currency, this is not important. It gives you a Beacon of Hope, which is a very, very important item to have for reasons we'll discuss later. Hi, Editor Haraldin chiming in real quick. So during this section of the video, I talked about how the crests that you get from this quest, Nightmarish Task, are quote-unquote uncapped. Now, this has been changed, unfortunately. Basically, this quest used to be really, really worthwhile to complete every single week, and now it got nerfed. The crests are no longer uncapped, they are now capped. And this means that it is much less worthwhile to complete this every single week. It's still good for the initial alt catch-up stuff, and I'm still going to recommend doing it to every single person when they get started. And also, I'm going to leave in the rest of this explanation because I go into detail on what these terms mean, uncapped, capped, etc., and how the different crest season totals work, and that is, I think, very important general knowledge. But keep in mind that the big thing I'm trying to stress here, which is the fact that the hero crests you get from this are uncapped, is no longer true. Unfortunately, they did patch that because Blizzard hates fun. If we go back to our currency tab and we look at crests, you'll notice there's this thing that says season maximum. Now, if you're watching this video way far into the future, you might not see this because way late into the season, Blizzard just removes the cap entirely and you can farm infinite of any crests, at which point this will no longer be that important, but it's still just relatively time efficient. But especially early on, right now, there is a cap to how many crests you can earn. So if I farm a source that gives repeatable hero crests, I can still only earn up to 200 possible on my character this week. However, sources like this weekly quest, a Nightmarish Task, bypass this cap. So if I complete this quest, then I would now have, I guess, 34 total crests, but my season maximum would still read 14 out of 200. But like I said, just to start off, we're going to pick a normal prey. We'll do that. And generally speaking, when you're doing prey, one of the nice things about the system, I don't love the prey system just in general, but I'm not gonna get on my soapbox right now and talk about like all the design flaws I think there are with it. As far as it plays out from like how you interact with it in the game, it can be kind of nice because prey is the kind of thing where you just passively get completion towards it as you do other activities that you might have wanted to do anyways. So I am going to basically showcase a very bare bones, like, what does Blizzard want you to do for prey while we're doing the normal mode one. And then while we're doing the veteran one, I'm going to step it up and basically say, okay, here's how to optimize it. Here's like the efficient way that you should be doing all of your prey to basically save time every single week instead of doing it the developer intended way. All right, so when we're doing prey, all you need to do is first fly to the zone that you selected. So in this case, we picked Eversong Woods, so we're going to fly here. Now, I mentioned before, you could basically do anything that you want in the zone to progress prey, and I will demonstrate this when we do the hard mode version, but you'll notice here on the map there is a prey-specific world quest. This is only active while you're in the prey thing. It gives a reward, but really you're just doing this to further the prey's progress thing here. Now, the way that the progress bar works for prey is a little bit unclear. You can actually see it here. You can, I believe, move this on your UI. I just keep it here because, honestly, I'm lazy. And this crystal will slowly glow more and more red as you get closer to finishing it. It's not exactly, like, linear. There are times when you can get a prey to the end in, like, 2 minutes. Sometimes it'll take 5 minutes by doing the exact same things. I'm pretty sure Blizzard said that they intentionally designed it to not be, like, a fixed, you can always progress it the exact same way type of thing. But you can see here we were ambushed by our prey target, which, it's honestly not that special. They will jump out at you, and you have to defeat them, and then when you get them to 50% health, they will leave. They'll also, like, cast spells at you, and they hit 50%, they start using fallback. Now, you want to look for this little red thing, because there'll be a little red cloud somewhere. And whenever that happens, you can walk over here, you find them, and you riposte them. This is basically the core loop of prey that gives you most of your progress. You get ambushed, you defeat the ambusher, you riposte them, and if you just do that over and over as you do other stuff in the zone, eventually the bar will fill, and you will get to the end. You also want to pick up those little glowing red things. It gives you currency for the prey. This is warband transferable, I should note, so even though I only have 9, if I go to, like, transfer, I have, like, thousands of other characters that I can then move over. There are certain things that you can use this for that are, like, helpful in terms of catch-up. But the other thing that you can do to progress prey is to open these traps. The trap itself will give you some progress towards the hunt, and then a lot of times it spawns another one of these blood orbs. Notably, these traps are shared amongst other players, so we saw there was a druid over here. And this guy's probably flying to pick up all the traps, because that's a popular strategy. People just go trap, 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 trap. Eventually, you pick up enough traps, you get credit towards the end of your prey. So, what I'm going to do is sit by this trap. Because it is shared with other people, the druid can theoretically drop down and try and steal it from me. But if that happens, I'm going to walk into it on purpose, because that will give me progress. And that'll be too fast for him to interact with. But most people understand that you can do that. So as long as you're near a trap, people won't try to steal it from you, generally. Here's another thing I can show. So we have this disarm trap. You can hold up to 5 of these. It's like, it's warbound, technically, but I don't consider it to be worthwhile to, like, transfer these between your characters. You get so many of them. Basically, whenever you loot a trap, sometimes you can see... I didn't loot any failed traps. Sometimes you get a failed trap, sometimes you get nothing. Sometimes you get this thing, disarm trap. When the ambush happens, before, if you just lob a disarm trap at your target, I'll demonstrate this at some point, then they instantly take half their health and damage and are sent away, and then you can very quickly riposte them. So, if you have a bunch of these stored up, it's worth doing that. Generally speaking, when I'm getting praise done, my methodology for this is, if I'm already doing a big pull, like I'm fighting multiple mobs at once and I've, like, popped all my cooldowns, like, yeah, we can see, already got the final prey objective. It's normal, right, so it's meant to be really quick. But basically, if I'm in cooldowns and I'm fighting a bunch of mobs, then I will... Where is the end? Oh, okay, we didn't finish the prey. It glowed bright red, so I thought we were almost done. We finished the world quest, which gave us a lot of progress towards our final prey objective. We still need to get to the very end here. So, now that that world quest is done, we'll just need to do a few miscellaneous things, like picking up traps, so we can grab this. This might be enough. Oh, yeah, perfect, I get to demonstrate this. So I lob the trap, he falls back, and this riposte should almost certainly finish it. And that's not enough? See, that's what I mean, right? Like, the crystal is glowing extremely bright red. It's basically any objective now will activate the final step of the prey, but because it is intentionally designed to not have, like, a fixed value, which is, like, I don't know. It's kind of annoying. I understand why Blizzard thinks that it would be more interesting for it to be like, oh, you know, prey's unpredictable, you never know exactly how long it'll take to find your opponent. And it's like, in theory, sure, but the system is so bare bones, and, like, the best strategies to fill the bar are the same, no matter what. It's just sometimes you have to do it 10 times, sometimes you only have to do it 5 times. So, in practice, it actually doesn't really end up being that interesting, but whatever. This, Surely this is enough. Come on. Oh my goodness. So, one more trap. Come on. Any second now. There we go. And then it says, hunt your prey 0 to 1. I have never seen this before. I've never seen the prey spawn here. Most of the time when I do Eversong, it's down here or along this beach. I've never seen this third predetermined location, but apparently that's one of them. No, it looks like this is a real location. How have I never seen this before? That is so strange. Alright, well, you interact with the crystal, you summon the final prey boss, and then you go to town. Note, by the way, my gear is still completely horrendous. You can see my talent setup. I'm running Mountain Thane Prot. I haven't looked into the talent build. I've heard that there's like a new build that some people are running, including one that doesn't use Apex talents. I'm not sure if that's like a Mythic Plus only thing to take more survivability. I really haven't looked into Prot Warrior. So we'll be figuring that out as we go along. In fact, what I'll probably do is towards the end of the video, I'll do like a bonus section explaining to people like, what do you do when you're trying to research your spec? Because obviously, as, you know, a tank in a Mythic raiding guild, I have to do a lot of research to understand how to play, you know, all the different tank specs and whatnot every single patch. And there's a lot of research that I do to make sure that I'm playing the correct build and that I'm prepared for a fight, etc. And that can be a little bit hard for new players to figure out, so I think it might benefit people if I showcase that process. Oh, we got a Spark of Radiance. Like I said, when you're behind the season cap, so here we're only at 2 out of 4, you can get random sparks from any activity. There will be the current weekly spark you can only get from this weekly quest, that one. So I'll basically be able to get up to, I believe, 3 out of 4 from random catch-up sources, but that 4th spark has to come from this quest, and then, like we said before, the Midnight World Tour quest, this also gives a bonus spark that is not tied to the weekly cap. Also, you'll notice here there's a portal. This portal is one of the Prey season objective things. I believe you get it. Yeah, this. I summon thee. So, if you don't have this portal, all you're going to do is just mount up, fly back to Silvermoon, or use your Hearthstone, use your Cantina key. Not that big of a deal. I'm going to take the portal because, like, it's here, and it doesn't fundamentally change what you do. It just saves travel time. You know, may as well. For the purposes of expediting the explanation process of this video, we will do that. So, you can see I got some crests. I got this thing, an Adventurer box. I got a shield. That's actually quite nice. So that is Adventurer Track. That's actually a new appearance, too. Kind of cool. Actually, I dig that shield. Kind of glad I got that one. Okay, yeah. Decent upgrade. Now, as we will see, though, Adventurer Track items are very easy to get. This is not something that you really need to farm. So, when you are first starting out, on your first character, you are going to want to do a normal mode Prey in every single zone, because you're going to want to unlock the second tier of Prey. Like, this is just a once per account progress thing. And then once you unlock hard mode, you're going to go through and you're going to do all the hard mode. Now, like I said before, in theory, I could demonstrate doing all the normal Prey, but I basically get nothing out of this. It's not worth doing it for the Adventurer Track stuff, and when you are gearing up your alts, you will also not bother doing this. This is a once-per-account thing. I'm just letting you know that you will need to do it. But, okay, you've done your 4 normal mode Preys, you've gotten hard mode Prey unlocked, and now you're going to do the same thing again, but with hard mode. So I'll show you one example of hard mode Prey. I'll probably do more than one, just because these veteran items are actually kind of nice. So we'll do the same thing, Eversong Woods, once again, but this time on hard mode. And you'll notice it is also a different type of enemy. In this case, it is Senior Tinker Oswald. Okay, so hard mode Prey is slightly different. The main change is that there's a few modifiers. So first off, if you die, your progress is reduced. Honestly, you shouldn't really die that much. If you're dying while doing Prey, it's more of... I don't want to necessarily say it's a skill issue, because, like, it kind of is, but that has, like, a negative connotation. When I say, like, it's a skill problem, I more mean you might be new to the game. You might still be learning, and that's fine, right? It doesn't mean, like, oh my god, you suck, you're the worst player ever, uninstall. It just means, hey, you're still adjusting to your class's mechanics and stuff like that, but this should not be like a meaningful consideration once you understand how to play your class, even at a basic level. Like, this is tuned for gear significantly higher than what I'm wearing, technically speaking, but it's so easy that, like, it doesn't really matter. Just at least acknowledging that it is a thing. And then there's, like, some bonus modifiers. The one that we get at hard is there'll be, like, puddles that spawn beneath us that do sizable amounts of damage. If you stand in it, it's very easy to dodge. It's more of a problem later on, because there's some modifiers on Nightmare mode that make it harder to dodge those things, but, you know, more on that when we get to it. But okay, so same exact thing, the world quest is in the same area. There are different world quests that you can get, but usually it's, like, in the same general space. I'll tag this mob since this evoker is going to kill it. May as well just get the free credit. And I'm going to pick up this trap. So we'll see, I might get ambushed. Yep, usually that happens the first trap you do. Now I'm going to just immediately lob the trap and send the guy away. For the very first one like that, it just tends to be a good idea to do it that way. I don't really want to fight this bot because I actually don't think it gives me any progress. It's just... I don't really have any... This is the thing on the ground I'm talking about. I don't have any great way to get away from it. And as I'm doing this, I didn't really see where the red, like, trail went off to, so I'm just kind of looking around for the red cloud of, like, mist or whatever, where my prey has run off to. He could be in this bubble area, and the visual effect is making it harder to see. Ah, yes, I was right. Over here. It's always somewhere within the same general vicinity, so once you get a feel for it, I mean, I've done a bunch of praise at this point, I always know, like, okay, if I'm looking out, like, over here and I don't see any cloud of red mist, it cannot be, like, further than that, so that's why I'm like, it must be behind me. Every single prey is kind of the same. It's not a terribly interesting system, so you don't need to watch me do the exact same thing once again. Alright. So I just finished the world quest, I'm grabbing another trap, and the crystal's kind of red, but, you know, it's still a bit far off. I'm going to grab this trap while I'm here. It is easy progress. Oh, and ambushed, so it's a good thing I did that. Is he underwater? Yes, that can happen sometimes. Okay, we're like really close to being done. So, at this point, we could go around and grab random traps. I will take this opportunity to showcase one more small thing that you can do for gearing. So, anything that we do in this zone, and I'll show some of them later, like world quests, the zone event, which I'll talk about this soon. But the thing I want to show right now is another great way to get gear and coffer key shards, and also prey progress, you know, anything counts, is rare mobs. Now, I don't necessarily know how long it's going to take me to find a rare mob. You can also see a fly over closer to it. There was a little red crystal on my mini-map. So this thing, you can find these little coalescing anguishes around the place. If I interact with this, it'll spawn a mob. I can kill it to get prey progress. I would usually ignore those, though, because the only thing they give is prey progress. So it's like, why do that when you can just do other regular activities that give you gear, coffer key shards, crests, etc., as you work towards finishing your prey? It's better to just kill two birds with one stone. I believe this is handy notes that I have, which marks all the rare mob locations on the map. So I have all the locations memorized to this point, but all these little blue skulls, these are what I'm looking for. These are the rare mobs, and obviously when you're first starting out, you won't have all of them memorized. I would recommend downloading handy notes, really useful for stuff like that. Oh, here we are. This one actually just spawned as I was flying away. And you might be thinking to yourself, oh, it's a rare mob, right? Well, isn't this like an inefficient way to gear if a rare mob is, by definition, rare? And even normally, rare mobs are usually up much more often than you may expect if you played, like, older versions of WoW. But actually, I believe it was last week, Blizzard massively buffed the respawn rates of rares in the Midnight Zones. So they're up, like, every 15 minutes or so. And especially nowadays that, you know, the season is in full swing and most people aren't just flying around the world doing these, you can spend like 5 minutes going around and eventually you'll find one. And I'm playing on, I believe this character's on Zul'Aman. It's a pretty populated realm, so if you're on a slightly less populated realm, you'll find them much easier. A lot of times I actually play on much like lower pop servers when I'm gearing up my characters, or I'll like phase my character to them, just to make things a little bit easier. because you can find basically every single rare mob up at once on some of the low-pop servers. It is super nice. And rare mob down. And see, that gave us progress and actually completed our prey, so I don't even need to go find the riposte guy. And looting this rare, every single time you kill a rare, you are guaranteed to get a 220 adventurer piece. Sometimes it can even be a higher item level, but you're always going to get a Warbound 220 or higher adventurer piece. And that is really, really nice, because like I said, getting rare kills is one of the best ways to complete your prey. We also got 50 coffer key shards, so another great way to get your keys. And because of this, what I've actually done, I'll show you real quick, because there is, if you don't know what this is, every time I use it, I get questions. There is this thing called a Warband Bank Distance Inhibitor. There's a account-wide questline. You might have it. I think it's auto-pushed into your quest log called Warbanding Together, and it tells you to speak with Blue and Gadgetsan. It's just a random account-wide questline. But that, once you complete it, will give you this thing. This gives you a portable Warband Bank. And I'm only using this now just for demonstration purposes. But this is my Warband Bank. So Warband, if you don't know, is basically your account. It's just a fancy way to say, like, account-wide. So this is a stockpile of all of these are adventurer pieces. I have some veteran pieces, too, in here. These are all account-wide items. So if I wanted to, right now, I could just go in here. Oh, look, a necklace upgrade. Boop, I could throw that on. I'm deliberately not doing that, and I'm doing things that I do not need to do as demonstration purposes for you, the viewer at home. You're welcome, by the way. But the entire reason I bring this up is by doing this process on so many different characters, like this trinket, this is a healer trinket, right? I don't need this. You can already see I actually have multiple of these already sitting, in my Warband Bank. But, alright, I don't need this. I chuck it in the Warband Bank. I even have, look, a shield, right? A veteran shield, better than the one I just got by doing praise. So, whenever I get a new character to level 90, because I've gotten all of these random bits and bobs by gearing up other characters, I could just go into my bank, pull out basically a full set of gear, and I'm good to go. And I skip, the first hour of this guide that you're watching on future characters. So, it is important to keep that in mind, that while you're making progress on one character, you're getting a lot of account-wide stuff that can be used for future characters. So even though the gearing process in WoW can be a bit time-consuming the first time through, because you have all these, account-wide quest lines, blah, 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 you have to do all the gearing process manually, step by step, there's a reason why I'm able to get this character geared up. I'm going to get it Mythic Raid ready within, 2 days. My guild leader needs me to have this character ready by tomorrow, the 31st. And it is currently 6 a.m. Monday morning, and over the next 24 hours, I'm going to, from a fresh level 90 standpoint, almost fresh, right? I do have 1 or 2 hero pieces because I did my weekly stuff, because something that we will go over later in the video is if you're being really efficient and responsible and doing your most efficient weekly activities every single week, you can be really, really, really good at gearing up alts with minimal time played just by chipping away at it over a longer period of time. So I was smart about that on this character, and I, now that I'm actually playing it, it will make my life easier in the long run. But just as a general rule of thumb, you can do this over and over and over. And now that I'm on my 5th character, technically this is my 8th character, but it's my 5th character that I'm trying to get ready for Mythic Raid. And I'm going to have a much easier time. And I will be able to do it within 2 days because all of that stuff carries over. The process snowballs, basically. And the more characters you've geared, the easier the process is down the line. And same thing, we land, we summon the prey. And I'll skip most of this fight. It's not really interesting. Despite my character basically being completely naked, fresh, level 90, and this being a quote-unquote hard prey, it's really not that hard. And yes, I'm a tank spec, but you can do this any spec. They don't really do that much damage to you. I am an extremely undergeared tank spec, but I'm also taking literally no damage. My passive healing is enough to keep me at full. A DPS spec can do this easily as long as they don't stand the super obvious swirlies that are going to kill you. So, Oh no, I got hit by the multi-shrink ray. My damage done is reduced by 15%. Oh, whatever shall I do? So, one thing that I want to point out now, that I don't necessarily know if I need to do, but I want to at least have it here somewhere in case people run into this issue. So there is a bug that has been going around where some characters will get duplicate loot from a lot of sources. Blizzard has acknowledged it. They have basically said, if you were affected by this, get fucked, we're not going to help you. They also haven't mentioned anywhere how to fix it, but players have found a workaround that I have, like, soft confirmed, like, kind of works for me. At least whenever I do it, I don't get the bug, and sometimes when I forget to do it, I do get duplicate loot. So I think it works. Enough people have said it worked for them that I'm going to show it to you, just in case they don't fix this bug, because they haven't confirmed yet at the time of recording that it's been fixed, despite weeks ago saying they know it's an issue. Crazy shit. I don't know how it's still a bug. But, okay, so before we open this box, I'm going to switch my loot spec to arms. I'm going to switch specs to arms. Any spec should do, really. And then I'm going to switch it back to prot. And then I'm going to open this box. And here's the thing. I have no idea if that did anything. This character might not be bugged. Sometimes only a few characters are bugged. Other characters I have never gotten the bug. But I'm showing this to you because I do have some characters who have gotten the bug, and I received like 5 helmets on one of my Death Knights, which was really annoying, and kind of screws you over when a lot of your weekly gearing sources get exactly the same thing. But there we got a cape, so that's something different. Cool. The way that this works before, just to reiterate, you do 4 normal, you unlock hard. You do 4 hard, you unlock random prey. Now, at random prey, you will still be rank 2. And you will need to get 8 more prey at 1k progress each to unlock Nightmare Mode. So, unfortunately, the system is not very good. It's kind of ill-conceived. And if you are trying to get this all done in one sitting, this is once per account only, mind you, you will have to do 8 different random preys. Now, obviously on this character, I haven't done the other hard mode preys, but we are going to approach this from a perspective of you are a brand new player, you are doing your preys for the first time, and you've just unlocked level 2. You can't do Nightmare Mode yet, you haven't unlocked that on your account, so you got to do random prey. So I'm going to show you what a random prey looks like, just so you have an idea of what to expect. You will have to do this 8 times. Whenever you start a random prey, so you'll only have normal and hard at this point, we're going to pick hard, obviously, and you'll have to spend 50 Remnant of Anguish. Now, this is infinitely repeatable because you get more than 50 back after you finish the random hard prey. And also this currency, this is the thing that we've been picking up from like those random drops throughout the prey. So you get a bunch of this no matter what every time you start it. This cost effectively exists to prevent you from constantly re-rolling your prey over and over until you get the exact one you want. You can do that if you want it. I have done that a few times if I specifically want a random prey in Eversong and I have like 1,000 account-wide remnants. I will sometimes just spam reroll and just dump a bunch of remnants just to force that. But obviously when you're just starting out, beggars can't be choosers. You have to do the one that you're given because you don't have a lot of remnants banked up. But that is something you can do long term if you want. So you get a random enemy and we'll look. So, our prey is in Voidstorm. I actually quite like the Voidstorm preys. I think they are a little bit easier to do. Not necessarily like difficulty-wise, just convenience. A lot of the Voidstorm objectives are very centralized. Eversong is a very large zone. Zul'Aman too, very large zone. Voidstorm, everything is kind of like central, so it usually takes less time, in my experience, to do Harandar and Voidstorm preys. So I tend to like those more. And I was gonna show this at some point, but I guess since we're in Voidstorm, I'll show this now. So, something that is important to talk about is reputation. Now, this is another one of those account-wide things where I obviously have, like, fairly progressed reps on my account. The nice thing is, this is not hard to do. So, in previous expansions, reputation was really important, but it took a while to get all of the really good rewards. The way that it works now is, so Singularity, this is the Voidstorm one. If I look here, the highest possible reward that you can get is at Renown 7. And I would say for most factions, you get up to Renown like 4 or 5-ish just by doing the campaign. So you should be around there, honestly, if you did all those quests. And in order to get to Renown 7, all you need to do is just all of the side quests in the zone. Now, my handy little leveling add-on, Follow the Arrow, will eventually have a complete Sojourner implementation for side quests. Right now, unfortunately, I only have like 3/4 of Eversong done. I've just obviously been really busy with raiding, and the very first thing I'm going to do when I have more free time is finish that implementation. So if you're watching this, like, a month after it's posted, I should have every single zone's side quests completed, and you can use my super awesome leveling add-on, which also will have even more in-game features, probably to help with gearing and stuff. That is one of the goals I have long-term. But you can download this, follow these quest lines, and that'll give you more than enough reputation to get to these upgrades. So for Singularity, it is Renown 7. For Amani, it is, I believe, Renown 9. Yes, Armor Reserves 2. This is the only thing that matters for gear. For this, it is Renown 8 for Harati. You get a belt, and Silvermoon is Renown 9. You get a helmet. Silvermoon is by far the easiest rep to progress, though, so in my experience, when I was first getting my characters geared up, Harati was the most difficult one to earn reputation with. The only reason this is even close to the others is every single optional rep token where you get to choose between the 4 factions, I always pick Harati, and it's still behind the others. It just takes much longer to progress through this reputation. There's just less sources, so that one can be a little bit annoying. But also, these rewards are less important. So Amani gives you a choice of necklaces. You get either a Versatility Mastery necklace or a Crit Haste necklace. Harati gives you a belt. It is a fixed stats for whatever your armor type is. I think it's like Crit Mastery for leather. I forget what it is for everything else. And then Silvermoon Court gives you a helmet. I believe it is Haste Mastery. I don't know if it's Haste Mastery for all of them, but I know it is for leather, at least. And the thing about, these rewards is getting a free champion piece. I don't know if I mentioned that. It's champion, and it is 246 item level. So, if we look at our current helmet, it would be a pretty big upgrade to get a champion piece 246 item level, and it is basically free. So you only need to do this once per account. Once you have this reputation unlocked on your account, then you can just go there, get the quest to pick up the helmet, and in short order, you will have a 246 piece on your fresh alt, and that is very good for catching up. So you're going to do it. I will showcase the process of unlocking it on your alt. There's no reason not to, but if you're on your very first character and you're like, oh no, I'm going to fall behind this guide because I didn't get this free piece of gear, it really doesn't matter at this point in the season for all but the Singularity. The Amani necklace, you're going to get so many necklaces, this won't matter. The Harati belts are really easy to get. Honestly, this is the least important one because there's a really good belt that you can get from a different source that I'll talk about later. And the helmet one, this one is kind of nice to have, but again, regular pieces of gear are not hard to get. It doesn't matter that much. You will probably get Silvermoon unlocked pretty early on, though. The reason why Singularity is important is because the trinket that you get off this Renown, I don't know, can I see it as the reward? Guarded Treasures? Yes, it does show us the quest reward. This thing. Crucible of Erratic Energies, this thing is absolutely bonkers. Even though it is a champion piece, and it has a max upgrade of 263, I have been using this on almost all of my characters. The only character that is no longer using this trinket is my Brewmaster Monk, and my Brewmaster Monk has a Hero Track Illyria trinket and a Hero Track Gaze of the Almseer. And those are both, insanely gigabis. And this is, third best behind that. Obviously, certain Myth Track trinkets, if you get them out of Vault, are better. But if you're just starting out, this thing has been used for, the past month, basically. The expansion's been out for, about a month at this point. I've been using this for about a month on, every single one of my other alts. It is very, very, very good. And a lot of people don't understand how it works, so they'll think it oh, it's simbait, it's bad. No, it's just good. People just don't know how it is properly set up. Basically, when you get this trinket, which I'll show you the way to unlock it later, you have to spend points on this console. So you can see we spend our very first point. This unlocks a power-up called Voidlust. And when you spend these 3 points, Protocol of Predation, Protocol of Sustenance, Protocol of Violence, the trinket gets stronger. And you need to spend these points on each one of your characters to get the trinket up to its full power level. And if you do that, then at 263, it's the best trinket in the game for almost every single spec. It's very, 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 very good. Definitely for tank specs, which is primarily what I've been playing. And in order to get these upgrades, you'll need this currency thing. There are 2 ways to get it. One, this research console exploring the void. Every single week you get this quest. It gives you an uncontaminated void sample. This is the currency you need to upgrade. Also, When you do this event, Stormarion Assault, the first box you get each week, the Victorious Stormarion Pinnacle Cache, gives you another one of these samples. You can get a maximum of 2 uncontaminated void samples per weekly reset, and you need 3 of them in total. I have seen some misinformation out there saying that you can spam Stormarion Assault. There's like blue boxes that you get after the fact. Some comments on Wowhead say that it can drop. I have tested this. I have never seen it. And I've never seen actual confirmation, just people saying, I think that it works like that. I think that this is just people talking out of their asses. I have seen 0 evidence that that's a thing. Every single provable, like, example I have seen from somebody saying, oh, this is what I did, in my experience as well, testing this in multiple alts, is that no, you cannot get it from the blue boxes, you can only get 2 per week. Which means that if you want this trinket at its maximum power level, you need to make sure that you do this at least across 2 weeks. So right now, you know, it's Monday, right? The weekly reset for North America happens on Tuesday, tomorrow. So before tomorrow, I'm going to make sure that I do this quest, the Research Console one, and I'm going to do Stormarion Assault. I'm going to get 2 out of 3. And then on Tuesday, reset, I'm going to pick up this quest again. I'm going to do 3 random world quests. I'm going to get done with my upgrades, and then I will have an extremely powerful trinket. And that is 1 slot that I just do not need to worry about. Like, I can run that in Mythic Raid, and I will probably run that for, like, most of the tier until I get a much higher item level trinket that is very, very good for me. So, something very important to keep in mind there. Most of the reputation items are not that important. This thing you will basically never replace until very late in the season. So, make sure you get to 7 Singularity Renown, get this trinket, and get it upgraded. It is very, very, very strong. But with that said, we can do our prey here. There is a world quest that is about to expire. I don't really know how much I care. These are PvP world quests. Note that while you are not in war mode, you can actually do these PvP world quests without being flagged for PvP. So do not be afraid of these. But if you go here and you are flagged for PvP, if you are in war mode, you probably will die. I will talk about why that might still be worth doing later on, even if you hate PvP like me. Unfortunately, the way it's currently designed, it is kind of worthwhile. Something else to note while we're just looking at the map. So this is something called a special assignment. You'll notice that there are 2 of these active at once. So the other one is active in Zul'Aman. And they are basically every half week, a new special assignment will appear. So you'll see this one only has 1 day left. This one has 4 days left. So after 1 day, 4 hours, a new special assignment will appear somewhere. I don't know which zone it'll pop up in. And then once this one expires, another special assignment will appear. So there's always 2 active at once, and they rotate on Tuesday and Friday for North America. Probably the same thing offset by like 12 hours on Europe. I don't know exactly how their rotation works. When you do these special assignments, you get a purple box of gear. Basically, that prey that we just did, the purple veteran item, you get pretty much the exact same rewards from doing a hard mode prey from one of these boxes. You can see on the tooltip, it says the first 2 pinnacle caches you earn contain a piece of veteran gear, and you also get 20 veteran crests. Also, as I fly around, you'll notice, like, hey, there's a trap in the minimap. Even though this is, like, not within the prey objective, you may as well grab it, right? It's still good progress, and it still forces an ambush early so that we can get the cooldown. I don't exactly know what the like timer is before you can get ambushed a second time, but there's definitely some sort of hidden timer where after you get ambushed, you can't get ambushed again for like 5 minutes or something. I think it's about 5 minutes. So we want to get that going ASAP, because obviously the ambush and riposte combo, like I said before, is one of the best ways to complete your prey. And for this one, this is slightly different, so I will actually show this. There are 2 different things that you can have happen whenever you do a prey. It is either the thing that we saw earlier, where you're just in an area killing a bunch of mobs and sometimes you get ambushed, or this thing, where you have to activate the prey, and then it starts like a little chasing minigame. As far as I can tell, these are the only 2 things that can possibly happen as like the limited prey world quests. It's kind of bare bones. I don't know. I keep saying that I don't want to like overly shit talk the design of prey, but it's really not a well fleshed out system. Cool, and I should get credit any second now, yeah. Alright, so we got progress. The crystal's a little bit more red. And at this point, I have a choice. So I could go around and I can pick up random traps. And if there's a trap, like here, where it's not surrounded by any mobs, I'm in combat with this random thing. Okay, that's annoying. I'll show unrelated to gearing, but like just a general World of Warcraft tip. Always keep Goblin Gliders. It doesn't show because I'm in combat. Goblin Glider Kits, always keep these on hand. I would say these and gun shoes, they're just very helpful items to have. They're very good for speed leveling, so if you are a someone who has watched my different leveling videos, you probably already know about how useful these items are. But if you have not, first off, you should. They're really helpful. But they are also pretty good at endgame, just because things like that. You get stuck in combat, you're near a cliff, jump off a cliff, Goblin Glider. It's just very useful. Also very useful if you're doing open world PvP stuff and somebody tries to kill you. One of the best ways to escape people who are trying to gank you is to jump off a cliff and Goblin Glider. And like in this case, I do not want to have to fight the storm. Fighting it does nothing for me, so I'm just going to run away. And eventually, presumably, it's going to leash. And okay, well, it actually... Oh, that's bad. But I'm a panda, so I'm OP as fuck. And I am bouncy, so I just don't die from that. That's crazy. Now, in this case, because I still don't have 5 disarmed traps banked up, that's the main reason I'm even bothering to go around and pick up all these traps and stuff. They're also not really contested by people. It's currently 7 in the morning. There's nobody else doing prey right now. But if I'm ever doing a prey and everybody's competing over the traps, I just go and do other stuff in the zone. So, since we need to do world quests, especially in Voidstorm anyway, let's go and do that. So I'm going to look around the map. I can see this. Oh, this one. You know what? I'm going to do this world quest just because I really want this to be in the video, because this one's a nightmare. So there are like 2 versions of this particular world quest that you can get. One of them is a basic Uncross the Lines puzzle, and then there's this thing, which is just completely demonic. So the way that I went about solving these is any of the ones that have only 2 connectors, I tried to make sure that they were in the corners. Oh, where do I start with this? I think this one goes in the corner here. This one seems like it should go here. No. Am I dumb? I might be stupid. Every time I do this world quest, I'm just like, I don't know if this is just extremely hard or if I'm just actually brain dead. But this one just... I don't... Oh... I might need to edit the video here. I might need to edit the video just, you know, to protect my reputation, to not look like a complete fucking idiot. Like, I'm tempted to just randomly click shit until it all falls into place. Surely this is just... Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. That goes there. And just one swap. Okay. That was much easier. Oh, fuck. Swap these. Oh, fuck, I made it worse. This? Oh, nice. Okay. I was... I was really worried that I was going to be stuck. The first time I did that, it took me, like, I swear to God, 10 minutes, and I felt like such a fucking moron. That wasn't too bad, I don't think. Maybe I can get away with not editing that out of the video. And, like, this is actually an upgrade, so I'll just throw this on. Any upgrades I get now, what I'll probably do is, like, as I get upgrades from World Quests, obviously I'll equip them, because if I was playing a completely brand new character, you know, an upgrade's an upgrade. And then I think once I do all of my introduction to prey, like, footage here, presumably, if you were on a brand new character, you would have multiple pieces of adventurer and veteran gear by that point from killing rare mobs and stuff. In fact, let's do that, right? Actually, I'll equip this, sure. You know, even though I have a hero track weapon in my bags that I can eventually use, just for demonstration purposes, because I did loot this, right? I'll use this in the meantime as well. And, but yeah, that's why you do rare mobs. We got our prey done. We got copper key shards, so that's less extra stuff you'll have to do on your first character while you're unlocking, doing all the random prey. You'll get more than enough copper key shards to hit the cap, but if you're doing a brand new alt that you've already done all the account-wide unlocks on, you should probably kill a few rare mobs. That's what I usually do. really efficient way to get all your coffer key shards. See, we're already basically halfway there. And I see a rare mob here, and I'm going to go out of my way just to kill this, because that's another adventurer piece, and we love to have those. Compared to what I have on right now, that would be a pretty sizable upgrade. And there are some slots where I still, even before I started recording with like the random bits and bobs that I scrounged up over the last few weeks, I still haven't replaced my baseline gear, so there are a few things that I would like to get as random drops. Right, we have... Well, I don't need that. That's like a healer trinket. Maybe a caster trinket or something. I don't know. Either way, don't need it, but hey. Maybe one of my future alts can use it. I'll have to level some of my casters soon anyway. Oh, and because we got this weapon, so there's this world quest to get a 224 weapon. Technically, that is an upgrade, but I can pretty safely ignore that now that I have this random one from a rare mob. It's a very minor upgrade, and we don't care too much. We'll get, like, a veteran weapon later on, so a slight item level boost is just kind of meaningless at this point. So eventually, I'm going to go back and do the special assignment, and I'm going to prioritize, like, this thing. This will be a sizable upgrade over the boots that I have, and I'll probably do one of these PvP world quests that is... These are usually very fast. This one in particular, if this is the one I'm thinking of, is, like, 1 minute tops to complete, so... Usually easier than doing some of the other world quests. Alright, this guy is done. And even though this was technically our second hard prey of the week, we actually don't get our second gear piece. Random prey always has like its own fixed reward. So you'll notice here we have to choose. You always get the Prey Seeker's Journey. That's guaranteed. We have to choose between Voidblight Marl, which, like, this is just kind of a joke currency, right? Like, who cares about this? 60 Remnant of Anguish. You can do this if you want. You usually get enough just by farming other stuff. Coffer Key Shards, we already talked about. They're very easy to get from random sources. So you're basically always going to take the Veteran Dawn Crests. Just, you know, walking through the rewards just in case somebody sees this and I don't talk about it and they're like, oh, I don't know, what should I pick, right? And you'll notice here, our weekly quest, we've now done 3 out of 3 prey hunts. So we had to do 0 extra stuff. This is just things that we would have done anyway. And we can now take this portal, return to Silvermoon, and we'll be back to doing the same stuff that we were doing before. Alright, so I did say I'm not going to showcase the entire process over again, but I do think it is worth acknowledging that for hard mode preys, you'll get a piece of veteran gear only on the first 2 out of 4 preys that you do. Now, once again, if it's your first character, you'll want to do all of them, yada yada yada, to unlock the journey progress. But if you're specifically doing this to gear up an alt, I would say it's usually worth doing a second one, just because. You'll want to do that anyway to get the veteran piece, and you can usually knock out some other stuff as you go along with it. So, we've already seen the Voidstorm stuff. Now, we'll go back to Voidstorm for sure for the Nightmare Prey, but in the meantime, I'm going to pick up the hard prey for Harandar, and I'll knock that out as I do some other stuff in Harandar, and then I can talk you through the important Harandar events that you'll want to look out for. Also, while we're here, I'm going to go over here, talk to Lady Liadrin, turn this in. You can see I got my Spark of Radiance, right? So that's good. The thing is in our bags. Now, I'm curious. I'm going to test for science to see if this character has the bug. But remember, if you find that your character is bugged and it's getting the same loot, do the trick that I showed earlier, switch loot spec, and then open. See here, I got a belt. Well, that wasn't what I got before, so presumably my loot is not bugged, but maybe if I keep getting belts, then I'll say that this character might be bugged. You can also, over here, we'll discuss this in more detail, but since I'm nearby, this is the Crest item upgrade person. So I can, like, drop an item in here, I can use Crest to upgrade it. There's a lot to unpack here, and like I said, we'll be back for this. I will talk about this later on. That first quest I just completed is basically obtain X amount of veteran or adventurer crests. You'll get that passively, so nothing to worry about. But the crest upgrade system is very, very important, and I don't want to just give a cursory overview right now. We are going to head off to Harandar, and I will talk through some of the important stuff there. Worth noting, I guess, in case you are unaware, I've seen some people get lost here. The Harandar portal is here in Silvermoon. Click on this gateway, and it takes you there. Alright, so once again, we have our normal prey stuff. There's a quest over here that wants us to destroy some blooms. If I really, really feel like I've done all the stuff in Harandar that I need to do, and I'm like, alright, now let's go get this prey over with, I can go over there and do that and get to the final stage. But since we've already farmed this enough, and this is just like passive completion stuff, the most important thing I'm going to do is look around the map, see if there's any upgrades that I could get. In this case, no. There is a belt, but I've already gotten a belt. So that's not important. I could, if I wanted to, I could do these world quests, but there's not really much of a use. Instead, I'll show you what the event for Harandar is. So I can fly over here. As far as I'm aware, Blizzard has changed this to where it is only once per week per account that you can complete this. Now, the weapon that you pick here doesn't matter. I'm going to pick... I think this one was super easy. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Just gonna... whatever. And then we grab this quest. Now, like I said, I think you can only do this once per week per account. This is not the one I was thinking of, but it really doesn't matter. They're all pretty easy. And before I head over there, you'll notice there's this quest down here, this wanted quest. This is not, like, super important, but I figure I will show it because if you are trying to farm reputation with the Harati, I think that's how you pronounce it, I don't know. This is something that you'll want to make sure you do every day. It gives, like, free crests, so early on, may as well do it. The main reason to do this is for the 250 daily rep with the faction. Until you get to, I believe it's like, what, Renown 8? You'll want to make sure you're doing this every day just to get that extra little bit of rep. Like I said, this is, in my experience, the most annoying one to farm. So I wanted to at least acknowledge that it was here, just so that you don't forget about this if you are trying to farm rep. As usual, while you're doing anything in the zone, you can get ambushed by your prey target. Now, in this case, I could throw a trap in his face, right? But I would eventually like to conserve my traps, and since I have to kill Muckmire anyway, like if I chucked a trap in this dude's face, I'd still be sitting here fighting Muckmire ever so slowly. So I'm just going to cleave them both down. This guy should hit 50% around the time that Muckmire dies, so I'm not really losing any time by doing this. Alright, so like I said before, there's no world quest that we really need. We don't really care about doing the prey thing, so the first thing I'm going to do is just scan for any rare mobs that may be up, including this one, which apparently I still need for the achievement? I guess I never got that one. So maybe it's up, that would be nice. And then I'll get as many adventure track items as I can possibly get my hands on, while getting credit towards... No, that one I need is still not up. And eventually, I'll have the prey complete. And I'll work my way around, and then we can end near this thing. We can do the weekly quest event, which will give... I've already done... Have I done 2 weekly quests? No. That should give me a veteran item, because the only veteran items I've gotten are the Liadrin weekly and the praise. I haven't actually gotten a veteran piece from a second weekly box. They are not shared, so you can get 2 veteran pieces from Prey, and 2 veteran pieces from the standard weeklies. Ah, we have a rare mob here, so we can go and kill this one. Alright, I found no other rare mobs other than the ones I showed, but we've made it to this Vision Stone. This is our weekly Echoless Flame quest. So we can go and do whatever this objective is. It's different depending on the one that you pick, but all of these are pretty comparable. They're all like very basic things that are pretty simple to complete. In this case, you just kind of walk towards this thing. I remember this one. Basically pick up an object, you walk over a bunch of mobs to fill a bar, and then there's like some roleplay before you get credit. Very, very easy stuff. I won't even bother showing most of it. Alright, I kind of walked around and got credit, and it's pretty much that easy. I do need to go back and actually talk to the guy to get the bag from that. But before I do that, I will finish my prey. And I guess, honestly, finding more rare mobs is probably still my best bet regardless. So I'll go around and keep looking for those. But that's fun. So if you get ambushed on top of a mushroom like this, the prey is nowhere to go, so it literally just retreats directly on top of you. That is convenient. I've seen that happen a few times, but it's a little bit inconsistent as to what actually triggers that. There we go. So we can do that. Grab this. I've actually already gotten this Vista Point, but since it's here, I'll just show you. If you click on these, the first time you do it on your account, you get reputation towards the associated faction, so if you see one of those, make sure you grab it. Now, in this case, I already have a Bark of the Guardian Tree, so I can't equip 2 of them. A lot of items, especially trinkets and some rings, are unique equipped. This means that if you already have one of them, you cannot equip another one. So I can only have 1 Bark of the Guardian Tree. I cannot put this in my other slot and have 2 of them on at the same time. Just in case you're new to the game, something helpful to keep in mind, so I actually can't benefit from this. Alright, well, I've done a full loop. I haven't found any additional rare mobs, so we're going to just head to the World Quest area and pick up a bunch of traps. But as you can see, the crystal's mostly red, so I might get ambushed like once, but I will probably get full progress towards my prey before I've completed like this whole 5 empowering blooms thing, most likely. And okay, that's really annoying. Sometimes the hitboxes in these things will Z-axis you if you fly over them. So I'm gonna try not to do that. And grab this trap. And since I just got ambushed fairly recently, it probably won't trigger again, but I don't know. The cooldown is not entirely consistent. Alright, well, I guess I will be completing the quest, but that gave us... Interesting, the traps in the area disappear once you complete that. So they are tied to the World Quest. That I did not know. That is news to me. While we're in this area, I'm going to go back here and pick up this box. So if this gives me a belt, then I will know my character is bugged. And this is a fairly low-risk way to test that, because no matter what, we are going to get a champion belt from the Harati Renown thing. So we can just go and do that in a second. This did not give me a belt, so at least currently, my warrior is not bugged. That is good to know, I guess. Got a weapon upgrade, sure. Now, I already have a weapon, right? But you can sometimes get duplicate items. So when I say the duplicate item bug, you can just get unlucky, which that's kind of one of the nasty parts about a bug like that. Early on, a lot of people just attributed it to, oh, I'm just getting very, very unlucky, because it happens. But specifically when multiple people started reporting they got literally the exact same item multiple times in a row, that's like very, very, very low chance of something happening. Getting like different one-handed weapons or different rings and stuff, like, yeah, that's just variance that occurs. You can see here, I'm just going to grab my belts while I'm here. Because of the way that they've changed how this works, it is possible to just talk to the Renown vendor and grab the belts regardless, because, like I said, this Harati quest was bugged for a while. So to fix that, Blizzard basically always gave people credit on the Midnight World Tour quest, and they also made it so the Renown thing, normally, when you go to get that Renown reward, that's the one where, as I said before, it is locked behind Renown 8. That's how you get that belt. And for all of the other factions, like a good example would be Guarded Treasures, this one, in order to get this trinket, I need to be the required reputation, and then I need to do a quest to do the event within the zone to get that reward. But specifically for the Harati belt, because it was bugged for a while, you can now just talk to the vendor and get it automatically. So that is one free slot that we don't care about. We get guaranteed. Crit Mastery, cool. And we finish our Veteran Prey here. Do that, we open our Veteran box. This gives us a trinket. This is a pretty crappy trinket, but it is a trinket nonetheless, so I'll throw it on, and we can take the portal to go back to Silvermoon. I'll repeat, again, you need to unlock Nightmare Prey on your account, but I'm going to assume that if you're watching this, either you're on your very first account and you've done all the unlocks, basically just repeat the steps I've shown you across multiple different preys to get the progress needed. It's basically the same exact thing every single time. And now we're going to showcase Nightmare Prey. And if you're on a brand new character, then I'm going to assume that you've killed enough rare mobs to get... I'll equip some of these items. I'm not going to equip, like, for instance, the hero track items, so I'll still use whatever I have. But the veteran stuff, like the random items that I looted off killing rare mobs, like earlier, like last week or so, this I basically got while doing my unlock prey earlier in the season, so some of these I will put on. I'll put... I hate... Okay, yeah, actually I have a better trinket than that. I'll put this on... Ultradon Curios is higher item level, but this thing is absolute beans. I'll keep this on just for now. Yeah, so I'll separate this. All the items that, obviously, I'm not going to delete my hero track items that I got, but I'm going to keep them in my bags, and I don't want to use them yet. They are, like, we'll pretend they don't exist for the moment. And any random rare mob drop adventurer pieces that I have, I'm considering myself, you know, I've shown you enough to where you should understand the process required to get all of this stuff unlocked, and it shouldn't be hard to understand how I got the character here. Okay, cool. And then everything else we can, at this point, I'm going to equip this, because this will let me upgrade. Yeah, that'll be a good introductory. I'll show that in a second. Introductory explanation for how the upgrade system works. And we'll keep that. Everything else, this is bad, and we can lob. All right, cool. So I have, at this point, a bit more gear. We have our reputation item. We still have a few random, like, crappy items, but there were a few adventurer pieces that I got while doing random world quests, like, last week. And we'll just, for the purposes of the video, like I said, assume that I got it while doing the Prey unlock stuff on first character. It doesn't really put me that far ahead. The one thing I want to show here is, you'll notice, I have a two-hander 224 item. So because I have this, my weapon slot has a high watermark. The highest item level I've obtained across both one-hand and offhand is 224. So I can talk to the item upgrade vendor, and I can throw this shield in here, and I can upgrade this for free. So because I have already acquired a weapon set with a higher level, well, actually, technically, because I have... Yeah, I have, like, a weapon equipped, right? So this will... Yeah, because technically speaking, I've gotten... like, other weapons on my account, like, it's actually letting me upgrade this higher. But normally, let's pretend I don't have the hero track weapons sitting in my bags, right? Then, because of this two-hander, I can upgrade both my main hands and my offhand completely for free. But, if the only other weapon I had was this, then I would not be able to upgrade the shields further for free. I would be able to keep this as it is, but then I would need to start spending adventurer crests. So, because I can do all these upgrades for free, like here we have the Ultradon Cuirass. This is a 233 item, so we can upgrade our Withered Sapterpaw completely for free. And technically, like, you know, I have higher item level trinkets, but I don't believe that, in theory, I should have anything better than what I'm currently using. So let's just upgrade this now. We'll consider that our only free upgrade, and... we'll do this quest. This is basically just teaching you the basics on how to upgrade this stuff. But, like I said, we'll touch upon the finer points of the item upgrade system later. But it is important to keep in mind that you don't necessarily need to always use the highest item level piece that you've acquired. Much later on, that tends to be the best heuristic to use of, is the item better for me? Well, just, is it higher item level? If it is, it's probably better. But there are a lot of cases where, without having to spend any crest to upgrade, if you have stuff that's, like, within the same upgrade track, like that, you can just upgrade it for free. And, like, in this particular case, Withered Sapterpaw is a very strong trinket. So even though this is Adventurer track, and this thing is Veteran track, I can basically get a slightly better upgraded trinket like this for free, and I don't need to use my crappy 233 Veteran track just because it's higher item level. Just, you know. Wanted to at least point that out, because while you are gearing up, that is something that you should be keeping in mind. You don't always necessarily need to use the highest item level. Also, keep in mind, right, like, if I wanted to, I have, like, a shield in here, I have plate pants in here, I could grab this. I am going to use whatever items I happen to pick up on this warrior earlier, but I'm still going to refrain from grabbing stuff out of my warband bank. You should obviously be using this if you have it, right? Like, it's there for a reason. When I gear up my future alts, I will definitely make use of the massive stockpile of items that I have. But because I am also trying to give, like, a learning experience as I gear up this character, I will refrain from using those items. I'm only going to use the stuff that was already sitting in my bags that I had equipped before I started recording this. Alright, so a few things. One, as I said, at this point, we're going to jump into Nightmare Mode Prey. So I'm going to assume you've done all the necessary stuff to unlock this, and I'm going to show you the stuff. Remember, of course, pick up this quest, do all of the necessary unlock quests to get this obtained. And as for which zone you do your praise in, it doesn't really matter, but I'm probably going to do Eversong, Voidstorm, and Zul'Aman, because we've already done our Harandar weekly. I don't really need anything else in Harandar. But I did not do the weekly quest in Eversong Woods. So I may as well just knock out the Eversong weekly as I get credit towards my Nightmare Prey. It's really not like that much of an added challenge doing both of them at the same time. In fact, I'm going to go one step beyond that, and I'm going to talk about my first optional PvP thing, because this is, in my opinion, very, very important to do. I have had some people express to me that they are basically unable to play PvP at all on their server. Like, the moment they step outside in war mode, they just get immediately slaughtered. That has not been my experience. Now, I want to make it clear, I do not like PvP. It is not something that I enjoy engaging with at all. So if you're watching this like, oh, but I hate PvP, this isn't for me, which I've had this, like, I had to explain this to a lot of people in my guild and stuff, like, as I'm telling them this is a good thing that you should be doing. You can hate PvP, it is still worth doing this, and you can, in most cases, completely avoid any PvP combat and still benefit from this. So we're going to turn War Mode on over here in our talent window. You can take these talents if you want, like, it doesn't really matter. You're also going to go over here and pick up all of these quests. You probably won't do most of these, like PvP Brawl. This stuff will require you to PvP. You don't need to do these. The main one we care about is Sparks of War. Now, every single week it rotates, there'll be a different zone that is the active Sparks of War zone. This week it happens to be Zul'Aman. We'll get to that eventually. We're going to do one of our prays in Zul'Aman. There are two things that you're looking for from these quests. One, you want bloody tokens. So there is a rolling season maximum for bloody tokens. Right now it is 2.4k, but if you're watching this later on, it might be much higher. What do you spend bloody tokens on? Well, if we talk to this guy here, you can buy 243 veteran pieces, which, mind you, better than the stuff we got from Prey. Like, what did I get from Prey? What was the item? Yeah, Prey gives 233 veteran. Was that? Oh, no, 237 veteran. This was the Prey item, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This was the Prey item that we got. 237 veteran. And instead, yeah. Oh, yeah, and the Prey Seekers, is it? I've confused myself. Either way, you get a veteran piece that is not 243. So this is like high veteran. Like high item level, you save a lot of crests by doing this. And you'll notice, it's not really all that much, right? Like, yes, it seems like a lot of bloody tokens, right? But the season maximum right now already is 2.4k. We can buy a handful of these items. And the best part about it is you can target a slot of your choice. And if you've watched some of my previous season gearing videos, you know how impactful it is to have a source of gear where you can target the exact thing you want. Because when we do basically any activities out in the world with War Mode on, whether we're engaging in PvP or not, we are earning passive bloody tokens. I'll showcase when this happens. Eventually, you will hit this cap. It is very, very easy to reach the bloody token cap, especially early on in the season. But later on, you might not reach the bloody token cap, but you will very easily get more than enough to buy like close to a full set of gear. But mostly, you'll be able to target specific slots that you don't have. So after you've done all of your prays, all of your delves, etc., if you are missing any pieces that still have not gotten a veteran or a champion piece, you go over here, you spend all your bloody tokens, and target the specific slots you want. The only thing you can't get from this is jewelry. So you can't get necklaces, you can't get rings, which is... and trinkets, right? But PvP trinkets are, like, for PvP only, so that's, like, not as important, but you can get most slots with this. It's really, really, really good. And, as I said, you don't really need to engage in PvP to get most of this stuff. So, we're going to turn War Mode on. We're going to try and get as many bloody tokens as possible. Now, a bonus thing, I will note, this technically doesn't require PvP, is Conquest. So, Conquest normally requires you to do PvP combat. This one is a lot harder to farm. Bloody tokens, you will get tons of these. Conquest, you'll notice that we get some of it. So, like, the Sparks of War quest gives 50. That's not really a lot, right? The PvP Brawl one, this requires you to do PvP, and it still only gives 110. Generally speaking, Conquest, Blizzard expects you to do, like, rated PvP to get most of this, but you can farm this by not doing any PvP whatsoever. I'm sure at some point I'll see one of these and I can explain it, but there are these things called war supply crates, where a plane will fly over the zone and drop like a random box at some point, like in the area. And if your faction wins the fight for the box, anybody in your faction can walk over, loot it, and get 60 conquest per box. And this happens like once every 20 minutes or so. So when I was gearing up my Blood DK, which is Alliance, I basically just, while AFK, like making food or something, I would sit out in the open world. Whenever a box came, I'd fly over. Alliance wins it like 90% of the time, and I'd loot each box for 60 conquest each. Before I knew it, I had 2k conquest on my Blood DK, and if you have conquest, you can talk to this vendor and you can buy items that are 246 champion. And that's very good because targeted champion pieces are very hard to find. So the final 2 slots on my Blood DK, I bought bracers and belt with my conquest points. And another really nice thing about conquest gear is you can buy this thing, Galactic Jeweler's Setting, and add a socket to bracers, belts, or helms that are conquest items. Normally, I believe this actually does work, I think, on the Bloody Token gear as well, but it's probably not worth it because this is kind of expensive to buy one of these things. But if you're adding a socket to a champion item that you get from Conquest, that can last you quite a while. I am still using on both of my mains, my Blood DK, actually all 3 of my mains, Blood DK, Bear, and Brewmaster, I have at least one Conquest item with a socket on it, and normally, getting a socket on an item is just a rare chance. It's like a 10% proc whenever an item drops to roll with a socket. So being able to guarantee on bracers or belt or helm that you have a socket in it, that is very, very powerful. I am the only person, I think, on my raid team whose main has a socket in every single slot, because on my monk, 2 of my slots have conquest socketed items, which is, despite being only capped out at champion, usually early on in the season, much better than like a random hero piece that doesn't have a socket. So something to keep in mind. I am not going to do that for the purposes of this character, partially because this character is Horde, and unfortunately, Horde like never wins boxes. You're shit out of luck, unfortunately. So if you want to do PvP and get conquest, you can. And for those targeted items, it is good. I will not include it as part of this guide, but I do want to let you know it exists because it is something that I have done, and it is a very powerful gearing option to shore up remaining slots if you want to do that. Not required, but, you know, I want to be thorough, and I want to tell you every single method that I have been using. But okay, let's go into Eversong Woods. Now, something to keep in mind. We are now on Nightmare Mode Prey. When you are on Nightmare Mode Prey, there are additional mechanics that you have to deal with. First off, if you die, it doesn't say this in the tooltip exactly, but your progress is completely wiped out. You start from 0. Now, Nightmare Mode Prey, when you're very undergeared, can sometimes combo you. I've had some guildies like get wombo comboed by random stuff, especially doing this in War Mode is like, this is pure masochism. I should not be doing this, but I am because like I'm dumb. And I'm going to fight this rare mob because, again, fighting rares, really good way to advance your prey, but something that you'll also see when I kill this rare is killing rare mobs is a really good way to get bloody tokens. Okay, we get ambushed. This is nasty. So, a few things to note. A lot of stuff is happening at once. There was a ghost that was chasing us. That is one of the Nightmare Mode Prey modifiers. If the ghost reaches you, you take a ton of damage. So, be very careful about that. If you do not want the ghost to reach you, you can interrupt it, you can CC it. This is another Nightmare Mode Prey modifier. Astlor will say, kill for me. No. And you have to go kill a random mob. Now, something neat about this, though, critters count. So I just killed a critter, and I got credit. Unfortunately, I am being ambushed right now by another player. So that is unfortunate. They are probably going to kill me. And I don't really know if there's anything I can do about that. But that's why you don't really do these in War Mode. And I am going to fuck around and find out very quickly here. Unless this guy's kind of garbage? Maybe? How is he almost dead? Okay, yeah, this guy's actually completely trash. This guy's really mad that I got the rare mob. He is not happy. Oh, this is fucked. This is fucked. He's stunning me in my in my prey thing, can I... I'm dead, I think? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Okay, so, you know what? Fuck it. I lose, like, the tiny bit of progress I made by reposting that one prey, but I got the rare mob kill, so, you know, joke's on him. And I don't really lose... You don't lose anything else by getting ganked. The fact that he couldn't kill me before I killed the rare is actually kind of embarrassing for him, though. And now... oh yeah, the Sparks, I forgot. The Sparks of Warquest is not actually in Eversong Woods, so that actually didn't really matter. Or I could just loot them out. Okay. That is definitely... well, it doesn't count as streamer luck. I'm not really streaming. I'm recording. L Rep Paladin could have been a mount for you. Unlucky. But yeah, so what I was going to say is that killing rare mobs in the Sparks of War zone is the best way to complete this quest, and then I just remembered that this one's in Zul'Aman, so it's still a good way to advance your prey, so that still was worthwhile, but doesn't matter quite as much here. Anyways, now I will show you Saltheril's Soiree. Normally, this is another one of those account-wide things. The first time you do this every single week, you have to talk to Saltheril and, like, select which faction am I going to represent each week. Once you pick it on one of your characters, the choice is locked in for the rest of your account, so I don't need to do that. I've already done it on a different character, so I'm going to go over here. These are the quests that I picked out on my other character, so I'm just going to grab these. You get these things called Saltheril's Favor. You have to talk to one of these NPCs to spend it, and then as you spend it, you unlock different daily quests, and there's a total of 5 per week, but as you can see here, we get a choice of which ones we unlock, and those just happen to be the ones that I chose when I did this the first time. Unlucky for you, buddy. So this is the quest that I was talking about earlier, the, what's it called? Courting Success. It's not showing up on my quest tracker. I have way too much stuff on here. But when I do the Saltheril's Soiree, well, I butchered that. Saltheril's Soiree, when I do the final objective here, and see, I will get the 246 helmets. And to do that, I need to complete the Fortify the Runestones quest, this one. This is what gives the bag. It's also what gives credit for the reputation thing. Right now, it is up north here. So there's a bunch of different runestones, and whenever a runestone is defended, it'll rotate to a different one. And if you want to see which one is currently active, you just look for this quest tracker. So I'm just going to fly up there. Now, doing this one in War Mode is a little bit annoying, because there's less people in War Mode, for starters, so you're less likely to find players who are activating one. But also, it is not a faction-shared tag. So if this gets summoned by Alliance players, I will not get to share completion. So what I usually do, I wanted to check to see, like, hey, is it active, right? I don't want to miss it if that's the case. I usually do everything in War Mode as I do my Nightmare Prey. And then after I do my Nightmare Prey, I turn War Mode off, come back here on War Mode off, and do the Runestone quest. I complete the Soiree, and then I go back to Silvermoon, turn it back on, and then do the rest of my weeklies. Usually that's the best way to go about it. And a lot of these quests, like, they're not really interesting, so I'm not going to showcase every last one of them, but you can see here, this is like, click on some plants, right? That's it. Just go around, click on the flowers, and we'll get credit for this. Oh, here's something that I wanted to show before, but I was rudely interrupted by that paladin. So we got ambushed, but you'll notice I threw a trap at the guy, and it did not instantly defeat him. It only did 30% of his health. So that is another major change for Nightmare Prey. You can't just immediately defeat ambushes with traps anymore. You do need to partially damage them down every single time. Which is why, usually, especially on Nightmare, if I'm already fighting other mobs, I won't bother using a trap, because it doesn't auto-disable it anyway. And, oh yeah, I was gonna showcase this before, and then I got ganked by the Paladin, but one neat thing about, like, Astalor's kill for me, no, thing is, any random mob, even a critter, satisfies the kill for me now requirement. So if you're, like, stuck in the middle of nowhere and Astalor just randomly starts telling you to kill something, if you don't listen, by the way, and you don't kill in time, you will get a debuff that makes you take, like, tons of damage. So it is important to not ignore that. It can happen while you're randomly flying, and then you'll just have to land, find a random critter, you know, oh, Hawkshredder Fledgling, unlucky for you, buddy, Astalor said it's your time to die. and that satisfies the requirement. That's just how it goes. Yep, so here we have Drain Their Anguish. So I'm going to find this little mana worm over here. I can't fucking click on it. And boom, satisfied. I can go back to picking flowers. You know, as I do this, I may as well comment on something notable, right? One interesting thing about modern World of Warcraft that I think a lot of people might remember, like it used to be really bad, is there aren't really that many account-wide systems that you need to do. There are certain things like, you know, we talked about the prey and whatnot. Oh, man. Ambushed in the middle of water is not fun. But, like, stuff like the prey quest that gives, like, uncapped crests. That is important, sure. But if you played back in, like, BFA, Shadowlands, you may remember that there used to be these, like, really nasty currency grinds that you needed to do on every single character. That's not really so much a thing anymore. You still want to get your tier set, you still want to craft your items, but by and large, gear is the only thing that's really important in this stage of World of Warcraft. So if you have a way to get really high item level really fast, then you can kind of skip a lot of these early gearing processes. If you're on your very first character, obviously you'll kind of need to do a lot of this stuff just to get everything unlocked. But pretty much from your first alt onwards, if you have people who are able to just like drag you through Mythic Plus and feed you a bunch of like 266 item level hero gear right out of the gate, a lot of this stuff doesn't really matter. You don't really need to get veteran items from prey. Am I seriously being yanked by this mage? Are you choosing to be an asshole? Okay, no, I think he just accidentally fired an ice bolt at me. Alright, you get a pass. And, well, right on cue. I keep trying to finish the point I was making. God, stupid mage. I'm trying to loot a toad. But, so that thing that just said, you like goods, don't you? That's the War Supply crate that will periodically drop. And that announcement is your indicator. I need to get my riposte. That announcement is what should tell you, oh, the War Supply crate is about to drop. And then you want to look on your map. You can see here, War Supply crate. This is what you're looking for, this icon. It will fly across the zone, and then when you see it stop in one area and start circling, that means it's about to land, and then the icon will change after a short amount of time. Now, as I said before, this game is incredibly alliance dominant. Right now, everything is cross-faction. Like, your faction doesn't really matter. But because of that, most people, myself included, have all of their characters on alliance, because the alliance just tend to have better racials for the vast majority of content. Technically, I'm a panda, so I could swap this panda to alliance if I really wanted to. I don't care that much. Anji has always been Horde, so it doesn't really make a difference. But I'll go check out the War Supply crate, partially to show you what it looks like, and also, there's a chance. Sometimes there's a Horde raid that's camping it, preventing Alliance from taking it, so maybe I get lucky. And you can see there's a bunch of Alliance players, yeah. There's like one other Horde person here, and then there are multiple Alliance players just circling it. And I can guarantee you that if I try to land in there, I am going to get erased from this planet. That is usually how it goes. Every now and then when I'm on one of my Alliance characters, a Horde player will try to drop in there and attack everybody, and they just get CC'd and blown to pieces. And I usually contribute towards that because, well, I want my 60 conquest. But unfortunately, if I'm on a Horde character, then I end up on the receiving end of that, and it is not quite as fun. I'm kind of tempting fate by picking up traps in this area. Let me just go back to doing stuff at the other end of the zone, where there are less Alliance players in a small concentration. But, oh yeah, so back to what I was saying before I've been so rudely interrupted by the Prey Nemesis and the War Supply crate. When my guild leader said that it would be nice if I could swap to Prot Warrior, which is like, he kind of felt bad, because I started the tier playing Brewmaster Monk, then we were like, okay, we need me to play Blood DK, and now, you know, a lot of guilds are running Prot Warrior, and let me put it this way. So earlier today, my guilds killed Veilgore and Ezrak on Mythic, the dragons, and on our kill pull, our Fury Warrior... oh, man. So, there was a mechanic on Veilgore and Ezrak where there's like an orb that gets shot out. And on Mythic, when people soak that orb, they explode and deal damage to anyone nearby. So you can't just have everybody group up and soak the orb at once. You need to have one person step in, then move away, step in, move away, etc. And our Mistweaver was calling out. Boss is at 10% health, almost dead. So the final orb of the fight, Mistweaver saying, I got first, I got first, I got first. And then there were a few people nearby, so he said, let me go first, because he needed to soak and then go back to the raid to like blow all his healer cooldowns, because he was assigned to do that. And we're about to take a ton of damage, so he knew he needed to get there, pop all his cooldowns, and go. And our Fury Warrior is just standing there slapping the boss, because, you know, it's a warrior, right? Like, what do you expect? And the Mistweaver, after saying multiple times, let me go first, specifically says to the Fury Warrior, let me go first, loudly. And then he steps into soak, the Fury Warrior walks directly on top of him, blows him up, and the Mistweaver just screams, like, how could you? And then everybody's like, quiet, quiet, quiet. But for some reason, it killed the Mistweaver. Fury Warriors just have tons of survivability, so he kills our healer, walks away unscathed, somehow, and then we barely managed to kill. I died, my co-tank died, but we had a third tank who basically taunted and held the bosses long enough for us to get the last 5% eked out. Unfortunately, you know, a lot of people started dying because the Mistweaver had his healing cooldowns assigned, and now he's dead. So we make it to the end of the fight. Of course, our Mistweaver is just screaming at the Fury Warrior. The moment the achievement pops up, Mythic Veilgore and Erratic, he just unloads. I can't believe you did that, I said multiple times. He used a lot more colorful language when speaking to the Fury Warrior. It, like, rightfully so, kind of. I think if you fuck up that badly, you kind of deserve to be chewed out a little bit. So he was not very happy about that. And, might be a complete coincidence, but shortly after the raid leader asked me if I would be able to gear my Prot Warrior up. So, I don't know. It could be a complete coincidence, but either way, here I am. I'm working on my warrior now, and my raid leader kind of felt bad because I've geared up, like, multiple characters at this point. I've geared up 2 different Blood Death Knights, because on our heroic splits, my raid leader asked me to basically waste all my hero crests just to guarantee that we could kill heroic Cosmos in our second split early on. So for all of the main characters, he said, like, save your crests, you know, be efficient with it, because obviously you want to have the main ready long-term. But for split characters, you obviously don't really care much about it long-term, so you should just send whatever you need. But in the case of my split character for my Blood DK, well, I actually ended up needing it for Prog, because tanks need to play multiple characters. And he said, like, yeah, it's more worth it for you to just kind of, like, burn Crest in that character now, and, you know, even if your Blood DK isn't at, like, full power later, it's fine. But, you know, I don't like to be inefficient, so I burned all my Crest of my Blood DK, leveled and geared a second Blood Death Knight for use on actual Mythic Veilgore and Ezrak Prog, which is what we recently killed with. And after I've done all of that, I just got done gearing the second Blood DK, and now he's asking me to gear Prot Warrior. All that to say, he felt bad, so he said he will use, like, guild bank funds to buy me Mythic Plus carries, to basically have plate funnels. And I said, no, I am going to do this myself. This is what I like doing. This is my personal brand of autism, I suppose. And I like gearing up different characters, and partially, I figured, I can make a video out of it, right? I can demonstrate how to gear up alts, while also getting an important character set up for next week's raid. Win-win. But, all that to say, I'm kind of rambling here, but I figure, you know, it might be worth noting. If I really wanted to, that would theoretically be a viable option. Like, if we wanted to buy a bunch of plate Mythic Plus funnels, I could skip the vast majority of the grinding that I'm doing here, and just get a bunch of 266 hero track gear, and I'd only need to do the basic things, like I'd want to do my weekly delves for, like, a few crests. I'd want to do the weekly prey for that other quest that gives the hero crests that are uncapped. But other than that, I don't really need to get most of this gear. I'd probably still want to do the Voidstorm thing, because that trinket is probably better than any random hero track drop in dungeons. A lot of the better trinkets would drop from raid. But that could still be worthwhile. But I know that I am very capable of gearing a character completely on my own. Now, eventually, right, like, once I get all this basic gear, you'll want to step into Mythic Plus at some point. But that's basically what I told him. I'm like, you know, give me 12 hours, I'll cook, I'll get this character ready to jump into M+, and then we can just do, like, you know, not paid funnels, we'll just do guild runs. And obviously, like, that's easy enough for my guildies to help me out with, so I'll do that instead. So like I said before, I've done all of the Saltheril Soiree. I can't do that. That is like such a tongue twister. Saltheril, I give up. I've done the Sal thingy, the Sal weekly. I've done that, and I've gotten all but the Runestone one, and that one I'm gonna do outside of War mode because I didn't really draw attention to it, but I flew by one of the Runestone quests as it was in its final stage, and it was tagged by Alliance players, so I wouldn't have been able to do it. Usually, if you're Horde, it's going to be hard to do in War mode. But before I do that, we are almost done with the Nightmare Prey, so I'm going to pick up a few traps. Should be close to the end here. The crystal's glowing bright red. So we'll do the Nightmare Prey, we will then go back, turn off War mode, do the Runestone, and then hand everything in. And then we can move on to the next zone. Alright, there we go. We have reached the final stage. One thing I've never tried, and I'm willing to do a lot for science, I'm not willing to do that in this video for science. I don't know what happens if you get to the final stage where all you need to do is reach the end and kill the boss, and then you die. I don't think you can fail at this point. At least I don't think you can lose progress at this stage, but maybe you can? We'll tempt fate. We'll tempt fate. I'm going to kill this rare mob, and if I get ganked while fighting this rare mob, we'll find out. But I figure if you happen to see one, right, you should probably kill a rare still early on. We're presuming that, like, you're getting good upgrades from the random adventurer pieces, so I want to follow my own advice. Thankfully, I did not get ganked, and I got a shield. New appearance. That's a pretty cool appearance, huh? I like that. Ooh. Like, my gloves are clipping through it, but that is a pretty sick shield. Visually, at least. I don't need it. It's worse than the one I have, but maybe if I get... if I end up gearing a second Prot Warrior, God forbid, I can use that one. Who knows? Also, the Nightmare Mode Prey boss fights are... like, I mean, they're fine. Everything does slightly more damage. I'm not gonna bother showing it. Like, there's slightly new mechanics. Oh no! He's dropping a puddle on the ground, and there's a little ad. It's nothing even remotely dangerous. You don't need to worry about it. Interestingly, with my gear level, this is taking quite a while, and these pools do not seem to despawn. I don't really think it'll matter, but... this is the only prey I've done that has a mechanic like this, which is, like, in theory, a softened range. If you took long enough to kill it, then you would, I suppose, run out of room. But this is about the longest it could ever possibly take to kill a prey, and I don't think I'm going to run out of room anytime soon. I still have, like, plenty of real estate over there. So... probably fine. Okay, they do technically despawn, it looks like, after a while. So, not a soften rage, just a annoyance mechanic. Alright, we get our first champion piece. So, like I said before, you get the first 2 prays you do each week for each difficulty give you a piece of gear. So the first 2 hard give you a piece of veteran, the first 2 nightmare give you a piece of champion. So this is our first guaranteed champion piece. And we get bracers, so that's a new piece. We didn't have this before, so still lending credence to the theory that our loot is not bugged in this character, which is good. Happy about that. And like I said, for the final quest in Eversong, the Soiree, I am going to turn off War Mode, go back out there, and then we'll do that in War Mode off, because it's like kind of impossible as Horde. Alright, so for this event... you can see you just fill up the runestone, there's like a bunch of waves of trash that get killed. And then, as long as you tag the final boss, that's all you need to get credit. I'm still gonna help kill it, but I just want to demonstrate that that's literally all you need. So if you fly in here at the last second, when this thing is almost dead, unless it is War Mode, in which case, obviously, the progress is not shared, then you still get full credit. Easy, quest complete. It doesn't matter whether we turn this in War Mode or not. You don't get, like, bonus rewards, I don't think. Maybe you get slightly more gold. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But I can fly over here. I can turn this stuff in here. And this just gives us, like, random... None of these currencies matter. This is, like, within the event, like, for cosmetics and stuff. But we get our reputation quest. This gives us the helmet. This, we've already got into veteran items, so this is only going to give crests. Yeah, no veteran item, but still worth doing. Gives uncapped veteran crests. You can see here, right, we have 95 veteran crests, but only 35 for the season total. So definitely worth doing that. Now that we've done this, we can head back to Silvermoon, turn Wormwood on once again, and then I want to do Zul'Aman next, because the Sparks of War quest is in Zul'Aman, so we're going to do a Zul'Aman Prey. The special assignment is also at Zul'Aman. Oh no. Oh god, I can feel I'm starting to lose my voice. That is not good. I have a lot more hours left to record for this shit. I also, now my dog's barking. Oh no. We will pick up this, and then we'll head over to Zul'Aman. Alright, so I picked my prey. We're in Zul'Aman. I'm in war mode. One thing I'll note, I forgot to mention this before, but there is a world boss every single week. It's in a random zone. The world boss gives loot, but it is only once per your account. So if I go here, and like the current boss is this guy, Cragpine. So you can see the loot is all warbound until equipped. Whenever you kill him, you get a random one of these pieces. So actually, you get a random item that is anything on here, which honestly kind of sucks. I really hate that it's designed this way, because this week I got leather legs, which is like, okay, I don't need it on any of my leather characters. But last week, when it was this boss, I got, this thing, the cloth chest piece, for the cloth tank that I very clearly play. So that was kind of a bummer when a bunch of people in my guilds got weapons or trinkets and whatever, and I'm sitting here with, like, a cloth item that I can't use. So, yeah, usually this thing just kind of gives you crap, unfortunately. It is a guaranteed piece of gear, but it also is a guaranteed piece of gear that you may not need. So... Also, worth noting, I'll mention this at least because this is something that I think some people might get this trinket and wonder, like, is this worth using? So, the Forgotten Farstrider's Insignia will give you primary stat and then a random secondary stat, and that's it. It's basically just a gigantic stat stick. It doesn't have any bonus effect. In most cases, it's like a mediocre trinket for a lot of specs, but it's not terrible early on. If you get it, it's probably worth using, because having random stats is never bad. There are a lot of trinkets that are just not good. Like, a good example is this thing, Ultradime Karas. It doesn't have primary stat, it only has secondary stats, and it gives you an Absorb Shield on a 2-minute 30-second cooldown. This is terrible. This is, like, genuinely just not worth using in most cases, because you're just getting nothing out of this. It's a terrible Absorb Shield on a low cooldown. Like, don't use this. Never use this. And there's a lot of other trinkets like that where they just, like, don't do anything. So there's just, like, any random low item level trinket is better than using it. But the best thing that you can say about if you get this thing is its stats. Like, stats are never bad. They're at most, or they're at worst, like, not super valuable for your spec. I will say, like, if you are... You should look up, like, the ideal stats for your spec. Oh, somebody just killed... Oh, I was about to say somebody killed this, but apparently... It's dead in the pond, and then another one is respawned. Yeah, rare mob spawn rates are very high right now. But if you get, like, this trinket, and it gives, like, haste or something, so it's, like, whatever primary stat you need, and then haste. Brewmaster, for example, hates haste. In that case, maybe you won't want to use it on your Brewmaster Monk or something, and you'll save it for one of your alts, instead of using a objectively bad trinket on your character. Okay, well, as I was sitting here... yapping, somebody stole my tag. Whatever. Better that than them killing me and taking it from me. It's not that big of a deal. There's a lot of rares in the zone that are in isolated locations and tend to be up most of the time. In fact, let's go check out some of those. A lot of times I really like doing the Sparks of War quest in Zul'Aman whenever it's up. I think it's only been up twice so far. At least, like, doing rare mob farming in Zul'Aman, maybe. But there are a lot of, like, rares up here and, like, down here that are really far off the beaten path. And most people who don't use, like, rare tracker add-ons just won't know to look for them. So if I do a loop in that area, I can usually find most of those rares alive. Like, yeah, this one's alive. It's right on the edge of the zone, so a lot of people fly in from Eversong, and they don't fully load into Zul'Aman by the time that this rare mob would appear on their minimap, so they just never see this guy. So I see this one up a lot. Oh, so while we're up here, I forgot to grab it. So there's a quest or an event called Abundance. Abundance is a little bit weird because this is the Zul'Aman like event, quote unquote, but there are Abundance shrines in every single zone. Yeah, so we'll want to do Abundance at some point, but there is the Reputation quest that you get at Renown, what is it? A Renown 8 or Renown 9? Renown 9. And that gives a necklace, and that requires you to do Abundance. And I need to pick that up in Amanizar village before I do that. Oh, I just saw a rare. I'm already up to 40 Sparks of War. I didn't really call attention to that, but I did mention it earlier, right? That every time you kill a rare, I think... I also... The world quest I did, I believe, gave me Sparks of War, right? It looks like it, yeah. So I did a world quest that gives 20 Sparks of War. I killed a rare that gives 20 Sparks of War. So I mentioned before, but it is worth repeating. This quest is just completely free. Right? Like, even if you don't do any other sources of bloody tokens every single week, you may as well. Oh, yeah, another thing. You get 100 bloody tokens per world quest completed. So, in addition to getting the 1k for free off this, every time you do a world quest, which again, PvE content, you get more bloody tokens. So getting this cap of 2.4k right now, completely free. It is extremely trivial. I really don't need to worry about it at all. And that is, I would say that's like 2 to 3 with the current cap, veteran pieces of my choice. So whatever I don't get from Delves and Prey, I can shore up those gaps pretty easily. Got another ambush. But we're just being really efficient with our time here. This is just what I love. This is why I like making this gearing video, and why, I mean, I like gearing up so many alts. You know, a lot of people know me as, like, the guy who does speed leveling stuff, but I always say it's less about, like, speed leveling and more of, I just really like efficiency and optimization. And speed leveling is one form of that, right? When I level my characters, I like to be efficient about it, and so I've naturally gravitated towards doing speed leveling, and, you know, people enjoy that, so I make a lot of videos about that. But I enjoy optimizing my character's gearing process and getting a ton of alts just as much as I enjoy doing the speedruns and stuff like that. It's just that isn't as enjoyable to watch, but it's like from a personal, like, you know, brain dopamine satisfaction for me, I enjoy this as much as anything else. One of my favorite, like, speedruns that I've ever done, I believe, I don't know if it's still public on my channel, on the main channel, you might be able to find it, is I streamed the process of getting a character leveled from 70 to 80, this was back in War Within, in the Rhubarb Palace. I leveled a monk from 70 to 80 and geared it to, like, I forget what the item level was back then. Basically, got it as much gear as possible before my guild's Mythic Reclear, and I got Cutting Edge that night on that monk alt. So basically a fresh character leveling speedrun into gearing speedrun into, with whatever gear I had to get Cutting Edge with it. And I did it. It was actually a very clean Reclear. Brewmaster Monk's also, like, nuts, generally speaking, so I had no real trouble with Queen Ansarek. But that was really fun for me, because it, like, combined all of the things that I like in World of Warcraft. The leveling, the gearing, and then I had to take that character that I've leveled and geared and do Mythic Raid with it, which I've mentioned, I think, a few times now that Mythic Raiding is, like, something I really enjoy, and it is the main thing that I play this game for. So having all of that combined, that was so much fun. Easily the most fun speedrun I've ever done. But stuff like that, right? Like that, you know, video, or it was a stream, right? But the recording of the stream didn't get, like, that many views. It was very long. That was over the course of, like, 12 hours, which the fact that I was able to get a fresh character to Cutting Edge within 12 hours, like, that alone, I find to be insanely impressive, and that's one of the reasons I enjoyed it so much. But it's a lot of time to watch for something that, you know, not everybody is super interested in. But I find that to be really fun. Okay, there's another War Supply crate. It's always worth checking, but most likely it's going to be swarmed by Alliance players. There's a bunch of people camping it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm out of there. See ya! I don't want to die. Especially not while I'm, like, halfway through this prey. So while we're here in Amanizar village, I'm going to stop by here. Clear my bags a little bit. But that's the quest that I need to do Abundance. So now I can head up north and I can do Abundance again. But there's a lot of people, obviously, by the Abundance area, so before I go up and do that, I'm going to make sure I get my prey done. That way, if I get ganked outside the Abundance area, I don't completely lose my prey progress. That would kind of suck. Alright, there's Sparks of War taken care of. I've also gotten... that chest piece I don't think is an upgrade. It's like identical item level, but whatever. I still need one more world quest to be able to get the special assignment, which, you know, we may as well do while we're here. The prey is not yet done, and this world quest is really easy, so I'm going to go do that. That might be enough to finish the prey, and then we can do the abundance at the very end. Alright, I got the special assignment unlocked, but that was not enough to finish the prey. But the special assignment might be enough to unlock the end of the prey. So for this particular special assignment, basically you're fighting like ghosts of TBC Zul'Aman raiders. I kind of like the flavor. Personally, I've found that this feels like the fastest to go into Halazi's altar, because this little transformation does pretty decent damage. You have to kill 50 enemies, and you get like a speed boost, you get an AoE ability, you get like a spammable single target ability. There are multiple different altars. I haven't tried out a Killzone or N'Alura, come to think of it, but I don't know, this one feels pretty fast. I did try out the Dragonhawk one, and that one felt quite slow. Later on, if you have enough gear, you could honestly just do this without using one of the transformations, and just round up a bunch of mobs and kill it normally, but this feels pretty fast to me, so I've just stuck with this one. Kill the final boss, and all you need to do is kill that raid leader enemy, and normally you'll be stuck in combat, but you can jump off here, and you don't take fall damage while in this thing. So you just jump off, drop combat, exit the vehicle, and you're good to go. And apparently that was not enough to finish the prey, so I guess I just run around, look for like random traps or something to get the last bit that I need. Surely right at the end there. Alright, okay, this is perfect. So I opened a trap, I got ambushed. He did the ambush, and that was enough to finish the prey. And there are two main locations I've seen the Zul'Aman one in. Maybe there's a third, because there's that one in Ebersong that I've never seen before. But normally I see it either here or down here in a cave below the cliffs. And this is perfect, because this is like right by where the abundance location is. Also, I'm messing up my dragon riding. Bad. I need to finish my coffee. Alright, abundance is being kind of buggy. It is forcing me to do the tutorial quest. You'll have to do this once on your account normally, but I don't know why. Normally on my alts, I don't need to do this intro quest line, but it's forcing me to do it. Whatever. I'll skip past this. It's not very interesting. Okay. It looks like I finally have been able to do the regular abundance event. I don't know why it was bugged for this character. Strange. Maybe because I leveled in Zul'Aman and I, like, unlocked the breadcrumb to go here? I have no idea. Either way, this is abundance. It's pretty straightforward. There's really no, like, reason to min-max it unless you're trying to do professions. So, I've not touched professions. I'm going to be honest, ever since the Dragonflight rework, I think professions have been really bad. A lot of people will consider that a hot take, and then a lot of people will vehemently agree with me. Professions at this point are very much you either make a shitload of gold off it and you really like it, or you don't, and you hate it. The system is really just not user-friendly at all. It is designed in a way that is as convoluted as possible to allow people who want to invest time into it to make a lot of gold. I think there should be a happy medium there, where it allows you to invest a lot and make money, without being just overly punishing and unfun to interact with from a user standpoint. Frankly, like it used to be back in, like, I hate to sound like a classic Andy here, because I'm not, but honestly, that was one of the things I did really like about old classic professions. There was still an element of like, oh yeah, professions are really valuable and you can invest time in it and get rare recipes. Like back in Season of Discovery, I was the first person on my server back in the Nomergon phase to get the sniper scope recipe, and only gnomes could craft it because of their engineering skill bonus when the cap was there. So only Alliance players could get it, so on my Gnome Warlock, I crafted a ton of sniper scopes. I paid 1,000 gold, which was a lot, to get that recipe, but then I made thousands of gold in SOD P2 by selling or crafting sniper scopes, funneling them over to the Horde auction house using my alt account, and then selling them with like a massive markup to Horde players who needed it and had no other way to get it other than a Gnome engineer on Alliance. So there used to be a lot of really cool creative ways with like, oh, you needed that one crafter. And then I'd have like some one angry guy be like, oh, this isn't fair. There's a scope that only gives me like one less damage for like half the price in the auction house. I'll buy that one instead. Why can't you give me a cheaper value? And it's like, well, sorry, buddy, but I'm the only person on the server with the recipe. So you either act polite and buy it from me, or you can fuck right off. And it was really fun doing that. And nowadays, it's just like you have to spam and trade chat and try and find a crafter who has the recipe you need, but usually you just get a bunch of spam bots. And I don't participate in the system, but I have heard that if you try to give discounts to people, you get mass reported by cartels who can get your account silenced because all Blizzard's customer support is automated these days. And that kind of sucks. So, yeah, not a fan of crafting. But that's kind of the main reason to do Abundance. You get, like, currency that lets you get crafter tools. Otherwise, you just do it to get this weekly quest, and that's it. We get our veteran quests, and then we just don't care about it at all beyond that. The War Supply crate dropped all the way down there. I'm not even going to bother checking it. 90% of the time, it's just swarmed by Alliance, and I don't want to go all the way up here and then all the way back just for the prey. So we're just going to do this. Alright, that's our second Nightmare Hunt done. Crack open this box, and a necklace. Well, that is unfortunately very bad, because we are about to get a Champion Track necklace from the Zul'Aman quest. I mean, I guess I may as well just pick this up and take the portal, and I don't need to turn in the Zul'Aman quest now. Just do that later if I want the stats in that. Is what it is. I mean, you get so many pieces of gear by doing, like, random things. It's not that big of a deal. It is a slight bummer, though. Right? You never like seeing... Like, out of my prey and delves and stuff, I've gotten a necklace and a belt, which are two of the slots that you get from rep rewards. So, you know. You're never happy when that happens, but what are you gonna do, is what it is. The thing about Nightmare Prey at this point is you don't necessarily need to do more of it if all you care about is the gear. Because if I hover over this, you can see this just gives, like, gold, like random materials. Nothing really important. It does give crests, but these are still capped crests. These count towards the season maximum, so they're not as important. The only reason we're going to do the third prey is for that weekly quest, the Nightmare Hunt completed for the 20 uncapped crests. So you will still need to do that, but, you know, the rewards from it are not as important. So a lot of times what I'll do is, like, early in the week, when I'm trying to get as much gear as possible, I'll do my first two, and then I'll wait until later in the week to do my third prey, because, you know, it's more of a formality, right? I want to make sure I get my crests, but I don't need to get the gear from it as much. And I guess, you know, worth pointing out, the reason I picked Voidstorm instead of Harandar is because we still need to do those other two world quests in Voidstorm to get the, what's it called? The contaminated void sample or whatever it is for the console thing. In turn, in this quest, we get our Conquest Bloody Tokens. Notably, we are not spending our Bloody Tokens yet, so remember, you can get the cap easily, but you want to wait until later, because the advantage of the Bloody Token items is that you can target a slot with it. So once we've done everything else, and we've gotten all of our delve items, etc., that's when we're going to spend our Bloody Tokens, because presumably by that point we'll have like one slot missing, and then we can target replace a piece of gear in that slot. Yeah, this is tricky. It's like, obviously, I want the best of both worlds here. I want a PvP, but I don't want to actually have to PvP. So... And it's going to be all Alliance players, so I can't even share their tags. Okay, that's a Horde player, so I can presumably share that tag. That guy is targeting me. I don't know if he wants to murder me, or if he just... It looks like he did an emote. I think he waved. Okay, that's really unfortunate timing. It looks like they're just helping me out. Alright. I think it's a horde player stick together type of mentality. He understands that he is not in the dominant party right now, so he needs all the allies he can get out here. Go ally. Oh, he wants the bear druid? Yeah, we're not killing this bear druid, I don't think. I'll try, buddy. I'll try. I don't think we're gonna be able to do this. I'll help him out the best I can, though. Oh my god. The bear druid is fucking my shit up. Okay, I mean, damn. That mage kind of popped off. That was all him. I CC'd the druid a little bit. I did not really help much beyond that. Unfortunately, the druid will most likely try and take revenge on me. And if he chooses to do that, there is not a whole lot I can do about it. So, let's get on my mount. It's like, I feel like it's kind of peak masochism to try and do a Nightmare Prey in war mode in Slayer's Rise. This is, like, not a good idea at all. Sorry, Druid. I definitely wasn't trying to shockwave you with that stun. Ignore. Ooh. Oh, I fucked him up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Yeah, okay, I'm dead. Oh, that was... Yeah. I mean, it was worth it to do that. I needed to get those pants. Those were an upgrade. Now I can do the special assignment, and then I'll just have to get the rest of my prey the old-fashioned way. Not really much to say for this special assignment. There's a lot of very basic, like, on-rail shooter-type quests. You just click, fire, so... Nothing really to it. Oh, this is interesting. Astalor, now is not the time. I want a vehicle. I cannot kill mobs. I can't even kill a critter if I wanted to. Oh, fuck. I've never had this happen. I don't know. I mean, presumably, my Prot Warrior cheat death will prevent it from 100-0ing me. But that's an interesting one. Okay. Yeah, well, I am taking damage, so... can I can't press shield wall. I just gotta hope that, my cheat death is enough to keep me alive. I'd imagine it is. There's also an echo down there trying to kill me. Oh, God. You know, I think it's worth mentioning here that you don't necessarily need to do your praise in war mode. Like, I figured that, considering I have seen no other people here doing their praise in war mode, like, there's probably nobody else insane enough to do this. And you might be watching this and thinking, like, that seems absolutely stupid, I'm never going to do that. And, like, that's okay. The only reason I'm doing this is for bloody tokens, so I would say you could do one of two things. You could either just ignore the bloody tokens part of this gearing process. I don't think you should do that, right? But you can. Or you can just do your prey, like, ignore all the other stuff, just focus on getting the prey down outside of war mode, and then go and do, like, all of your bloody token, like, Sparks of War stuff outside of war mode. Obviously, as you can see here, it is more efficient to just kill two birds with one stone, but you do run the risk of getting ganked and losing all your progress, right? So, like, it only sets you back, like, 5 minutes-ish. It's not the end of the world if you get ganked. You can see I've gotten ganked twice during this process. It still saved me time in the long run, and, like, who cares? Some people are deathly afraid of PvP, but, like, oh no, I died, I release spirit, and I come back to life. Like, I don't know. But if you are one of those people, you just hate PvP, you can't stand it, you don't need to do it this way. I'm just showing you the most efficient way. This is admittedly a little bit extra. I think most people wouldn't. Alright, so we've done our 3 Nightmare Praise. There is still one more that we could do, but The only reason to do this final Nightmare Prey would be for the crests, but again, these are capped crests, like, they count towards the season maximum. There's no advantage to doing this. I don't think you should, unless you really, really, really need crests, but there are much better ways to farm crests, as I will discuss later on in the video. For now, we can turn in this thing. We are going to get our 20 uncapped hero crests, and we also get a Beacon of Hope. What does a Beacon of Hope do? You will find out in, like, a later section of this video, maybe in, like, 30 minutes or so. I don't know. However long it takes me to get to that part of the Delves section of this video. The last thing that I'm going to show you before we do Delves, though, is we have done the vast majority of the events. You can see the Midnight World Tour here. We have done almost everything except defend the Singularity during Stormarion Assault. So I'm going to turn off War Mode now. How many bloody tokens did I manage to get? 1,600. That's pretty good. I can go around and do, like, random world quests later to get 100 bloody tokens a pop. There's, like, enough easy ways to farm it. So if I need those items, I can get it. Not that big of a deal. But for Stormarion Assault, you definitely want to do this outside of War Mode. Like, there's nobody who does this in War Mode, and you do kind of need a raid group to do it. You don't need to be grouped with them, but you just need to be in the area as a lot of other people do the objective. So, I'm going to show that. When we finish that, we're also going to complete our Reputation quest, Guarded Treasures, so we'll get our really powerful Trinket. That'll be helpful. And we'll also get our Spark of, or Radiant Spark, or whatever the hell that thing's called, for crafting. And we will get a purple box, which will let us further upgrade our Trinket. Alright. So, Stormarion Assault, I don't know if they fixed it, but it's a little bit buggy. There are times when I've seen this world quest disappear and you don't get credit. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Now, I'm going to be honest, there is, like, no advantage to actually helping. I'm going to AFK this because I get full credit. And you might be like, oh, wow, you're just leeching off other people. That's, like, unethical. Here's the thing, though. The mobs get exponential health scaling the more people that attack them. So, if I hit the mob as an undergeared Prot Warrior, I am actually further increasing their health without contributing enough damage to make up for it, and I'm actually making it take longer for the people actively participating in it. I have soloed this event on the beta on an undergeared Guardian Druid, because the way that the scaling works is, like, if you are one person, the mobs aren't that bad. So, there's just genuinely no reason to participate in this event if you aren't actually doing relevant damage. It's a shame because, like, on paper, I actually think Stormarion Assault is cool. I've seen a lot of people give it flack. But again, I tested this on the beta solo. If you do it solo, it's actually quite fun. It's like a little tower defense minigame. The problem is that this mode was not tested at all for multiple people in, like, beta, and they just never really considered what would happen if they did a group setting for it, which is kind of unfortunate considering it feels like it's meant to be done in a group. And it just kind of falls apart when, like, more than 10 people do this, so yeah. It's not a great event. You are genuinely better off helping other people, too, AFKing this. And, yeah, that is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to park my character here, I'm going to go make breakfast, and I'm going to come back in, like, 10 minutes and collect my loot. Alright, that is the event complete. I'm back in time to see the end of it. So I got my weekly box here. Can open this, you see, get like a bunch of stuff, also an uncontaminated void sample, so it works like a regular quest. I also got a decor thingy. I'm pretty sure this is BOP, though. I can't use any of that stuff. I didn't get any gear, it looks like. You get this thing called Unstable Focusing Crystal, just in case you're wondering what this is. There's a rare mob that you can summon. I don't know if it's actually up. Oh, I can summon it, cool. Only one more needed. So I can summon this rare. Oftentimes, it's very hard to get this one, because you need 3 different people who got that crystal out of their box to use it, and most people just don't know it's there, and they just never activate it. But there you go. Got this rare. And then we got our second sample, so when I get the trinket, I will have 2 of the upgrades purchased. Where is that? Over here. So I have season total earned, and then... I did loot it, right? Yeah, it says season total earned 2. Have I not turned in the quest for the... Oh yeah, I didn't turn in the research console quest yet. That explains it. Okay, so when I go back to hand that in, I can spend my 2 upgrades, and then on the weekly reset, I can get my final upgrade, and then I'll have the maxed out trinket for my Prot Warrior for Prague next week, which is the only time when it really matters. And I also have the trinkets quest completion ready to go. I got a shield. Oh, a new... Is that a new appearance? Voidwalker's chestplate. Yeah, I don't think I had that one before. Cool. That's a pretty nice recolor of that Silvermoon guard shield. I like that. Alright, we go over here. We can turn this in. Crucible of Erratic Energies. I'm going to slot this in here. Withered Saptor Paw. I kind of mentioned earlier this is a good trinket. Obviously, on Adventurer track, this isn't great, but you can get this, I believe, up to Hero, because this is in the Delve trinket pool. This is a very, very good trinket. Obviously, if you like haste, or if you don't like haste, then it's not great. So, like, Brewmaster Monk probably doesn't want to use this, and there are better trinkets. So, like, the one-off, what's it called? If you're, like, new and you don't really know how, trinkets work, which ones are good, which ones are bad. This trinket off Chimeras, Gaze of the Allseer, this is just very, very strong for basically everybody. So I'm running this on my Brewmaster Monk, for instance. But I've seen a lot of really, like, high-level players using, what's it called? Withered Saptor's Paw, if they were lucky enough to get it on Hero Track, because it is very, very good. It's just, flat haste for specs that like haste within, like, a random primary stat proc is just good. I mean, basically, Gaze of the Allseer is just that, right? It's flat mastery with a primary stat proc, right? So this is kind of like a, we have Gaze of the Allseer at home, except it has haste instead of mastery, but for a lot of people, that's actually good. So this is definitely one of the better trinkets you can get, which is why I'm still using it over the other ones, but also Crucible of Erratic Energies is just very OP, so I'm definitely going to use that. The console, I'm going to spend my upgrades. I don't, technically some of these are better than others, but what's important is that you get these 3. These 3 down below are completely irrelevant. They're like cosmetic upgrades that give you, like, things within the zone. That doesn't matter. These 3, Predation, Sustenance, and Violence, they directly buff your trinket. So those are the ones that you need to get. But yeah, we got that. We're all good to go. I'm going to go finish making my food, and then I'm going to do the Delve section of this video. We can talk about Delves. Lots to discuss there. Alright, just kidding, because Haraldin from the future is going to step in for a moment. So, when I recorded this section of the video, it was pretty early on in March. The season had just started, and I was gearing up my warrior using all of the available methods at the time. However, as you will see once this progresses, I've been consistently recording segments for this Catchup gearing guide over the course of the entire past month. I tried to showcase the most important parts of the entire gearing process, from all the way at the start to deep into Mythic raiding. I do later on only show some of the highlights. Obviously, gearing slows down as we get to the end, and you're just farming M+, you're doing Mythic raid. That's kind of one of those things where I'm not going to say, and now we kill 1 Mythic raid boss, now we kill 2 Mythic raid bosses. Kind of boring, right? But I did feel that it was important to demonstrate that even once you are deep into Mythic progression, there are still important decisions that you could be making to progress your character. So you'll get to see that later on. One of the consequences of this video format, though, is at the time that you're actually watching this, when it is getting posted, we are getting patch 12.0.5. And this introduces a few new catch-up mechanics that would have been done around this stage of the gearing process. So if you are gearing up a character now, there are some additional things you can consider. So I hopped onto the PTR on my warrior. Admittedly, by the time that I was testing this, I'm 278 item level, so I'm not doing it necessarily from a catch-up perspective at this point, more so just to demonstrate how it works and whether or not you should consider doing it. For the purposes of catch-up gearing, there are 2 different things here that you would want to consider. There are the Void Assaults, which will take place either in Eversong Woods or Zul'Aman. The zone that you choose just gives you different events, but they all provide the same rewards. Now, these Void Assaults are pretty straightforward. There's a lot of small objectives that you complete throughout the zone. They give you this little blue bag, and the blue bag gives you something called a Field Accolade. A Field Accolade is a currency that you can later on exchange for gear. More on this in a bit. And at the start of every single week, you will get a quest that tells you to do, I think it's 5 of these little missions and get the blue bags, and then it gives you a purple bag for 75 field accolades. And every single one of these little objectives gives you 8 field accolades. For reference, the gear that we'll be talking about later, the crappy gear is worth 75, so effectively the weekly quest lets you buy 1 crappy piece of gear. As the name implies, right, it's obviously a name I have given it, you're never going to want to buy the crappy piece of gear. The piece of gear that you're going to want to buy costs 500. So you're going to need to farm this a lot to get any good pieces of gear out of this system, if we're just talking about the Void Assaults, at least this part of it. In addition to this, once you've done all of the introductory stuff and your weekly quest, there is a big assault that occurs at some random point in time. It's based on when this progress bar fills throughout the zone. But to give you an idea of how slow this was filling on the PTR, it took, I kid you not, 3 full real-life days for this bar to fill up on the PTR and trigger the final assault. Now, I have to imagine that Blizzard's intent is that this is supposed to be region-wide, and after everybody in North America or Europe completes a certain number of objectives, the bar fills. So in practice, you'd probably be seeing this like once per hour and not once per 3 days, but there's just not enough people testing it to reliably fill the bar. No idea how that's going to work out in practice, but the good news is that the bag that you get from this gives terrible rewards. For how much it took for me to do this, checking in basically every single hour across 3 days to make sure I didn't miss it, and thank God I did that, because when it finally happened, it was like 10 minutes long. So imagine if I had been sleeping when it activated for 10 minutes. Oh, sucks to suck. Wait another 3 days for this to activate. Thankfully, I did manage to get the footage. But yeah, the rewards for this were pretty abysmal. Now, if it is one of those things that happens to occur fairly frequently on live servers, I guess if you're in the area, you may as well participate. You can just kind of tag the final boss, get credit, and get the bag. And it appears to be infinitely repeatable, but the rewards from this, again, are not very good. So, as far as the Void Assaults themselves are concerned, I really don't think this is good content. I feel like you can spam this extensively to get gear if you really wanted to, but we're going to talk about Delves in a little bit, and minor spoiler for Delves, they are incredibly efficient for gearing. Delves were already an amazing way to get solo gear in the War Within, and somehow Blizzard just made it absurdly broken in Midnight. I have been gearing my alts this season faster than I ever have in any previous World of Warcraft season because of how broken Delves are, and there is yet another 12.0.5 catch-up mechanic that we'll discuss much later on in the video that makes it even easier to get caught up in the super long term, which means that all the stuff here is irrelevant. Everything that we've already discussed in the video, I would say, is still pretty important, because a lot of that stuff is account-wide unlock things. You need to do it at least once every single time. If you're gearing up an alt now, some of that you could probably skip over. It's not that important. But doing your weekly praise, getting your coffer key shards, which you need in order to get rewards from Delves later on, which, as I said, is where all the really good stuff is, all of that is still pretty important, and also, it's not very hard to do. It's been about 2 hours in the video so far, and I think in real time it took me about 3 hours to record that entire section. But keep in mind that I spent extensive amounts of time trying to explain every last little detail and carefully walking through my steps. When I am gearing up a new alt these days, it takes me like 30 to 45 minutes to go through that entire process of doing my praise, my open world content to get coffer keys, and then I'm done. I would also say I showed this in some of the subtitles as we went throughout that section. The whole war mode section with getting the bloody token gear, it is still worth doing if you think you can handle it. I would say if you're an alliance player, it's probably more worthwhile because your chance of getting ganked is much lower, but it's really not that important because, as we can see with these new catch-up mechanics, getting generic gear like champion or veteran is not too tricky, but I do stand by the fact that if you are able to turn on war mode and do the Sparks of War quest, doing the war mode stuff is just pretty efficient, and in many cases, you're just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So I think it's worth including that section still in the video. But keep in mind that everything we've done so far is just to get a baseline of gear. You're trying to get your character up to like roughly 220 item level. You don't need to have the most overpowered stuff in the planet before you tackle Delves. One thing that I will discuss as we start talking about Delves is if you know what you're doing, even at a baseline level, you can kind of scrape through even the highest difficulty delves at a pretty low item level. Obviously, tanks are going to have an easier time at this than other specs. I tried doing this recently on a hunter, and it was doable, but I struggled a lot more than I did on my tank. I am not an expert hunter player, though, so I think if you do a bare minimum amount of research and effort to try and understand how to play your spec, doing the highest tier delves are not that challenging, even if you're under-geared. You just put Valeera on healer, I'll discuss all of this, of course, and you just kind of go slowly, coast through it, and then you get really good gear. So as long as you have enough gear to survive that, that's really all that matters. That is the next stage of the gearing process. And everything we've just discussed is the most efficient way to get to that point. So these Void Assaults kind of exist in this weird limbo where they don't actually give better gear than delves, but they require way more effort to get entry-level gear compared to everything else. And is it slightly better entry-level gear? Technically speaking, yes. But does that matter if you're just going to end up replacing it with delve loot anyway, and it takes much longer to get to that point? Well, I personally would argue no. So my ultimate take on the Void Assaults is that they aren't actively worth spamming. It is probably worth doing the weekly quest every single week, just because that is relatively time efficient. You're getting 5 of the mini objectives done, and then you get 75 field accolades, which are kind of worth getting for reasons we'll discuss later. And if you happen to see one of the big assaults up, swoop in, tag the final boss, get your bonus purple bag. That's really all that's worth doing as far as this particular form of content is concerned. Now, the second part of this catch-up gearing event is something called a ritual site. Ritual sites are even more confusing because they are effectively like delves, but not attached to the delve system. They look like delves, they play like delves, but they're a completely different renown track. They are actually counted as a reputation, not a Delver's Journey thing. You don't get Valeera, which, as we'll discuss later, Valeera is what makes delves so easy to do at low gear levels, because she's really overpowered and she can kill mobs for you and keep you alive. Well, in these ritual sites, it's basically the same thing, except you're completely solo. They technically can be done up to a group of 5, maybe if you really want to try and do it, you can like ask a friend to help you, but also that kind of defeats the entire purpose of this, because again, delves can be done solo. So if you need to do a group to make ritual sites worth running, then at that point just run delves. And even then, I don't necessarily think it would be worth it, because when I tested ritual sites, I did so on my 278 Prot Warrior. My character is extremely powerful at this point, and despite putting on all of the modifiers, it kind of works like delves where you have to unlock them progressively. The cap is tier 5 for ritual sites. That's the highest it goes, but you have these optional challenges that you can enable, and the more challenges that you enable, the more spoils you unlock. And spoils are converted into field accolades at a rate of like 10% of your spoils are converted into accolades. It's just classic Blizzard, extremely overcomplicated way of explaining currencies. There's like 50 different like sub-currencies and whatnot. All you need to know is that the higher score you get in this system, the more currency you get that can be used to buy good stuff. I think that's the best way to boil it down. And I timed myself doing the highest possible difficulty ritual site on, mind you, a nearly full BIS 278 Prot Warrior. And it took me about 8 minutes, closer to 9 minutes, I would say. So the best piece of gear that you can get from this currency is a random 259 hero track item from a box that you buy at the vendor. And this costs 500 field accolades. When completing the highest difficulty ritual site, I got 115 field accolades. Now that's like better than the stuff we got from the Void Invasions, especially in terms of like the time it took to run. But I'm already at a gear level where I do not need this stuff. So if you were farming this at a gear level where this was a relevant upgrade for you, it would easily take 10 or more minutes. So at that point, you're roughly looking at like one piece of hero track gear per hour, but it's completely random. You have to buy it from the box, and then it's just, you know, whatever you get, you get. And you also only get it at 259. Which is the same as delves, but as we'll discuss later, you can very easily farm stuff from delves And there's also a system in Delves that lets you target purchase hero track items of your choice. This has no target farming. It is just purely random. So why? I I don't know. I don't really see the point in this. I wanted to make sure that I at least included it in here, and if it was a really good form of gearing, I probably would have made a more detailed section in this video dedicated to explaining all the ins and outs of it and showing the entire process. But as it stands, you can kind of just skip it. And there is, technically speaking, an account-wide reputation, like I said, where it looks like at the later tracks, you get upgrades where it's like more enemies will spawn in ritual sites. You get more spoils and stuff like that. But again, it is so much effort and so much grinding to get random hero pieces that may not even be something you need. The entire point of running delves is that delves are very time efficient. There's a limited amount of gear that you can get from delves per week, as we'll see, but delves are very, very, very easy to get gear from within the amount of time that you're investing. Getting coffer key shards takes about 15 minutes. Running all of your delves every single week takes like about an hour, and you're getting a bunch of guaranteed pieces of champion and hero track gear, and in the long run, you're getting currency that lets you buy hero track gear of your choice. So the reason why delves are so good is because they give you a lot of really good entry-level gear before you get into dungeons, or you could just spam delves over and over for multiple weeks in a row and equip your character in a full set of champion and hero gear before finally jumping into M+. Maybe if you're feeling a little bit more anxious and you want to make sure you have every possible upgrade before you're fully ready. And during all that time, delves count towards the Great Vault. So you'll be getting pretty good Great Vault rewards, including some stuff that, again, we'll be discussing later in terms of the new catch-up mechanics in 12.0.5. Not these catch-up mechanics, the better catch-up mechanics, but that's why delves are good. Delves aren't necessarily good because of the quality of the gear you get, it's because of the quantity in the amount of time. They're very, very, very time efficient for gearing. So if you have to choose a challenging form of content that you're going to spam to get hero track gear, you could either spam ritual sites and get randomized 559 pieces of hero gear, or you could spam Mythic plus 10s eventually later on after you've done all your delves and get pieces of 266 hero track gear from the dungeon that you're running. So presumably if you only need one specific dungeon, you just run that over and over. And a lot of dungeon loot is significantly better than the random pieces of garbage that you get from whatever loot table the ritual sites are pulling from. I don't even know if they can drop trinkets. I haven't seen any. If they can, it's probably just one of the generic world trinkets, which by and large aren't very good, other than things like Withered Saptor's Paw. No idea if that's even available as an option, but you could also just get that from delves, so it's not that relevant. But the ritual sites specifically, I think, are neat. I am very confused because it feels like just another delve, but without Valeera and with very watered-down mechanics. So I'm not really sure what happened there. I don't know if they thought about designing a new delve and then just got halfway through and said, let's just throw it into a new system, or if this really was their vision. Either way, it's different. It's like a little bit unique. It has like these optional challenge modifiers. That's kind of cool. So I can give them some credit for that. So if you think it looks interesting and you just feel like progressing it on your own, you want to try it out, you want to see if you can do the highest difficulty and get all the unlocks, by all means, it does give some 259 hero track gear if you invest enough time. It is not a complete waste of your time to progress this content, though I do think it is worth saying that with the current state of delves being very, very, very good, it does seem questionable to add a catch-up system that is just kind of objectively worse than the stuff that already exists in the game. I feel like it would have been much better if, instead of being a randomized piece of 259 gear, you could target a specific slot of 259 gear with the field accolades. Because then, instead of just being a worse version of randomized delve loot, you would have been able to do your delve spam to get the quantity of gear, lots of champion pieces, a few hero pieces, all in randomized slots, and then once you wanted to replace the tiny specific pieces that you just couldn't manage to find upgrades from, well, then you get the delve crystals, which we'll talk about later, to get some replacements, and then maybe you can run ritual sites to replace the other ones. But that's not what they went with. As it stands, it is still completely random, which means it just serves no purpose. There is really no advantage to doing this over delves or, well, dungeon spam, as we'll discuss later. Frankly, even Heroic Raid would probably be more worth your time, and as I will discuss later in this video, Heroic Raid and just raids in general are not a fantastic source of gearing. They are a last resort if you have absolutely nothing else that you can do. Now, the last thing that I want to say in this section before we go on to Delves is that there is one final very big catch-up mechanism in 12.0.5 that is closely tied to the Great Vault, and this other thing called Nebulous Voidcores. Now, this is very important, but it is a much more advanced catch-up mechanic. So I will be discussing this probably all the way at the end of the video, because it is something that you should not be interacting with at all until you're ready to start entering like high-level rating, high-level M+. But I did want to acknowledge it if you're wondering, why isn't he talking about that other thing? We will get into that. I have a lot that I want to talk about, like best practices for that system, but that is not an entry-level gearing method, so I want to separate these sections a little bit. But yeah, I think that's really all that's worth saying about the new 12.0.5 early catch-up mechanisms. And with that, I will let Past Haraldin pick up where he left off and tell you all about why Delves are the best catch-up gearing mechanism this game has ever seen. Alright, I'm back in Silvermoon, so since we did all of the events, we can go over here, turn in this quest, get our bonus Spark of Radiance. So that's great. And now for Delves. So, I am going to give a quick overview on just how Delves work in general for people who are unfamiliar with like the basics. If you already know how Delves work, you can probably skip ahead, I don't know, like 5 or 10 minutes, but honestly, you might be surprised I might mention something that you don't know is a thing about Delves. Very basic stuff. Obviously, while you're leveling up, Delves only go from Tier 1 to Tier 2 to Tier 3. Not necessarily relevant for this, but while leveling, you usually want to do Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 3 is just really bad. I don't know why it's scaled poorly. Now, if you do up to Tier 3 while leveling, then you will start off at Tier 4 on your very first character. Delve tiers are account-wide unlocks, so you cannot do Tier 5 until you've completed Tier 4. But once you have completed Tier 4, you unlock Tier 5 for your entire account. So even though this is a fresh character, I have all tiers unlocked because I've done them on different characters on my account. And there is basically no reason to run tiers 4 through 7 at any point once you have already unlocked Tier 8 or higher on your account. There's just really nothing to get from it. So in terms of how the like loot and general mechanics of Delves work at Endgame, every single day there are 4 Bountiful Delves active. There is always 1 Bountiful Delve active in a different zone. So here you can see that the Darkway, one of the Eversong Delves, is active. Zul'Aman is active. Sunkiller Sanctum is active, and the Grudge Pit is active. And every single day this will rotate, and it'll always be a new Delve that is bountiful in every single zone, and the variants will change. So if you look over here at the story variant, it'll say Ogre Powered. If you look at this one, it says Totally Unbecoming. This one, Not What I Expected, etc. Tomorrow, there will always be a different variant for this Delve. What a lot of people don't know is how the variants work. So there is always a direct link between the different variants of different Delves on the exact same day. Right now, Ogre Powered and Totally Unbecoming, if we go over here and we look at the Delve achievement for Midnight, so Zul'Aman, Totally Unbecoming is the 3rd option on this achievement, because the way that this works is it goes A, B, C. Totally Unbecoming is C. Now, if we go down here to the Darkway, Focusers Under Pressure, this is A. Leyline Technician, this is B. Ogre Powered, the currently active one, is C. It's the 3rd one, right? And this trend will continue, right? If we look at Sunkiller Sanctum, we saw earlier Not What I Expected is the one that's active. This is C. If we look at Grudge Pit over here, Light Bloom Invasion, this is C. So you'll notice that all of the Delves, all of the Delve variants are the same relative for every single Delve on the same day. And tomorrow, the way that this rotation works is it will never be the same one. So like Grudge Pit right now, it'll never be Light Bloom Invasion tomorrow, but it'll be one of these two. It'll either be Dastardly Rotstock or Arena Champion. It is completely random as to which one gets picked. It is not a fixed rotation, so it doesn't just go A, B, C, A, B, C. It can go C, B, C, B, A, B, C, B, A. It can, like, just bounce back and forth randomly. And you can see that there's just a one day or one variant that just never gets picked. It like goes back and forth for like 5 days in a row, alternating between like the same two sets of variants, and another one is never active. And that can happen. So there is not always a guarantee that the one you want will be active. This is especially relevant for things like, Calamitous, which is the B variant of Shadowguard Point. If the B variants are never chosen, then you may just never get to use this for leveling for an extended period of time during, like, Darkmoon Fair Week, for instance. But worth noting, right, I said that it'll pick one of these two. So let's say it's Arena Champion for Grudge Pit tomorrow. Well, then it'll also be Calamitous for Shadowguard Point. The rotation is always the same. So a lot of times when I talk about delves, I talk about A variants, B variants, C variants, and which one is active, etc. And that is what I'm referring to. It is A, B, C, and those are the types of variants that I'm referring to. So if I look at the map and I say, oh, we have C variants today, it's because I know Ogre Powered is the C variant, and if I know that Ogre Powered is the C variant, I know that the Mirror one is going to be the one for Shadow Enclave, yeah, Mirror Shine. So I already know that just by seeing this because they are always linked together. Little fun fact, a lot of people don't seem to know that. But that is how it works. I have monitored the rotation, and it worked like that in War Within. So really all I did is I just paid attention to be like, does it work the same in Midnight as it did in War Within? It does, yes. One little fun fact for War Within, though, is in War Within, the cycles for delves with different amounts of variants were independent of each other. So all of the delves that had 4 variants were on their own connected cycle within their own 4 variant delves, and then the 3 variant delves were on their own cycle independent of the 4 variant ones, and they just had their own little rotation. And in the case of Midnight, all delves only have 3 variants right now. But if we get more delves, like more variants for certain delves, like we did in War Within, they kept adding variants to existing delves, and by the end of the expansion, there were like a bunch of different ones, then we might end up in a similar situation where a bunch of delves are on their own isolated cycles, not connected with each other, just so you know how that works, if that is a thing in the future. So, as for the rewards, you can only you can only complete 4 Bountiful Delves per day, but you'll notice that you can get 600 Coffer Key Shards per week, which translates into 6 Restored Coffer Keys per week. So you can get loot from 6 Bountiful Delves every single week, but you can only do 4 each day. Now, the Coffer Keys will carry over, so even though you can only get 600 shards per week, you can, in theory, get 600 shards, wait until the weekly reset, get 600 more shards, and then you have 12 keys for next week, but you are limited at the rate in which you can spend them. I've always felt this was kind of a dumb restriction, but is what it is. That's what we have to deal with. So, right now, I'm in a position where it is 30 minutes until the daily reset, and I would like to get all of my delves done before I do some Mythic Plus later tonight. So in order to get the most gear possible, I ideally want to get 2 delves done today within the next 30 minutes before the daily reset happens. I could spend 2 out of 6 of my keys. Tomorrow, well, daily reset, so in 30 minutes, 4 new Bountiful Delves will appear, and then I will be able to spend my remaining 4 keys by clearing each one of the active Bountiful Delves. As for how the loot works, the actual stuff that you get from the Bountiful Coffers will scale with the delve level, but it is capped at tier 8. So even though you can go all the way up to tier 11, there is no advantage to doing that, at least as far as the Bountiful Delve loot itself is concerned. There are some other advantages, which I will discuss in a moment, but if you're just trying to get the champion gear from the end of dungeon box or end of delve box with your restored coffer keys, tier 8 is all you need to do, and if you've exhausted all of the other rewards that we'll talk about in a second from T11 delves, you can just run all your remaining delves on T8. That is not a concern. Now, as for those other rewards, though, there are 2 really important things that you need to keep in mind. One is something called a Delver's Bounty. So a Delver's Bounty is a map item that you can get once per week, and when you use it, the next delve that you complete will give you a bonus piece of hero track loot, which scales depending on the tier of the delve that you complete. Now, it's kind of similar to the way that Bountiful Delve, or the regular Restored Coffers work, where if you open a regular chest at the end of a T8 delve, you're guaranteed to get a 246 champion piece. If you use the Delver's Bounty on a tier 8 delve or higher, you get a 259 hero track piece, which is basically this. So these items that I have in my bags from the previous weeks that I've done delves in this character, you'll get one of these. If you do the delve on something below T8, you don't get a hero track piece, but you should never do that. You should always do your delves on T8 or higher. Again, never do your delves below tier 8 or higher if you are spending keys. Obviously, if you're leveling up a delve, you can do that. Notably, though, if you're doing that process, right, if you haven't unlocked tier 8 delves on your account yet, and you were trying to do that, you cannot do the progression of tier 4, tier 5, tier 6, tier 7 on a bountiful delve. If you complete a bountiful delve and you finish it without using your key, you won't spend your keys, but you will wipe the bountiful status. So then if you go back in there later in that day and try to spend your key, the chest won't be there. The delve will be flagged as, like, completed already. And you'll have to wait until a future day to spend that key. You don't really lose anything, it's just you don't get a chance to spend your key that day. There's just no reason to do that, though, so always level up your delve tiers on a delve that is not bountiful. So today, you know, Darkway is one of the bountiful delves. If I was on a fresh character who needed to increase their delve level, I would go into, like, Collegiate Calamity, which is non-bountiful, so I can run this as many times as I want on tier 4, then tier 5, then tier 6, etc. I think the other two really important things to talk about is, if we go here into the Delver's Journey, this is like the main progression path for delves, and there's a few different ways to increase this. The best way to increase your Delver's Journey is by opening bountiful coffers. Now, at the time of recording, it is currently capped at the exact amount you see here. It's technically capped at exactly level 4, but if you basically got some overflow experience beyond level 4, that's why I have 100 out of 42,000 or 4,200. But right now, this is the cap. By the time you watch this video, the cap will be higher because they've already said that it's increasing on Tuesday, so like tomorrow at the time that I'm recording this segment here, and this video won't be out for like at least a week or so. There is a way to get infinite Delver's Journey without restored coffer keys just by looting the Nemesis boxes, which we'll talk about those later, but there's like a farmable way to get Delver's Journey, basically, if you wanted to do that. But realistically speaking, the best way to do it is by opening bountiful coffers, and because you are limited in the amount of restored coffer keys that you can get per week, you ideally need to have alts if you want to power up your Delver's Journey as much as possible, because if you have 6 keys on like 20 different alts, then in theory, if there was no cap, you could get all the way to the end on the very first week. Which, in fairness, is why they put these caps in place, which, like, that part I don't mind. I understand why they do it. I just wish they were a little bit more transparent about exactly where it was capped and when the cap will be increased. Whatever. So the first tier that you'll unlock is kind of whatever. You get some slight power-ups within the delves. Not very important. The second tier, this one's a little bit weird because it says a gilded stash will now appear after you complete a tier 11 delve. This is very misleading because the naming is going to confuse a lot of people who have played previous seasons. In previous seasons of The War Within, the Gilded Stash gave you Myth Track Crests. So if we open up here in the Currency tab, I don't even have Myth Track Crests on here, but they are the highest tier of Crests. And the Gilded Stash used to be able to give 7 Myth Track Crests per run that you complete on T11. If we hover over this, you can see it only appears on T11 delves. So basically, in The War Within, a Gilded Stash gave you 7 Myth Track Crests, and you could get this reward 3 times per week by completing T11 delves, for a total of 21 Myth Track Crests per week by completing these T11 delves. And they have changed it slightly to where now, in order to get those Myth Track Crests, you need to get tier 4 on the Delver's Journey for Gilded Jackpot. You can see it says they now also contain Myth Crests, but they have not changed the name of the Gilded Stash, which is what it was named back in War Within. So I've seen a lot of people very confused as to why I've unlocked this thing, but it's not giving me Gilded Crests, or Myth Track Crests. Really bad design on Blizzard's part, but what else is new? At tier 2, these only give Hero Track Crests. The problem is, your completion credit for this Gilded Stash remains the same, whether you have unlocked tier 4 or not. So you can see here, we have the tier 11 selected, and this Gilded Stash thing, you can see it says Gilded Stash looted 0 out of 4 per week. The problem is, what happened to a lot of people is they unlock tier 2, they open their Gilded Stashes, and even if you don't have the Myth Crests from the tier 4 upgrade, if you open 2 out of 4 Gilded Stashes at this level, then you only have 2 more quote-unquote Gilded Stashes left in the week, so even if you later on reach tier 4 and get the Myth Crest upgrades, you can only get 2 Myth Crest Gilded Stashes for the remainder of the week. Now, it's not that big of a deal because, again, this stuff works on a seasonal cap. So if you don't get it from the Delves, then you could always just get it from the next week. Like, it's a rolling seasonal cap, but it does kind of suck, especially early on for people who are struggling to do higher tier Myth Crest sources, like higher end Mythic Plus dungeons. Just something to keep in mind. I would say until you have reached tier 4 on the Delver's Journey, it's probably not worth it to do tier 11s, because if all you're getting is a few bonus hero track crests, like, those are very easy to farm later on. The only advantage to doing tier 11s for this bonus chest is from the Myth Crest that you get at tier 4. It's kind of silly. I don't know why it's designed like this, but here we are. Also, at tier 3, you get, like, a banner that pops up. This just gives you, like, extra Valeera XP. We'll talk about Valeera in a second. At tier 5, I have not unlocked this yet on live servers, but I have tested this on beta. There's an ethereal vendor that pops up. This is, if we look at currency, the untainted mana crystals. When you do rank 9 or higher, or tier 9 or higher delves, you're able to get these crystals, and at the end of a tier 9 or higher delve, you can spend these crystals by speaking with Zah'ran, and he'll offer you any selection of items that can drop from delves. The idea behind this is it's like bad luck protection. So if you don't get that one trinket that you really, really want from delves, like, for instance, a Withered Sapterpaw, then you can keep rerunning tier 9 or higher delves over and over again until Withered Sapterpaw shows up as one of the vendor options, and then you can buy it with your crystals. The items offered by the vendor on beta, at least, cycled every single day. So, or not every single day, actually. Every single run, sorry. So you could keep rerunning the same delve over and over and over and over and over to see what was offered at the end. You didn't need to, like, wait for it to show up after a period of time, which was kind of nice. Did mean you had to grind a little bit if the item you wanted didn't appear, but it does mean that there is a somewhat deterministic way to get a specific trinket out of delves now, which did not used to be the case in early War Within. So that's good, at least. At tier 6, you can manually purchase 2 restored coffer keys from the delve vendor. Right now, the delve vendor doesn't give anything good. That's what you spend your undercoins on. But starting from tier 6 onwards, you can then use this currency to buy some neat stuff. So, but that is only once you get the required upgrades. Tier 7, it doesn't give anything good. This is really good. So one thing that you'll see, a lot of the items that I have in my Warband bank, the veteran Warbound items, a lot of those came from delves. Now, without any upgrades, just right out of the gate, you can get Warbound veteran pieces by spam running delves. And it is an amazing source for alt gearing. If I wanted to right now, I would have full veteran in every single slot on my warrior because of all the stuff I have sitting in that bank, because of just the way that this works. And later on, at tier 8, those Warbound pieces are champion track. So by the end of the season, you'll be able to fully kit out one of your alts in champion gear just by running stuff on your main. That's really good. There's a reason why this is time-gated. This is a very, very powerful upgrade. But it gets better, because once you get to tier 9, there's just a chance that at tier 11, when doing a Bountiful Delve, you can get a hero track piece. So earlier I said that it's champion 246 when you use one of your restored coffer keys, and that you only get 1 hero piece per week from your Delver's Bounty. But once you get this upgrade, there's just a small chance to get a bonus free hero track piece if you run it at tier 11. So that's very good. That is a very, very, very good upgrade. This is brand new. The tier 8 upgrade, this was technically a thing in War Within if you ran it on tier 11, but it was like so late in the season that it never mattered. This has never been a thing before. You've never been able to farm hero track pieces from delves. This is new to Midnight, and this is like obscene. This means delves will be just kind of better than Mythic Plus at the very end of the season for gearing up an alt, which is kind of crazy, but hey, I won't complain. Right now, I obviously don't have access to that, but definitely keep in mind, there's a reason why I haven't geared up like all my other healers and DPS alts, and I'm only focusing on the stuff I need for raid, because I'm just going to wait until I get to tier 9 of delves, and then I'm going to get all my characters geared up and start doing my Keystone Hero challenges as I usually do. But this is a very, very, very powerful gearing method. Anyways, that covers basically all of the gear rewards. The final thing that I'll touch upon is Valeera. So Valeera is your delve companion. Basically, she will accompany you in delves. Delves are mostly solo content. You can do them with a group. I would not recommend it. A lot of people think delves are easier with a group. They are not. Delves are always easier solo. The group scaling is always negative. The only reason you should do delves as a group is if you're bad. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say you really should never do delves as a group. Like, if you need somebody to help you with delves, it's a skill issue, and you should just kind of figure out what you're doing wrong. There is always a Valeera build that you can play, regardless of your spec, that will have an easier time than if you're doing it with other people, unless that other person is just hard carrying you. It is just, that's how the scaling works. That it's just harder in a group. The mobs exponentially scale. So there is no advantage to doing it with multiple people. With that said, I would almost always recommend Healer Valeera for like the vast majority of people. Healer Valeera is just very safe. She's very, very strong. The orbs that she generates keep you alive pretty much indefinitely. I would say she is much more reliable than Healer Bran. Her passive healing is a lot higher, and she has much more on-demand burst healing. So I was never a huge fan of Healer Bran, although he was kind of mandatory back in the War Within. Healer Valeera is very, very good. However, later on, once you get a higher level Valeera, so you may notice, this is not a visual bug, I do have a max level Valeera. I have done a lot of delves on my different alts. I've, like I said, geared up a bunch of characters for Raid already, so I've done a lot of delves. I have Valeera at max level. Once you reach a certain point, I don't want to give an exact number, but let's say like past level 45, I would say if you can live, Damage Dealer Valeera is very, very good. Damage Dealer Valeera just starts slaughtering things, and you don't really need Healer Valeera when everything is just dead. And this just makes delves go way faster. So I'm going to be running Damage Dealer Valeera because I think even with, like, my character doesn't have great gear, it's pretty crappy, but I can survive pretty well on my own, and Valeera is just going to murder things for me. Now, as for Curios, I'll start with Utility Curios. Mandate of Sacred Death is the only one worth running. I'm not even going to talk about the other ones. This one is just ludicrously overpowered, and you'll see why as we go through the delve. Combat Curio, there's a few options. I would say for damage, Holy Bouncing Hand Grenade or Porcelain Blade Tip are the two best ones. This one's good if you're on a geared character, because this one increases your critical strike chance against enemies. So if you're doing a lot of damage, this will further amplify your damage. If you are on an under-geared character like I am, then something like Holy Bouncing Hand Grenade would do more damage overall. But I am also going to take Mantle of Stars instead, because that is a mini sheet death that slightly boosts your damage. And this is the loadout I'm going to run. I'm going to explain the rest as I go through the delve, because I only have 10 minutes to do this delve, and I'm going to do this on tier 8. Because, again, I only need to do 4 tier 11 delves to get the maximum reward from this for the rest of the week, and I have 6 keys. So 2 of my delves I can do on tier 8 at no cost. You know, I get the exact same reward. Also, when you enter the delve, all of your coffer keys are automatically converted into or coffer key shards are converted into keys. And I'm going to try to be fairly quick about doing this one. Ogre Powered tends to be a slightly faster delve. It's not like the best one, but it's okay. So these mobs that we're fighting right now, these are called Nemesis packs. Nemesis packs are like kind of void enemies that are usually seasonal themed in this case, because like Void Spire and all that, they're void guys. And when you kill these packs, you can see there's this little tracker here, 3 on the delve thing. This indicates how many Nemesis packs are left alive in the delve. On tier 8, there are 3 total packs. On tier 11, there is a 4th pack. I think the 4th pack starts appearing on tier 9 or higher. And you want to go out of your way to kill these, because these give you a bonus chest at the end of the delve called a Nemesis box. And the rewards from that are pretty good. I mentioned briefly earlier, but the best way to farm Delver's Journey progress is by looting the Nemesis box at the end of a delve. It is also a really, really good way to farm crests. Because, I mean, those mobs, like, they didn't really live that much longer. They are a bit beefier than your average mob, but Valeera, especially as a DPS, does so much damage that really it doesn't end up being that much more difficult of a pull compared to the rest of the stuff you're going to fight. So, if you just drag it in with other things, Valeera will eventually kill it. And then you will just get more crests at the end of your delve run. So it is definitely worth it. Alright, so the way Mandate of Sacred Death works is your harmful spells and abilities have an 8% chance to deal a big chunk of the enemy's health in damage. And as you get Valeera to gather things throughout the delve, this increases up to a maximum of 5 stacks. So in this initial area, there's a lot of different gathering things. And I'm going to try to find one more to get that final stack, and then Mandate will be at its full power, and Valeera will just start completely shredding mobs. For this particular delve, I need to kill those unstable aberrations. I don't need to kill all of them. There's more than 7 in total. So I can skip some of the inefficient ones at the start. There is a mining node over there that I could use to increase my mandate. I don't really know if I care. We'll see. Oh, I never got this chest, alright. That's an achievement. You just get, like, the discoveries achieved. So this is a Mislaid Curiosity, the thing I just picked up. The main reason to pick those Mislaid Curiosities up is they give you what is called, or they give you Valeera XP. They also give you a chance at this, the Beacon of Hope. So there is a very, very, very low chance to loot one of these whenever you pick up a Mislaid Curiosity, which is the only reason I still grab it. But obviously, when you don't have Valeera at max level, they're also a great source of companion experience, so it's usually worth grabbing them as you go. This is just a bonus enemy. When I kill this one, it'll drop a chest, like, has a little power-up. There we go. Valeera got her final power for Mandate. This is the banner that you get from Renown 3 of the Delver's Journey. It doesn't really give much, it's just a bonus chest at the end with Valeera XP and nothing crazy. But I may as well click on it. There are some times when you'll click on the banner and a big enemy will pop up and you'll have to kill it, and then it's like an extra super duper bonus chest. Like, you know, it's whatever, it is what it is. Click on the Curiosity. Would be cool if I looted a Beacon of Hope, just to show it in the video, but you can take my word for it. I wouldn't lie to you. I have seen a lot of Beacons of Hope drop out of the Mislaid Curiosities, which is the reason I still pick them up. Because if I'm ever really, really busy at the start of a week and I need to get my Delver's Journey ASAP and I don't have time to do all my 3 prays before raid, it'll be very nice to have a bunch of beacons sitting in my bank. I did that a lot back in the War Within, and it was really, really handy. So I gotta go a little bit faster here because I would like to be able to do a second delve today. I've spent a little bit too much time yapping. I gotta strike a balance between yapping and actually, you know, making the progress that I need to make on my character. It's gonna be tight, but we'll see. Okay, Valeera is stuck here fighting this mob. The thing about this particular variant is you'll notice the only objective is to kill these aberrations. So there's a lot of delves that require you to do, like, multiple different objectives. It's like, kill X amount of mobs, and then kill these 3 specific mobs, etc., etc. This one only requires you to kill the aberrations. You can kind of just ignore everything else and beeline for them. One of the other nice things about Mandate that I kind of skipped over is you'll see that all of these, like, holy flashes are the Mandate proccing doing a lot of damage, but that unstable aberration, it's just dead, right? What happened to it? Well, Mandate also has a very small chance to instantly kill enemies. At least that's what it says. The chance is actually kind of high. I don't exactly know how it's calculated. I assume that every single tick of damage that you do has a very small chance to instantly kill the enemy. But if you have a lot of very small ticks of damage, like bleeds and stuff, I think it counts like each tick of a bleed as a separate chance to trigger the insta-kill mechanic, because it happens a lot. And you'll quite often just see mobs following you, and then they just just randomly drops dead. Okay. Definitely doesn't feel like it's only happening a very small time. But, yeah, there we go. Gets one shot. Gets one shot. Alright, Mandate popping off. And I only need one more aberration, which is this one here. So, the moment this gets one shot, we can access the final boss, and we can complete the delve. And for my... Let me check the map, what are the other active delves today? Zul'Aman is very inconsistent. We'll do Sunkiller Sanctum. Okay, final boss is active. Immediately got a Mandate proc and dealt, like... What is that, 8% of the boss's health? It's very nice. I want to try and group all these enemies up so that I can AoE them efficiently. Shockwave is out of range. I also really don't want Valeera to die. It's very hard for DPS Valeera to die, but there are a bunch of effects that will just, like, ignore threat and do damage to Valeera, even though there's really nothing you can do to stop it. So, yeah, like here, she's just taking damage from those enemies, and I can't really help her. I think the Sentinel... Yeah, the Sentinel just keeps targeting her with random shit. Come on, Valeera. I need you to go off. I need to make it to my next delve. It's gonna be close. Like, if I miss one of my keys this week, it's not the end of the world, because one champion piece, I can make that up pretty easily. But it would definitely feel a little bit bad. I think she's gonna die, though. Yeah. I think it's worth it to res her, just so she can kill the boss faster. She's not doing a great job here. What I'm gonna have to do is... I'm gonna have to kill this guy, then I'm gonna have to loot the chest at the end, very quickly. I'm not even gonna look at what I get. I'll get it later. Get a cloak. Okay, cool. I'll talk about all the rewards later, and we're going to pop a wormhole to Voidstorm, and I need to high roll here. I need to be teleported directly to Sunkiller Sanctum's entrance. There is a chance. There is a very, very, very small chance that it happens if I don't get stuck on an infinite loading screen. Holy shit. Holy shit. Come on! Come on! Did I make it? Holy fuck. Any other location, I would not have managed to fly there in time. It just ticked over. I think if we check the map, it's already flipped to the other delves, right? Okay, no, it's technically any second now it'll flip over. It doesn't even have a timer anymore. That's another quirk about delves that I'm glad I got to show. Oh my god, what a time to be recording. Oh my god. Why can't I get that lucky with, like, anything else other than high-rolling a wormhole generator? Wow, okay. God. Yeah, so if you enter a delve before the daily reset, like, you're locked in on that delve until you leave. So I can benefit from this variant of Sunkiller Sanctum on Bountiful unless I leave it early. Yeah, you can see it's already flipped over. Holy crap. Okay, so a lot to unpack there. A lot just happened in a very short period of time. So, okay, I opened my chest and I got a cloak. Technically speaking, cloaks are not a high-value upgrade, but it's not that big of a deal. Also, it rolled speed, which is, kind of nice. It's also not something that I have for my existing items, so, in the grand scheme of things, it actually is one of the pieces I still needed. Let me show the rewards, because I kind of skimmed over that. I got a bunch of Undercoins, Assassin's Subtlety. This is just Valeera XP, but obviously I'm at max level. I got, this is one of the things I was talking about. There's a chance to get Veteran Warbound gear. I can't use this, of course, but this will be nice to have for some of my alts when eventually I level my mage. You get, so the end box, those, like, non-bountiful coffers, they will give you champion crests on tier 8. So I got 5 champion crests from one of those, and then the Nemesis box gave me 6 champion crests. But because I looted them really fast, it just, in the chat log, got bundled to 11 champion crests. And the best way to farm champion crests by far is speedrunning T8 delves. And the best way to farm hero crests by far is speedrunning T11 delves. One thing that you'll notice, right, is we got the Beacon of Hope earlier, and I did not use that in that delve. I made a judgment call, and I figured there's no way that I'll have time to use and loot the Beacon of Hope in that delve. But it doesn't really matter as long as you use it once per week. That's the only thing that's important. So whether I used it there or here, it's completely irrelevant. So we're going to use it in this delve, and then when I get to that point, I will explain what it does and why it's important. This variant is pretty straightforward, and now that I'm not down to the wire, I won't provide as much commentary. I'll kind of skip past this unless something interesting happens, but this one is just like you hold W, you kill enemies, and you click on these crates and stuff. Pretty straightforward. Alright, I've gotten to the final boss of the Delve. This is a weird one where like there's 3 mini-bosses that you actually have to fight as part of the Delve. But the Beacon of Hope, you have to use it at this thing, the Empowered Restoration Stone. So in every single Delve, there's like this meeting stone thing that you'll find midway through. And worth noting that the one in Gulf of Memory is bugged, and if you try to use the Beacon of Hope there, it is flagged as a War Within Restoration Stone. So if you ever wonder, like, oh, gee, I wonder if all those people posting on Reddit that Harandar was clearly cut content from the War Within are making it up. No, like, that's not a meme. They definitely just cut that entire zone out of War Within and shoved it into Midnight. It's still a bug that they haven't fixed since launch. Maybe it's been fixed at the time you're watching this video. I don't know. But you go over to this stone, you right-click the Beacon of Hope, drop it here. There's a little bit of a rumbling. You have to wait. And you can see in chat I'm yapping with my co-tank about different tanks and stuff, and like the fact I'm gearing my Prot Warrior, etc., etc. But okay, so Nullaeus spawns. This is the Delve Nemesis boss. We will talk about him later. He's actually quite important for gearing this time around. But the version that you fight in Delves is really weird. You don't actually fight him, he just summons 2 ads, you kill these ads, and then he just leaves. And that's it. And also, these ads can be one-shot by mandate, so most of the time Valeera will just eventually proc a one-shot, and, yeah, that just happens. She's, like, doing no damage right now. I do think there is, like, some sort of hidden, like, scaling based on your item level in terms of Valeera's damage. Blizzard doesn't communicate that, but there's definitely some sort of pattern there. On my geared character, she will just shred everything. I got another cloak, alright. That's a little bit... Like, so, here's the thing. This is why it's like, it's a little bit fishy, right? But also, this is just typically how Delves work. There are so many... Like, the fact Blizzard hasn't fixed this is insane. The way that the Delve loot pool works is there's, like, 1 helmet, 1 pair of pants, 1 pair of gloves, and, like, 6 different types of cloaks. So a lot of times you'll get way more cloaks than anything else, and the reason is because instead of coding it for, like, there's a chance to get a cloak, a chest, or a helmet, and then once you roll cloak, it picks 1 out of 6 of the cloaks, they just shove everything in the same loot table, and there's an even chance to get any one of the 6 cloaks, or however many they are, as well as all the other items. So you're much more statistically likely to get a cloak or like a random piece of jewelry or a random trinket, because there's so many more of them in the loot table. It's been like this since the start of the War Within. They still haven't fixed it, for some reason. But yeah, also whenever you get the bounty, make sure you use it. Then it gives you this buff. Next time you finish Delve, you'll get the item. Alright, that's the end of the Delve. Oh yeah, the loot is in this room over here. Alright, so... I don't necessarily know if getting 2 cloaks in a row is a bug or not, but before I open any of the actual good chests, I'm definitely going to do the, like, spec change thing. I'm going to... so this is the regular chest, and this is the hidden trove. This is the hero track one. So we're gonna switch to arms. Then we're gonna switch our loot spec. I'll have to respond to my code tank in a little bit. I want to make sure I don't mess this up. So, current loot spec. Now, the question is, do I go prot loot spec, or do I go, like, arms loot spec and stuff for a chance at getting an upgrade? I don't have a hero track shield yet, right? So, like, I technically don't have either, but I got a hero track weapon out of my vault. I'll still go prot because I would still like to get a good shield. It would help for tanking M+. So I'll do this. I got pants, which, I mean, hey, you know, that is a slot I don't have, so I will take it. And then we're going to do another spec swap. We'll do Fury this time. And we will go... Ah, shit, what have I done? There. Go to Fury, back down to Prot, and then open this. And I already have this trinket. Well, I already have this trinket, but I guess now I can actually justify using it because, like, Now I have, like, officially earned it as part of this run. So there you go. And under the old one. Alrighty, so we have finished our first two delves. Ooh. Yeah, actually, I wanted to check my world quest before I went in, and then I actually saw this one. It's tempting to actually do this in war mode, because that would give me, yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go turn on war mode and do that real fast. Just because, I mean, you may as well, right? Like, that's gonna give me, what's it called? A decent upgrade and more bloody tokens. That one in particular, you'll see when I get there, it is a very fast world quest, so even though I will be in PvP, it's not really that big of a deal, and also by this point, I've done all my prey, so there's less of a concern with me getting, like, ganked or whatnot. Alright, so this is the quest I was talking about. This one, you basically go into this little thing, and then you just lob these missiles at the arcane elementals. So it's pretty easy to do, I figured, because of how fast it is, and requires 0 chance at PvP combat. It's probably worth just getting the free bloody tokens. There are people here, though, surprisingly. I don't like that. Where did that guy go? That guy, he just disappeared. I've never seen that before. It was like he cast Vanish, but he's a Death Knight, so I don't know what that's all about. Kind of worried he's going to drop on top of my head again, but I do need to finish my world quest. So... I mean, I have my Goblin Glider still. I could probably escape, and we're good. Alright. Wait, I didn't get a piece of gear? Huh. Okay. So if you're in war mode, I didn't even bother checking, but it looks like the war mode reward is different than the non-war mode reward. I did get 500 additional bloody tokens, though, which, I mean, honestly, that's kind of better? Almost? Because now I basically have enough to target by a veteran piece of my choice, whereas before it was either shoulders or gloves. I remember it was replacing one of my green items. So that's fine, I think. Next, while I'm here, I may as well just do the other 2 world quests, and then I get the bloody token cap, and yeah, I mean, that'll nice. You fool! You polymorphed yourself, you fucking idiot. Oh, fuck. Alright. I figured since I was already close to the bloody token cap, I may as well just, you know, go the rest of the way there. Let me just quickly... I was going to try and hit that guy with Whirling Surge, but, you know. He'll never know that he was this close to being dismounted and potentially falling to his death, but... Anyways, we hit the bloody token cap. I'm going to go... Where's the nearest inn? Over here. I can go disable war mode, because now I don't need to do anything else in war mode. And I can buy at least 3 pieces of veteran gear when we're done with this. I might be able to just jump straight into M+. After all these delves. We'll have to see what my gear is at. Alright, I'm recording later in the same day. I was going to do all of the delves and stuff in one sitting, but turns out there's this thing called sleep that you need every now and then, and after I took a short break, I realized, yeah, I haven't actually gotten any of that in a while. I had sort of kind of been recording for a very long time, so took a nap, we're back, and now I'm gonna do the rest of my delves. Now, I did the first 2 delves on T8, and as I said, for the Bountiful Coffer rewards, these things, and the Delver's Bounty rewards, it doesn't matter, you can see here. Gives 250, champion 2 out of 6. I forgot that it was 2 out of 6, which is actually slightly better than some of the other rewards. Cool. But this is not different between T8 and T11. So it doesn't really matter what I run it on. But I do still need to do my 4 T11 delves, as mentioned earlier in the video, for these gilded stashes. Now, technically, you don't need to do these, like I said before. It's very much if you want to get a decent amount of hero and myth crests while doing your delves, you may as well run it on T11. The thing that you'll find, though, is that the difference between T11 and T8 is extremely minimal. So I can just hop in here and show, right? Once you have a decent level Valeera and enough gear to survive T11, which I say enough gear, but like my warrior is still basically half naked, right? And this is still enough. The reality is the difference isn't really that high. Like you don't, I probably should, that's probably a bad way to word it, like enough gear to survive T11. Really, it's more the way that you approach T11. If you don't have that much gear, delves don't have a time limit, right? So I'm still going to be doing fairly aggressive pulls because, like, I'm a prot warrior, and prot warriors are just kind of indestructible. But if you are playing a non-super tanky spec, either, you know, a weaker tank or a DPS spec, and you have to run healer Valeera or something like that, and just don't do all of the crazy pulls that I'm probably going to do here. And even then, I'm gonna play it safe a little bit. Well, in this case, so this is Calamitous, right? You may know this particular variant, because this is the one that a lot of people do for leveling. Also, if my voice sounds off, it's, like I said, I just woke up, so I need to start recording, right? I can't just sit here and, like, wait until I feel fully awake to get the show on the road. And it might not be the easiest for me to explain everything, but in this particular case, this delve is intended to be done, like, you open this gateway, you skip to the end, but there are some Nemesis packs up there that I would like to pull, and if I take the gateway, then I'd have to double back to grab those, and it's just going to be a lot easier if I hold W here. It is probably worth pointing out, though, because, okay, well, wow. Alright, that killed me pretty quickly. I could probably live the rest of this. I am, honestly, just kind of not locked in. But I was about to say it's probably worth pointing out that if you are not super geared, or playing something like a prot warrior, you probably do need to run healer Valeera. And there is just a chance, like if I die one more time, I probably will just restart this and run it as healer Valeera. And in which case, it will just take me longer to do. But it's just kind of impossible to die at that point, even with my gear. Because I could just constantly pull one pack at a time, get all the healing, and eventually it'll be done. But I think I'm fine. I think I just need to lock the fuck in. Alright, well, the rest of the delve was fairly uneventful. Pretty much, it's exactly what I said. I was just distracted and just let myself die to a bunch of dots. Specifically from the Nemesis mobs, too. Like, they obviously hit harder than the average mob within the delve. So, once I just paid attention, used Impending Victory on cooldown, nothing was really that tricky. Calamitous also isn't just a very difficult delve variant, even on T11. Alright. There's been no real indication so far that any of my loot on this character has actually been bugged, so I'm gonna go ahead and oh well, whatever. I was going to make an effort to not loot the Cracked Keystone. The problem with the Cracked Keystone is it gives you a generic +2 key, and ideally... oh boy. Ideally you want to, like, loot a +10 by completing a +10 later on if you're trying to run with your guild. Now, for most people, that's not really a main consideration, but I was hoping to do some keys with my guild later tonight, and it would have been nice if I had remembered to not pick this up out of the box. Unfortunately, I just woke up, and despite thinking that earlier today, the thought did not cross my mind until literally right now. Oh, that's dumb. Just something to keep in mind. It won't really matter in the long run, and also I know a bunch of people in my guild have +10s, and they said they'd help me with it, so... you know, it really doesn't matter all that much, but I still feel dumb, so... oh, is what it is. Ring is pretty good. That's actually, this is a very, very nice thing to get, because I am still missing a ring in one of my slots, and that is something that even out of the items that I had before that I'm not using, I didn't manage to get a ring. So we really needed one of those, and obviously we need 2 rings. Right, so it's good to have. Come to think of it, though, with the UI changes, I actually don't have a great way to track shield block anymore. So it's probably worth setting up the basic cooldown manager to track that. And I'm sure that a lot of people will find my methods for tracking some of these cooldowns a little bit over the top and silly. I get that a lot. And I promise that what you are about to see, it is not for dramatic effect. This just really does help me remember to keep my shield block up. And that is pretty important. Alright, so we're going to go in here, gameplay enhancements. There is the cooldown manager. There's a lot of stuff that you can do in here that might be worth it. Yeah, so I'm going to enable this. Edit mode, I think I need to... It is in the right spot. Okay, I have track bars, because it's the same that I use for tracking Bone Shield on my Blood DK. So then all I need to do is go into here, advanced cooldown settings, and then I would just go here. And yeah, I don't need to track that stuff. Really, all I need to do is track shield wall. And all right, so now finally, yeah, my shield block is tracking the way I want it to. And like I said, this may seem over the top, but well, I'm never going to forget to keep my shield block up when I need it. It is very hard for me to miss it this way, and that is just the way I like it. I have ADD, and if I have some obscure elements on my UI, I will just kind of forget. So, very important things like that, I always like to keep front and center. Alright. Other delve down. I'm really hoping I get a shields off one of these delves. I could always just buy a bloody token shield if needed, but it would be nice to get one that's slightly better. I got a chest piece. That is a slight upgrade, so still take that. And that's, yeah, still not one of the slots that I actually needed something from, so, you know, we've gotten mostly decent gear, I would say. At some point, I would say later on, I note, I am going to equip this gear, right, when I do Mythic Plus and whatnot. Like, I'm not going to troll myself and not take the upgrades that I farmed earlier in the week, but I still want to simulate this as if it was a fresh character doing delves with less gear overall. But for now, you know, we're getting decent upgrades regardless. I do still have basically nothing in shoulders and gloves, but hey, if that persists, that is what the bloody tokens are for, so I can at least cover those slots no matter what. The really important thing to get would be another ring, because you cannot buy those with bloody tokens. So if I don't manage to get those, then... Well, actually, I mean, I already have Adventurer at the worst, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, but it would be a little bit of a bummer if I didn't find a replacement. Alright, same deal. We're doing this one, Twilight Crypts. Honestly, there's not real much to comment on these delves. I will note that obviously every single delve is different in terms of the difficulty that it presents. There are some variants that are slightly more challenging than others, though one thing that is quite nice, I feel, about... this is the one where you get trapped and teleported to the end. I think that on average, the difficulty of variants in Midnight is more, like, comparable than in War Within. War Within had a lot of variants that were extremely easy, and then some that were brutally hard, and there were a lot of mobs that would just kick your ass. And then there were, you know, a few average ones, but it was kind of all over the place, so it could be a little bit frustrating, I'd imagine, if you were watching a video like this and I was doing the regular variants, and then you did it on, like, some random day, got the worst possible bountiful variants, and every delve was a complete nightmare. And, I would say that is probably less of a concern in Midnight. I'm trying to think if there are any real outliers, and honestly, I can't really think of any. Some of them are definitely a little bit harder. I think the main thing that delves always have an issue with is caster mobs are overtuned. There definitely are some variants of, like, honestly, this place, Atalaman, depending on the way you pull it, Collegiate Calamity, which I don't think is a hard delve overall, but if you try to do gigantic pulls, it can be a little bit scary. Darkway a little bit. Parhelion Plaza, so at the time of recording, Parhelion Plaza is not actually out yet, but I have tested all of it on the beta. That's the only one that I think is actually notably worse than the other delves. And I don't think they're actually making any changes to it, because I haven't noticed any changes on Darkway, which was also delayed. So, yeah, if you happen to get a bountiful Parhelion Plaza, that's just a bummer. That place is kind of ass. There's really not much to be done about that. But, yeah, there's not much that I can think of outside of that particular delve where it's like, oh yeah, this one is just so much harder. Maybe Grudge Pit. Grudge Pit's probably a fair example of this delve is just significantly harder than everything. Mostly because Grudge Pit is a bit of a weird case where every single pack is in the very first room. So if you try to do even a small pull, you might accidentally end up pulling a bunch of extra stuff that you didn't want. And then things can just quickly spiral out of control, and before you're ready, it's, everything is trying to kill you. Neat thing about this particular delve variant, so these little masks on the wall, I would recommend picking them up. I will show my damage breakdown in a little bit, but these masks actually contribute a noticeable amount of extra damage, to the point where it is usually worth going out of your way to pick these up. They can be found in both Twilight Crypts and Atalaman. But they're a little bit harder to find in Atalaman. You have to, like, go out of your way to find them in, like, some little side rooms. But Twilight Crypts, they're basically just, like, all over the place. So you can easily go around and grab them. Alright, so if we look at this pull, small sample size, like, obviously Valeera, when she goes off, does kill most things. But you can see here, Fearful Ritual Mask is doing my 3rd overall damage. Nothing crazy, like, you know, it's technically doing slightly more than Mandate on that pull, but Mandate is also usually split between my damage and Valeera's damage. It's also only at 2 stacks, so it's not at its full power. But yeah, that is just pretty good. So for something that you can just right-click as a random buff, it's worth doing. It's worth taking the 1-second detour to go activate that. It will save you time. Alrighty. Another down. Come on, shields. Any shields? Well, actually, that's still really nice. That is a slot that I do not have. I am getting, I think this is fair to say, better than average loot from these delves. Usually I get a handful of duplicates, and at least like 1 or 2 slots is wasted, but so far, this has been pretty good. I haven't really gotten many veteran pieces that I can use on my character, but I already know for a fact that I have a bunch of veteran items in my bank that I could use if I absolutely needed to. So, you know, that is nice. I'm going to use a wormhole, and I'm just going to head to Harandar. We can do the final of today's delve, so I can spend my final weekly restored coffer key. Alrighty, and that is our final delve completed. So you can see here, we're out of restored coffer keys. We are on our last one. I hopefully will get a shield from this, or crappy trinket. Technically, I already have another trinket that I could use for free upgrades, but in theory, this would allow me to upgrade my Crucible of Erratic Energies to 250 for free. Now, I happen to know that the current trinket setup I'm running is my best combo. This one is just not very good, but you can go and look that up on your own. I will go over ways to find that information later on. I think the same exact veteran track leather boots from before, so that's something. Now, when you get to this stage of the gearing process, you can see champion, 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 garbage, champion, hero, adventurer, you know, whatever. Adventurer, champion, 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 veteran, adventurer, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots that rolled garbage. I would say I got, like I said, pretty good RNG throughout this process, so that's nice. I guess you might have a little bit more than the 5 slots of complete garbage that I got on this character. But no matter what, like, the gear that I have already is, like, this is fine. Now, I'm not going to say jump into Mythic Plus with this gear on. You don't necessarily need to. But also, you could, right? And the very next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to return to Silvermoon City, and, well, remember earlier when I said bloody tokens are really good for filling in whatever slots you didn't get? Now is the time. At this point, I've done all my weekly things. If I want to continue progress, I may as well go spend them. Now, if you want to, you could reach this point, and then you could just repeat the cycle that I just showed. Over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks, you could do your praise, you can do your delves, you can get your delver's bounty, and within like, honestly, 2.5 weeks, like, I think 2 weeks with good RNG, 3 weeks of like, you know, a handful of bonus chores, like a third delver's bounty, at most, you'll basically be full champion for sure, a few hero pieces mixed in for good measure. And that's like, what, 252, 254 item level ballpark, without spending any crests, which we haven't even talked about crests yet. There's a lot to discuss for properly spending these. But before you even reach a point where you need to spend any of your upgrade currency, before you need to do any of your crafts, you can already get to a pretty decent item level. And I can tell you, that is more than enough to do keys. Just a few days ago, I was tanking a bunch of 12s and 13s for my guilds on my 256 item level Blood Death Knight. Blood Death Knight, notoriously very squishy, not the best tank for keys, and I still managed to do it. Now, I would consider myself to be a much better than average tank player, but even still, if you are around that item level, you don't need to be doing 12s and 13s, you could just do plus 10s, and plus 10s are noticeably easier, or at the very least, you can dip your toes into Mythic Plus a little bit without worrying too much and start learning. I think that is definitely worth it. There's another thing. Ooh, also, I should grab this. So there is a Delve quest that you can get. The reward that I'm going to get from this, on average, will not be super impactful, but it is worth noting that every single week, if you look at the calendar, there is a different weekly event active. So you can see here, it's a bit hard to see because like the raid opening is kind of cluttering this a little bit, but the Delve bonus event begins. This has caused, like, this is what gives this buff, right, where you get more undercoins, Delver's Journey progress, which is still capped, blah blah. And also, it gave me that quest earlier that we picked up right at the start of this video to complete 5 different delves. And what's interesting about this is it has a small chance to give a piece of loot from the upcoming March on Qualdanos raid, which is not actually out yet at the time of recording. So it'll be really funny if that happens. It did not, I think. What is Ribbon of Coiled Malice from? Either way, I mean, this is crap loot. I'm pretty sure this is from Void Spire. Ribbon of Coiled Malice, yeah, it's from Fallen King Saladar. Yeah, so that's a bit of a whiff. I believe the stats on this are probably better. I want more crit than I do Mastery Haste, so sure, we'll put this on. I wonder if there's any merit to getting the Amani necklace. I don't think so. I could go over there and grab it if I really wanted to, but the Amani necklace is high haste or Versamast, and I think this is probably better than either of those, so not really much to worry about. I'm still not going to talk about Crest just yet in detail, but I will, again, reiterate that if you ever have a situation like this where you have free discounts, then it is worth spending this. So in this case, I have 2 different trinkets that are 250 item level, and you can only upgrade up to your highest trinket. So you can see here, actually, yeah, all of my trinkets are 250, right? But I can upgrade my Crucible up to 250 completely for free without spending any crests. Technically, you need to spend gold, right? But, like, yeah, there's not that important. I'm not going to actually spend any crests yet. And this is not like, oh, I don't want to talk about this in the video yet. I do not want to talk about this in the video yet. But the reason why I am holding off talking about it is because I also do not recommend that you spend any crests yet. This is not something you should be doing. There's a reason why we are waiting until the very end to spend crests. The short answer is, obviously, you want to make sure you're getting the most out of your currency. So if you spend your currency now, and then you get an upgrade that's just a higher base item level, well, you could have just gotten that item for free. We don't want to spend any of this stuff. It'll be more useful later on. We do it as, like, the final step to upgrade our items when we really, really need it. Okay, so with our bloody tokens, the slot that I still need, I don't know if you can hear my dog barking. Unfortunately, I don't know why he's going crazy right now. But we definitely need gloves, so I'm going to buy that. That is 700. And I'll replace that slot. There we go. And a ring would be nice, but obviously we can't buy a ring with bloody tokens. Now, if if I didn't already know that I happen to have hero track boots, this is quite lucky, by the way. One of the slots that my Delver's Bounty was in, actually two, the two slots that I got from, this was the week 1 Delver's Bounty, and this was my Great Vault. I actually didn't get anything to replace these items in Delve, so that's actually really nice. But I will use these before I jump into M+. I'll mix them in at this point. But obviously, if I were trying to do M+ now with, like, whatever gear that I had, Adventurer Track boots are not the worst thing ever. So I'm not gonna... Like, I think at this point you could justify that. I'm not going to waste my valuable currency just to prove a point. But I would say, if I didn't already know that I had these, the next thing I'd probably spend my tokens on would be the boots. But definitely, I actually do need a shield, no matter what. And this is a new appearance. I do like collecting different shield appearances. This one, ooh, that is quite nice. Alright. Well, I like that one anyway. And what else? I'd say kind of similar situation, right? So with the current cap at the time of recording, the only other thing that I could buy right now that would actually save me any crests whatsoever would be either boots or a weapon. So I happen to know that I have both sitting in my bags, so is there anything else that I even care about? Technically, there's nothing else I need to buy with bloody tokens, but there you go, right? So I've bought everything that I actually really need to buy, and I still have 1k left over. So imagine later on in the season, if you're watching this and you followed my advice and did the bloody token stuff, then even if you get a bit more unlucky with your drops from Delves, you'll probably be able to fill all of those slots. Well, actually, come to think of it, since I don't have anything else to spend my bloody tokens on anyway, I'm actually going to buy something real quick for demonstration purposes. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to buy a belt off the vendor with my remaining bloody tokens. And you might be thinking, well, that's a little bit silly. You already have a champion belt. Why would you possibly need to buy a belt that is 243 item level? Maybe you just like the appearance. And it's actually not a bad appearance, but that is not why I have purchased this belt. Now, I am only just realizing at this point that I already had a veteran track belt sitting in my bags that I could have used for this demonstration, but let's just pretend that wasn't there. I have bought a separate veteran track belt. So at this point in time, I think we can probably talk about crests and when you should use them. So we've done all this stuff. We're 244 item level right now. Ignore the fact that, like, I'm technically slightly higher in bags, but the difference is marginal, right? So 244 item level after doing all of these basic chores. Now, what do we have in terms of crests? We have Adventurer Crests, Veteran Crests, Champion Crests, Hero Crests, Myth Crests. These are all the different types of crests, and every single type of crest is used to upgrade within its own track. So if I were to put an Adventurer Track piece here, you would need to use Adventurer Track crests to upgrade this all the way up, assuming you didn't have something that's higher item level. In this case, we have multiple 250 Champion Trinkets, so we could just upgrade this to its maximum level in the track completely for free. It's very easy to get stuff that is higher than 237, which is the cap for any different Adventurer Track item. For this reason, Adventurer Crests are basically worthless. I would say that at earlier stages of the video, when I was saying not to spend your crests, if you really wanted to, if you felt you were struggling, and you wanted to spend some Adventurer Crests to make your life a little bit easier clearing these delves, you could. Now, I was able to do it without any issue whatsoever. I am also playing a Prot Warrior. I'm more experienced, right? So your mileage may vary, but that is something you could justify doing. It's not necessarily something that you should always do. So you might be thinking, well, if you never need Adventurer Crests for anything, then why would I ever hold off on spending them? Well, there are some times when you might have, like in this case, one particular slot that doesn't get any upgrades, and, well, yeah, I can't just pull a ring out of thin air, so I am going to spend some of my Adventurer Crests to upgrade this ring. And then, what do I still have? That is, have I not equipped these boots? Is that why it's not giving me credits? Okay, I was very confused as to why I was not getting the ability to... Or I was not getting this achievement. I thought it was supposed to be per character, it looks like it's warband wide now. Once you've outgrown the use of Adventurer Crest, or, well, any crest here, you'll get an achievement indicating that. And then on that particular character, you will gain the ability to trade up your crests. Now, I think the reason why it's not letting me do that is because I haven't done this tutorial quest, so I guess let's do that now. This tutorial quest wants us to upgrade one of our veteran pieces. So I can basically pull out any random veteran item in my bags that is below the cap, and I'll just do this. Gives me credit for this quest. And then this teaches you how transmutation works. It says transmute to a bundle of Adventurer Dawn Crests. So we're going to do that, and then we'll complete the quest. And does this unlock it? No. I think this is a bug. This feels like a bug. I definitely have... Well, this is a really unfortunate bug because I was trying to demonstrate an important part of the gearing process, which is trading crests up. But Blizzard doesn't know how to code their game properly, so despite the fact that I can literally not spend adventure crests on anything else, it is not letting me do that. So that is unfortunate. So just to broadly explain, at this point, none of my items are below 237 item level. There is absolutely nothing that my character can spend Adventurer Dawn Crests on. So there is no longer any use for this currency. And normally, when it's not bugged, once that happens, you're able to convert this crest type upwards. So I believe the conversion rate is 30 to 10. So for every 30 Adventurer Dawn Crests you have, you can buy a bundle of 10 Veteran Crests. So by saving up my Adventurer Crests and not using them early on, I'm able to get more Veteran Crests early. Now, at this point of the season, these are all still capped. So if I convert upwards, the converted crests still count towards the Veteran cap. So this won't necessarily give you extra Veteran Crests if you save your Adventurer Crests. It'll just mean that you hit this 500 or whatever it is for you right now, seasonal cap a bit faster. But later on, this cap is basically going to be infinite. Like, you'll have more than enough season maximum to fully upgrade a set of veteran gear from scratch. So in that case, having more Veteran Crests early on without having to just do constant grinding will just make your gearing process a little bit easier. Another thing worth noting, you'll see that whenever I go to upgrade an item, so in this case, if I want to upgrade this Veteran Belt, the early upgrades are cheap here. They're completely for free because we have this Champion Belt. This I've already talked about. Now, if I want to upgrade this Veteran item, the very last slot, it says I only need to use 10 crests. The normal upgrade for stuff like this is 20 crests. Like, for instance, this hero weapon I have. If I wanted to upgrade this, I would need to spend 20 Hero Dawn Crests, because I do not have the hero achievements on my account. But on my main character, my main character is currently 272 item level, and I have 263 or higher in every single slot. And I definitely have 250 or higher in every slot, which means that for all of my alts that I make, the upgrade costs for anything at that item level or below is discounted. It's cut in half. And that is really, really good. Having a 50% discount on item upgrades on all characters in your account is just stupidly powerful as a bonus. So I can only spend, or I could spend, if I wanted to, only 10 Veteran Crests, get this up to 250, and what's nice here is if we look at my other belt, my Champion Belt, if I wanted to upgrade my Champion Belt from 246 to 250, I would need to spend 10 Champion Dawn Crests. Now, Champion Dawn Crests are obviously more valuable than Veteran Dawn Crests because they are used to upgrade all the way to 263, whereas Veteran Dawn Crests are only used to upgrade to a maximum of 250. But if I take this belt here, and I upgrade this belt one more time to get it to 250 using my Veteran Dawn Crest, the worse type of upgrade currency, then now, this is 250, this is my highest item level belt, I can upgrade my Champion Belt for free up to 250 without having to spend any Champion Dawn Crests. So, in basically every single instance, for the very first upgrade track of any item, you never want to use that upgrade track's currency, no matter what. There are other situations that we'll discuss later on where you won't want to upgrade something and you will want to save your crests, especially for like hero and myth track. That's more important. But early on, never, ever, ever upgrade a champion piece from 246 to 250. It is a complete waste. It is always better to upgrade a veteran piece all the way up to 250 and then get your champion stuff to 250 as a baseline. You'll obviously get a lot of champion things at 250 regardless, because that's what it drops from in Delves, but this is just something very important to keep in mind. And now, I have all my other stuff. I can go ahead and upgrade the rest of my veteran gear because I have all these crests. Even if I didn't have the account-wide discount, I would be able to just go through and do this. You know, at this point, I can tell you now that veteran crests will not really be that valuable. You're at a stage where you can already farm Delves pretty efficiently. There we go. I really don't know why. Because, so it says outgrow the use of Adventurer Dawn Crests, but these were gloves that were 243 baseline, and it wasn't until I upgraded them to 250 that I got the achievement, but Adventurer caps out at 237. So that's just a bug. I don't know why it works like that. But now I can show you that if I talk to this guy, Vasgarn, it is, yeah, like I said, 30 to 1. All of my remaining Adventurer Crests, I can talk to him, I can convert them up, and then I can go here, and I can open up these boxes. And that gives me a few more Veteran Crests to work with. What else can I upgrade? I can upgrade my shields to 250. It's nice. And if I wanted to, I could upgrade my weapon. Now, because I have a hero track weapon, like, this is entirely discounted, right? So, normally it wouldn't be discounted, but at this point, you know, I could spend my remaining veteran crest to upgrade this to 250. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. And, yeah, then this character would be 248. The only thing that's really holding me back is this ring and these boots. And as I said before, obviously I just wasted blade tokens on this belt. I could buy veteran track boots and get these up to 250, so realistically speaking, my item level would be closer to like 249.5. It might even round up to 250. And at 250, you are more than geared enough to start doing Mythic Plus. And that is what you should be doing. Technically speaking, you can jump into Myth Zeros, so they have buffed M0 dungeons to now give Champion Track Gear, but Champion Track Gear is the same as Delves. So the way I see it at this point is if you are still too afraid with your current gear to enter Mythic Plus, which is what you should be doing for gearing, then just, like, log off for the week. Unironically, just stop playing the game for a week, come back after the weekly reset, do this entire process again, get a few more hero track pieces, and repeat that process until you feel comfortable entering Mythic Plus. There's no real point in spamming M0 dungeons for 246 champion gear that is just worse than the stuff that you get by farming Delves. Like, why bother doing that? There's no real benefit, in my opinion. So, just go get as much gear as you need, start pushing your key, and, I mean, we'll talk about that, obviously. We'll talk about Mythic Plus shortly. But, at this point, I would think I'm going to take off the training weights, right? Like, I have held myself back while doing the early demonstration stuff, and I haven't used the existing gear that I got, but, like, while I'm actually doing other content, I'm not going to troll my guildies, so I am actually going to put on just the few pieces of gear that I managed to obtain last week, just because, like, why not, right? May as well make my life slightly easier. I am also going to check my warband bank. I'm not sure if I have a ring. Yeah, so I actually don't have any veteran track rings that I could use. That is surprising to me. I wonder why they're much rarer than other stuff. Now, looking at my gear, you may notice I have this 246 helmet from Reputation, and since I actually never used this belt that I bought, I'm going to do the exact same thing I was going to demonstrate before I realized I already had a veteran belt in my bags, but I'm going to do that with a helmet. So I'm actually going to buy this, and this actually will be a genuine upgrade for me, because now I can use Veteran Crest to upgrade this to 250, and then I can upgrade my helmet to 250 completely for free, without having to waste any of my champion crests. So I talk to the vendor, I throw this in here, I upgrade this, and then I can upgrade my helmet, 250 completely for free. And now, we are still only one slot away from being full 250 or higher in every single slot. again, this is more than good enough. But, notably, I am not going to be spending any of these champion crests. I have 81 right now. Could I spend some upgrades? Sure. But I'm going to wait, because there are some things that I could get from early Mythic Plus that would just be an item level upgrade, and I don't want to potentially waste this. Okay, so hear me out, right? At this point in the video, normally, I would recommend that you go do Mythic Plus. And I definitely would not recommend that you start spending 20,000 gold on enchants for champion gear that you're going to replace very soon. Do as I say, not as I do. Because what I'm about to do, I'm about to do 2 out of 8 Mythic on this Prot Warrior. Now, hear me out. I am not saying that you necessarily need to do 2 out of 8 Mythic. This is not part of the gearing guide. But the reality of my situation is that I am gearing this character up as a potential replacement for my main character in raids if we need a warrior buff. And so it is very important that I get this as geared as possible before raid. Now, I have taken this opportunity, as I am already gearing up the character, to walk you through my process and to show you what I am doing to get this character geared up. But it just so happens that my raid leader decided to do a 2 out of 8 Mythic alt run, and honestly, like, I know I can tank it at 250 item level, so, like, you know, may as well. And there we go. That's all my enchants. I would not be doing this if I was not basically chucking my warrior into the deep end well before, like, I know I can do this, but, you know, I do not recommend entering Mythic Raid with 250 item level. This is, you should not be doing this. This is a little bit irresponsible, but I know it's very doable, so fuck it. Like, I mean, we need to get this character gear for raid, so I'm pushing the boundaries of what is normally realistic here. Alright, future editor Haraldin, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of what ended up happening during this run. So, by some miracle, we actually managed to kill the first boss in the Mythic Raid, even with my Prot Warrior being so absurdly undergeared. Believe it or not, my Prot Warrior was not the problem. We actually had a lot of weak DPS, and I was able to tank this perfectly fine. We had to Vantis Rune it, which, if you don't know what a Vantis Rune is, every single week you can use this item to give you 5% versatility against a specific raid boss. It's basically intended to be a way to help progression guilds. So as you're working on usually one boss at a time, you use your Vantis Rune on that boss to just give you a little bit of an edge to help you get the kill. Like currently, at the time of recording, my guild is progressing Midnight Falls, the final boss of the entire tier, so all of us are using our Vantis Runes on that fight. But on alt characters like this, if you don't actually need to do any progression rating for the next however long there is until the weekly reset, and during the Mythic run that you see in this footage, the weekly reset was in less than 24 hours. We were doing this on a Monday night, so none of us were concerned about using Vantis Runes. That just made it slightly easier to get the kill, and I guess if you decide to pug either Aversion or Chimeras yourself, which I have heard a lot of people are doing this tier, more than I think I've seen in previous tiers, Chimeras especially, a lot of people have tried pugging it, because, well, there's a really good trinket, Gaze of the Almseer, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but it can be worth using a Vantis to help push you over the edge there. In this case, thankfully, the time that I spent killing this boss paid off, because I got a Myth Track Shield on my Prot Warrior. Now, this was a little bit insane, right, because it's a very, very, very powerful item. It's a fantastic upgrade over what I was using, and this means that later on I won't need to craft a shield, which is something that a lot of other Prot Warriors did. Now, I do want to address the elephant in the room slightly, because throughout this entire gearing process, my Prot Warrior got substantially luckier than I historically have gotten in many previous attempts to gear characters. Overall, I've been pretty lucky this season compared to a lot of my previous seasons of World of Warcraft. It's a nice feeling, I will say. It's not fun trying to do progression rating when you get just the worst loot out of anybody in your guild. So, can't really complain too much. The unfortunate side of things is it does paint a slightly unrealistic picture for what you can expect if you're gearing. The reality is that sometimes this game is random, and you aren't going to pug a mythic boss on your very first week playing a character and get a myth track upgrade. That's just not going to happen the vast majority of the time. And this will make things ever so slightly easier for me, though I will at least acknowledge that there is a new catch-up system introduced in 12.0.5. Again, we'll discuss that in more detail later, but it makes it so that getting myth track upgrades is way easier than it has, I think, literally ever been in the history of World of Warcraft. So even though, yes, my luck on this character has been pretty obscene, and yes, you could probably expect to spend like another week getting to this level of gear if you're just getting into the game, especially if it is the first character you're playing. Obviously, this was an alt. I am in a top 100 guild, so I have access to a bit more external resources. Like, I have people who can help me run keys, whereas normally you'd have to pug, and that will take a bit more time. I'm going to discuss M+ in a bit, and some strategies that you can consider for that. But overall, I mean, that is one of the reasons why joining a good guild is one of the best ways to make progress in this game, and things will always be harder if you choose to play it solo. For many years, I did that, and I preferred it at the time, and I was okay spending additional time gearing up because I just wanted to be alone and not have to worry about other people. But I will say, once you have experienced playing with better players and having more resources and a bigger network of people to play with without having to rely entirely on pugs, it's kind of hard to go back. And towards the end of the video, I will touch upon guilds. I don't know, I would say it's a little bit more advanced, because on one hand, if you're just trying to join any guild, you can just throw out a post in trade chat and get a random invite. But finding a good guild is a much more challenging process. That's something that you could probably make a 5-hour or however long this is going to be video on its own, talking about all of the different intricacies of applying to guilds and searching for guilds. But I will at least do my best to give you a quick rundown of what to look for later on. There's a lot of ground to cover with anything like this. I'm trying to basically give you a masterclass on how to get into the game, but there's so many different situations and RNG and variants and whatnot that it's going to be impossible for this to apply to everyone. I'm going to mention this again at the end, but I'll say it here just to be clear. If there are any questions that you have after watching this video, if at any point you feel lost or like, I don't know how this step applies to me, I'm not sure where to go from here, leave a comment. I'm going to try to extensively reply to any questions, because the goal of this video is to help new players get into the game, and to help people who feel like this game is super overwhelming have a very clear step-by-step breakdown in excruciating detail of what they should be doing next. So if you think that I've missed something, please let me know, and I will try to make sure that in a comment I give you a proper response, or send me a message on Discord and tell me the part you're stuck at, and I'll do my best to help. Love doing that. I love being able to help new people get into this game, so definitely want to at least give that disclaimer multiple times throughout the video, because we still have a lot of ground to cover. Yeah, I felt that some narration here would be warranted, because I didn't want to show you the exact step-by-step process for the Mythic boss kill, and also then we went on to try Voracious, and we wiped, so we didn't end up killing that. We decided to kill Mythic Chimeras, but I brought a different character for that, which needed the gear more, so I didn't get any potential upgrades for my Prot Warrior. So in the end, again, it was worthwhile. I got a Myth Track Shield. I don't necessarily think that pugging Mythic bosses is worthwhile for you. If you reach the very end of this guide and you're already like 270 plus item level, maybe you can consider pugging these two bosses, Aversion and Chimeras. But in my opinion, you're better off, once you get to that point, trying to find a guild that you can actually kill these bosses consistently with, because, in my opinion, it's more fun. And it's just going to be a hell of a lot easier than trying to do it in an uncoordinated pug group. But again, I did need to have this character geared for progression, so we took some shortcuts to make sure that it was as geared as it could possibly be, even beyond what is reasonably possible if you're trying to go about things completely solo. Oh, also, Haraldin from the future chiming in again, back to back, just because I forgot that I needed to do a little bit more narration for the Mythic Plus dungeons that I ran immediately after. So in addition to doing the Mythic first boss, I grouped up with a few people in my guild, and we ran through a bunch of plus 10s. Now, I'm not going to show you the entirety of a Mythic Plus run in this video. I think that some of the systems and whatnot are more important to go over that, people are using for solo catch-up. It does feel weird with the way that I've structured this video to spend about an hour going over Prey and like the minutia of Prey and exactly how to handle it, but then not going over the minutia of Mythic Plus, which in some ways is a more complicated system, but the issue that we run into with M Plus is that it is such a complex system that, again, if I went into extreme detail about everything you needed to know for that, like I did for Prey or Delves, then this video would not even be, like, small enough to fit onto YouTube. This video needs to be 10 hours or less. Like, I can easily find enough stuff to discuss for M+, that this video would never end. So there is a bit of a trade-off here that I'm going to do, where I am already going through the process of doing this challenge, where I'm trying to get Keystone Hero on every single spec. It's been a rolling challenge where I haven't achieved it yet, but I've been attempting it, like, I guess air quotes, attempting it, for the last 3 seasons now. I started back in Undermine, that's when I had the idea for this, and I've been chipping away at it ever since. And really my goal is that every single season I'm going to learn new specs that I've never played before, and force myself to get Keystone Hero with them. Realistically speaking, it's just like, I'm going to try and learn those specs, like, completely through, and understand all the ins and outs of them, and Keystone Hero is just an arbitrary metric that I have set for myself as a benchmark of, like, okay, if I can do this, then I at least understand the spec enough to get Keystone Hero, we can move on to the next one. And my personal goal is that by the end of this challenge, so after enough seasons have passed, after enough reworks to different specs have happened, and I've gone through this cycle multiple times, I will eventually have a solid understanding of every single spec in the game, and eventually I will be able to just blast through all, at this point, 40 of them in one season. Am I going to accomplish that this season? Honestly, unlikely, but I am giving it a shot once again, and my personal goal that I have set out for myself this season is I'm trying to finish learning all of the healers. So in War Within, I learned Preservation Evoker, I learned Disc Priest, and I learned Resto Shaman. And I feel that I really need to get a stronger understanding of my off-spec healers for my tank classes, because I know how to play all the tanks. Obviously, that's what I've been maining for Mythic Prog for many years now, but I feel like Resto Druid, Mistweaver, and Holy Paladin are big weaknesses of mine, because a lot of times, you know, I'll be in a group with guildies, and a bunch of people will be able to either tank or DPS, but nobody can heal. And if I was in a situation where I could play my Mistweaver off-spec, if it's one of the tiers I'm maining Brewmaster, that would make things a lot easier. So that is a goal that I am setting out for myself this season. Any other specs I learn beyond that is a bonus. Cool. But all of that to say, Prot Warrior, obviously, is a spec that I'm already familiar with. I'm using it for the purposes of this Catchup gearing video, so that much isn't a surprise. I've gotten Keystone here with Prot Warrior, and usually like 3k or higher every single season for the past however many. But I always start off these challenges by crossing off the ones that I'm already comfortable with, and then moving on to some of the ones that I'm still in the process of learning. So, I've already put out, at the time of editing this video, my Prot Warrior Keystone Hero video. Now, the keys from that actual video are a mix of different time periods. So there are a few keys in that video that were from this current time period of when I was gearing my warrior, right at the start when I only had 250 item level and, 4-piece, etc. I put a few of those in there. The way that I tend to structure that video is it's roughly the best key that I've done for every single dungeon. I put in one for all 8 of them. My definition of Keystone Hero for that challenge is it needs to be a times 10 or higher for all 8 dungeons, even though technically speaking, Blizzard classifies it as 2500, and if you get like multiple 13s, you can get there without doing a single dungeon once. And in many cases, I've actually done that accidentally on my alts because I just never do my Sorrow Caverns because the loot from there is terrible. And in the case of my Prot Warrior, I focused early on a few specific dungeons that I really needed gear from. So some of those keys are included in that video, but if you decided that you wanted to watch that now, and you want to see all the keys that I did on my Prot Warrior just to have an example to follow, or maybe you pick ones that I did for a different spec, or you just skip ahead, right? That's what this section's for. I'm doing a little bit of a recap. I know not everybody is going to want to take a break to watch me do 8 keys. It's content that I do know some people enjoy, which is why I upload it, even though it doesn't get as many views. But I would imagine most of you guys are just here for the gearing stuff and just want the big takeaways from the M+ stuff. And obviously, you don't need to watch all those. But if you choose to do it, you will notice that some of the keys towards the end are from the future. They are much later on when my Prot Warrior already has much more gear, because sometimes my best, or in many cases only, clear of a specific dungeon was long after I had already been using my Prot Warrior in Raid, and I just got one run of it done as a formality because I need 0 loot from that dungeon, but yeah, might as well do it for score and for Keystone Hero Challenge footage. Now, as far as M+ dungeons are concerned, there's kind of 2 points that I want to separate here. One is just, are M+ dungeons hard? Should I do M+ dungeons right now? I'm scared, I think I'm not good enough, and I feel like I need to get more gear before I jump into them, and oh my god, 10 seems so difficult, and I want to do lower M+ dungeons, but the gear from lower M+ dungeons is so bad, help me, what do I do? And this is, I think, the most challenging part of the video for me to make, because there is really no amazing answer for that, other than this is a bit of a jumping off point, and you do just need to, on your own, come to a decision on whether or not you think you're ready to handle this content. Because it should go without saying, I don't think that Mythic Plus dungeons are particularly hard. In fact, I would say this is maybe the single easiest season of M+ ever? Maybe? Like, early M+ when it first came out probably was slightly easier, but historically speaking, M+ seasons have felt a lot harder at like a +10 level than this one has, especially first expansion seasons. This is very, very, very forgiving. So if you are going to get into M+ at all, now is the time to do so. There's definitely a much easier learning curve. There's also a lot of nice tools that Blizzard has added, like there's something called Lindormi's Guidance, which I didn't use as part of the footage, but if you want to, as a tank, you can enable this thing that highlights mobs and makes it easier to find a route. There's a panda Lindormi that you can talk to inside of Silvermoon, where the M+ portal area is. If you don't know, this is by the crafting thing. It's kind of hard to miss, gigantic swirling golden portal. If you talk to her, you can enable this, and that maybe will make things a little bit easier for you. You can also talk to her to lower your keystone if you think it's too high. But the biggest challenge when it comes to M+ for people just getting into it is pushing your key. And you'll notice that I get to skip this because I'm running with my guild. And I think that, obviously, if you have the opportunity to skip the key pushing section of M+, you should, and most people do. Because I have run keys with guildies who had like 220 item level characters, and they were still fine. We still cleared the 10s perfectly fine. There was no issue. They were obviously not doing as much damage or healing or whatever as they would have been if they were at a higher item level. And it should go without saying that I personally recommend getting more gear than that whenever you go in. Every single time I have run with one of my guildies on their 220 character, I will endlessly tease them and say, like, man, you could have just set foot in one delve before doing this key, huh? And they usually fire back with like, yeah, well, I could just get you to carry me, so why do I care? And that is very much a thing. And a lot of those people will just get geared really quickly in 10s. And like I said earlier, if that's an option, you can do that. And then you can just springboard into the later stages of the gearing process. But I would personally say, with how easy everything we've discussed so far is, just do at least your entry-level delves, get your Delver's Bounty. It's just going to make your life and your group's life a lot easier. I did that before I ever started doing keys on this Prot Warrior. So if you're 250 item level, for sure, you can do all the way up to +10s. This is a question that I think I get asked more than like anything else other than like leveling related questions, because obviously I have my leveling guides. People will ask me that a lot, but usually like on streams or in my Discord, the most common gearing question is, what item level should I get to before I start doing M+? And it's so hard to answer that. This is why I said it's the hardest part of this video, because again, you can just go in there at 250 right now. And if I tell people that, they'll say, oh, well, I clearly can't do that. I'm not a good enough player, and I don't feel confident. So what is, like, my magic number, Mr. YouTube streamer man? Like, read my mind and tell me what gear I need to be before I can safely enter M+ and magically feel confident about myself. And therein lies the problem. It's less so a question of what gear is good enough, and more so a question of whether you feel confident or not. And no amount of gear, realistically, is going to make you feel confident enough to enter M+, if you just aren't. So if you are at 250, like I am, and you feel confident enough to enter M+, great, do that. We'll talk about what you can expect in a little bit. Like I said, there's 2 separate things here of should you even enter M+, are you confident enough, etc., versus the mechanics of the actual system. And I will try to give a pretty solid overview of everything you can expect, so if you already feel confident, great. But for anybody who isn't, which from my experience I would guess is a better than average portion of the people watching this video, some people may just not want to do higher level content. I would imagine that there is a subset of people who are approaching this video as, I just want to get enough basic gear to play with my friends and to do low keys, and to then farm stuff like mounts, pets, etc. in the open world, and they'll probably reach this point and then stop playing. That is, I actually think, a substantial amount of people watching. And this might honestly be your stopping point, and that is totally okay. Not everybody likes to continue further into M+, into raids. That is obviously content that I really like to do, but from all of the statistical analysis that people have done over the years, it seems like a disproportionately small amount of the player base actually goes this far into the gearing process. So if you choose to continue, you are already within a smaller subset of players who really wants to push themselves to get better at PvE content. Really to engage with endgame PvE content at all, because I would consider delves to be more like solo open world content, which is fine, right? A lot of people really enjoy delves and consider that to be their endgame, but for me personally, I view delves more as a catch-up mechanism and a way to get into the real endgame, but obviously different perspectives there. And if you are among the group of people who wants to push further, who really wants to try the endgame content, but isn't really sure whether you can handle it, first off, I think you can. The fact that you've watched this long into the video alone is honestly kind of a big deal, because the main thing that I'm going to tell you to do is to do some research. And if you've watched 4 hours of a gearing video, that is already substantial research. So any amount of effort that you need to put in from this point onwards to learn the game and improve, you've already put in a lot of great first steps. That's the beauty of me being able to talk about this deep into a 4-hour video instead of just responding to a random comment. So you have that going for you. You already have the drive to continue learning. I would say you could, if you want to, try and get some better gear, but this is kind of what I hinted at earlier, where I think people hyperfixate on gearing being the problem, and they feel like if they hit some magic number, they'll suddenly be more confident, and I don't necessarily think that's true. Yes, you can improve your gear. Some people want to grind full hero track gear. I said earlier, you can spam ritual sites if you want to get full 259. That is a thing. That is possible. Is it going to meaningfully make you better at M+? Almost certainly not. Definitely not. It's not going to give you a substantial enough power increase to make you better. At this point, there's effectively 3 different things that you could do to meaningfully increase your character's power. All of them will be discussed at later stages of the video because, again, I don't think you need to do them now if you want to get into M+, but I will at least mention that you could craft some items. Now, crafting items, the reason why I don't recommend doing it now is you almost always want to jump straight into crafting myth track items first. And you might realize that if you don't have myth crests, you can't craft myth track items. The reason why you technically could do this now, if you spent 4 weeks getting all of those gilded cash boxes from delves, you would technically speaking have enough myth crests to craft a mythic item. And in many cases, people will craft a weapon. That is a very powerful early upgrade. That will meaningfully improve your performance on your character. But again, not by enough to realistically matter that much. But if you plan on doing it anyways, and you've been gearing your alt slowly over time, in theory, maybe you can continue watching this video, get to the crafting section, do that, and then jump into M+ when you feel ready. That is an option. Do I think that you should wait for crafting before doing M+? No, I don't really think it matters all that much. I'm going in here with a hero weapon, and it felt more than fine, especially for tanking and healing. Obviously, damage dealing, yeah, you're going to do more damage, but if you're in a pretty decent group, then your damage difference shouldn't matter by enough to deplete the key, especially this season, which, again, is pretty easy. Another thing that you can do, which this, I would say, is probably more relevant, is tier sets. So getting tier, getting your 4-piece bonus, is a meaningful improvement to your character. Now, I'm going to talk about tier sets a little later in the video. They're a bit weird starting this season for the first time ever because we have a new achievement where once you have 4-piece, you were able to infinitely farm catalyst charges, which are those things I talked about at the very start that let you get an infinite number of these tier bonuses, that you can convert any item that you have into a tier piece with some rare exceptions. So because that exists, and because by the time that I've actually gotten this video finished, I believe we will have access to all 4 catalyst charges, so a brand new character can log in, convert 4 pieces to tier, get the achievement, and then start farming extra catalyst charges for later on. If you want to do that now, I would say that's probably fine, especially because there's no time investment, there's no cost to doing that. You can just go over to the catalyst, take 4. I would say really only do this on a champion or hero piece, so if you still have an item that's veteran, it might not be worth catalyzing this, but also it doesn't matter that much, because again, you can just infinitely farm catalyst charges. If you think that this will help you, then it can be worth. Some tier set bonuses are really weak. Brewmaster notoriously this season is like a 2% increase by getting their 4-piece, which is really bad. And then some specs like Guardian Druid get a 15% increase from their 4-piece, so that is very good. So obviously a Guardian Druid may feel compelled to get their 4-piece online before doing M+. Is it needed? No. A lot of the early keys that you'll see in my Keystone Hero video, my Prot Warrior does not have 2-piece. I don't have any tier for the first week or so that I'm playing this character. But if you really want to, like I said, it's not really an investment, so you can send that. That's fine, sure. And then the final thing that you could try to do is improve your trinkets. There are certain trinkets that if you manage to get them either by farming delves or doing LFR, which I will discuss in a little bit, then they could be a slightly noticeable improvement to your character. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend doing this unless you have completely abysmal trinkets. So if you have the trinket where it's, I think, the Unsealed Chaos Urn, where if you don't kill something in X amount of time, you get feared for however many seconds, yeah, that trinket's pretty bad. The Lost Hache Idol is also completely just abjectly terrible. If you have one of those trinkets, maybe try to do any content you can to look for a replacement, so you have at least 2 okay options that just give you stats or like flat damage before you get into M+. That way you don't have a completely dead slot. But I think a lot of people really overestimate the impact of trinkets. Some of them are, like I said, completely horrifically awful. And there are a few trinkets that are very, 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 very strong and will make your character noticeably stronger. Not by like a ton, you're not going to be doing double damage, but you will feel stronger. Your damage will be increased by a substantial amount. Is that going to make a difference in doing keys? Again, no, because if you have 250 item level, you can clear 10s already. The only thing that it might do is give you a slight confidence boost of, oh yeah, I totally have enough gear, I can totally defeat these plus 10s. It's not going to actually make a substantive difference. But one thing that, again, I've stressed this throughout the video, you absolutely should not do is spend your crests. Do not spend your crests. Please, 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 please do not make this mistake. I have had multiple friends already this season who I tried to help with gearing, and I probably should have stressed this more than I did, because I just thought, okay, they understand this. I would mention it in passing of like, oh, don't spend your crests yet. And then next week I run a dungeon with them and I see that they've just randomly upgraded a bunch of items and blown all their crests. And it's just, it's so frustrating because there's nothing that I can do to help them at that stage, because I've been hinting at this for a while, but crests are a very important resource. And if you spend them wisely, then towards the later stages of the gearing process, you can just catapult your character past a lot of the endgame grinding, if you spend them wisely. If you blow them early on meaningless upgrades that you could just replace by getting a better gear drop, then you're going to find yourself feeling slightly stronger in the short term, and then in the long term, you're going to realize, oh, there is just this massive item level gulf that I can no longer cross at all without grinding for weeks on end to get A, more crests, and B, usually rewards from the Great Vault. I will discuss this in a lot more detail later on at the point in the video where I spend my crests and where I recommend other people spend their crests, but this is the final thing that you should do to kind of polish off your character. So generally this season, your strategy for mid to late stage gearing is to get as many 266 hero track pieces as possible, because then you can't get any higher drops than that from just spamming M+. And then those items you can spend hero crests on, and you can upgrade further to up to 276. And at that point, once you're ready to jump into higher end content, if there's a slot that you still have not gotten a hero crest upgrade in, well, then you can spend whatever champion crests you still have to fully send those remaining slots up to 263. So at that point, your worst slot will be a 263 champion piece, and most of your gear will be like 270 or higher on the hero track, or in many cases, the myth track, which is even easier now for, again, catch-up systems we'll discuss towards the end of the video. So all of that to say, no matter what you do, you should probably be entering M+ for the first time in the 250 to 260 item level range. You should not be waiting until you're much higher item level to first step in, because the only way that you're going to get there is if you waste a lot of resources in the meantime. Now, the final problem with all of this that I know some people are going to say, and again, there's no amazing way around this, is how do I get into keys if I don't have item level? This is in many ways a vicious cycle, because you can't get gear if you don't run keys, but you can't get into keys if you don't have gear, so how are you going to actually get those first steps done? There's a few answers to this, and every single one of them most people don't like to hear, but that's why I said this is the unfortunate, barrier where a lot of people need to make an uncomfortable decision for them if they're a casual solo player, that they're going to have to do one of these things if they want to meaningfully progress. That's World of Warcraft. One, I'll just throw it out there, you can join a guild, right? This is not necessarily the best decision. It's not even necessarily the one that I recommend for solving this problem. I do bring it up first, though, because I think that in general, if you are trying to get into Endgame PvE, you should join a guild more so for raids, but then also the advantage is, like in my case, you can run dungeons with them. If you are joining a guild for raid, as a new player, there's a lot of different methods you can do. I did mention I will try to discuss this in more detail at the end of the video. And I would say this one is a little bit less reliable just because guilds can vary drastically. I have had guilds in the past that just never ran keys with a lot of regular members. They had their own little cliques that they only ran within those cliques. And if you weren't one of those people, they would not help you at all. You pretty much had to always pug on your own. So joining a guild is not like a surefire solution to getting into M+. Doesn't necessarily work like that. In some cases, though, if you join a good guild that is looking to progress further, they will try to uplift their new members, and they may say, okay, this person we recruited is really making an effort to get into that higher tier level of content, and we're going to give them the opportunity and make groups for them and help them get the gear that they need to prove whether or not they can handle it. Whether or not you're able to find that, TBD. Obviously, in this case, it's not really the same. I do have a guild that was happy to help me with keys, but this was I am already on the raid team. I've been raiding with them for like half a year at this point, and my raid leader literally just asked me to switch to this character, and they're all trying to help me get keys right before the weekly reset, and a lot of them also need the keys themselves. So, yes, they are helping me out, technically speaking, but it's like a mutual thing that we all know we equally benefit from doing this. So it's not necessarily the same as if you are a brand new player, just kind of with zero experience, testing the waters and hoping somebody takes a chance on you. That can happen. And again, you might need to do this no matter what if you were trying to get into raids, which is why I'm mentioning it here. But for M+, I wouldn't necessarily say this is the most reliable thing. Now, the second option is something that, again, I would not recommend, but it's a thing that you'll see people say online, and I want to at least bring it up to talk about why this doesn't necessarily work, and that's to just apply to keys and try and pug and see if somebody takes you. Usually you try to get score for a lot of different dungeons first, and then you apply for a +10, and hope you get an invite. Well, this just doesn't work, especially as a DPS player. I would say this strategy fundamentally fails if you are a pure DPS player, or if you just really want to play, let's say, Ret Paladin or something, even though if you are Paladin, you might consider, at least early on, trying to play Prot or Holy to get into groups easier, but hey, maybe you're just like, nope, screw that, I'm only going to play Ret, and that is the only thing I'm going to do to push, and I'm only looking for strategies that work within what I'm willing to do. Totally understandable, right? But if you only are willing to play DPS, this just won't work at all. You will not be able to get into 10s because of the exact vicious cycle reason that we outlined earlier. Which is why people always complain about this and say it's a problem, like, nobody invites me to their keys, and how am I supposed to get gear, etc. And yeah, if you're a DPS player, you're just shit out of luck, really. There is no way that you can just plug into keys. That is not a viable option. This can work, and I have done this, actually, on some healer and tank alts that I've leveled, because sometimes you apply for a +10, if you have okay score after running enough, slightly lower keys on a tank, And sometimes you'll see a group that is just sitting there for 30 minutes. They cannot find either a tank or a healer, a specific role, and they are just about to give up. They're like, okay, this doesn't exist right now. Nobody's applying. And they see you in there. You're not the most geared and or experienced tank they've ever seen, but hey, if they don't invite you, they're not going to run the dungeon at all. So a lot of group leaders will just say, screw it, invite a under-geared tank or healer, and that is an option that you can try to do. I still wouldn't recommend it. I still think that my option 3 I'll discuss is the best thing that you can do. It's still not going to be pretty, though, so some people would rather switch to a tank or healer spec and just endlessly pug instead of having to do option 3, which is push your own key. I know, whenever I say this, people are always like, oh, easier said than done. And again, none of these solutions are perfect. There is no great option for M+ at the moment. Now, to further explain why this method is really the only viable option, I'll start discussing how some of the M+ mechanics work. Obviously, if you've engaged with the system before, it hasn't meaningfully changed in many years. There are some changes with Midnight, very minor ones that I'll kind of touch upon, but for the most part, M+ has been the same for a very long time. But if you are a brand new player, then M+ works by you get a keystone. So you can either speak with Lindormi, that panda I mentioned earlier, to just get a +2 keystone, or you can get a keystone from a variety of different sources, either running M+, or doing delves. I think ritual sites might also give you one. Don't quote me on that, though. But if you do a T11 delve, you get a cracked keystone forced into your bags. This is something that I showed earlier. It also starts at +2. So a lot of the time, you're going to end up starting with a +2 keystone. Now, keystones have modifiers, so there'll be different little effects that change how the dungeon is run. By the time you get to +10, all of the effects will be on the keystone. The order in which they're added, I think, has been changed slightly over the years. These days, it's really just as you go up in levels, the trash will get harder, then the bosses will get harder, and then there's some slight bonus modifiers, like these days, you will get a Xal'atath affix, where Xal'atath pops up and says, like, ah, mortals, you can't face me, or whatever, and then some orbs pop up that you need to soak, and you'll have a ghost that you need to kill before it buffs all the nearby enemies. Honestly, affixes at this point are kind of forgettable. It used to be a much larger part of the M+ system, where you needed to worry about, whether this was a bursting dungeon, and then we had to kill mobs slowly. If you remember that, well, that's by and large not a thing anymore. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. I personally hated dealing with all the different weird affix combinations, so this just means that M+ dungeons feel a lot more consistent week to week, which I personally think is an improvement. And then, as you might imagine, as you go up in keystone levels, the mobs just become stronger in general. So there are those thresholds where at this level, all trash mobs are 40% stronger, and that's like a persistent effect at higher levels. But with every level, mobs get like a fixed rate of, I think it's like 8% or 10% stronger. They deal more damage, they have more health, etc. And that is the main challenge to climbing keystones. And then once you get to 10, like I said, all of them are active, and that's where you get the best loot, and that's where all the challenges are available at once. But again, 10s are not very hard. Now, in terms of pushing your keystone, when you get it, it is assigned to a random dungeon. So you may get a keystone for Windrunner Spire, and you can only use that keystone in that dungeon to start an M+ version of Windrunner Spire. You can't use that keystone anywhere else unless you get a new one. And in order to get a different keystone, you can either complete yours, or you can complete another keystone of your level or higher, and then at the end of the dungeon, you can speak with Lindormi, and you can re-roll your keystone to a different dungeon. It'll be the same level, but maybe if you don't need Windrunner Spire, you can run, let's say, Nexus Point Zenith over and over, and you can keep re-rolling your key until it hits Nexus Point Zenith. Now, that is an option, of course, if you are running with a consistent group and you're able to join anything you want, but again, if you are pushing your own key, this is not something that you can do. You will just have to take whatever key you get and make the best out of it. And in order to upgrade your keystone, obviously, you need to complete it. Now, the way that your keystone upgrades will depend on how quickly you completed the dungeon. Your key can upgrade up to 3 times per dungeon run, though I would say this is a bit rare if you're doing it early on in pugs. By and large, most pug groups, even at the lower key levels, are not efficient enough to get consistent +3 upgrades. So oftentimes early on, if you're doing this, you will find yourself getting a +2 upgrade or a +1. That's still fine though. And before I go into more detail on the progression, one final thing I will note is if you have not picked up your keystone from any source. You cannot delete it after you picked it up, by the way. So once you obtained a keystone from either the Cracked Keystone quest or by speaking with Lindormi, you are stuck with that keystone until the following week. But if you have not done one of those things yet, you do not have a keystone on you, and you complete a dungeon of any level, then when you loot the end of dungeon chest, after finishing it, you will get a keystone relative to the level that you just completed. So a lot of times what people in my guild will do is on these fresh alts, they will deliberately avoid getting a keystone, and then they will join one of our groups where we have a bunch of really powerful guildies with already like 12 or 11 keys. Will run a plus 11 dungeon, and then that brand new guildie alt will open the end box and get their very own plus 10 key out of the box. It is always one level below what you have just completed. And that means that they will now have this 10 that will give us more gearing options. Obviously, that's for our purposes. The way that you can approach this, though, is if you're just starting out and you haven't gotten a keystone on your character this week, you can try to apply for any random like 5 or 6 level keystone. I would say within the 5 to 7 range, give or take, you might actually be able to find a spot even as a DPS, just because almost every single person is running plus 10 keys. So anything below a plus 10 is inherently a bunch of newer players who are just getting into the system, and your options are far more limited. So there have been times when I am pushing my key and I'm at like a plus 7 level, and there is just nobody applying at all, not even DPS. And in that case, you'll take what you can get. If a mediocre DPS applies, it's kind of what I said before about tanks and healers, you'll just let them into your key. And if you manage to do this, if you haven't gotten your keystone, then after finishing this plus 7 dungeon, you can open the box at the end and get a plus 6. And that means that when you then start pushing your own keystone, you're already starting off at a plus 6, which gives you a massive head start that lets you skip effectively like the first 2 or 3 runs that you would have had to do otherwise. But okay, hypothetically, let's say that you only have a plus 2 keystone and you're trying to push it up. What would that look like? Let's say, again, you got Windrunner Spire. So you formed a group in LFG, grew it up, took a while to form, presumably. A lot of times when I'm pushing my own key, it'll take up to 30 minutes sometimes, if not longer, to form. Every now and then, if it's just like not populated hours, I'll just log off for a bit, try again. There is, I should note, a very real possibility that you will form a group and your plus 2 will be depleted. This is something that I've seen happen, and it seems crazy because plus 2 is the easiest level of M+, and this also leads to a lot of people thinking, wow, M+ is so hard, because even at a plus 2, I'm already losing. The reality is that a lot of people who are running keys at that level are really, really bad. So at this point, you are going to encounter some completely demonic players who have done zero research whatsoever. You're probably going to be outperforming them because you're 5 or so hours into a catch-up gearing video at this point. You've already put in way more research than they even considered ever doing in their entire life. So they are going to do absolutely nothing. They may even brick your plus 2. If that happens, whatever, you try again. Let's say you kind of scrape by, you get an okay group, you plus 1 your key. Really bad, I'm assuming, worst case scenario. Now you have a plus 3, let's say it rerolls Nexus Point Zenith. You go to Nexus Point, you do the same thing, you form a group. Maybe this one goes ever so slightly better, you plus 2 it, you now have a plus 5. And this can roll any other dungeon, so when it upgrades, it can never be the same dungeon again, so it won't be Nexus Point. Maybe it even goes back to Windrunner Spire. I've had this happen again on some of those Keystone Hero pushes that I did, where I just kept getting the same 2 dungeons back to back when pushing my key, which really sucks because then you're not really gaining much score. You're only gaining the same 2 dungeons of score over and over again, and this makes it feel bad in the long run when you eventually get to 10s and you have like under 1,000 score. Is what it is, though. You can't really control this. Just, alright, take your plus 5 Windrunner, form another group, hope to get a slightly better group. Maybe this time, again, you plus 2, you're now at a 7. Now, this 7, if it rolls something like Mysara Caverns, then it's going to be a little bit tricky, because especially at the lower levels, you're just going to get random people applying, doing whatever, because they probably don't really understand how gearing works, and they just think, ah, I heard that M+ gives good gear, so I'm going to apply for like plus 3 keys, and you may be able to find some people doing that, but once you get up to like, I would say 7 to 9 keys, the just before plus 10s, you're mostly looking for people who are trying to farm some hero track items, because at this point you can get items that are 259 hero. I think 7 is the cutoff for that. It might be 6. I don't know exactly. If you Google it, you can find a chart somewhere. I don't run those keys like ever, so I don't remember exactly where the cutoff lies. But you might find some people who are trying to farm keys who are maybe a little bit better than the average pug that you'll find. Because what they might try to do is say, okay, I really want to get, for instance, the really good rings out of Nexus Point Zenith. So if you get a +7 Nexus Point, you might find some slightly better people who don't feel like getting into +10s, or maybe they can't get into +10s. They already have really good rings in terms of item level, but they really want specifically the Nexus Point rings. And if they happen to get it even on a 7, they have something that's 266 or higher, and they can fully upgrade that Nexus Point ring for free, so the fact that it has a lower base item level doesn't matter for them. So around this point, you might start finding those people. The problem is, that is only if you get one of the good dungeons, and in this season, it is very polarizing. Nexus Point is a great example. I would say Seed of the Triumvirate also has a lot of decent items. Windrunner Spire is probably another one that has relatively decent loot, but, for instance, if you get Mysara Caverns, which I don't know anybody that actually needs loot from there, it is such a terrible dungeon in terms of the loot pool. If you happen to get a 7 Mysara, that's a really big feels bad moment, because you're going to get very few people applying to that key. At that point, the only people applying to that key are ones that either are doing the thing I described earlier, where they're just YOLOing and trying to get a 7 clear so that they can get a better key from the end, or they're just trying to get score kind of like you are, and at that point, your mileage may vary. You may find other people also trying to push their way up who are better than their item level reflects, and you might still find some random demons who just live in the +7 range, looking for different keys that they can brick by being the worst people of all time. There are truly, I cannot stress this enough, atrocious players at the sub-10 key level. It's scary how bad they can play their classes. Some of them, honestly, just should turn on the 1 button. It's yikes, and you're going to need to deal with this. This is a reality you must face. So, for instance, when I was pushing up my Fire Mage's key back in the War Within Season 2, I think it was, I basically did this exact same process. I started with a 2, I pushed all the way up to, I think I got to a 6, and then I +2'd the 6, I got a +8. And the +8 was for a really crappy dungeon that absolutely nobody needed gear from, and we depleted the +8. So that was really frustrating, right? If we get a good group, I could have been at a 10 right there if we +2'd the 8, but no, it's actually lower now. There's no way that you're going to +3 a 7 with the quality of people that you usually find below a 10. So, okay, you take the 7, you form yet another group. I can't remember off the top of my head what dungeon I was in on my mage, but I do remember that that key also got depleted. I had 2 of the worst groups I've ever seen. And now, my mage, who had just finished a 6 and got in an 8 key, is all the way back down again to a 6 key. I think when that happened, I actually just stopped recording for the day and took a break and came back at it the next day. And when I tried it again the next day, it was better. I will note that things are a little bit easier now than they were before, because one of the big issues that I ran into when trying to push my key in the War Within is people would do, especially pug tanks, they would try to do a pull from the MDI, but in a +6 dungeon where nobody has any coordination, you have no CC, no ability to coordinate interrupts, everybody would die, and then they would immediately leave the key. Eventually, Blizzard added the lever system, which we have in place now, so if people do that, they get punished, and usually if they try to leave, they get a big pop-up on their screen saying, leaving this key will flag you as a deserter, or whatever. So people are far less likely to do that now. I actually haven't seen almost any key levers, so in that sense, the system did kind of work as intended. I am a little bit thankful that a lot of the problems with it that I predicted didn't really come to pass, at least not to the extent that I thought they would. So, okay. I'm happy to be proven wrong in my usual doomerism that this time the key leaving system seems to have hit its intended goals. I have not seen that happen a lot. I've also pugged low-level keys substantially less so far in Midnight, but I cannot imagine that it's any worse than I experienced during specifically my Fire Mage push back in the War Within. And sometimes that's just how it is. I went back to a +6. I had to push my way back up. I think I did the 6. It only +1'd. I got a 7. I did the 7. I can't remember if it +1'd or +2'd. But I do remember that eventually, after a lot of back and forth, I got up to an 8 or 9. And again, if you do this enough, you're going to either just luck into a really good group that you eventually push with and get a 10, or you're going to hit a really high value 8 or 9 key, and then you're going to get a lot of people who need the gear from it who are better than average. They'll be like already 2k or higher score, decent item level, enough to reliably increase the key's level, and then you will finally get your hands on a plus 10. Now, the reason why doing 10s is by far more valuable than anything else, and why there's just no real reason at all to do lower keys other than the stuff I discussed before, is plus 10s give you the highest possible gear of 266 hero track. If you do 11s, if you do 12s, you do not get better gear. This is the cap. So naturally, the bulk of the player base will just exist at plus 10 because they want to farm the best gear at the easiest level. And then also, if you do keys at a plus 10 level, then the Great Vault, which is this weekly reward system that will show pretty soon in this video, will give you myth pieces on 272 item level. So that is a very good upgrade, and one of the best ways to gear your character is to collect 272 myth pieces over a longer period of time. This is pretty much the main endgame gearing loop, and it entirely, for the most part, revolves around plus 10 dungeons. So, if you get to this point, you are going to have access to way more better players, because most people exist here, but keep in mind, you will still have a lot of really bad players who also manage to make it here, and will still manage to deplete plus 10 keys. One thing that is really frustrating is when you just get to a plus 10, you run your plus 10, you finish it, but it depletes because you had the most demonic group ever. And now you're back to a plus 9, and effectively you're sent back into hell and you have to push back up. This is especially problematic if the thing that I discussed happens earlier to you, where you keep alternating between one key and then another one, so you only have score for like 2 dungeons. So even though you are technically at 10s now, you cannot actually get into plus 10 groups by applying, because A, you're under geared, so if you're a DPS, people are not willing to accept you, but also, you don't have score for any dungeons because you've only done like 2 or 3. That is really frustrating, but it can happen. So I would say when you finally get your very own plus 10 key, be extremely picky. I will sometimes sit in queue for an hour with tons of applicants there, and I will only take the best people that I can find. And honestly, this is like, it kind of perpetuates the problem, right? But this is what you have to do, because if I don't do this and I invite whoever, well, then my key can get depleted, and again, you're back to square one. So if you ensure that you only invite the best possible people, well, then you're much less likely to lower your 10 to a 9, and there's a good chance that it will be increased. And another thing that I want to stress is early on, when you are running your own key, you should not lower your key below an 11. If you happen to plus 2 or even plus 3 your 10, you will get a 12 or a 13. Now, this is a substantial jump in difficulty because at plus 12s, then all of the regular affixes turn off, and you instead just get a big modifier to enemy health and damage. So if you are trying to farm gear, do not do 12s or higher. Definitely don't do 13s if you're brand new. If you are at that point, speak to Lindormi, the panda, and lower your key by 1, or if you got a 13, by 2. But something that I think a lot of people don't realize is if you keep your key at an 11, then even in the worst disaster scenario where you get a demonic group that depletes your key, which happens, but statistically speaking, it doesn't happen that often, but in that event, you go back down to a 10. And you still have a 10, you can still run that again. It'll also be for a different dungeon, so it might even be something that you still need for score. But running your key at an 11, if it is your own key, is honestly ideal if you're at this early stage of the gearing process. That was something I did very often in my Keystone Hero challenges, where I was not running with anybody else, and I only had my own key to rely on. Also, the difference in difficulty between a plus 10 and 11 is fairly minor, especially to the point where most people who are trying to farm gear will look for keys at either 10 or 11. You might find some people who are less likely to apply to an 11 just because they believe it's harder and they think it'll be slower, but generally speaking, it doesn't really do much to lower the pool of people you have available, so it's just worth doing that. And honestly, that covers the entire loop for M+, in terms of gearing. You just run 10s and 11s over and over again. You get, ideally, 266 hero track pieces. You might get very unlucky. You are not guaranteed to get a piece of gear, so you can just go like 10 runs in a row and get nothing, or get duplicate slots that you already have. If that happens, yeah, it feels bad, and this is one of the issues with gearing through M+, It's obviously something that you need to do because it is the best spammable source of gear, but it's frankly something that most people don't like to do just because you often find yourself in a position where you're just running the same dungeon over and over, praying for like these few specific items, and if you just never see them, you're shit out of luck. Honestly, when I'm gearing up my characters, I usually just do whatever dungeons I can to fill up my Great Vault, which, again, we'll discuss that in more detail later. That's where the best gear that you'll get comes from. And if I happen to get upgrades while doing that, cool. But I tend to not like spamming M plus extensively unless it's something that I absolutely desperately need for raid. There's a trinket that's maybe so critical to my spec that if I don't have it, I'm screwed. A good example this season would be Puzzle Box. I know a lot of people in my guild have done like 30 to 50 Algathar Academy runs to try and get their Puzzle Box because it's just so strong for their spec. That's just something you may find yourself doing. And early on, you won't really be able to do that because, again, you still can't apply for keys. You can try, but everybody else also needs Puzzle Box, and you're going to have some people who are like 276 or higher item level, progressing Mythic Raid, that have really good gear and are still missing Puzzle Box. And so that key that you apply to as like a 260 or whatever DPS, there's going to be someone 16 item levels higher than you vying for that exact same spot. And you are not going to get invited. Hate to break it to you. All right, super duper editor Haraldin coming in from the far future again. Probably the single thing that I forgot to mention during this long ramble that I do think is important to note is that once you get up to a plus 10 key level, when you open your Great Vault, you will get another plus 10 key. So as long as you've timed a 10 on the previous week, you will get another 10 the following week. Generally speaking, once you get a plus 10, you'll be able to hold on to it indefinitely for the rest of the season. It may roll a bad dungeon, like I said, for Mysara or something like that, but you will always have that as an option if you absolutely need it. Unless it gets depleted, but again, there's ways that you can try and mitigate that. But I did think it was important to mention that you do get new plus 10 keys out of your vault, so you won't need to regrind the entire thing all over again. Thankfully, that is not something Blizzard forces you to do. Now, again, like I said, if I went into excruciating detail on all of the smaller intricacies of M plus as a system, this video could be multiple hours long. There already are multi-hour long YouTube videos out there just about like the mechanics of the different M plus dungeons. Notice how I haven't really talked about that at all, about like what each dungeon does and how to route it, because there is just an impossible amount of information there. I would say, if you've watched this video already, just find a different one on YouTube for learning M plus dungeons if that's something that you want to do. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel here. There's already really good guides out there. It would be silly for me to try and embed like Baby's first M plus routing guide in the middle of a video that is primarily about gearing and catch-up. So there's already great resources out there. Go find them if you're trying to learn how the dungeons work. Obviously, do that before you get into the dungeons. I'm putting this at the end of my little M plus section, but that should be the first thing you do. You watch this video, you have a basic game plan, then you go there, you learn the mechanics, and then you push up your keystone with all this information in mind, and you can just carry all the runs because you're the super awesome person who did all of the research beforehand. So even if somebody doesn't know what to do, you can kind of guide them through. Be like, on this boss, do XYZ thing. And they'll say, thank you, person. I didn't do any research, but I'm glad that you're here to help me out, presumably, in our super awesome world of make-believe. As far as the progression and gearing of M plus goes, that's really all you need to know. All of the higher levels, like I said, are irrelevant for gearing. There's like some achievements and things that you can get from it, but none of those actually matter for the purposes of this video. If there is a topic that you're still confused about, that you don't understand, if there's something that you think I overlooked, again, leave a comment. As I've said, one of the most frequent questions I tend to get on stream or in my Discord about gearing is usually related to M+, something to do with it. A lot of times it is just the question of what item level do I need, but people will ask way more complicated questions that usually take me a while longer to answer. I've tried to cover all of the most frequently asked ones in this like long rant about M+. I'm sure I've missed something though, so again, please leave a comment. I will try to answer you. So just to recap what has happened throughout this video, my warrior's progression. After doing Mythic Aversion, I did a bunch of keys with my guilds. I think I got some upgrades, a few, not many. Generally speaking, as I said, M+ is not a fantastic way to gear unless you have an armor stack, so if you have a full group of plate. This is something that I mentioned before my guild leader wanted to pay for me to get. He was willing to hire a boosting team to gear my Prot Warrior, but I said no. I was confident I could handle it on my own, which in the end I was. But that would, technically speaking, mean I would get a few more extra pieces of gear. I just knew that I didn't need it for the purposes of getting my character ready for raid. So I just did some keys. I got 4 done for the purposes of my Great Vaults, because that would give me 2 different options. We'll discuss this again in more detail later. But I knew that getting that second vault option would be really important for me. I didn't really care which dungeon. I think I ended up getting at least 4 different dungeons worth of score, which if I was trying to pug would have helped a little bit. But again, I was able to skip the entire key pushing thing because I had guildies who already had plus 10s. This is why, like I said very early on, if you happen to be in a guild, it is kind of OP. So now we're going to cut back to past Harlden, fresh off the experience of running that mythic boss and all those M+ dungeons. I'm going to give a little in-the-moment recap and some of my thoughts at the time on what I plan on doing to gear my character next, and then you'll get to see the final few things that I do before the weekly reset, which is when I get to open my Great Vault. Okay, so it has been an interesting scramble before the weekly reset. Obviously, elephant in the room, I have a myth piece, which is kind of wild, the fact that I got this. Now, look, it is quite lucky in my case. This is rare. I've geared up a lot of characters, like, in my lifetime, and I think this is, like, one of the very first times I've ever done a Mythic alt run, much less gotten loot from it. So, yeah. To give you an idea of how improbable it was that we even killed that boss, on logs, our kill was rank 1 for item level, and there were very few groups, like, I think 25 or so, around our item level, which I believe was 260 average for that first boss kill. There have also been many first bosses on Mythic that I have killed before that were, like, extremely easy. That was quite challenging, to my surprise, especially because we killed it earlier in the week, and obviously when you have full mains, it doesn't feel that hard. Turns out that is a brutally tight DPS check, especially a hard enrage that is completely uncheesable for a first boss. Actually kind of surprises me. I didn't even realize it was that tight, which doesn't bode well for some people trying this in the future. Also, while I yap here, I'm going to throw myself in queue for Raid Finder, and I'll explain why I'm doing that in a moment. But I want to at least put myself in queue so that, you know, it's potentially going to actually pop before we start. Now, obviously, yeah, having a myth piece definitely, in terms of the relative gearing level, is going to put me a bit ahead. So, I know that some people like to approach these videos as a, I'm going to try and follow along step by step and do exactly what he does to try and gear up. And, well, yeah, doing a pug mythic and getting an item, that's not realistic. And again, I don't think you should do that. I'm more just trying to do whatever I can and, like, use this as a learning experience to show other people what they can be doing to increase their character's power. I'm not going to, like, just not use the myth item that I got on my Prot Warrior, because I am trying to get this character set up for raid, maybe even by tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be geared enough. I could definitely, I mean, with the gear I have, I can tank our heroic split at least, even if it won't be the cleanest thing ever. But, you know, we'll try to figure it out. But you can see there, the fact that, I think the biggest takeaway that the fact that we killed that mythic boss should say, or more the fact that I tanked that mythic boss without dying, is that it's kind of like my, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball moment to you guys, right? Like, if I can kill a mythic first boss at 250 item level, and then join, like, a bunch of M+10s and tank them on my Prot Warrior, and they honestly went pretty well. I don't know if you watched all the runs or not. I currently, at the time of recording this, like, I haven't done all the editing, so I don't know exactly what format this will take in the final cut. So I did a bunch of runs. You can see the dungeons here. We did, in total, 4 plus 10 keys, and honestly went decently well. The Algathar was kind of the messiest one, but also me and my guildies were messing around a lot in Algathar and doing a bunch of really stupid stuff. I got decent loot. I have a weapon. That one was pretty lucky, even though I already had a weapon, so I didn't necessarily need this, but obviously it helps. I know I got, yeah, shoulders. These are pretty nice, especially if I can catalyze these for tier. More on that later. And I don't think I got anything else that I can remember, but I also got a lot of crests, and the crests will be important later on. But I would say the crests are actually the least important thing that I got, because there is still like a spam delve method that requires a specific variant. Like, you can technically speedrun any delve, any prey, and get like fairly efficient crests compared to just like regularly running M+. But there is one very particular delve, like, it's Collegiate Calamity, which is why I'm hovering over it, but it's not this variant. And I was explaining this to my raid leader, right? So even outside of, like, my gearing guide to you guys, just from a min-maxing angle for myself personally, I don't think it is worth it for me to use crests at this point, and that's what I've been explaining to my raid lead. So if I'm in a situation where I just don't get, like, much else good gear, like, I've gotten good stuff, don't get me wrong, I got a weapon and a shield, but if the rest of my gear isn't super great, and I end up in a situation where this character is only like 258 or something by the end of our splits, I just don't really get that many drops, I don't think it would be worth it for me to burn all of my crests just to get this character up to a point where it can enter raids. Because, sure, I might even be able to get this to a sufficient item level to tank a mythic boss, progression mythic boss, like Light Blinded Vanguard, which would be nice, but then I would be hurting myself in the long run. So what I basically explained to him is, if you think that we really want my paladin, or my warrior, for Beleren and Midnight Falls on Mythic, for like the final two bosses of the raid, if we're thinking like real big picture, then it would be better for me to just get what I can this week, like get my warrior really juiced up, and then wait and keep collecting gear in the background, and then when I am fully ready to jump into raid, that's when I like pull the trigger, blast all my crests onto my remaining pieces of gear, get like a bunch of item level in like, 5 minutes, or however long it takes me to spend all my upgrades, and then my character is like supercharged and really, really ready to go for the really hard parts of the raid for when it matters. So that is like my philosophy for myself when gearing up my character, and, well, for helping out my guilds. But that should also be your philosophy if you're trying to play this game in the long run, and maybe you're not like, trying to strategize to get like cutting edge on a specific time and get like good ranking or whatever, but you might just feel like, hey, I want to play a really long time in this season. I want to get like a high M+ score. Well then, if your goal is to end the season at a higher score, then yeah, maybe you don't do as much week 1, week 2, week 3. You just keep slowly collecting gear in the background, doing whatever you can, and then building up this mountain of crests. And then the moment you pass a certain threshold, where you're like, okay, my gear is about as good as I can possibly expect it to get, then you let it rip. And I still have not reached that point where I think it is worth it for me to rip any of my crests other than Adventurer and Veteran. Also, since LFR finally popped, LFR is one of those things where I don't think it is worth it in the vast majority of cases to bother with it at this point. If you want to see the gear that this drops, go to the Dungeon Journal, look at this Veteran gear, 237. This is terrible, right? Like, why would I bother doing this? Especially because, on average, the chance that you get gear from raid is just very, very, very low. Because you are hoping not only that one of the, I think it's like 6 items in an LFR setting, one of the 6 items that drops is something that you can use, which is a fairly low chance, but that there are not enough people otherwise in the raid who need that item and are able to beat you on the roll to get that particular piece. So if every single person in this LFR raid went and ran like all the delves and prey that I did before, all of them would receive like 6 to 8 pieces of loot, and they'd be at like 250 item level. Instead, at the end of this LFR run, it'll take probably like 10-15 minutes to do, and we'll only end up with 5 additional pieces spread across all 25 of these players, and it won't even be that high of an item level, 237. So the time efficiency of running LFR is absolutely horrible. And I would say later in the season, do not even bother with this. It's just not worth it. I never did LFR pretty much the entirety of the War Within. The only reason I am doing it right now, and if you're watching this video fairly early on after it gets posted, it might be worth it, is for tier. Now, in theory, after a certain point, you will just be able to get 4 Catalyst Charges. Catalyst Charges are these things here. Dawnlight Mana Flux. I touched upon this earlier, and I will show you in a bit how they actually work. But you can drop any item into the Catalyst and turn it into a tier piece. So you can see here, this item will give me a tier chest item. But if I instead wanted to go to the Catalyst and drop this thing in, that would also become a tier chest item, but it would be Champion 2 out of 6, whereas this one would only be Veteran 237, which is like Veteran, I think, 1 out of 6. So, yeah, it's not very good, right? The main advantage of doing this is that while I could theoretically wait until, like, later in the week to try and get my 4-piece on this character, if I happen to get lucky and get 1 or 2 pieces by doing LFR, then my warrior might even be able to have 4-piece for our heroic splits tomorrow, and that would be pretty good. And I would say, similarly, early on in the season, if you want to try and get lucky and get your 4-piece really early on, then yeah, having 4-piece while you are pushing M+, or something like that, and trying to farm this 266 here, that would probably make things a little bit easier for you. Is it necessary to push M+? Absolutely not. But is it nice to have 4-piece early on before you jump into that harder content? Yeah, I get it. There also is an argument to be made for trinkets. So, in this particular case, Chimeras, the boss I'm doing now, drops this thing, Gaze of the Almseer. And Gaze of the Almseer is a very, very good trinket for a lot of people. But a lot of people historically don't really value trinkets properly. Like, they will look at Abyss List and they will say, oh, this is my best in slot trinket. I absolutely need this trinket more than anything else because this list tells me that it is my #1 trinket. But there are so many trinkets that are significantly better at 250 item level, which is what Delve trinkets drop at, than the stuff that you're going to get at Veteran Track. Veteran Track does cap out at 250 item level, right? And technically speaking, yes, you can get it up to the same. But if you start getting, like, random trinket upgrades from Mythic Plus, even, like, trinkets that aren't good, but are a higher item level and let you upgrade your Delve champion trinkets a little bit beyond the 250, like, initial drop level, then in many cases, they're going to be better than if you had a Veteran Track Gaze of the Almseer, even if you find some list somewhere that says, oh, this is technically your best in slot trinket. This gives a lot of stats, but that's it, right? The only thing this trinket is doing is it's giving you a flat amount of mastery, and then it's giving you a lot of primary stat. And that scales depending on the item level. So if you have another trinket, like, say, Glorious Crusader's Keepsake, which isn't exactly the same, but it is giving you flat primary stat, and then proccing to give you a certain amount of secondary stat for 15 seconds, effectively, the trinkets are doing the same thing, it's just a little bit different in terms of how you're getting the stat. And then, yes, assuming equal item level, the tuning on something like Gaze of the Almseer is better in such a way that this will usually give you more stats. But if this is lower item level, then on average, something like Glorious Crusader's Keepsake will be giving you more stats. So Gaze is not that important. Now, there are exceptions to this rule. There have been trinkets in the past that are just so ludicrously overpowered for certain specs, where even at, like, the lowest possible item level they can drop at, they are the best possible thing that you can get. This is rare. It's rare, but it's not unheard of. I'm trying to think of a good example. Something like Brand of Ceaseless Ire for tanks last tier in Mana Forge Omega, that was a trinket where as you took damage, it ramped up the damage of, like, a reflect that was dealt to mobs. That thing just hit really, really hard, even at the lowest item level. And it's, like, kind of a unique effect, right? You know, it's not just giving you stats, it's giving you, like, a reflect damage proc. There have been a lot of healer trinkets over time that have special effects. So, a good example of this tier would be something like in Voidspire off Paladins. I have to look at all classes. This trinket, Litany of Light-Blinded Wrath. You do a bunch of damage, and then you put a big absorb shield on a bunch of nearby players. There have been a lot of trinkets like this in history for healers, where you just apply a gigantic absorb to all 5 members of your party, and even if the raw HPS, which means heals per second, of the trinket is not quite as strong depending on the item level, that is a type of effect that can be really useful in particular situations, like in Mythic Plus. If a big burst of damage is coming out, then a lot of times you'd rather have a fairly weak shield on 5 members of your party than something that only does healing, because applying that shield to 5 people is increasing their effective health. It's giving them more of a buffer to live something that might otherwise instantly kill them from max health. So trinkets like that just provide a very powerful utility effect in addition to their raw stats. And something like that is kind of item level agnostic, right? Like, it's good regardless on whether or not it's giving you, like, as much power as possible, just because the effect itself is so unique. So things like that, keep an eye out for it. It might be worth running LFR for it. But also do remember that item level in most cases is still king. And let's see what Chimeras has for us. There is no Gaze of the Allenseer and literally no usable loot. I guess there's plate boots, right? I don't need this. I will take it for transmog, right? Which, that's still one reason to run LFR. I lost, oh well. We'll try the Voidspire. What's really notable, though, is that this season, in Midnight, for the very first time ever, there is a new thing that Blizzard has added called the Midnight Season 1 Catalyst Unbound. So you can see this unlocked your class set bonus during Midnight Season 1, and it rewards Dawnlight Mana Flux. This thing here, which can turn any item into a tier piece, can now drop from additional sources. And by additional sources, it means basically every sort of endgame content, including PvP. There's a person in my guild who does a lot of arenas, and they've gotten a ton of bonus catalyst charges by just running solo shuffle. Apparently, that's actually a very good source. So, once you've unlocked your 4-set bonus, you can farm an infinite number of catalyst charges to convert other items into a tier set item. So, if you are unable to get your tier set through normal means, and you have to get an LFR piece to complete that bonus, that's totally fine, because you can equip the LFR item initially, unlock that achievement, which I should note, even though I have this, right, this is character specific, so it shows up, like, earned by your warband, but Anji here does not get the benefits of random drops of a catalyst charge. I need to get my 4-piece on Anji for that achievement to work for Anji. It shows up still on my achievement tracker, but, you know, it's, it does say that, like, Anji can still earn this achievement, which means that it's character specific in that sense. But once I do that, I would then be able to just farm any content, and then, like, say, for instance, I got tier shoulders from LFR. 250 item level, I'm losing 16 item level compared to this Mythic Plus item I have. That would be pretty bad, but if it lets me complete my 4-piece, by running any other random dungeons or raids until I get a bonus catalyst charge, I can then turn these shoulders into tier shoulders and use them instead. So there is a lot of value this season compared to others in running LFR for those pieces, just because it can let you complete your 4-piece a little bit early than you would otherwise be able to. Alright, well, I've done basically all LFR wings. I have virtually nothing to show for it. That's okay, though. But if anything, that is why I do not recommend doing LFR. You're almost never going to get anything worthwhile. You might get 1 tier piece if you're lucky. While I'm right next to it, I will just show you what the Catalyst does. I've kind of described this a little bit. This is just a quest to, like, explain how Sparks of Radiance work. But if I were to throw this item in here, you can see it gets converted into a tier piece. I'm not going to do that, though, and kind of that is maybe another learning point that I've hinted at, but maybe not explicitly stated, is you should not use your catalyst charges until you have at least a decent item, right? Obviously, if you have, later in the season, enough catalyst charges to guarantee your 4-piece right out of the gate, it is possible for this to stack up to 8, so if you're watching this video a month after it gets posted, you might already be sitting here with, like, 4 Dawnlight Mana Fluxes, and you could just immediately get 4-piece, get the achievement, and start collecting additional catalyst charges. At that point, yeah, you know, do whatever, right? But I'm trying to teach you best practices, and, you know, for me, personally, even though I have a 1 out of 8 Dawnlight Mana Flux charge, and you can see, I have a Hero Track piece, 266, this is a prime candidate for catalyzing. However, I am not going to use my catalyst charge on this item yet, because what could happen is, let's say I do, like tomorrow, my guild does our split runs, and we get really unlucky, and the only tier piece that I can use is shoulders. A single plate shoulder token drops, and my guild leader gives that to me. Well, if I have not used any of my catalyst charges until I get that tier piece, then I will be able to equip that item that I got from Raid, and using my 3 remaining catalyst charges, because tomorrow we get a second one by default, and then there is also a bonus catalyst charge that you get for this thing, Midnight Season 1 Champion of the Dawn. I, obviously, you know, I don't have, or I won't have Midnight Falls AOTC, basically, but by tomorrow, I'm going to have done a bunch of dungeon runs on this character to easily reach 2k rating. This character's already 1300, right? So I will have the 2k rating requirement before Raid later today. I keep saying tomorrow. Time is so fucked in my head. Later today, literally within, yeah, actually less than 12 hours from the time of recording. But I will have that 3rd catalyst charge, so if I burn a catalyst charge now on shoulders, and the only tier piece that drops in Raid is shoulders, then I will actually prevent myself from getting 4-piece. So I don't want to do that. Now, if we do a Raid and I get like 1 or more tier items in other slots, then yeah, I'll probably go and catalyze these shoulders, and then I'll have my 4-piece. Awesome. And even if I do get that random shoulder item, let's say, like, I guess we're not doing normal splits, but let's say hypothetically, I got like a pair of normal champion track shoulders, I can equip that, I can get the achievement. Once I've obtained infinite Dawnlight Manaflex, then later on I can go back and catalyze these and wear these for the long run. But it would be very, very, very dumb of me to waste a catalyst charge early on. That is not necessarily something that I want to be doing. Now, another thing that you should be keeping in mind at the end of the week is your Great Vault. So this thing here, I'll show it physically in Silvermoon. It is this big vault here in the banking area, but you can right-click it on the map to see what you have obtained for the week. And if you hover over this, you can see that in my dungeon slot, this will contain a 272 item level myth track piece of gear on the weekly reset, so in like an hour or so. And you can only pick 1 item out of all of these slots in your Great Vault. So filling the vault it's helpful, but it's not crucial, because the only thing that you're doing by filling this vault is giving yourself more options. But in my case, for instance, by doing a plus 10 or higher dungeon, in this case I've done 4 plus 10 or higher dungeons, I have guaranteed that I will see 2 myth track items in my vault. I will most likely be taking one of these. Now, I could fill this other slot if I wanted to. It was 4 a.m. when we finished doing dungeons. All of my guildies were extremely tired and wanted to go to sleep. I kind of did as well. So the chance that I was going to stay up late and do 4 more dungeons was like 0. I have, though, on my mains, gotten 8 or more dungeons at 10 or higher done, because I want to have the best chance possible to see a really good upgrade. And then obviously, you know, on my mains, I have Mythic Raid slots. So my monk has 3 272 dungeon slots. And then I also have 2 260 or 276 raid myth slots, because I've done the first 3 in Voidspire and Chimeras on my monk. So I've defeated 4 mythic bosses. And the item level rewarded by your slot will scale depending on the difficulty that you did. Now, for dungeons, that's fairly self-explanatory. For raids, you can see here, because I did only these LFR bosses, there is no chance that a Crown of the Cosmos item will be able to show up in my raid vault slots on this character, because I haven't killed Crown of the Cosmos. But something that is kind of funky is, let's say I only killed 2 raid bosses. I only killed Crown of the Cosmos and Light Blinded Vanguard, so I only had this 1 slot for defeating 2 bosses. The way that the loot from Vault works is defeating a boss will unlock all previous bosses for the Great Vault. So even if I only kill Illyria and Light Blinded Vanguard, there's still a chance that, let's say, the item in this 1 slot is something from Veilgorn Ezorak. That may seem weird. The reason for that is because in the very first iteration of the Great Vault, that's not how it worked. So people would specifically target bosses that they needed. And I remember my guild at the time, we had people switching in and out on reclear, because they wanted to make sure that their character did not have a single kill of like a given boss recorded for the game, so that loot from that boss had no chance at appearing in their Great Vault. And as you might imagine, if you're eliminating a bunch of loot from a boss that you don't need from even appearing, you're increasing the chance of loot that you do need from, or like, of appearing in that slot. I don't know if I said that right. It's early in the morning. I'm tired. I haven't had my coffee yet. But basically, you can manipulate the RNG of your Great Vaults, and that was really broken and kind of encouraged degenerate gameplay. So nowadays, if you kill a boss later in the raid, everything before it is automatically added to the Great Vault loot pool to prevent people from doing that. So it doesn't work the other way around, though. So obviously, if you've only killed the first 2 bosses, then your Great Vaults will not have a chance to include loot from bosses afterwards. Kind of touched upon that, but I did want to confirm that. Editor Haraldin here. In this section of the video, I discussed a lot of Great Vault strategy and which items you would mostly want to take over some others. The Great Vault dynamic has changed substantially because of the Voidcore catch-up system that I've been teasing at. I will talk about that extensively at the end, but the problem is that has kind of retroactively changed a lot of the gearing strategy decisions for super-duper endgame stuff. And a lot of the logic that I was explaining in this part of the video is still important. It technically would still be helpful for people in the long run, but I think it would be better to just re-record that entire section on my own towards the end of the video, once we have the full big picture of all of these catch-up mechanics in place, and I can explain what you should be doing when taking your Great Vault. So I'm going to cut that part out now, and then me, feature editor Haraldin, will probably step in to do a re-recording of that and explain what I now think is the best strategy to do for your Great Vaults. But that is the basic loop that you want to do every single week. Honestly, for the vast majority of players, that's kind of the video. That's all you need to know. Do delves, do pray, get your Great Vault, etc. Now, there's a lot of nuance within that, which is why this is not a 5-minute video and is instead a 5-hour video, because I think if you're watching this, you want to understand every little thing that you can do to optimize your gear. And there's also a lot of stuff that kind of gets lost in the middle of that, like when to spend crests. You know, it's very easy to say, do this, do that, and then collect your Great Vault, but then there's lingering questions of, okay, but like while doing this and that, I've gotten a bunch of champion crests, when should I be using that? And you need a lot more context to properly explain when you should or shouldn't be spending crests like that. And then we've discussed a lot so far in this video, but I haven't even talked about crafting, right? Like, that's another major system where you can get a bunch of very powerful items by crafting them, and you have to, like, go over here, you have to submit a work order, etc. That has not been discussed yet, and that's because I don't think that you should send your crafts until much later on. I will show that probably towards the end of this video, but I'm not even going to do that right now, because here's the thing. Generally speaking, when you're doing crafting, you want to make a weapon. The vast majority of people, that is what they'll want to do. But in my case, I got lucky and I got a hero track weapon. Now, I could craft a myth weapon. If I farmed enough myth crests, it is, I believe, 80 crests to get a craft. So I could, right now, craft a myth track weapon. That would be pretty good. I would get a sizable boost from that. But what if I open my Great Vault, and in my Great Vault is a 272 strength one-hander? Well, then I sure would feel like an idiot for crafting a weapon when arguably getting an item like this would just be better. Because even though the baseline item level would be lower, 272, you are able to upgrade myth track stuff to a maximum of 289 item level. And crafted stuff can only go up to a maximum of 285 item level. So crafting stuff is a little bit weird, because if you are somebody who never really expects to go beyond hero track items, and you are almost never going to see a myth track item unless you happen to get it from a Great Vault, well then 285 item level is really good, because the maximum item level that you can get hero stuff to is 276. So relative to hero track loot, crafting a 285 weapon with your myth crests is a very good value upgrade. But if you are somebody who is actually planning to go in the long run and get a lot of myth track loot, either you're going to farm a lot of M+ and collect a bunch of weekly vaults, or you're like me and you want to jump into Mythic Raid, right? Well then, suddenly, 285 is actually below the maximum, which leads to this really weird dynamic with crafting, where for, I would say, the majority of the player base, your crafted items should actually be your most valuable pieces. 285 will be better than the average piece you can get, so putting it in a high-value slot like a weapon is really desirable. But for the other end of the spectrum, people who are trying to really heavily optimize and push mythic rating, Well, now crafted items are actually going to be your worst pieces. It is still worth getting 2 crafted items because of this thing called an embellishment, which if you don't know what that is, I'll talk about that later. So even though Mythtrack crafted items will never be able to reach the maximum item level, every single Mythic Raider will always use 2 of them. There are some rare exceptions, but keep in mind most people will want to use 2 of them. And in that case, because the embellishments have a fixed value that is not tied to the slot that they're being used in, you often, as a high-level Mythic Raider, want to put your crafted item in a low-value slot, like bracers, like ring, like cloak, etc. Stuff that provides less stats. If we look at the stats provided by my cloak, this gives me 48 strength, my chest piece gives 86 strength. These are both exactly the same item level. So if you put a 285 crafted item in a low value slot that is not contributing a lot of power to your character, then it will cause you to lose less damage overall than if you crafted in a high value slot like helmet, shoulders, chest, etc. And it should also go without saying that you almost never want to craft in slots where you could get a tier piece, helm, shoulders, chest, gloves, pants, because if you craft in that slot, and then you happen to get a tier slot item in one of those pieces, and you want to run your 4-piece, and that's like one of your best ways to get 4-piece, well, you've screwed yourself over. You cannot catalyze crafted items. So the only way to get your 4-piece is by running regular tier items in those 5 slots, or at least 4 of those 5 slots. So you are inherently a little bit more limited in terms of where your crafts go, and then within that, there's a lot more decision-making, which can be a little bit tricky and will vary depending on the spec. All of that to say, I'm kind of rambling here, but crafting is very complicated. Don't worry about it right now. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to double check with my raid leader to make sure he's okay with this, but I'm pretty sure that I also shouldn't even spend any of my sparks and craft anything before entering our heroic split. I do not think that's worthwhile. I don't think that I should craft anything until then. So if after all of our split runs and stuff like that, I still have a 250 cloak, then I would want to craft a cloak and put Arcane and Weave lining on it, and that's what I use. But I won't be able to know that, and I won't be able to make that decision with full information until after we've done all of our early gearing. And now, obviously, I'm saying, you know, after we do split runs, etc. As far as you are concerned, the viewer watching this to gear your alts, instead of viewing it as after I do all my split runs, you should view it as after I do multiple weeks of delves or like spamming Mythic Plus and stuff like that. And then, you know, I've done a bunch of Mythic Plus for a while. I want to join a raiding guild. And now that I've joined this raiding guild, I still have this 1-week slot. Okay, I'm now right before entering my very first raid with this new team that I'm joining. I'm going to send my craft on this one slot to get it really high power and make sure my character is as prepared as possible going into raid. And that is when you should be worrying about crafting. There are so many guides out there that tell you to do a bunch of really wasteful stuff. There is another thing that I will quickly touch upon regarding crafting, because I see a lot of guides recommending this, and it's really, really, really bad. You can, if you want to... Oh, okay, it's not really bad, but it's generally inefficient, right? You can, if you want to, craft a generic item and use veteran crests to get it up to, if I put like a personal order and show what the item level is, 246 item level. So I can spend these veteran crests very shortly after reaching max level of my character to get a bunch of 246 gear. But as I've already shown, it's usually better to wait and do all of your delves and get like all your upgrades first. You don't need this 246 gear to clear that. So you're kind of wasting a decent amount of gold and all of your veteran crests in order to get these pieces. The only potential advantage to doing this is because you can put embellishments on these items. So if you want to spend veteran crests on a slightly weaker than champion item to get 2 out of 2 embellishments early on, that is an option. That is something that like everybody in my guild did before entering Heroic Week. Okay, but like we're a high-level Mythic guild trying to do heroic splits. Like that's the type of optimization that you can do at that point. But also, that costs me like hundreds of thousands of gold to do. Prices are going to be lower by the time you're watching this video, but that was a very expensive thing that genuinely did not contribute much to our character's power. Every bit counts when you're trying to push at a high level, so I am willing to spend that gold to make our guild progress ever so slightly faster. But is that something that you should be doing? Absolutely not. The only reason you may consider doing that is you can do the exact same thing if you PvP. There are these PvP heraldries that you can get, which also let you get 246 crafted gear, and that doesn't require veteran crests. there is a quest when you complete a random battleground that gives you that exact same effect for free, and you can just slot that in, get a bunch of embellished crafted items really easily. If you want to do PvP, that is a good option. And that's why, like I said earlier in the video, if you want to do solo shuffle, get conquest to buy like specific champion pieces and get those crafted items on top of it, it can be worth the time. But then, you know, the flip side is you have to PvP, and I don't really enjoy PvP in this game. I've been forced to do it on a few of my characters to get those upgrades, because it is what it is. But it is not important enough to where I think you should feel obligated to do PvP to get those items. You will eventually replace them. They are like short-term gains that only matter if you're really heavily pushing in like the first week or two of a season, which, if you're watching this video, by definition you are not, because I probably won't be releasing this until like, I don't know, a week after the time I'm recording this. It'll take me some time to sit down and edit all the footage together and include like all the bonus explanations at the end. The main reason I wanted to sit here and explain all of this stuff is because we're reaching the end of the week. And I think it is important to basically acknowledge that, hey, I've done all that I can this week. I started off basically like 24 hours ago. I was on a fresh level 90 character, and I've made pretty good progress in that time. And there is really not much else that I could have done if I tried this week to get more progress. Like, yeah, sure, if I'd known that I wanted to main swap, I probably would have tried to do 4 more dungeons. Oh well, I could have gotten 1 more chance at seeing a better item. So if both of these items are complete duds, then yeah, I'll kind of feel bad about that. It'll be a bit of a bummer, but it won't be the end of the world. And it's really not that big of an increase. On a lot of my alts, I don't even bother getting this. Early in the season for mains, it's usually worth it, but who cares? Alright, the servers are back up. It's time for me to open my vaults. So, as I mentioned before, there's like a lot of weekly things that I wasn't able to benefit from on my Prot Warrior. The reason I mention that is because there's a bunch of new quests here. So, hear my dog barking, of course, for some reason. But there is a Timewalking quest. This gives a piece of loot from the raid, just like the Delve quest. There's usually different ways, or different events up, different ways to get like bonus gear. And for the weekly quest, this time, the really good Arcantina one I mentioned isn't up. But, the World Boss one is up. So I'm going to take the World Boss one. If you are going to kill the World Boss anyway, which you should on one of your characters, then this is the fastest. What I'm probably going to do, you can always change this, by the way, if you abandon. You can pick it up and change your selection. So most likely, Delves are also completely free. I already know I'm going to do the World Boss on my Warrior, just because this is my priority on reset. This is the character I'm going to play. But on future characters, when I do them later in the week, I will probably grab the Delve one, because that's just another way to do 2 birds, 1 stone. Honestly, doesn't really matter. You're mostly just doing this to grab the spark. Nothing crazy. This quest, I don't think I kind of skimmed past it before. This gives a reputation with a different faction if you do like a dungeon that's required. But there's no real reason to do this, especially with rep not being that valuable at this point. Now, for the Great Vault, there are a lot of things to consider when opening this. So as you saw before, I have 2 dungeon slots. Now, depending on the loot spec you open your Great Vault with, that determines what is actually in there. So, if I were to open it as arms, then I would only see 2-handed weapons if a weapon were to drop, right? Like, shields could not appear in the Great Vault unless I open it with my loot spec as protection. Once you open the Great Vault, you cannot change the rewards. So I can't open it as arms and then switch to Prot and open it as Prot and, like, get different options. The game will warn you. It'll say, once you open this, the rewards will be permanently generated, right? So you need to make that decision ahead of time. And you might think, oh, well, it's a no-brainer, right? Just open it at the spec that I want. But not always. There are a lot of times where if I, let's say, like, if I didn't want a one-hander or a shield, if I already had, like, a Myth Track one-handed weapon, well, then I don't care about getting that. So a lot of times later in the season on my Prot Warrior, for instance, I've done this in previous tiers, I will actually open my vaults as arms, because the combined amount of one-handers and shields across all dungeons is more than the combined amount of 2-handed weapons. So by opening my vault as arms, I am slightly increasing the odds that something other than a weapon shows up in my Great Vault. There's just less for the game to pull from. Also, trinkets are an important thing to consider. So if I look at like the dungeon journals, right? The trinkets that I really want as Warrior The big one really is like Algathar Academy. Obviously, the puzzle box is really good, but if I look at protection or arms, like it drops for both. In this particular case, as far as I know, for Warrior, all of the really good things that I want are on both loot specs. Just at a glance, let me see. Yeah, there are no... Another good trinket that I can think of would be the Skyreach one. So Solar Flare, Prism. This is also Brought and Arms. Both of them can get it. But you can see here, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items for arms. But because there's a one-hander and shield from Skyreach and a tank trinket, this dilutes the loot pool further. So if I was specifically trying to get something like Solar Flare Prism, then might actually benefit me to open this as arms. Now, in this particular case, I would very much like to get a one-handed weapon. That is the best possible thing that I can get from my Great Vault. So no matter what, I'm going to be opening this as protection. I am also, to potentially avoid any loot bugs, I'm going to switch to arms spec when I open this. It'll still generate loot for prot. This is just to do like the fancy mumbo-jumbo to avoid having the bug break my loot. We can do this. We can open this as prot. And we get... Come on. Oh my god. There's no way. That's crazy. Okay, this character... This is blessed. Yeah. Blizzard has blessed the swap. Hold on. Will, guess what my warrior just got in vault? Oh my fucking god.
Your best trinket.
The gaze?
No. Well, I didn't have a myth raid vault slot. I got the fucking weapon. And it has good stats, too.
Oh,
so,
I was gonna say weapon.
Yeah.
Main hand, off hand now?
Yeah,
Shit.
Shield from the fucking split and this weapon. Alright, I
okay,
mean...
so you can craft Loa Worshipper and Arcano in your weakest slot after splits. GG.
Yeah, Lower Worshipper I think is only if like I still really need a ring, but definitely I think I can send crafts after we do the heroic splits for sure. I will say, out of all of the alt gearing videos that I've made in the past, this is probably going to be the most, like, unrealistic result, right? The methods that I'm using here, you can still use yourself to get really good gear. Like, this is still universally applicable, but your mileage may vary, and normally when I do these videos, I actually, I get quote-unquote lucky, and I get really bad RNG on whatever character I'm using for demonstration purposes, which gives me a great opportunity to showcase a lot of, like, backup methods if you get bad gear, kind of like the bloody token stuff that I talked about. In this case, this is just like, what if you insanely high roll at every possible opportunity, which is kind of good, because we needed me to swap for this on Light Blinded Vanguard, so... at this point, this is 100%. I just play this for Light Blinded Vanguard prog, and, yeah, that's wild. I cannot take this yet. Normally, right, in 99% of situations, you just rip the weapon, and, like, it's not even a question, but just as a formality, my raid leader requires us to screenshot our vaults and post it, and get his, like, thumbs up before we take it, which I think is just a good rule of thumb. Obviously, I would consider myself to be, like, very much an expert on gearing, and every single time when I've said, I think I take this, my raid leader's like, yep, completely agree. So, again, it's more of a formality. Like, I know that that's my best option. I, generally speaking, know how to efficiently gear. But the reason why policies like that are in place is because if somebody has no fucking clue what they're doing, and we have had this happen before, somebody can just make a really dumb decision in their vault, waste it before checking with the raid leader, and now they've kind of screwed their character because they didn't know any better. So, it's good to just follow those policies, and I don't want to be the guy who's like, yeah, you know, I can ignore the rules, right? Like, even though I know that my decision's correct, may as well just get the thumbs up. Alright, so I haven't taken my vault just yet, because like I said, I'm still waiting to hear back from my raid leader, just so he can give the thumbs up. But I want to get started on my weekly activities. I need to get as much done as possible before raid. Now, a lot of the stuff I'm going to do here, we already picked up these quests, it's going to be the same as I showed earlier, so I'm not going to go through the entire thing step by step again, but I will just give a brief overview, right? So, of course, the first thing we're going to do, we're going to head over here, we're going to speak with Astalor, we're going to get the Uncapped Hero Crest quest over here, and then I'm going to interact with this map. Now, if I check, where is the world boss this week? It is... Oh, actually, it's showing on the map. It is in Harandar. So, at some point, I will want to go to Harandar. I'll probably do that later. I don't necessarily know if I want to do my first prey there. There is this quest in Zul'Aman, so I can try and do 2 birds, 1 stone. Although I am in a weird position where I just did a lot of the world quests here, so I only have the ones that just reset. These look fine. I could probably get that done. There's also a case to be made for doing Eversong. The thing is, the weekly quests here are not as important at this point, because, like, what do I need, realistically speaking? I need to do my praise. I would ideally like to get as much stuff done as possible. So you might be thinking, well, aren't veteran crests basically worthless for your character now? Because you've already got into 253 item level, you don't really need them anymore, why do you want to keep getting them? Here's the thing, though. I still need champion crests. And I would like to reach a point where I can convert all of my veteran crests upward to get a ton of champion crests. That will save me a lot of time. There's only so many of these that I can realistically farm before raid, and while I will try and show some of the better farming methods, actually worth checking. Yeah, unfortunately, the way that Del variants worked, I explained earlier, there is no guaranteed rotation, so we have gotten the thing I described earlier where we're just alternating back and forth between the same 2 cycles, which is a bit of a bummer because this is not the good Collegiate Calamity variant, which actually that makes it even more important that because I don't have the best way to farm champion crests, I really, really, really need to get a bunch of converted upwards veteran crests. So any bonus crest that I can get while doing my praise will be very important. I'm going to start by doing Nightmare this time around. I still need to get a ring, so if I don't get a ring from my Nightmare praise, I will probably just do 2 veteran praise, because there's a chance that that drops, and that would be pretty good. I think I will do Zul'Aman, just so I can take out the Emissary quest along with that. The Sparks of War is in Harandar, so I don't need to worry about that right now. So realistically speaking, I should probably stay out of war mode for the rest of my stuff. And also for Harandar, I'm going to need to be out of war mode to kill the world boss. So yeah, that's going to make things a little tricky. I think I don't worry about that at this point. It's less important. I don't need the bloody tokens, so just not really a concern. The main thing I just need to focus on is how do I maximize my crest gain. And I think by doing the Prey in Zul'Aman to take this stuff out, 2 birds, 1 stone, that'll be good. I'm in a bit of a weird position where, in addition to this, you're going to get to see me multi-box, because, so this is my Brewmaster Monk, Yi Xuan, Zenless Zone Zero reference, if you know that game. I am going to try and get as many crests as possible on both my Monk and my Warrior. Here's the thing, though, about multi-boxing Nightmare Mode Prey. It's not fun. It's very, 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 very difficult, because if you look away for 1 second, and your character gets screwed by the, like, ghosts that try to run at you, you just die, and then you lose all of your progress. Alright, Editor Haraldin here. So initially I was going to provide more commentary in the moment for this section, like I have been for the rest of the video, but right as I started recording this entire weekly reset thing, my guild leader pulled me and my co-tank into like a tank meeting to discuss our strategy for Light-Blinded Vanguard, so I was basically in a Discord call for that entire thing, so I didn't really have the opportunity to give any commentary or anything like that. So I'm just going to give you a brief summary of the first few hours post-reset, all the farming I did. Really, it's straightforward. I did all 3 prays on both my Warrior and my Monk at the same time. I want to be absolutely clear here, by the way, multi-boxing doesn't really give me any advantage on my actual character. In fact, this slowed things down for me, because I ended up dying multiple times on either my Warrior or my Monk. As I just got done saying, sometimes you look away for 1 second, and the moment you tab over to your other account, the Astalor Ghost and the Kill For Me Now thing procs, and you just don't have time to react, and you get 100 0'd. Even as a tank, that happens. It's unfortunate. It's very poorly designed for multi-boxing, but you know, obviously multi-boxing is not really a main concern when Blizzard's designing the content, so whatever. Point being, I needed to have both of these characters ready for our re-clear, so it did personally save me time by doing both of them at once, even though the individual process was a little bit slower. So all the same stuff that we discussed earlier in the video, doing my Prey, getting the weekly events done, the Emissary box in Zul'Aman, and then the Saltheril's Soiree. kind of got close that time. Did that, got all the veteran crests. As I said, the veteran crests are still useful for me because I can then convert them upwards into champion crests the moment I find a replacement ring, and I also got all my coffer key shards, which I will need for the delves that I'm about to do. So after I got all that stuff done, it took about an hour and a half, I believe, to do all 3 of the zones and all the different activities. I had all my coffer key shards, and I was ready to head into delves. And I do a little bit of in-the-moment commentary, so I will cut to present-day Haraldar. Alright, all of my prey weeklies have been finished. Now, I could start doing delves. I haven't even checked my keys, but yeah, basically full coffer key shards. So, I'm all set there. At this point, the only thing that I need is to do delves, but I'm also going to do the world boss, because that will give me the Spark of Radiance. I guess I do technically need that. What I'm going to do is, because that's in Harandar, I am going to go there and do the world boss. I'll drop group. I don't need to do it on my monk, and in fact, it's probably worth it for me to just drop this on my monk and just pick up the delve quest, because I'm going to do that anyway. So if I just go to Zah'ran, get this is 3 delves, right? Yeah. So when I do my delves for the boxes, I can just complete that quest alongside it. That'll be easier. Alright, so for the world boss, where is it? It says it's right here. Oh, yeah, I'm just blind. You click on this thing, find group, little eye in the bottom of the screen, click on any group, all of them have auto accept turned on, so I'm just gonna apply, join, and looks like it's dead, but it'll respawn every few minutes, so you just wait here. When it respawns, everybody will blow it up. It has like 0 mechanics, so if you're familiar with old world bosses, like previous versions of the game, it's no longer like that. Alright, so the world boss dies, and we get the exact same leather pants that I got last week. World boss loot is just completely, incredibly garbage. They really need to change this world boss loot system. It is... I do not know a single person who thinks this is good. We can go over here, and we can turn in the Zah'ran quest this way. That gives my box for... Did I not get a spark? I must have... I have my 6th spark. I guess I looted that from a different box. I thought it only came from the Zah'ran box. Back in War Within, it was only this box that gave the new spark, but maybe it's now any of the veteran item boxes give you spark, and I just missed that. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, the delves today are not great. These are some pretty bad variants, but what are you gonna do? That's the hand that I've been dealt here. So I will re-invite my monk, and then I guess I have to go and get that done. Is what it is. Alright, so before I started off by doing tier 8 delves last week, but here, there's really no reason to start by doing that, especially because today, on Tuesday before raid, I want to try and get all of my gilded stashes completed, as those crests will be pretty important. So I'm just going to immediately start off on tier 11. I'm also going to be doing it with, like I said, my monk and my warrior at the same time. Thing about delves, though, compared to Nightmare Prey, is that in the case of delves, you technically, like, the scaling is increased if you do it with multiple people, but you can solo it. Effectively, I would say, like, soloing a 2-person tier 11 delve is basically just like doing a tier 13 delve. There's no such thing as a tier 13 delve, but it feels like it. It's just everything is scaled up harder. But it effectively is just that. It's the same thing, but harder. The problem with doing Nightmare Mode Prey is, with multi-boxing at least, is that sometimes you just look away and your other character just gets murdered, and then you lose all of your progress, and you have to start again. With delves, at least, I am able to park my character at the entrance, and I've done this for friends, too. Like, every now and then, if I'm just doing my delves anyway, and somebody in guild is like, hey, I need a, beacon of hope or whatever, I'll be like, yeah, just join my group and park your character at the entrance, and I'll just solo it, because I'm going to do it anyway. Another important thing when it comes to delves, at least with the current setup, is that Mandate doesn't discriminate, right? So, Mandate of Sacred Death whether or not a mob is scaled up to 2 players or just 1, if it procs the one-shot effect, that's just going to instantly kill a mob no matter what. And that is very strong. It also, like, this thing does percentage damage, so even if it doesn't one-shot, it's still going to chunk mobs basically at the exact same rate. So for that reason, I'm just going to leave my warrior AFK here. I will run it up to the like stone in the middle in order to do the Beacon of Hope whenever I activate that. But otherwise, there's just no reason for me to have it follow along, and it's not going to meaningfully improve the speed of the delve by trying to play both characters at once. Alright, so once again, we're at the Restoration Stone. I'm going to use my Beacon of Hope. We're going to summon the Nullaeus ads, and then I can get my Delver's Bounty guaranteed. And then after I kill the ads here, and I get the chest to spawn, I'm going to tab over to my warrior, walk it over to this part of the delve, loot it, use my Delver's Bounty, etc. And by doing this, I'm just able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and instead of having to do double the amount of delves, I just do 2 characters at once. This genuinely is incredibly efficient. Like, obviously, you know, if you don't want to multi-box, don't multi-box. I am just showing you the method that I use. It's mostly because, like, this is just what I have to do. Again, I want to, like, show the actual gearing process that I'm using, but this obviously is not something you have to do. If anything, it takes slightly longer, but it might take, like, maybe, let's say, 5 minutes longer for each delve, but it saves me, like, multiple hours by not having to repeat the entire process on a second character, so it is pretty nice. I do this. I got a champion weapon that I definitely don't need on my monk, which is extremely geared. I'll hold on to it just in case. And we can use this. Like I said before, I tab over to my warrior, and then I just need to run all the way through the delve again. Like, technically, I might be able to make this jump. Ooh. Okay. Little skip strategy. I get to avoid having to run all the way around the back over there. That's quite nice. I really would like to get a champion ring out of this. That would be nice. Okay, you know, that's not bad. I already have 250 gloves, but they're veteran. So now I can further upgrade this in a little bit. Alright. So that is my Delver's Bounty done. I think this character I haven't ever gotten the loot bug on, so I'm not going to worry about switching things around. And this obviously isn't my warrior, right? But, like, yeah, doesn't matter. Good to see the loot on both of them. So you can see here, my monk got gloves, don't need that. My monk will open this, get boots, don't need that either, but, you know, hold on to it. It's nice to have other options sometimes. Even though, like, I already have Hero Track boots, this is slightly more mastery. So if I find myself in a position later on where my character needs slightly more mastery, cool, we'll take it. And I also got, you'll notice here, so Reputation with Delve Season 1 increased by 300, 400. So by opening these boxes, you get Delver's Journey progress. That's what that is. So I said before it was capped at level 4, and now, as Blizzard said, the cap has been raised to at least level 5, and I guess we'll see if it's only to 5, or if we can go beyond that. Alright, now as for my warrior, here's the thing. I really don't need anything from Prot Loot Spec. I'm actually going to set my Loot Spec to Arms, because I haven't taken the weapon yet, but I have a Mythtrack version of this weapon sitting in my vault. I have a Mythtrack shield now, and even if I didn't have this, you know, I would have had still a decent shield. So I realistically wouldn't have needed the hero chest. So the thing that I said earlier about, you know, depending on what your gear is, you might want to open your vault or whatever in a different spec. In this case, I know that there are less possible combinations of two-hander weapons than one-hander and shields. So I'd like to increase my odds of getting a ring, ideally. Or really anything, but a ring would be nice. That's fine. That's a different stat option for helmet. At least that's champion. This is another Warbound piece. Can't complain about that. We got some crests, and this is the big one. We would like to get something good here. Hopefully a ring. I got a trinket. Okay. I mean, this is not a good trinket. crit proc. It's not a bad trinket, actually. But it's not, like, it's not fantastic. It's just a generic, like, flat primary proc secondary trinket. But on average, it's going to be basically just a worse version of Crucible of Erratic Energies. However, if we spend our crests wisely, this will effectively give us a discount up to 259 on one of our trinkets. So it's like, fine. It's not the worst thing ever, but there certainly were a lot of better options that I could have gotten from my Delver's Bounty. Alright, that is the second delve down. Now, one thing you'll notice that I don't think I really drew proper attention to, but one thing that you'll notice is I've gotten a pretty good amount of Delver's Journey progress. Oh, nice. There you go. So I mentioned before, once you have your 4-piece, you can randomly loot Catalyst charges. Just got one. Pretty neat. Also got a necklace in this monk. Definitely don't need that. But that's a pretty big amount of Delver's Journey progress. And I'm going to loot these boxes on my warrior and get the exact same amount. So after I do all 4 of these delves on both characters, I should very safely be at the next level on the Delver's Journey track. So when it comes to leveling up your Delver's Journey, doing this on alts is extremely efficient. It does kind of suck, because obviously if you're somebody who only likes to play one character, your progress on this track is incredibly time-gated. Whereas somebody like me who has a ton of alts, I can pretty much boost all the way to the end in like 1 week, just by making additional alts and doing all of my keys on those alts. So yeah, that's a little bit of an unfair advantage in that sense. Unfortunately, I mean, that's just like, don't hate the player, hate the game. There's a lot of reasons to hate the game in terms of how Blizzard designs it, unfortunately. And I mean, I do this anyway, right? I enjoy multi-boxing. I enjoy playing a lot of alts. It just so happens that Blizzard designs their systems in such a way that I directly benefit from that. So yeah, I don't necessarily think it should work like that, but it is, I think, worth pointing out. All right, let's see. Do I get a ring, finally? Nope. I get another belt. We have our first Zah'ran here. So if I talk to him... Right! I forgot! Ah! Yeah, I should have remembered this from the beta, but I completely misremembered this. So later on, you're going to be able to get these like untainted mana crystals. I don't have any just yet. And that is how you buy the hero track items. But the champion track items you can buy with only undercoins. In theory, I could just buy whatever I want here. So if I'll move my warrior over here and then I'll see Zah'ran. I might just be able to buy a ring with undercoins. That's actually crazy. And undercoins are infinitely farmable and warband transferable, so you can just basically buy a full set of champion if you want to. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that part. That's kind of broken. Wow. That's basically like a completely new addendum to the gearing guide. Just do that. Yeah, definitely don't do any M0s or anything. Just once you get to this track, you can just do delves, farm undercoins, and then buy a full set of champion gear just by running non-bountiful delves over and over. Oh my goodness. Alright, I got a Warbound Trinket. I got a two-handed weapon off this. That is not particularly great, but also on the off chance I ever decide I want to play arms, which honestly later in the season I probably will mess around with just for fun. It'll be nice to have, I suppose. But honestly, none of this really matters anymore if I can just target buy items. So this is the thing with Zah'ran. This much I do remember clearly from beta. He offers just a random selection of items every time you do this. Now, in theory, I should be able to just run a delve over and over again on non-bountiful and get different options here. I'll try doing that after the fact, but you can see that, like, my warrior, the only viable option I can buy is Bark of the Guardian Tree, which is 4k undercoins. But on my monk, if I talk to Zah'ran, the vendor options are different. And my monk actually has access to a bunch of different pieces, including a ring. And this is stupid. The game does this stupid reload thing. I mean, you've probably seen that happen if you've played the game enough. It's really annoying. Not much to be done about it. But yeah, I guess I'll do my final Bountiful Delve just because it still gives me, Delver's Journey progress. How much progress have I made? I don't know if this will be quite enough to get me to level 6, but I mean, it'll be worthwhile either way. And then if I don't get a ring from that, then I can just spam run I believe it's tier 9 delve over and over again to guarantee Zah'ran's appearance. And then I'll do that until a ring pops up as a vendor option. Alright, Future Haraldin taking care of the narration once again. So before my raid started, I had just enough time to do my 4th delve of the day, but unfortunately I did not get the ring that I was looking for. I got a crappy pair of bracers, and the Zah'ran that appeared did not have anything that I needed. And while, in theory, now that I have Zah'ran unlocked, I could just spam run a delve over and over to fish for a specific item off the vendor, I did not have time to do this. Raid was, I think, in 30 minutes, and I wanted to go make food before it started. So I just had to go into our heroic split with the crappy ring that I had on. Now, I should note that the ring itself doesn't really matter. The fact that it was slightly lower item level is not really why I wanted to have a better option in that slot. It's because since that item is only 237 Adventurer, it is the single piece of gear that was holding me back from getting the Veteran Crest achievement, where I've outgrown the use of all Veteran Crests this season. If I had gotten that, then I would have unlocked the ability to trade up my Veteran Crests into Champion Crests, which, as I discussed before, is something that I was hoping to be able to do. I can still do this eventually, but if that had happened before Raid, I might have been able to get a bunch of Champion Crests. I could have upgraded some of the lower pieces that I still had. As it stands, though, I didn't manage to get that ring, so it was not worth it for me to spend any of my crests just yet. I informed my raid leader of that. He said, yeah, that's fine. I trust that you can tank it at whatever I was, like 255. He also had, of course, just seen my Prot Warrior tank the Mythic Alt run the night before, so he wasn't too concerned. And that also meant that I knew that I would have been fine, even without this slight additional item level. So we did our heroic splits. I brought my Prot Warrior in. If memory serves, because obviously while I'm doing this narration, it's actually been like 3 weeks since this raid happened, so I've skimmed the footage and I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. I do recall that the loot I got was okay. There were a handful of pieces of plate that nobody needed that I ended up getting, because we were in this position at the moment where obviously I'm trying to get my warrior as geared as possible, and the idea is to bring it in for Mythic Light-Blinded Vanguard prog. But we still hadn't 100% decided if my warrior was geared enough on this week to be able to handle that. So, if a plate item drops that I need, another main DPS who is 100% going to be in there for future prog kills also needs that item, it probably isn't going to go to what is still, technically speaking, my alt at the time. Thankfully, enough extra heroic pieces dropped that I got some upgrades. I don't believe I ended up getting a ring from the reclear, but I could be misremembering that. I'm sure that I have some footage in the future that I still haven't gotten to. There's a lot to look through, where I recap all my gear and explain what upgrades I got, so hopefully I actually did that in real time. But at the very least, I got enough item level on my warrior where I felt comfortable doing our Mythic Reclear, and I brought it for Aversion and Voracious, and then also we did Mythic Chimera split runs, so I brought my warrior for one of those. Obviously, I'm not being given any special high-value trinkets like Gaze of the Alnseer, but at the very least, now there is a chance that a Mythtrack version of this appears in my vaults. This is, of course, getting into territory where I'm already in an established guild. If you're not in an established guild, you won't just be able to skip a lot of the M+ farming, but keep in mind that if you were trying to continue pugging on your own, this is where you would just kind of endlessly spam M+ until you manually filled all of these slots with hero gear. But, again, to the point I was making before, one of the reasons why joining a guild is so good is you will either A, have people to help you with M+, or B, in this situation, be able to enter raid at a slightly lower item level than you might be able to in a pug, because they already know that you are a capable player and are able to play without having the highest possible item level, and you're still able to perform whether you're a DPS healer or tank. But for this particular 4-hour raid night, we managed to finish all of those splits. We got the first 3 bosses down on Mythic, including Chimeras. We didn't do Saltheril yet. We just ran out of time, and we called our raid at the normal stopping time. And that meant that before we got into the slightly harder stuff, especially Light-Blinded Vanguard, which is what we're preparing my Prot Warrior for in the first place, I had another full day to at least figure out a game plan to replace my remaining low pieces of gear. Okay, it is the early morning after my guild's first Reclear raid, so gonna do a recap of what happened and what I've gotten. So we did a bunch of heroic splits. I got gear on my warrior. Specifically, I have this chest piece now, which is always really nice. The gear that I primarily got was off Crown of the Cosmos, Illyria. So this is better than average. The belt especially is kind of huge, because this is not only better than what I can potentially get from a regular Mythic Plus drop, because Mythic Plus caps out at 266, but this has a socket and good stats. Crit Mastery, definitely solid stats for Warrior. Right now, I mean, Prot kind of is in a position where, based on what I've looked at, you kind of just do everything in the kitchen sink. Like, it's just, you want a mix of all the stats. There is definitely, like, a balance, right? I also got this thing, so my lowest slot for a while had been a ring. Also, decent stats, right? There's really no item that can have bad stats at this point. The unfortunate thing is I didn't get a Dread Scale off the Dragon's boss, which would have been nice, but I did get a Warbound's Champion Track Dread Scale, which I will probably use on this character. Like, there's just no real other thing to use it on, and I guess that would probably be good. So that could be nice. I did not get anything off the first two bosses of Mythic, which is, you know, a little bit unfortunate, but also there isn't a ton that I realistically could have gotten, right? Like, there's, I'm looking at the Monk loot table, like shoulders. Okay, yeah, sure, that would have been a slight upgrade. Also looking at heroic. I already have the shield, the cloak, again, slight upgrade, but bracers, you know, the trinket did drop, but I passed on this. It's not bad for Prot Warrior, but this is like this for a lot of people in my raid. It would be very silly to give this to my Prot Warrior when it is not my best slot trinket. It is the best slot trinket for a lot of people. So these items, if they dropped and theoretically gone to me, could have been a slight upgrade, but like it doesn't matter that much. Like, we actually got a BOE plate chest piece to drop, but that went to our DPS warrior, because obviously, you know, that's a bigger upgrade for him. Not getting the tier gloves to drop, that was a little bit disappointing. The boots not dropping is potentially okay, because there is a chance that when we kill Fallen King Saladar later tonight, the weapon drops, and that would actually allow me to not take the weapon from my vault, which, you know, I discussed this with my raid leader. It's the reason I still haven't taken my vault, right? Nobody else needs a one-handed strength weapon, so if this drops, it goes to me, and that would allow me to take Myth Track boots, which would be a slight upgrade, even though I guess I forgot to mention I also got these, so that's something. I got, yeah, tier pants as well on heroic. The nice thing is now, so when I get the achievement for 2KIO, which I'll have to do later today, I'll have 3 Dawnlight Manaflex charges, which would then allow me to catalyze this, and maybe I'll get, like, a champion piece if, worst case scenario, just catalyze one of the, or hero piece, I mean. I can catalyze a champion piece, I get 4 piece. So because I got 1 item to drop in raid, I now have guaranteed 4 piece from the, you know, the Dawnlight Catalyst charges. That's nice. But overall, pretty good set of gear from Reclears. Could it have been ever so slightly better? Sure, but it could have been a lot worse. We've had some characters get shafted in splits. I would say this is about like the average outcome from a set of heroic splits. And we also didn't do the first few bosses. We didn't do Heroic Imperator, I don't fucking know. We didn't do Aversion. We didn't do Voracious Trinket. Obviously didn't drop on Mythic, bit of a bummer. But if I got this on Hero Track, it would still be better than the other stuff. This is quite a good trinket. So I asked my raid leader, maybe we'll do a Heroic Pug or something like this later in the day to try and funnel this to my character. That would be cool, I suppose. There are some things like on Heroic from Saladar that might also be nice, because basically 90% of our raid doesn't need the first 3 bosses. And other than this trinket on Heroic, there's, like, not a whole lot that you can't just farm from Mythic Plus, and, well, I suppose this trinket from Heroic. But a lot of people have it, and I'm basically the only person who really needed it, so that's why my raid leader said, like, look, I'll help you, like, form a pug group or something for those 3, and that way our splits take a little bit less time, we focus on the loot that we actually need. It's just overall better in the long run for gearing for the entire raid. Is this relevant for catch-up gearing? Not necessarily, but it is relevant for gearing in general, and if you're watching this long into the video, I assume you're probably just interested in the philosophy of gearing in World of Warcraft, and there's a reason why guilds do split runs, and I think talking about, you know, the outcomes of that and the advantages of it and blah, blah, blah is maybe potentially interesting for somebody like you who has watched this long into a catch-up gearing video. But my goal now, I'm in a bit of an interesting position because my character has decent gear, right? 259. But when we killed Mythic Voracious earlier today, or well, I guess last night, I don't know, time is weird. When we did that, my character was this item level, 259, and like the rest of my raid is 272 or higher. So obviously, my Prot Warrior still has a ways to go. We would ideally like this to be caught up. Now, it would still be valuable to have a Prot Warrior, even if it was not, like, fully caught up with the rest of the raid and item level. Like, my Monk is 272, and I haven't really touched it at all in terms of, like, getting it new gear. I did my Delves and stuff, but that's mostly just to eventually funnel my Warrior. Like, I haven't spent any of my Crests, because what I'm trying to potentially do on my Monk is reach a point where I can get the Hero Crest achievement on my account, so that all of these Crests that I have on my Warrior are worth double. That would be really cool, if that was a thing. So, I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off. There's, like, a lot of weird math behind that, and I still need to figure it out, because, like, another thing I should mention that just happened recently, so I will probably have an editor's note, but the Prey quest, which I earlier probably mentioned gives you uncapped Hero Crests, has been hotfixed, and now it no longer gives uncapped Crests. So, I don't know. Like, that's kind of a dumb change. I don't see why they needed to do that. Especially this late into the season. I say this late, right? But, like, later on in the season, Crests are completely uncapped anyways, so there's no real reason or difference between, like, capped or uncapped Crests. But now we've already had 2 weeks of it being uncapped and going beyond the limit, and now they've randomly applied a fix here, so basically anybody who didn't benefit from it early is fucked. That's just kind of how Blizzard usually does stuff. They don't really think of the consequences of their changes, and it's very much an exploit early, exploit often mentality that a lot of players have. In this case, you know, it wasn't even an exploit mentality, it's just everybody's like, oh, okay, this is how the quest works. Apparently, Blizzard did not mean for the quest to work like that. Whatever. Well, now they've just shafted anybody who didn't know about it. Unlucky, I guess. But okay, so this is where my gear's at. Delves have not reset. They do that in 2 hours, and I still have 2 keys, right? Now, I've replaced all my really weak gear at this point. I have no veteran items still equipped. I have all champion stuff. So there isn't really that much of an advantage for me to do Delves. I need to get Crests, right? So if the really good Delve variant for Collegiate Calamity is active in 2 hours, then farming this would be really good, because that would let me get basically champion Crest cap in like an hour or 2. And that maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but like I would get a lot of champion Crests in an hour or 2. And that would let me get all of this champion gear that I still have on to 263, which would be a pretty sizable overall boost to my character. And I do need to pug M+, or, well, not pug necessarily, but I need to run M+ at some point, because I do need to reach 2k rating. And there's a bit of a weird dilemma for me at the moment, where if I were to just spam run M+, in theory, if you look over, like, a longer period of time, that would give me the best gear, because that is the highest item level repeatable thing that I can farm. That gives me 266 items, and I would eventually, in theory, be able to get 266 in every slot, which would be pretty good. The issue with that is you're not guaranteed to get upgrades from M+, right? Like, you can farm a lot of keys, and you can either get an item you don't need, or you can just get nothing at all. So, if I am going to farm M+, realistically speaking, because the gear that I need to get is, like, in 12 hours, right? Like, my raid is in basically 11.5 hours, roughly, from the time that I'm recording right now. I do not have an infinite time to farm 266 item level gear in every single slot. I have to figure out the best method to get the most amount of item level within a 12-hour period. And Mythic Plus might not necessarily be the best way to do that. Now, later on, when my guildies are awake, right, because still it's early in the morning, you know, these people aren't even, like, on our raid team, they're just, like, friends and stuff, doing whatever, but none of our raiders are online, and if I want to do M+, ideally I would want to have a plate stack with people on a raid team. That way, there is a much higher chance of, if something drops for any one of us, it is an upgrade that could be then funneled to my warrior. So, In the meantime, I need to figure out, okay, what can I do with this time to make progress on my character, to meaningfully get upgrades on Anji. And I don't know. It's a little bit tricky. I early on was toying with the idea of doing PvP for Conquest, but at this point that's kind of moot because now that I've replaced my ring and I have good items in pretty much every slot. Another thing to consider is the main advantage of Conquest gear is the socketing aspect of it. Well, I got really lucky and I have now a Hero Track belt with a socket, so that's not relevant. I have Champion Track bracers with a socket, so I can use these. These are basically the same as if I got PvP stuff. Now, if I farmed Conquest, I could theoretically get a Champion helmet with a socket and catalyze that, but in the long run, realistically, I'd rather just have a Hero Track helmet. Whether or not it has a socket, and that kind of depends. Ideally, if your Hero Track helmet with the socket would be perfect, but that's RNG, right? I would just have to have a socket randomly roll on a helmet that dropped, and there's just a very low chance of that happening, so who knows? But no matter how you slice it, the amount of time it would take me to do PvP today to farm enough Conquest to get that item, it's just not worth it. If I had infinite time, maybe that would be a good use of it. I don't have infinite time, though. So, the ultimate conclusion that I've come to is the best thing that I could possibly do for gear right now is to not play, right? That's the winning move. And that means that I guess until more people in my guild log on to do Mythic Plus, it's probably worth it for me to work on my Blood Death Knight, because that at least helps us kill, or get a re-clear on Veilgore and Ezrak tomorrow, but considering our first kill was quite messy, I think any bit of additional gear that I can get to make that a little bit easier would be helpful. So, I'm not directly progressing my warrior, but I have determined that there is nothing in the immediate moment that I can do to meaningfully progress my warrior, so it's better to just do something else. And the takeaway for the video, for you, in this is sometimes you might just not really want to waste your time. There are times in this game where it's better off to just wait for the stars to align and wait for a bunch of more efficient options to appear. Another thing I could do, I guess I should note, is there is the Timewalking quest. So at some point later today, I will probably want to run Ragnaros on Heroic, or on Timewalking, to get a Hero Track piece. So this quest gives a champion piece, but if there is ever a Timewalking week that has an associated raid, which at the time of recording, and probably when you're watching this video, because Blizzard hasn't added a new Timewalking raid in many, many years, is only TBC Wrath and Kata, with Black Temple, Ulduar, and Firelands, respectively. And whenever it's one of those Timewalking weeks, if you kill the final boss of that Timewalking raid, you get a bonus quest that gives you a random piece of hero gear. Notably, though, the weekly quest here gives me a piece of gear from the raid. So this could potentially be worth doing because there are some trinkets from the raid, like I said, that are good. Like the Voracious Trinket, I could also get stuff from the next raid, so the Beleren Plume would also be really good. And, that, right, unless I pugged normal Quel'Danas, which I don't think we're going to do, is not something I could theoretically get my hands on, so I could get lucky, but that is also very RNG. I also very easily could get a complete dud from this box. And then the Hero Track box that you get from killing Ragnaros gives you a piece of loot from the Timewalking raid. So that is not from the current loot pool. That is just a modernized version of an old trinket, or, well, an old item, which could be a trinket. Sometimes it is a trinket. And there are times when those trinkets are very strong, but more often than not, they are very, very, very weak because they're using, like, some outdated game mechanic that's no longer relevant. So, although this is gear that could potentially help my warrior, it's also very random. Whether or not it's good, who knows. Alright, so I can finally show off this super awesome Delve spam strat that I've been talking about. It is specifically, just to reiterate, for Collegiate Calamity Variant A, Invasive Glow. So, there are a lot of other good Delve variants you can spam, and if you want to farm them, they might be fine. I have seen people try different ones. Somebody in my Discord really likes Zul'Aman and has been constantly saying they think it's, like, really good, but even they admit this one's better. So, there are options, basically. But I would say that, in my opinion, Invasive Glow is just so much stronger than any other option that, I mean, there's a reason why I have deliberately waited until today to do it. Now, you can do this on either tier 11 or tier 8. I would say there's no real reason to do anything in between. So you can see here, I have max Hero Crests at the moment. I don't really need to farm tier 11. Tier 11 gives hero crests. If I needed to hit the cap, that's what I would do. But specifically what I need is I need champion crests. And so I'm going to farm on T8, which gives champion crests. And notably, T8, in addition to obviously being a bit easier, gives more champion crests than if you ran tier 11 and converted downwards. Because if I run tier 11, I get hero crests, those overflow into champion. But the strategy that I'm going to show you here, the amount of raw crests that you get is 10 hero crests from T11 or 11 champion crests from T8. There might be somewhere in the middle. I haven't played around with it a ton to see if, like, maybe there's a different breakpoint that's ever so slightly faster at T9 or T10. In my opinion, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. These are just usually, like, I think if you're going for hero crests, you may as well just go to the maximum difficulty. If you were going for champion crests, then T8 is just worthwhile. So this is just what I'm going to choose to do. And I've also, I've run T8 a bunch, so I think that this is just perfectly fine. Now, whether you want to go around and grab these mislaid curiosities, that's entirely up to you. I'm almost doing it out of habit. At this point, honestly, I need to kind of break that muscle memory. It's very difficult because when you've done, literally, I've done hundreds of runs of this delve on my multiple characters. So I'm just so used to, like, I see a mislaid curiosity and I go to try and get it, because if you're trying to level up Valeera, this is by far the best way to farm Valeera experience in the game. And one of the reasons why it's so good is because those mislaid curiosities give a lot of Valeera XP, and you'll notice there's, like, a bunch of them. There's usually a lot in this first room, which are very easy to get, like this here, which, I'll grab it. That's, like, right in front of me, sure. There's also usually a bunch in these corners over here. In this case, there aren't any. But here's the real reason why this delve is so good. Now, a lot of people realize that, oh, you use that grenade to one-shot the little lashers, that's pretty strong. But what people don't seem to realize is that this grenade also works on any mobs within the delve. You can see it applies a dot. 35k damage every tick, every 1 second, right? And because it does its damage over time, I've seen a lot of people not really process how much damage this thing is doing. But if we look at our damage breakdown after the fact, like, obviously DPS Valeera is going crazy here, because DPS Valeera is actually quite good, especially at level 60. But if we look at the damage breakdown, Valeera did a lot. I did about half Valeera's damage just using this grenade. Now, that may not seem like that much, right? Like, oh, Valeera DPS is, like, way higher than that. Except Valeera only does her damage to one target, and this grenade hits everything in its targeting range. So if I just start running around and pulling a bunch of stuff, and every single time this grenade is active, I drop it on the ground and hit everything in sight and apply this really powerful dot to them, this damage adds up very, very, very quickly, and you start to just shred a bunch of mobs. Unfortunately, these stump spreaders also hit absurdly hard. They are, in my opinion, a little bit overtuned. Casts and delves are just always overtuned for reasons that I just do not understand. This has been a thing since the World Then. But these really big elites, super high health pools. I'm just grenading both of them at once. Another grenade. It's basically every other GCD is kind of what it translates to. Cast a spell, drop a grenade. And now, if we look at my damage breakdown, this is where the story really starts to, paint a picture, right? And the thing about this is the damage actually scales. I don't know exactly if it's, like, proportional to the delve level, but one of the reasons why this is still very effective at T11 is you will still kill mobs at roughly the same exact speed on any difficulty. They have higher health, but the grenade also does significantly more damage. So it doesn't really matter that it's much harder, which is why this is by far the most efficient delve in the game. It's just kind of disgusting once you realize how much damage this grenade actually deals. And in this case, because my warrior is still, like, a little bit squishy, I am, I'm not doing super, like, aggressive pulls. I could be pulling basically the entire delve, though. And when I was farming this on my more geared Brewmaster Monk, that's basically what I did. I just pulled everything and started grenading it. You don't need to do that, though. Like, this is still really fast, even if you're only grenading a single target like I am now, because it still does absurd damage. And if you are in this situation and you're only fighting one mob and trying to grenade it, well, you can just kite a little bit. Okay, the mob is a little bit behind me. That's fine. It's eventually going to catch up. Their mandate just popped off. One-shot it. Cool. And while I wait on that thing to chase me, I'm just going to keep pulling more mobs. And then eventually it's going to catch up, and I can throw a grenade at it and kill it. I'm just going to round up these mobs here. Another thing that I guess you can see that I'm going out of my way to pull the Nemesis packs, but you do want to kill the Nemesis packs, and one of the reasons this is so good, on top of everything else, is that because the Nemesis packs are also susceptible to the grenade, the fact that they normally take a while to kill is not a factor, because you just grenade them, and then they all die. And the main reason why this is so fast is because in addition to getting the, I think it's 6 crests from completion of a T8 delve, we'll see exactly what the distribution is. Like I said, it's 11 in total. But you either get 6 crests from the delve completion or the Nemesis box, and then 5 crests from the other. One of them gives 5, one of them gives 6. I forget which one is which. But if we kill all 3 Nemesis packs, that's how we get the box. If we don't kill all 3 Nemesis packs, we do not get that box. Notably, if you are trying to farm Valeera XP, then I would say doing this on T11 is much more impactful. Even if you're only going for champion crests, you will lose out on like 1 champion crest per run with the downward conversion, but killing 4 Nemesis packs, the ones that you get on T11, the box from that gives significantly higher Valeera XP. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. In terms of crests right now, all I'm trying to do is farm champion, so that is the primary thing that I'm concerned about. See here, I'm just doing, like I said, every other GCD, a grenade, and the mob's dead. Alright. So we open this box. Okay, so yeah, it is the final box that gives the 6 Champion Dawn Crests. We open this, we get 5 Champion Dawn Crests, and that was... How long have I been recording? It was about 5 or 6 minutes, and I got 11 Champion Crests. And that was also, like, you can optimize this down to, like, 4 minutes if you're being really fast about it. I'm trying to, like, show things and explain. Another really nice thing now, which hasn't been a factor so far, but every single time you do this, you get access to Zah'ran. So if I were to try and farm a very specific item off this vendor, I could just run this over and over and over, get a bunch of champion crests, and every single time I complete it, I get new options from Zah'ran. And honestly, there's a chance that as I do this farm now, I will talk to Zah'ran, see like a really good option, like maybe a champion track Withered Saptorpaw. I talked about how that trinket's pretty good, and then I'll buy it for undercoins, and that way I can target farm the specific items I need. So this is very good. And I am going to basically do nothing but farm this for the next hour as I watch something on my second monitor. I'm not going to show you all of that, but I will skip to the end and show you the results of this farm. Alright, that is T11 down with 4 chests, and this gives, 10 Champion Dawn Crests and 5 Hero Dawn Crests. But functionally, that's the same, right? Because in this case, that converts down into 5 Champion Dawn Crests. So that's 15 Crests. So instead of getting 11 from T8 or 13 from T9, we can run T11 to get, well, I guess in this case, 15. Interesting in that sense. I thought that 10 would give Hero Crests from the regular box, but it looks like only 11 gives Hero Dawn Crests, and that goes back down to 5. Right, so that is definitely worse. But I suppose if you're trying to really min-max, it's probably worth it to do T10 if you can live it. And at this point, like, I've done both T9, T10, and T8, and, like, they all feel exactly the same on this variant. And that is one of the strengths of this variant. Everything just dies, right? So there's no real time loss by doing it on a slightly harder version. And I guess, yeah, if I can just run T10 at exactly the same speed, it's probably worth it. You're getting 4 more crests per run for a pretty insignificant amount of additional time. But definitely seems like unless you specifically want Hero Dawn Crests, it is not worth it to go up to T11. That definitely is the cutoff point. It's also interesting because at this point in time, right, like even if I didn't have the account-wide discount achievement for Champion Crests, which I do, I could probably farm into the cap and then get full 263. 600 Champion Crests is a lot. It's 20 per upgrade, so I don't know, let's bust out my calculator. I don't really feel like crunching the numbers myself. That is 30 upgrades that I can get. And if each piece of gear is 6 upgrades, right? that's like 5 full pieces of gear that you can upgrade from scratch. But realistically speaking, you're only doing 5 or less upgrades per item because you never do the very first champion upgrade from 246. You always use veteran crests for that. So realistically, you're getting about 6 full 263 items with no discount at this point in time, and it's going to be higher, obviously, the longer into the season until you watch this video. But that's also not including things like the Delver's Bounty items, which give you a 259 hero track piece, which is champion 5 out of 6, so that removes most of the crest cost. So how many slots are there? Like, I believe it's like 13 or 14. I mean, we could just count, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 in total. Worth noting that weapon slot is technically 1. In my case, obviously, I'm a Prot Warrior, right? I'm using a sword and a shield. But in cases like Prot Warrior or like Monk is another good example, where you have an option between one-hand, offhand, or two-hander, it is always better to get a two-hander and upgrade it, because then it's the same exact crest cost to upgrade a two-hander as it is to upgrade either a one-hander or a shield. Basically, a one-hander upgrade would cost me 20 crests per, a two-hander upgrade would cost me 20 crests per, but a shield upgrade would also cost me 20 crests per. So it's double the price if I were to upgrade the one-hander and shield individually, but if I were to instead take a two-hander, upgrade that all the way to its maximum, equip it, I would get the discount in both slots for my high watermark on this character, and then all upgrades would be free. Interesting note, specifically for Fury Warriors, that is also the same for them. So even though they use two-handed weapons, if they are arms, right? Well, I guess Warrior is still built around the idea that you can be arms. You can just upgrade a single two-handed weapon and then upgrade your second two-handed weapon completely for free. So that's a bit of an interesting case. What a lot of Fury Warriors do is they actually craft a weapon in one slot, use that to give themselves a high watermark, and then upgrade their other weapon for free. There's a lot of like weird gearing things you can do depending on your spec. Casters obviously have a choice between staves or one-hand offhand, and it's usually better to get a staff early on because you're getting basically 2 items for the price of 1. A little bit off topic here, but I mean, this is all still relevant to gearing. I just probably forgot to mention this earlier, so I think I'm going to try to, whenever I think of something that is remotely interesting for gearing up, I'll try to throw that information in here. But in my particular case, with my crest discount and the fact that I already have a bunch of items, there's a good chance that I might be able to spend all of my champion non-crests already and get up to full 263 in all viable slots. But that being said, I'm probably going to spend another good hour grinding this out, getting whatever champion pieces I can get my hands on, and that will also allow me to potentially see some more rings from Zah'ran, or necklaces, right? Because I still only have this one. And that would give me more alternatives to balance out my stats, because in the case of Prot Warrior, right, you want like a pretty even split. Also trinkets, that's another thing. Like I said, I'd love to see Withered Saptor's Paw. So the more times I run this, the more potential drops I see off this guy, and it would be good to see a few things that are worth spending my Ender coins on. Okay, so I have just finished doing a bunch of runs of the Delves. I got up to 289 champion crests. Obviously, I have a lot of stuff to do today, right? So I have to get moving. You can see my guildies, a bunch of them just got on, so they're like asking me to do keys, which I do need to do. But at this point, I have enough champion crests. I also have the veteran achievement, right? So I can convert upwards a lot of my veteran crests. Now, you can see here, even already, I have like double the cap unused, right? There's so many additional champion crests that I could farm if I really wanted to. At this point, it is very safe to say that I have enough to fully upgrade all of my gear, so that's what I'm going to do. And because I already know that I can basically max out every single champion item that I have, there's no reason not to do it. In my case, it's also a little bit easy because I have the account-wide discount already, right? So I know that there's no chance of me potentially wasting any crests, right? But notice how I'm still not going to spend any hero crests. Like, I'm not going to use any of these hero don crests now, just yet. I'm going to hold on to these for a little bit longer. But, you know, my Crucible of Erratic Energies, we can, at this point, safely send that up to 263. That's not a concern. This ring can send that up to 263. Unfortunately, in all of my spam runs of the Delve, I did not manage to get any good options from Zah'ran. Just, you know, is what it is. There was nothing on offer that I was really interested in. But I can get this all the way up to that. Create this. For trinkets, because I have a 259, I want to... It really doesn't matter which trinket I upgrade, but like, let's say this one I can upgrade to 263. Remember, you always want to do this. Always want to use your lowest possible crest, and then I can upgrade this one more time for free. And my chest is good. That's good. I can upgrade this necklace. And I have more than enough champion crests left over. And this should get me the champion achievement. I know it has been... Okay, yeah. It was buggy a little bit earlier for the adventurer one. But here we can see that worked out well. So now I still have not sent any crafts. I have not spent any of my hero crests. And I'm already 265. So that is pretty good. I'm quite happy about that. And I would also like to make sure that all my stuff is enchanted and gemmed at this point. I can do sims later, but I think just having like gems to throw in there in the meantime will just make things a little bit easier. And what are my stats looking like? Let's do... I need a little bit more mastery, so we're going to throw in some purple gems. So we'll do some versatile amethysts. Is that the absolute best combination? I don't know. And that's the kind of thing that you need to sim. And if I didn't have over 1 million gold to just blow on whatever I really wanted, I would definitely make sure I simmed it before throwing a gem in here. But I can always just do another sim before raid, double check, and then we're good to go. Alright, Future Haraldin chiming in again. So in the downtime before my guild's raid started on this Wednesday, I decided to do Timewalking, as I mentioned earlier. I killed Ragnaros first, and then I got the heroic box from that. I ended up getting a hero track ring that had haste, which was quite nice. In fact, I believe I've still been using this on my Prot Warrior, even weeks later, just because I haven't really gotten other great options in that slot. So that was definitely a nice option. There are other good rings that I could have theoretically gotten, but this did save me the time from having to grind one out in M+. And then later on, after I did some M+ with my guilds, I went back and I joined a regular full clear Timewalking Firelands run. Now, these Timewalking raids, unfortunately, as I said before, only exist for BC, Wrath, and Kata, which means that unless you're watching this literally months after the video is posted, you won't be able to benefit from these. And also, by that point, random champion pieces, which is what the bosses drop, probably won't be that beneficial for you, because you can just very easily get that in delves. But it is worth knowing that these things exist, because if one of these happens to appear early on in a season, like it did for Firelands this time around, it is a very good gearing option for alts in like the first month of a season. Being able to just jump in and farm tons of champion pieces, especially if they're tradable. So if I were to either multi-box this with one of my alts or bring in some of my friends and or guildies to the run, all of the loot is personal, but it can be traded. So if everybody's leather and they all got stuff they don't need, they can funnel all of that leather gear to one of my characters in particular. And since it is personal loot, there is a very good chance that you'll be able to get a lot of upgrades from this. There was a particular season back in War Within where it lined up at a very good point early in the season, and I geared up like 5 different characters by running them through. I think it was also Firelands that happens to be up, but this does also work with either Ulduar or Black Temple. So for most people watching this video, you're not really going to be able to benefit from the Timewalking raids. Unfortunately, Blizzard just kind of forgot to keep adding them, but log this bit of info into the back of your head, and then in a future season, if you happen to notice that it is one of those weeks, you can be like, aha, I remember that video I watched that told me to run the Timewalking raid, and now I can go get my hero track piece and a bunch of champion for my alts. And then, like I said before, I tried to run a bunch of M+ on my warrior to get any potential upgrades possible before our raid started. Alright, and it turns out you're stuck with future editor Haraldin for a little bit longer because that asshole, present-day Haraldin, he forgot to do an in-the-moment recap. Can you believe it? So I have the job of sitting here and summarizing 6 hours of footage into, I don't know, however long this little blurb ends up being. Look, it's 6 a.m. I'm trying to get as much editing done. I've just had a fresh cup of coffee. let's see how well I can summarize everything that just happened. Alright, so first things first, obviously I was in the process of doing a lot of M+ dungeons with my guilds, but some of them decided to take a break, so I figured I would try to pug normal Voidspire. Now, there were two main things I was trying to accomplish by doing this. One, I was hoping to get a tier piece item. If I managed to get one, then I could have potentially saved a catalyst charge. Not that big of a deal, but may as well try to get it while I'm there. The main reason that I tried to do this is because my trinkets are still not that ideal. I didn't really get any good trinkets from our heroic or mythic reclear, and I really, really wanted to get the trinket off Horatius. Now, my raid leader had said later in the week he would help me run heroic. He eventually did. I'll show that clip when it happens, but in the moment before raid, I figured I could try to do normal, see if I could get the trinket. It didn't drop. Oh well. It was effectively a waste of time. I mention this purely because normal raid, I think at this point, is one of the worst time investment to reward ratios in the entirety of World of Warcraft. LFR is not great, right? I talked about how it's not very ideal earlier, but at the very least, LFR takes like 0 time to do. If you want to try and get a tier piece item for the catalyst charge, all you need to do is press Q up, especially if you're a tank or a healer. 5 minutes later, the Q pops while you go do something else, and then the boss just kind of dies. There's very few LFR bosses that are extremely hard to kill with a bunch of random people, except sometimes the end bosses, but also usually there's just not that much you need from LFR, since the tier pieces are the only thing that you really care about. So even though it's not good loot, it's at least easy to get. But a lot of normal raid bosses, while not hard per se, are still not completely free in a pug, because usually they start having mechanics where if a pug group messes it up, you can still wipe, even if you are somewhat overgeared. And the loot that you get from it is just really bad. It's basically equivalent to what you get out of delves, other than, as I said, specific trinkets. But the odds that not only that specific trinket drops, which is a once per week chance, whereas now we have delves where you can farm multiple times per week to get the trinket that you want, especially with the new Zah'ran bad luck protection system. So once per week chance at getting loot from a raid, and if it drops, you have to roll against other people. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know the solution to this problem, but it is something that a lot of people I've seen pointing out on different sites like Reddit, etc., where the raid loot this season, or this expansion in general, just feels like it hasn't progressed to the state that all of the other loot systems has. And the end result of that is doing LFR through heroic raid just feels extremely unrewarding. Obviously, heroic raid early in the season, especially with coordinated guild runs, and, in my guild's case, split runs, as with a lot of the other top-end guilds, it's one of the only reliable ways to target certain items. So if you need to push into Mythic, that is just something you need to do. But there's a reason why you do split runs early on, and then you just stop clearing heroic after, like, the first month of the season, if you're a coordinated guild. And if you're a pug player, you kind of face the same exact issue, but maybe even worse for pugging heroic raid, because a lot of the later bosses are just unpuggable. I genuinely don't understand how you could possibly kill Heroic L'ura right now in a pug. My guild, obviously, we have comms, we're progressing it on Mythic, so we know all the different mechanics, and even then, we have sometimes wiped on it on farm runs to the point where after our very first kill, my raid leader no longer runs Heroic L'ura during raid time, because he just considers it to be a waste. Too often, people just show up, they mess around, they do the memory game wrong, and they wipe the raid, because it's very pass-fail. And these are people progging the Mythic version of the fight. So it's now on an optional weekend day. If people need the loot, they can sign up and show up on that day. But imagine doing this without, obviously, all of the knowledge of progging it on Mythic, right? As a pug AOTC guild trying to do this, I mean, I don't even know how it would be realistically possible. That fight is crazy. It might be the hardest pug heroic I've ever seen. And honestly, Illyria is also pretty hard. Nowhere near as hard as L'ura, I'd say. Beleren, I've heard there's some heroic cheese strats, but still not the easiest boss to pug. And that's not even factoring in that certain other bosses, like Veilgor and Ezrak, while not necessarily difficult to pug, still have things like, the Fear Breath on dragons, that if one person messes it up, everybody wipes. And it sometimes, in pugs, can take extensive amounts of time to form a group and actually get the boss down, and then you have a very low chance at even getting the item you need compared to just running M+ and target farming the specific thing you need. And again, I keep teasing this, but the new Voidcore Catchup system further invalidates any loot from heroic raid. So raiding as a gearing method is just in a very weird spot these days, outside of course, Mythic, which is the endgame, pinnacle hardest difficulty thing, and even then, a lot of times you aren't expecting to get loot out of Mythic Raid. If you get loot, it's just kind of a bonus. you just kill the bosses, get stuff in your Great Vault, and then nowadays you get stuff out of the Voidcore bonus roll system, which, again, we'll discuss that in more detail later on. But obviously, at the time that I was gearing my Prot Warrior, my options were rather limited, so I had to do whatever I possibly could to replace my pretty crappy Delve trinkets, and normal was what I chose to try. It did not pan out. So eventually, more guildies got back on, I went back to running M+. I did a Seat of the Triumvirate, which was enough to get me to 2k rating, which got me my free Catalyst charge whenever you do that achievement I showed earlier. It's either 2k rating, AOTC Midnight Falls, which is, honestly, at this point, is just a laughable comparison. 2k dungeon score is just so much easier to get than AOTC, especially this season. So you're almost always going to get it like that. You technically can also get your bonus Catalyst charge through PvP, but for somebody like me who never really PvPs, it's just not really ever worth doing. And now, because I got my final 4th Catalyst charge, I was able to get my 4-piece bonus unlocked, and this also gave me that achievement that I talked about earlier, so now my warrior can earn Catalyst charges from random sources. Now, I continued to spam a few M+ dungeons, but eventually it reached a point where we're 15 minutes away from raid starting. My Prot Warrior needs to be as ready as possible to tank Light Blinded Vanguard. I did tell my raid leader that I wanted to at least wait until after we killed Fallen King Saltheril to see what dropped before I sent all of my upgrades, but there were a few things that were very obvious. Now, unfortunately, after running all those M+ keys, I was still unable to get a viable second trinket to replace the one that I had from Delves, but thankfully I did manage to get a Gloomsplatter Dreadscale. That is the tank trinket from Vaelgor and Ezrak. It wasn't great, it was only a champion track Warbound item, but better than nothing, and even though it might not have been as much damage as some of the Delve trinkets I had, it's comparable. And then it also gives me some survivability, which does kind of matter on a tank, especially when you're at a lower item level. So I took that, I upgraded it to 263, which at this point was completely free because I had multiple trinkets at that item level. And then I was considering, are there any upgrades that I can send right now that would be a no-brainer? There is nothing that I could possibly loot which would make this upgrade a waste in the long run. And the only thing that I really decided would be worth upgrading is my shield. It's a myth track shield. There's no way that I'm going to replace this with a crafted item. There's no possible myth track shield I could get which would be better than this. So it is worth spending my limited myth crests on getting this to its max item level. So after making this decision, our raid started off by doing Heroic Beleren. The week that I was recording this was actually the time that March of Quel'Danas first came out. So this was the first time that my guild had actually pulled Heroic Beleren, which meant that we spent about 30 minutes wiping to people just not really understanding how it worked, which you should not do. Obviously, I'm not going to get into the weeds on all of that stuff. Different guilds require different levels of prep, but especially for my guild, which is a top 100 guild, people are expected to research and understand the fight before showing up. Unfortunately, a few people didn't do that. They probably thought, oh, it's a heroic boss. It can't be that hard, right? And we wasted 30 minutes of raid time that could have been spent elsewhere. So that was a little bit unfortunate, especially considering we got basically no good loot off Beleren. The boss drops a lot of really high-value trinkets. We didn't see any of them. We got 2 shields, which was kind of insulting because I don't think anybody in our raid, obviously myself included, actually needed a shield. I should also note that these are hero track shields, so the fact that I upgraded my shield before didn't matter. I would not have saved any crests by getting the shield, which is why I made that decision earlier on. I do believe that some plate gloves dropped, but I don't think they went to me. And then after killing Heroic Beleren, we moved on to the rest of our mythic reclear in the Voidspire. We killed Fallen King Saltheril, and this time, I did get very lucky on loot. So earlier, when I was opening my Great Vault, I mentioned that my raid leader told me to hold on to it, because there was a very small chance that a weapon dropped off Saltheril, and I was the only person in the entire raid who would need that weapon. So if that happened to drop, it would by default go to me, which meant that I could use my Great Vault on something else. By some stroke of luck, that happened. Not only did that happen, the weapon rolled Avoidance. So I've been very happy about that. I'm still using this weapon to this day. Obviously, it's like pretty much a best-in-slot strength one-hander. So that was an incredibly lucky pull from this boss. We also saw a plate helmet drop, but that I believe went to one of our DPS. At this point, my warrior didn't have any catalyst charges on hand. It would take me more time to farm one. And if we're comparing the value of an upgrade like that, especially this early on in the season, it's just way more valuable on one of our damage dealers. Now, unfortunately, my Prot Warrior wasn't able to get any loot off Vaelgor and Ezrak, which did have a few things that would have potentially been an upgrade, but the strategy that most people choose to run on this boss, my guild included, is they stack a bunch of Blood DKs, and in our case, we run 3 Blood DKs. I play a Blood DK, my co-tank plays a Blood DK, and one of our DPS DKs swaps to Blood. And we just have a mass grip for every single orb set, just completely trivializes the fight and makes our re-clear faster. It does unfortunately mean that I don't think I will ever be able to get this boss killed on one of my other characters outside of my Blood DK, which ironically is now the thing that I am maining for L'ura prog, so it kind of works out in the long run. I collected a few random bits and bobs of loot that nobody needed on our multiple re-clears of this boss, and now we need my Blood DK for actual prog. So it kind of worked out in the end, but for my Prot Warrior, in the moment, it meant that things like a Mythtrack scale would not be dropping for my Warrior. I wouldn't have that as an option, so the only boss that I was able to get loot from was Saltheril. So after all was said and done, we took a 10-minute break before pulling Paladins to let everybody, especially my Warrior, get all of their ducks in a row before we actually pulled the boss. Obviously, a lot of people hadn't taken their vaults yet, people still needed to send upgrades, everybody was kind of waiting to see what dropped off the re-clear before they did that, and especially in my Prot Warrior's case, I needed to get a lot of item level in 10 minutes. And this is partially why I didn't do any in-the-moment commentary. I was really stressed out trying to figure out exactly what I should do, what I shouldn't spend, and if I tried to stop in the moment and explain everything I was doing, it would have taken way too long. Now, first things first, I took my newfound Mythtrack one-hander, I slapped it on, and then I used all Mythic Crests that I could to get it to its maximum item level of 289. Weapons tend to be your highest priority upgrades. This is no exception for a Prot Warrior, so using my Myth Crests here is the best possible thing that I could have done. But now I was in an interesting position because, yes, I do have a really good weapon. It also saved a few Myth Crests that I had initially been planning to spend on upgrading the weapon from Great Vault, but okay, now I don't need to take that, so instead I have these boots in my Great Vault. I may as well take these. Now, I want to make something clear. This, technically speaking, would not have been a good gearing decision if I was making it in the future. So if at the time of doing this, like, in the future editing rant, I decided to take these Mythtrack boots, that would actually be suboptimal for two reasons. One is the bonus roll system, which we will discuss later on. The quick TLDR for that is you can take the bonus tokens at the very bottom of your Great Vault page and exchange that for a bonus roll of any random Mythtrack item with some exceptions. Again, we'll discuss that system in more detail later. It didn't exist at this point in the footage. The other thing that I could have now done if I really wanted to is buy a BOE. So there's certain slots where you can get a Mythic BOE from the raid, and at this point in the season, the prices are not that bad. They are like a few 100,000 gold. Very expensive for the average person, but you may notice I have over 1 million gold. That would be a drop in the bucket for me, and pretty much the only thing I ever spend my gold on is tangible upgrades for my character, because progression rating is the main thing that I enjoy in this game. That and leveling speedruns, I guess, but the cost for setting up a leveling speedrun is nowhere near the price of a Mythic BOE, thankfully. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that you should buy Mythic BOEs. I think for the average person, they are still well outside the regular price range, but it is something that you can consider. But I will at least acknowledge it because, A, it is something that I have done in the past, and actually, when I was preparing my Blood DK for Mythic L'ura, I bought plate boots on Mythtrack because I needed to get that character as prepped as possible with very little time. Unfortunately, my raid leader didn't give me much notice that I would be the one playing Blood DK, so I had to do whatever I had to do to kill the boss, and that included dropping whatever it was, like 450,000 gold on Mythtrack boots later on. Is what it is. It worked out in the end. My Blood DK is currently blasting that boss. But the other reason I point this out is because at the time that I made this decision to take plate boots out of my vault, the BOEs from Raid were not actually BOE. Generally speaking, the way that Blizzard does this is early on in the season, usually while the Race to World First is still ongoing, any BOEs that drop from the raid on Mythic difficulty are BOP. They're bind on pickup. You can usually trade them within your raid group, so if somebody in your raid loots it, they can trade it to like whoever would get the most value out of it within your 20 players, but you cannot sell it outside of your raid. And the moment the Race to World First ends, this restriction is lifted, and then you can sell them on the auction house for hundreds of thousands, or in some cases, millions of gold. So I just wanted to acknowledge that when I chose to take these boots out of my Great Vault, I did not have the ability to spend any gold on Mythtrack BOEs. That was not a thing yet. The Race to World First was still ongoing at the time of this recording. Alright, so I've taken my Mythtrack boots. Now, one of the first things that I want to do is I want to upgrade my Hero Track boots all the way to 276. This accomplishes the thing that I described before, where the very first upgrade of any track, you can use the final upgrade of the previous track. So in this case, I can use the final Hero Track upgrade to get a free upgrade on the Myth Track and not have to spend any of my precious Myth Crests. And now, finally, before I decided to spend any additional crests, I figured, okay, it's time for me to send at least one crafted item. Now, I'm going to discuss crafted items very soon. I've already recorded a very long, detailed section just for crafted items because, obviously, in the moment here, I didn't have time to do an explanation. I'm at least acknowledging here that I did make my crafted item at this point. It takes 80 myth crests. One of the reasons why I said you don't want to send your crafted items earlier is because you don't know whether you're going to get any upgrades. So you want to wait until the last possible second, which my warrior has now arrived at that last possible second. It's needed for a prog boss. I need to make sure it is as strong as it can possibly be. So the two things that would have kept my prot warrior from crafting is, one, if I think there is something that I can still do to get a better upgrade. Like I said, we've already passed that point. I've already done everything I possibly can. Or two, if I've already used all of my myth crests on better things. So I've already spent all the obvious myth crest upgrades, my weapon and my shield, and I still have 140 left over. Now, there's a chance that I would have gotten things like the helmet off Saltheril. If that happened, it might have been worth it for me to spend my myth crests upgrading that instead of making a crafted item, because then maybe I upgrade the helmet, I spend the remaining crests on upgrading the boots, and that's an overall more efficient combination than if I just crafted a single item. But I didn't have that. At this point, there's nothing else that I can realistically spend my myth crests on and get a high value upgrade. So since I have 80 or more, 80 is the amount that it takes to craft an item, it just makes sense at this point to send the craft. So that's what I do. And in order to determine which slot I should craft, I look over all of my different pieces of gear, and I approached it with the logic that I discussed earlier, and that I'll discuss in more detail during the crafted section. What is my lowest value slot that I am unlikely to replace in the future? So, for instance, right now, I could craft a helmet. I only have a 263 champion helmet. But in the future, I might still get a myth track helmet. It might be a tier slot. I may want to use that. It also might drop with a socket, and obviously sockets are pretty good. So while you can later on add a socket to a crafted helmet, it would just be a lot better to get one that already has a socket on it. So that is a very risky craft, even though it would theoretically get me a tiny bit of additional power in the short term. But it's a very, very risky play in the long term, so it's ruled out. We're not going to do that. I'm obviously not going to craft this on any slot that I already have a really good hero track piece in, because especially for the tier slot pieces, I'm going to want to use those. I want to have my 4-piece bonus, so those are ruled out. Now, the other slots that you generally consider crafting in, cloak, bracers, belt, and boots, 3 of those are kind of high-value slots for me at the moment. I have those pretty good socketed bracers that I got from Delves earlier. They're not amazing, but they are decent. They're at least better than a generic pair of bracers. I got a Hero Track socketed belt from Illyria, so that's very good. I definitely don't want to craft in that slot. And I just got Myth Track boots. So I absolutely do not want to craft in a slot I already have a Myth Track piece in. So that really only leaves cloak or jewelry pieces. Now, the thing with those slots is a lot of the embellishments that you can put on them are mutually exclusive. So there's a lot of stuff that only works with jewelry, and then some stuff that only works with regular armor pieces. In my case, I knew that the embellishment I wanted to use would only work on regular armor pieces and could not be applied to jewelry, and I already had 2 very good rings. I could, in theory, replace my necklace. But again, there was no good embellishment that I could put on my necklace, so that was ruled out, which meant cloak was the only remaining viable option. So after working through that entire line of logic in my head, I said, alright, I'm gonna go craft a 285 cloak, and I'm going to put Arcana Weave lining on that cloak. Again, I've kind of blitzed through the entire logic tree for what to craft. I will explain this in a lot more detail in the crafting section, which is coming up very soon, but I at least wanted to acknowledge the decision that I made on my Prot Warrior in the moment. So with that decision made, where I know where I'm placing my crafted item, I can also now freely spend hero crests on all remaining slots that are 266 or higher, and this is a very important distinction. You never, ever, ever want to spend hero crests on anything below 266, because that is what you can get from farming M+. So if you spend hero crests to upgrade something that's, say, 263 to 266, well, you're wasting those hero crests when you can instead just run a key, get a natural drop in that slot, and then use those hero crests on upgrading something else. This obviously matters a lot more early in the season when crests are limited, but even if you're watching this video later on when the crest cap is removed and you can farm as many of them as you want, doing this will still save you a lot of time because you'll have to farm for less hero crests overall. But following that entire process, my Prot Warrior has now gone from 266 item level at the start of the raid night to 273 item level before pulling Light Blinded Vanguard. I effectively managed to shoot up by 9 item levels in the span of an hour and a half, and only partially was this because of drops that I got, really just the sword. Everything else was because I'd been very good about conserving my resources so far, so that when it came time to pull the trigger and get my character as geared as possible before the really important moment, in this case, Light Blinded Vanguard, I was able to get as high item level as possible. You may recall that a little bit earlier in the video, I said that the average item level of people in my raid was 272. So now, my brand new Prot Warrior, which at the time of recording this, I had only been actively playing for about 3 days, was as geared as everybody else on my Mythic raid team. Now, I think because of the weekly reset, our average item level actually went up to around 275, so I was still one of the lower item level people in the raid, and that should be somewhat obvious, right? No amount of godlike RNG is going to make up for multiple weeks of gearing. That's just a massive difference to overcome. But hopefully, you can understand that the fact I was even able to get to this point on my warrior is a testament to the veracity of everything that I've discussed so far in this video, as far as gearing methods and just best practices are concerned. Alright, it is the following morning after my guild's Night of Prague, where we unfortunately didn't quite finish off Paladins. It should definitely die tomorrow, or I guess later tonight. But yeah, we fell a little bit short, ran into some logistical issues, and couldn't quite get the ending there. That being said, I do think that overall, as I'll include some footage to show, like, my warrior, I think, kicked ass, right? The fact that I had to swap to this character last second, overall, like, I think I can improve my damage a little bit, and that's what we're going to be talking about in this next section of the video. It's like, okay, I'm on a difficult Mythic Prog boss. I've already gotten a lot of item level. What can I do at this point to further improve my performance? Because I still don't have quite the same level of gear as some of the other prot warriors progging this boss at the moment. You know, obviously they went in, most of them at least, with that being their primary character. You know, my monk is basically the same level as my warrior, and I had multiple split runs to funnel me best trinkets, and meanwhile my warrior is sitting here with, like, still a bunch of champion pieces on. So there's a lot that I can do to improve this. There's also a lot that I can do to just improve my personal damage. While I have done my best to research Prot Warrior at a glance, and also it is a spec I'm familiar with, there have been a lot of changes, and just glancing at logs, I can tell that I'm not doing everything 100% correctly, so I'm going to now do a deep dive and try and figure out, okay, what can I do to improve my numbers? Because, like, on Fallen King Saladar, I got, like, a green parse or whatever. Now, obviously, that was before I sent all of my upgrades. I had a crappy weapon on, not this thing here. I didn't get any of my crafts and whatnot. So if I were to do that now with my current gear, I'd basically just get, like, 5 to 10,000 DPS for free, and that would immediately shoot me up, like, a massive amount on the rankings. But there were still some things that I'm like, yeah, I could be doing this better. And I do think it is important to acknowledge that, like, this is a gearing video, but I have tricked you. I am not just trying to teach you how to get the most gear possible, because that isn't always what matters in World of Warcraft. I have baited you in with a video ostensibly just about getting as much gear as possible and tricked you into learning the true way to perform well in World of Warcraft, which is, you know, just analyzing your performance and understanding what you as a player can be doing better. And that is what the later sections of this video will focus on. Gotcha! I tricked you into learning something new. Can't believe you got fooled like that. Anyways, alright, I gotta swoop in here again as Editor Haraldin and make sure this video doesn't go beyond, like, the 12-hour mark. So, in the moment, Haraldin decided to give us a very nice explanation on cleaning out your bags. And I do think it is amusing that I thought this was something that would actually be worth including in the video, because it technically is. I will paraphrase the 20-minute long deep dive that I gave as part of this segment. Basically, if you have something on, like, hero track at 276, then you can throw out everything that is champion track or lower. It's not worth keeping that, with the small exception of trinkets and jewelry, because sometimes jewelry is much stronger than its item level may imply, because jewelry does not have primary stats, it's just stamina and then secondary stats, and a lot of times you may have a spec where a 263 ring on champion track of really good stats is actually better than a 276 ring of really bad stats. This is not the case for every spec, but, like, for Brewmaster, which is an example I gave in detail, Brewmaster hates haste. So they don't want to use any stuff that has really high haste unless it's in a regular armor slot, because then just the raw item level, because of the stamina and agility, makes it more valuable. But that is not always the case for jewelry, and it is definitely not always the case for trinkets. Many times a trinket on a much lower item level will be better than it looks, and in fact there was a fun little anecdote that I ran into recently that I did not have when I initially recorded this segment. The Crucible of Erratic Energies trinket from the Singularity rep, the thing that I discussed earlier, is super overpowered, and I am still, to this day, using on my Prot Warrior, because I just never really got great trinkets on this character. I had a friend who was trying to improve his character. I told him to send me a list of all the different items he has, and I'd help him sim his character and figure out what was best for him to run. He had absolutely zero good trinkets, and then I noticed something strange. He didn't even have the rep trinket. So I said, okay, well, do you have Singularity rep at level 7? Go get it. He checked, he already did the quest. Okay, well then what did you do with the trinket? Check your bank. It's not there. we find out later he just randomly deleted the trinket. Like, he vendored every single low item level trinket he had, even stuff on the same upgrade track. So he had 263 champion trinkets, and he just figured, oh, well, I have all these useless 250 champion trinkets, including this one that you can only get as a one-time quest reward from the Renown. I'm just gonna vendor all of that. Surely I don't need it. Which, I mean, to me just seems insane. He had to go to item restoration and bring that back. That is a thing that you can do. But he accidentally vendored his best in slot trinket that I am still, on many of my characters, using for mythic progression because he just saw low item level, I have higher item level, this is useless. Despite the fact that, as I have explained multiple times already in this video, obviously if something is on the same track and you have it at a higher item level already, you can get completely free upgrades on everything that's lower. So that was the bulk of what I was trying to explain in this video. I gave some other colorful anecdotes over time. There's a trinket back in the day from Dragonflight that was really terrible on release, and people later discovered it had this weird quirk that actually made it best in slot on pure single target for a lot of specs. So the point I was trying to make is that you never know when a trinket might be good or bad, and there's just really no reason to ever throw this stuff out unless you are 100% sure that you will never use it. Like, if you have some 266 hero track pieces equipped and there's 237 adventurer stuff in your bags, yeah, that's pretty worthless, you can vendor that. But if you're ever unsure, just hold on to the item. Don't be like my friend and accidentally vendor your best in slot trinket. That's insane, don't do that. Just hold on to it. You have a bank for a reason. There's hundreds of storage slots there. If you don't want to keep it in your bags, dump it in there, and then later on, you might find, oh, hey, I can actually use that item. I still think that this summary of that is important to include, but maybe we don't quite need the 25-minute Past Heralding deep dive, as interesting as that may be for some people to listen to. I am already scared about the runtime of this video. Alright, so before I discuss a lot of general long-term gearing strategies, because we are in the late game here, we're trying to figure out little min-maxy upgrades that I can potentially find. One very obvious thing that I thought about talking about earlier, but I just never really had the time, so we're including it in this section, is the Delve Nemesis boss. And frankly, a lot of people will probably not have an easy time with it, and they will want to wait until now, later on, to actually tackle that. But you'll notice here that I still have boots that are missing one myth track upgrade, and if I look at my overall crests, well, I've spent all my mythic crests. I crafted my cloak, I fully upgraded my weapon, and I fully upgraded my shield, right? So that was the best thing I could have spent my myth crests on. I would like to be able to upgrade this one step further, and there is one final source of uncapped myth crests, that being the Delve Nemesis boss, so that is by far the most important thing that I can do now. It also gives uncapped hero crests, though I don't necessarily know if it's worth it for me to spend any more hero crests, but we'll discuss that in more detail in a little bit. Alright, so in case you're not aware, this is where the Delve Nemesis boss is. We're in Voidstorm. It is this area down here, Torment's Rise. And for the specific thing that I'm going to be talking about, you want to do this on question mark difficulty. I have the whole fabled let me solo him thing. And that's kind of the thing about this, right? With Nullaeus. So this boss is simultaneously extremely easy and just kind of bullshit. When I did this, I was about 250 item level on my Brewmaster Monk, and I also did this on a 235 item level Blood DK, although in that case, I was two-manning it with somebody in my guild. Honestly, hard to say whether the second person made it easier or harder. My guild, he actually had to AFK for like 30 seconds in the middle of the pull. We barely made the DPS check. And also, the way that delves always work is that it starts scaling exponentially the more people you have. Now, I have heard that if you have an optimized 5-man of like a tank, a healer, and 3 DPS, that is probably the easiest way to do Nullaeus. So if you have a bunch of people in your guild that still need to complete this for their uncapped crests, generally it seems that running it in that comp is the best option. At least for, like, the healer. For the healer and maybe some DPS who aren't necessarily good for delves, like casters and stuff like that, they will struggle for this. You absolutely can solo it, many people have. But if you're having a hard time, that will allow you to meet the DPS check and give, like, some buffer room, right? So let's say the tank dies, well, you can battle res the tank, and the boss will auto-attack you pretty hard, but it's not the end of the world there. So basically, there are ways that you can approach this. You have options. Now, with that said, the best way to do Nullaeus, if you have the option, is to play a tank spec. When I first did this, when I got the Hall of Fame thing, right, so I mentioned, I'm using the title right now, Fabled Vanquisher. When I did this on my Brewmaster, Brewmaster is ridiculously powerful for this because the main challenge of Nullaeus is that he has these massive tank busters that do a ton of your health, and Brewmaster's Mastery allows you to dodge those. So you can kind of just cheese the fight. Blood DK is also pretty good for this, but you have to do it in a bit of a weird way, because Blood DK can basically survive everything except a one-shot. And as long as you're at 100% HP, you can live for a very long time, but then you also need to run a very specific talent build that gives you as many mini defensives as you can. I did it solo as a Blood DK, and I did it also, like I said, with my guildie, one of my Warlock friends, as a Blood. And in both cases, I was fairly undergeared, but I still managed it. I also have already done this on my Guardian Druid. That one was pretty easy. Guardian just does crazy damage. For Prot, this is the highest item level I've ever had going into this. Normally, I do it early on, so I would be very surprised if I don't one-shot this unless I miss a kick, and I'm probably going to take very little damage and just kind of shred this boss, but we'll see. Now, most of the time, when I ran this, I had Valeera set to Healer, because there isn't that tight of a damage check until the very end of the phase. And as long as you know that you have enough defensives and enough damage to coast through the end of the fight, then Healer Valeera is just a lot better because it just gives you a much larger safety net. Basically, nothing can realistically kill you as long as you time your defensives correctly, especially if you're a caster, right? You shouldn't be able to die to most things. I haven't really seen anyone do this with Tank Valeera. I know it is possible, like, I've heard that it has been done, but I haven't watched videos or, like, seen friends sharing their screen as they do it with Tank Valeera. Nobody I know has done it, so I don't know how reliable this would be. There are some strategies that people used early on where healers would set Valeera to DPS, and they would have DPS Valeera tank the boss, because for some reason, DPS Valeera takes significantly less damage than tank Valeera, because she's not meant to be tanking, so she just has a lot of passive mitigation. But if you just, like, don't get any threat, if you barely heal, and only send out, like, one heal over time whenever she needs it, she can solo the entire fight. So a friend of mine, like, in my guild, actually did this as a healer, and spent, like, I think it was 25 minutes or something, just slowly having Valeera chip away at the boss. But I have heard reports that they fixed that, or at least made it harder. I don't know, so I'm not going to necessarily say you should do that. What I'm going to do here, just to see if it is possible, since it is not something that I have personally tried, is whether at this gear level I can just run DPS Valeera with, like, a pretty solid build and just kind of blast the boss. Now, as far as Curios are concerned, for this particular mode, Mandate is not good. For whatever reason, Mandate, like, bugs out and doesn't do damage to a lot of boss mobs half the time, and that includes Nullaeus. I have no idea if they fixed it. They probably haven't, because they generally don't, and I've been reading all the patch notes, and I haven't seen it mentioned. So I'm not going to be using Mandate here. Obviously, this thing is okay in regular delves, but it's entirely reliant on using Mislead Curiosities, which don't exist in the Nemesis fight. So the only two things you can really use in this particular fight are the Void Spire, which just gives you damage after a certain period of time, and Time Lost Edict. Now, I really like Time Lost Edict. Especially, I use this for both of my Blood DK kills, because it gives you cooldown recharge rate. So especially as a tank, I found that giving more CDR to my defensives was really nice. It basically gave me full coverage, and gave me enough time to finish off the fight towards the very end. But I'm going to see, especially on Prot Warrior, which has really good defensives, whether I can just kind of blitz it and get the extra damage with Void Spire to just nuke the boss, pretty much. I don't believe I have drums. If I die, if I die once, I'll run out and get drums. You should use Lust at the end of the fight, and I'm going to pot on pull and then pot, like, the moment it comes up towards the end. For this stuff here, if you want more damage, you can run Blade Tip. That is probably your best damage option, but I'm going to be running Mantle of Stars because this causes enemies to take more damage when it procs, but it also gives you a mini cheat death shield, and the boss will be chunking you and proccing this basically every time it's up, so in my opinion, it's worth using. Another thing, I don't know if I kind of pointed this out in Delves, but this buff you get from Valeera's Campfire, it does stack with other sources. So you can see here I have a regular food buff. I'm going to cancel that because it's hardy, right? But I'm going to get a regular food buff. I'm going to get the Valeera food buff, which gives you 5% primary stat. Obviously really good, worth using. And then I'm going to make sure that all my stuff is buffed. I have weapon oil. Like, you can use a flask and stuff. I'm even going to use an old augment rune. These things are, like, under 100 gold apiece, which for me is nothing. And overall, I don't think this fight is going to be very challenging for me, but also, like I said, I am very overgeared at this point for this encounter. It is not that much of an issue. I'm getting a lot of pings. Oh, my raid leader's posting announcements for raid tonight as we speak, so it's just blowing up my Discord pings. I'll have to read all of that after this. Another nice thing about DPS Valeera is she will get these kicks for you. Now, you can get every single kick if you are running Healer Valeera, but a lot of the times when I wipe on this fight, it's just because I zone out, a kick goes off, and I just forget, miss, and then it one-shots. It is just a very much a pass-fail check. So having that is quite good. Yeah, so it looks like, I don't know if this is just my gear or the fact that Prot Warrior just in general is very tanky, especially against melee hits like that. Like, Shield Block is probably very strong at mitigating Imploding Strike, but I'm taking, like, no fucking damage from this. That's very, very easy. The one downside is Healer Valeera will dispel this Devouring Essence dot, which that does do quite a lot of magic damage over time. But if DPS Valeera is able to shorten the hardest part of the fight, the very end, then overall I will end up taking less damage than if I ran Healer Valeera. The only reason why I was forced to run Healer Valeera when I did this on my Undergear Blood DK is because I quite literally could not survive some of the later tank busters unless I was fully topped up before they went out. So it really didn't matter if I didn't, like, or I reached the end of the fight a bit slower. I was just dying well before that, and I very much needed Healer Valeera to reach that point. And I'm kind of getting shit down here. Like, I have very good mitigation, as you can see, but I only have Impending Victory every so often as a way to heal back up. I do have a healing pot that I can rely on, but there's only so much that I can do. I wonder... I probably should have been trying to Spell Reflect that Devouring Essence. That is probably something that I'm able to do. I'll have to try that next time. I have procced my Cheat Death, so that's a little bit spooky. Oh fuck, I'm taunted out of Shockwave, because I dropped it for my, my build that we ran on Prog last night. Thankfully, these ticks will give me a lot of Impending Victory resets. I'm gonna see if I can Spell Reflect this Spitting Tick. Okay, well, it's dead. And that is one nice thing about Healer Valeera. She absolutely shredded those poisonous ticks, which usually are a bit of a challenge. And this is the final stage of the fight. Or no, never mind. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. This is not the final stage of the fight. We still have to fight the Ogre. It's the last 25%. It's the final stage. So I cannot Spell Reflect Imploding Strike. I'm gonna not keep Shield Block up for a second here so I can Shield Charge. I'm gonna pop Avatar. I'm gonna try to... Ah! Yes, I can Spell Reflect Devouring Essence. Okay, well, that has made this fight significantly easier for me. That was the main thing dealing any damage to me. And I'm not gonna put Shield Block up until the next Imploding Strike hits. Okay, now I'm over Captain Charges, so I may as well. And Spell Reflect that. Makes the fight significantly easier. And we're gonna phase soon, so I can just put Shield Block up. Ending Victory, and then we'll fight the Ogre here. I kick. May as well just mitigate some of the damage, especially because with DPS Valeera, she will always have a kick available for Nullaeus, so I don't really need to worry about that all too much. Can I Panda Racial? No, Panda Racial doesn't work on that. Right. I was going to try to get a bonus Impending Victory. It's fine. Spell Reflect this. It's good. Imploding Strike. I want to make sure I have Shield Block up for that. I'm deliberately not using Execute. I'm going to try to conserve my Rage. Execute, honestly, is very poor for damage in the current iteration of Prot Warrior. It just doesn't really do all that much compared to just fishing for Shield Slam resets. Okay, I missed the Spell Reflect there. That's fine, though. I have a charge of Shield Wall that I can spend. Should be pretty cozy here. And Impending Victory, just get that on cooldown. sure I have shield block up. Okay, yeah, so the boss just kind of died. Healer or DPS Valeera completely shredding him in the end here definitely makes that a lot easier. If I had run Healer Valeera, I probably, with this gear, still would have been able to meet the check quite comfortably. I do think there's a certain element of, like I said, Healer Valeera is mandatory for some people if you just cannot live the final tank busters. It's just a delicate balancing act where obviously the longer that you stay in this fight, the harder it starts to hit. So, it can be a little bit tricky there. So you can see here in my chat window, I got 60 Hero Crests and 30 Myth Crests, despite the fact that I was capped on both. So these crests go beyond the cap here. It's definitely worth doing this. And these Myth Crests I can directly send into my boots to cap them out, so that is an upgrade for my warrior. I also looted 5 of each crest off the boss, but you can see that they got converted down into 10 Champion Dawn crests, 5 from each, right? Because those ones are capped, but the 60 and 30, respectively, they go beyond the cap. This is once per character per season. You cannot farm this to get uncapped crests, but it is always worth doing it at least one time to get that big bonus. That is just obviously very good. Alright, well, now that Nullaeus is dead, I can go over here, go to the item upgrade guy, and I can spend my Myth Crests. There we go. I have 10 left over, but obviously there's nothing I can really spend 10 on until I get the discount, which that I definitely will not get until much later in the season. But now I have all of my Myth Crest stuff spent. Now, I will note, right, this is obviously a bit of an interesting gearing guide because we are kind of well past the catch-up section, and now I'm showing you kind of what it's like when you're already in the midst of Prague. You know, gearing never ends. It's an ongoing process until, well, you get Cutting Edge, or I suppose whenever you hit your personal goal for the season. In my case, that is Cutting Edge, which kind of is the end of the season, unless you're trying to push high-end plus keys, which is a whole different beast. But there are still ongoing goals that I have. In my case, you know, because I still have these Myth Crests to spend, this is like something to consider for me. You may not get an item that can even accept Myth Crests until much later. Another thing you may notice is I only crafted one piece using my Myth Crests, right? Because I had stuff to spend all of the rest of my items on. But if I was not in this position, and I didn't already happen to be in a guild where I got these items off the bosses, then what I may have done instead is spent 80 of my Myth Crests on just crafting a 285 weapon, and that still would have been very good. There are plenty of other Prot Warriors that I can see on Prague at the same level as me that didn't get a weapon and have sent that craft, because having a 285 weapon for Prague is significantly better than anything else they can spend their crests on. I happened to get a bit lucky here, so I had some more options, and that's what I chose to do. But there are still plenty of other slots that I can upgrade, and now we kind of reach the question of, well, what should I be spending my time on? Like, obviously, I still have a lot of champion pieces. If I go to the vendor over here, I can see that I have 140 hero crests, and I have 2 hero rings. I could spend my crests on this, but obviously, out of all the things you can upgrade, rings tend to be the least valuable. In my particular case, I am in a bit of a weird situation because my monk is very, very close to hitting 276 and getting the full hero crest discount. So that whole thing with champion gear, where I was able to upgrade stuff for only 10 crests instead of 20, if I manage to get that for hero crests on my monk, then instead of upgrading this ring costing 60 crests, and upgrading this ring costing 60 crests, which I could do right now, that would be 120, and I have enough to do that. Well, instead, I could, you know, not have these marginal upgrades this week, wait until next week for a monk to get that discount, and then suddenly every one of these hero crests effectively doubles in value, because I could get all of those upgrades in 60 crests instead of the cost of like 120. I don't know if that makes sense at all. You get what I'm saying? Also, maybe I get like a really good ring out of Vault that's on Myth Track and higher item level than this, in which case I basically just save crests for free. That's always something that you want to consider, but the really important reason for me to wait at this point is if it lets me save additional hero crests, then when I get better bracers, when I get better, what is like a necklace, helmet, trinkets, right? Because right now that's still all champion. Then I can theoretically get all of that up to 276, the cap over here, without having to wait any additional weeks or hope to get lucky in Mythic Reclear. I will just be guaranteed to have enough hero crests to fully upgrade that. But that is obviously only something that you can do if you have either a lot of alts or if you are gearing one of your alts later in the season. In this case, I kind of have two mains, and because I'm in a situation where I do have two mains, I can kind of benefit in this way, and I can plan out to like push one of my mains ahead to give like the second one a discount. But this is definitely much more of a min-maxy thing that only people at the highest levels do. But I still think it's kind of an interesting decision-making point, so I wanted to include it here. That's basically the reason why I am not spending these crests, even though theoretically 266 is the breakpoint where it is considered acceptable to send upgrades, because this is the cap of loot that you can get from Mythic Plus. So, I don't want to spend the rest of my hero crests. I've spent all of my myth crests. What can I still reasonably do to upgrade my character? And now, in this particular case, I happen to already know the answer. Like, I've done enough research on my own, but this is the stage of the video where I want to show you some of those resources that I personally use to inform my decision-making so that you can start doing this on your own to figure out what you should be prioritizing. Because if we look at my gear, there are some obvious things, right? Like, I'd like to get a better necklace. I'd like to get a better helmet. Ideally, I'd like to get better bracers, at least if they have a socket. But these would be better than any generic 266. Which means also trinkets, right? Like, I do have two very good trinkets. Crucible, I don't care much about replacing. And while Gloomspatter Dreadscale is good, there are some potentially better trinkets, although admittedly, this is like a lower priority, unless I got one of the few trinkets that is just significantly better than Dreadscale. So I don't really care much about the bracers, like that is my least priority upgrade. Really, the main things that I'm concerned about is, okay, I want something that gives me a better helmet, a better necklace, that would just be directly an increase, and potentially something that gives me a better trinket. So I want to try and find what are the most efficient things that I could do to give me chances at all of these upgrades at the exact same time. You could just slam your head into millions of M+ dungeons, and early on in the gearing process, you saw I kind of just slammed my head into a bunch of delves and a bunch of other sources of content like Prey and stuff, because any random item that you get is probably going to be an upgrade for you. So in that sense, early on, quantity matters more than quality, because on average, if you just do the thing that gives you the most amount of loot in a short period of time, most of that will be better for you, so you're just going to continually improve your character. But now we've reached a stage where quality is far more important than quantity in terms of gearing, because it is only a few specific items that I need to target farm to continue improving my character. And instead of just shotgunning a bunch of M+ and hoping that something drops, I want to make sure that I'm spending my time wisely. Alright, so to explain this, there's a few different websites that I want to introduce you to in case you're unfamiliar with any of them. The first one, Bloodmallet. You can see bloodmallet.com. This is a really good website that I think is great for getting an early overview on what you should be prioritizing. I don't think that you should use this as gospel. Some people only look at Bloodmallet and use this to get all of their information. Bloodmallet is great for getting a snapshot of all of the important things related to your spec, but then you should continue to do more in-depth research as to what in particular you need. It's also, like, not everything is supported. So here we're going to look at Protection Warrior. I'm going to use, obviously, the thing I'm playing as an example. And you can see there's a lot of filters. We'll look through this in a second. But the first thing, one of the most important filters, is trinkets, right? You want to know what are your best and select trinkets. What should I be prioritizing? And here, if I look at Patchwork 1 target, this just means like a single boss. This is most raid bosses fall into this category. There are some cases, especially this tier, where like 2 to 3 targets matters a little bit more. We'll take a look at that in a second. But very important takeaway you can see here is Gaze of the Almseer. We talked about this already. This trinket is very, very good. This is the case for like the vast majority of specs. It's just a very, very, very overstated trinket. It gives you a lot of value. So if you can get your hands on it, you're just always happy. And if we like scroll down, we can see that unfortunately, because where is it? Yeah, Gloomsplatter Dreadscale. This is not necessarily correct. Like you can see here, Galactic Gladiator's Medallion is basically on par with this. Because the damage of this is not correctly implemented into Sims, the actual value of this trinket is not properly reflected, which, again, is one of the reasons why you should never take Bloodmallet as gospel, because this trinket is quite good, And as we'll see on logs, I'm going to show you how to use Warcraft logs in a second. There are a lot of people using this. It is a little bit more defensively slanted, which is one of the reasons why it's being played more than some other damage options. But there is no way that for damage it is this low. This is just incorrect. The sims are not implemented properly, and rankings like this can only be as accurate as the data that it's getting it from. And in this case, it is not accurate, but all of this stuff is roughly implemented correctly, and we can get a general idea on what our best trinkets are. Something I want you to look at here is a lot of these top trinkets for Prot Warriors. So Gaze is all the way at the top. One thing that you'll notice is there's these different colors, right? So what do these mean? Well, if I hover over this, you can see that the different colors represent this trinket at a different item level. So even though Gaze is at equal item level the best possible trinket that you can get, you'll notice that, it can go all the way up to 289. Now, something I want to show is if we scroll down here, you'll notice that Crucible of Erratic Energies, the trinket that I've been saying is very, very strong, is kind of low on the list, and that may seem surprising. Like, why is it so far down? But this trinket caps out at 263, so it doesn't have rankings as if it could go up to 289, because it can't. But if I put this, like, I'm going to click on this as, like, this is like a line as a benchmark, and if we compare this to other trinkets at their, like, the color for 263, which is around here, you'll notice that for pretty much all of these other top trinkets, the farthest performance of Crucible, 263, which is where I have it, is equivalent to a lot of the 263 performance of a lot of these other top trinkets. Gaze still slightly overperforms compared to that, but you can see here, it's beating all of, like, the lower green color. So down here, it's much better. Like, the line is way past that. So even though these trinkets, if they get to their maximum item level, would pass Crucible, Crucible's top performance, this green thing here, is way beyond the lower performance of these other trinkets, and it is equivalent at its maximum item level to something like Heart of Ancient Hunger, Umbral Plume, Gaze of the Onseer, etc. So that is a very important thing to consider when evaluating trinkets like that cannot go all the way up to the very top. Now, another thing, you'll notice here, these are kind of our best possible trinket options, and Dragon Games equipment seems really high. Now, I hate this trinket. This thing fucking sucks. There's a few problems with this trinket. One is the fact that when you use it, you actually literally drop these physical balls onto the ground that you have to walk over and kick, and you have to physically connect with them in the game. And on some fights, that can be a problem because your positioning, especially as a tank, requires you to be in a very specific area. So having to interact with that in the world is problematic. Similar things with other trinkets, like also Algathar Puzzle Box has a 2-second cast time, which can be really disruptive in certain areas. And compared to that, like Gaze is just a flat damage proc. Radiant Plume, just a flat, a flat stat proc, right? It just gives you damage for free. Same with Heart of Ancient Hunger. There's no interaction with this trinket. It just gives you stats. That's it. So there's no real consideration other than I put this on and it makes me do big damage. Both of these trinkets have negative impacts to how you have to play with them. And this stuff matters. Like, you may think, oh, well, it doesn't matter, I'll play around it, but, like, you are not a perfect robot in a simulation. You are going to lose damage inherently when interacting with little janky mechanics like this. Another really important thing to consider with Dragon Games equipment is if we go over to 3 targets, you'll notice, where is Dragon Games equipment? It's all the way down here. Now it's no longer in the top trinkets. If we go to 5 targets, where the hell is Dragon Games equipment? We have to scroll much further down. And the reason for this is because Dragon Games equipment is a pure single target trinket. It kicks them at the target and does damage to one target. So if you're on a single target, which this is what these sims reflect, then yeah, it can be okay, but there aren't that many bosses that are quite literally a pure single target. A lot of them have adds or like 2-target cleave throughout the fight, just thinking about different bosses. The first boss, Imperator Aversion, has an add phase. Voracious has an add phase where you need to go over and kill the bugs, right? And there's a bit of cleave there. Voracious is by and large a single target fight, especially compared to other ones, but there is some stuff there. Fallen King Salhadar has 2-target cleave on the orbs at multiple sections. There's also sometimes AoE on all the little orbs when they appear. It's a little bit more bursty, and usually your DPS take care of it, but that's something to consider. Dragons on Mythic is basically a pure 2-target cleave fight for the vast majority of it. Paladins is a pure 2-target cleave, sometimes 3-target cleave fight whenever they're all stacked up. Lyria is quite often a multi-target cleave fight, and there's a lot of little adds at different phases. Chimeris has multiple add phases that you always need to interact with. Beleren is mostly a single target fight, but does have periods of 2 to 3 target cleave, which are actually relevant. And I haven't done L'ura on Heroic at the time of recording, so I can't speak to that. I do think single target is the main thing that matters there. I don't know if there are extensive add phases later on. Another thing to consider, though, so Gaze of the Almseer is giving you just raw stats, primary stat, and mastery. Now, this is only judging the raw damage contribution of these stats to your character. And just the raw damage contribution is higher than something like Dragon Games equipment. But in addition to that, getting, especially on the tank spec, primary stat and mastery is also boosting your survivability. Now, this simulation is not weighing the survivability contribution, and yet it is still higher. But something like Radiant Plume, Algathar Puzzle Box, these are also just giving you stats, even Heart of Ancient Hunger. And while these are, even on pure single target, ever so slightly lower, like on a perfect ideal one-target sim compared to Dragon Games equipment, you are getting 0 survivability out of kicking these balls into the boss. So a trinket like this is just not good. It's just bad. I would never, ever run this because on one target, even if it might be slightly better than some stat trinkets, there is absolutely no way that in practice it is going to provide the same level of contribution on a damage fight. Definitely not in Mythic Plus. And I'm also getting 0 survivability out of the physical kicks, whereas any other stat trinket, even like Crucible of Erratic Energies, is giving me, leech, speed in this case even, and critical strike. So that, like even crit is a mostly damage stat, but crit also gives parry chance to tanks, which does meaningfully improve your survivability. So very important thing to consider just in general, but especially for tanking. So if we look at also like 5 targets here, you can see same culprits, right? Gaze, Radiant Plume, Umbral Plume, and Heart of Ancient Hunger. As we'll see on logs, these are very solidly the best trinkets for Prot Warrior. Gaze is just good for everybody, but any combination of these 3 is very, very strong, and that's what pretty much everybody is running. In addition to Crucible, which obviously right now, you can even see on 5 targets, Crucible is still on par with these other top-tier trinkets. But once you start getting these on Hero Track and you can upgrade them to 276 in the purple here, obviously that is better. And then definitely if you get one on Mythic, yeah, that's your best in slot trinket. I don't have that right now, but if I could get that, it would be pretty good. Also, something like a Fiber of Living Agony. I got this before, but Fiber of Living Agony, that's why I said, some of these Delve trinkets, they're not great. I still ran this for a while. You can see it's, okay. Compared to the other 2 trinkets at comparable item levels, it's not the worst thing ever, but it is definitely a bit weaker in terms of the proc rate and the amount of stats that you actually get from it, which is why I opted to replace it with my Dread Scale the moment I was able to get that on Warbound and swap it over. That's it for Bloodmallet trinkets. I think you hopefully get the idea here. I will note that there are some other things Bloodmallet can do. It can tell you, what is the best flask to run. I would not go based off this. In fact, this almost feels wrong. It's saying that you should not be using Haste Flask. This definitely is not correctly implemented. I don't know why. Yeah, it's... Wow, using a Haste Flask is a damage loss for Prot Warrior. This is one of those where, I don't trust these sims. I've never actually used the file things here, and especially given that, I would not trust it. This is also definitely wrong. You should pretty much always use Light's Potential. Race sims can be okay. This is accurate. Panda is currently simming the best for the vast majority of specs. Now, I want to make something very clear. I don't know if I said this earlier in the video, but my warrior, Anji, is a panda, and I am not a Fodom chaser. I have always had Anji as a panda. It just so happens that now, for whatever reason, Panda's really good. But, Anji just happened to, this is her time to shine, luckily. Secondary distributions, again, I would not trust this fully. You can see here, Prot Warrior generally wants, a mix of different stats, depending on, single target and 5 target. Some of these can give you an idea. This is the kind of thing where give it a glance, be like, okay, this is generally what my spec wants, but a lot of this, when it comes to balancing stats, really you just need to sim your character, because you cannot fully control exactly which stats your character has item level is ultimately the most important thing. So if your character has a lot of haste on some of your highest item level pieces, well, then you might want to run some stuff that has maybe subpar stats on a few lower item level pieces to balance things out. And that you just won't really be able to tell without a shadow of a doubt unless you sim your character. Use this as like a general idea early on and what to prioritize, and then just kind of don't think about it. And if you really want to know, you should be simming your character. I don't even know what this does. I would not look at this chart at all. And similarly, weapon enchants, this seems accurate. Yeah, Berserker's Rage and Acuity are what most Prot Warriors are running, but the rest, I can't speak to how well the sims are for this. By and large, the main thing to use Bloodmallet for is, I would say, like trinket sims, and then like, if you want a good idea, races and secondary distributions can be okay to look at, but I generally don't really use it for anything else. All right, and now I want to show you Warcraft logs a little bit. If you have ever heard somebody talk about logs and you have absolutely no idea what that is, welcome. This is one of the most important resources that you could possibly use in World of Warcraft. There are detailed rankings for every single boss fight, and a lot of people think that logs are, like, people talk about parses, right? So parses is like, this is your parse, right? Like, what is your performance relative to other people? And yes, a lot of people are very greedy for parses, and all they care about is trying to do like the most damage possible. But logs are also a very useful tool for like analysis and improvement at your class. And if you know how to read them correctly, they can be incredibly valuable. So right here, I'm looking at Heroic Light Blinded Vanguard. I can switch over to Mythic because like this is the fight that I'm progging, right? So if I'm trying to prog a boss fight, I don't have like ad blockers and shit, so there's going to be a lot of ads here. You can see there's actually been a few kills since I last checked. A bunch of kills today, probably from Europeans. But we can just look at like what different people are running. You can see a lot of people are running Darkmoon Sigil of the Hunt. That means they crafted a weapon. Arcana Weave Lining, like this is the thing that I put in my cloak, right? Decent amount of people running Arcana Weave Lining and Lower Worshipper's Bands, we can see for crafts. For trinkets, if we scroll down here, you'll notice, yeah, well, it's reflects pretty accurately what we saw on the logs. This guy's running Dragon Games equipment, which, like I said, I don't like that trinket, but whatever. You can see a lot of people still running Crucible of Erratic Energies, but there are many lucky people here who managed to get their hands on Heart of Ancient Hunger and on Gaze of the Allseer, and as the sims on Bloodmallet reflect, this is a very good trinket, and if you happen to get them, you should run them, as we can see in practice. Dratnos is running the trinket that I am, Gloom-Splattered Dreadscale, so, you know, W Dratnos, obviously this is a good option for this fight. He's actually the only one running it, right? Okay, no, there's somebody else, some Russian guy down here running Gloom-Splattered Dreadscale. Not the best option if all we're looking at is damage, but it is definitely a decent damage option, and it gives you survivability, which, frankly, you don't really need on this fight. Prot Warrior especially is very tanky for it, but can't hurt. And the interesting thing here is, it's always funny with logs. You'll notice that there's a lot of people here, like, moderate increases, like in the 70,000, 80,000 range, like Dratnos is on the upper end, like 89,000, and then it just starts jumping up, 95k, we're at 100k, the rank 1 parse is just doing 10k more than everybody else, and that kind of happens in some of these, like, the edge cases of, like, this person, I could look at their logs in depth and figure out exactly why they got such a high parse. In the case of this fight, I know one of the big reasons is you can time your spell reflex to actually reflect the boss tank busters and do a lot of damage. And I think some of the people up here are doing it, and the people down here don't know to do that. So I've been trying to do that, and I'm like on our wipes, which wipes aren't necessarily the best indicator. I'm getting like around low 80k, and I'm going to try and optimize my damage a little bit further because I barely had time to do that before we pulled. So I should hopefully land around here on our kill, you know, fingers crossed. Even with, like, I guess, like, you know, like, Tactics is the exact same item level as me, and he just killed today. What is Tactics running? Tactics is running Heart of Ancient Hunger and Crucible. So we have, he also has the same weapon as me, also has a Mythtrack shield. Yeah, I have fairly comparable gear to Tactics, I would say, and the only difference in talents is, he's running shield specialization, And what am I running? I'm running Tough as Nails instead. So, but if I look at like the talent breakdown, we can see here. Oh yeah, very few people are running Tough as Nails on this fight. Interesting. I think one of the reasons is a lot of the auto attacks. So that indicates to me that I should make that swap, right? Tough as Nails is really good on a lot of bosses just because it does free damage. But I think on this fight, some of the boss abilities do magic damage and probably bypass block, which is why they aren't using it. And even if I look at, yeah, like the top parses aren't running it. So there's no case to be made of like, oh, it does slightly more damage. That's just like something that I'm doing, which is incorrect, which is partially why I'm reviewing this now. And there's also like, so I'm running Last Stand, or at least I was running Last Stand, but pretty much the entirety of our prog last night, I did not feel like I was in any danger. So I'm probably going to talent out of Last Stand. I don't really think that I need it for survivability. You can also see that despite this being a 3-target cleave fight, the talent that makes Execute hit 3 targets is not being run by, like, the vast majority of people. The, like, this number 2 parse, this, like, Chinese person, is running it. I'm actually curious how much do they use Execute compared to a lot of the other parses? So they are using Execute. Interesting. But, like, we look at this, we can see this. So this Chinese prot warrior is, like, you can see the spell reflect, right? You can do a ton of damage with this. They're primarily still using Thunderclap Shield Slam as their primary source of damage, but they are really actively dumping a ton of rage into Execute. But compare that to Clapby, this warrior, and when I looked earlier, Clapby only presses Execute 3 times the entire fight. I'm not sure if that is 3 separate casts or Clappy is not talented into the Execute Cleave talent, right? So yeah, that would be 3 separate single target Execute casts. And if I look, it was right at the end of the fight. So it was like probably right during the burn, boss is about to die. Clappy's just like, okay, well, you know, either the boss dies or I die. I'm going to dump all my excess rage into Execute instead of throwing up Ignore Pains because that's not going to meaningfully make a difference. And honestly, the tuning on Execute, if you don't have the associated talents, is so low at the moment that I'm not even sure that is correct. Really depends on the situation. If they have no available GCDs, then it's maybe not that important. The reason why you don't really use Execute as Prot Warrior right now, this is kind of a little bit of a side tangent, right, is because the tuning is so poor. Oftentimes, because Ignore Pain's off the GCD, if you can choose to spend your rage on either Ignore Pain or Execute, then by spending it on Ignore Pain, which doesn't cost a GCD, you can instead use your GCD on filler spells like Revenge and Thunderclap, which then fishes for additional resets of Shield Slam, which is your highest source of damage, and then generates you more rage. So currently, Execute doesn't really feed into your overall loop quite as well as dumping rage with Ignore Pain and then using other filler spells. Execute is primarily used just for its raw damage, as you can see on the Chinese log. But even with this Chinese guy running all of the Execute talents, presumably, yeah, he's running Deep Wounds, which is Execute applies the bleeds. He's running Sudden Death, which gives you free Execute procs, and he's running Heavy Handed, and he's running Massacre. So this is one of the issues with the current tuning of Execute, right? You need basically 4 different talents, 2 of which are in the capstone section, just to justify it. And in order to take this, he can't run Battle Scarred Veteran, which is Prot Warrior's cheat death. Even with all of that, his Execute is still not really doing all that much damage. Now it is like backloaded here, obviously during the burn phase, and notably, right, this is the best fight in the entire game right now for Execute. Pure 3-target cleave when you have a much higher uptime on Execute because you push Venal Lightblood into Execute range early, so you can start Execute cleaving off Venal Lightblood onto the other 2 bosses, and then even once he dies, the other bosses are still in Execute range. So this is the best possible scenario for Execute talents, and it's not being run. And that's the kind of thing where, like, it's really illuminating when you look at logs and you can see that in practice, side by side, a log running all the Execute stuff and a log not running it, and the log not running it is actually doing better. There's also the interesting thing here of Clappy is running Into the Fray, which gives you 2% haste. Chinese guy is running Heavy Repercussions. so you get more rage and get higher uptime and shield block. I think based on Sims, Into the Fray seems to be doing better, and honestly, I don't really think that the extended duration on shield block in most cases is that important. If we also look at the popularity, you can see that 70% of people are running Into the Fray. There is definitely some element of personal preference here, but I think the general consensus seems to be that this is the better talent, and that's what I have been feeling. So, like, personally, based on all of this information, this reaffirms to me that for Prog, I should not take the Execute stuff. I do not think that's worth it. I'm going to drop Tough as Nails, which I'm currently talented into, and I'm going to put a point into Shield Specialization. What I'm not sure about, I think I might consider that, is I could drop Last Stand in favor of Blood Surge. Interestingly, there are a lot of people taking Fight Through the Flames to reduce magic damage, in addition to Armor Specialization. A lot of times you only need to take one of these. Armor Specialization is nice because with Reinforced Plates, or where is it? We still have the talent, right? I guess we don't. Oh, no, here it is. Yeah, Armor to the Teeth. It's just in a different location now. So Warrior has a talent where we gain strength equal to a percentage of our armor. So if both of these are like roughly equivalent for mitigation, usually you want to take the one that gives you more armor because that also translates into additional strength through Armor to the Teeth. So it's kind of a damage gain as well. But Light Blinded Vanguard does have a lot of magic damage. So effectively the way that I see it is this is kind of a floating point where most people, like right now, I have points spent on Armor Spec, Devastating Focus, and Last Stand, but I could instead drop like Last Stand and take Blood Surge. I could drop Last Stand and take Fight Through the Flames. It seems like that's what more people are doing. I could take Shield Specialization, though I think that I could also drop Tough as Nails. But I could drop Tough as Nails and Last Stand and then take Blood Surge, Fight Through the Flames. I could also drop, this one. There are options here. There's like a lot of different things that I could choose to do. And to a certain extent, there's like personal preference here. Like, for instance, I am running Intervene on this fight. Now, Intervene has a fairly low pick rate here. It's not necessary. But if I have to choose between, what's it called? Slight survivability increase or Intervene, I think I dropped Fast Footwork. The way that my job on this fight works out, and I don't necessarily know if every single Prot Warrior that tanked this is doing the same job as I am, but I have to run really far out to bait the boss drops onto the ground and then make my way back to the group. And Heroic Leap kind of works, but I find that overall, because I have Warlocks dropping gateways for me to make my life a little bit easier, if I Heroic Leap out and intervene like one of our healers and then charge back to the boss, I get back into melee faster, and it overall makes things a little bit easier. So if people aren't doing that specific job, then Intervene is basically a dead talent, and you don't need to run it. But I am running it, and even though like it has a low pick rate, sometimes the pick rate is not 100% indicative of whether or not a talent is good. Interesting to me that only 85% of people are running Wrecking Throw. On this fight, this is just objectively correct. I believe that probably as more kills come in, this will eventually go up to 100%. Every Prot Warrior should be running this talent. There is a very important Absorb Shield that you need to break, and this does very high damage to Absorb Shields. And then you can see here, like, this is... Yeah, I should be running this. I actually don't know if I properly swapped the Storm Shield. I think I'm still running the Stormbolt one from when I was playing Mythic Plus. That's not great. But that's why you review logs. That's important. And I kind of, just rambled for a little bit here, but I think a lot of this is, like, interesting information that is kind of helpful for you to keep in mind as you're looking through logs yourself. All right, so there is effectively an infinite amount of information that you could gain just by sifting through logs. I mean, it's literally one of my favorite pastimes, just going through random logs. One thing that I'll do to kind of finish things off is we can see Clappy here, right? I want to look at exactly what he's running, or I mean, maybe she. I have no idea who Clappy is. We can look at their summary, right, for this fight. They have a bunch of different gems enchanted. This is technically not correct. I don't want to, like, backseat this random person who I found on logs, but I assume they're running different gems for Lower Worshippers bans. This is actually a misunderstanding on their part of how Lower Worshippers ban works, but that's, I think, a little bit too technical. But that is why they're running all these different gems. At least that much I kind of understand. And we can see for stats, kind of like I said, they are balancing most of their stats, but they do somewhat prioritize haste. Mastery, it's hard to really say if they're prioritizing it. I don't necessarily think they are. It's most likely they just have a lot of mastery on different things. Like, yeah, this stuff all has mastery. They crafted haste versatility on their weapon. So that is most likely what they are actually prioritizing. We can see all of their enchants and gems and like Flassy and Phoenix Oil. That's like a consumable they use. If I go to buffs, okay, I can see here they're using a haste flask. So remember when I said earlier that the sims for flasks wasn't correct? Clappy's using Flask of the Blood Knights and a food buff, and then they're even using an augment rune. Man, ooh, a big spender here for Prague, I guess, but every little bit counts. I actually might. I have gold. I might do that too. They're using Light's Potential as their potion. But yeah, they have basically all these consumes. We can get an idea. Now, because Prot Warrior stats are like, a little bit, you just want to balance out the different numbers, I'm not necessarily sure which flask I will end up running. I think generally speaking, though, based on all the logs I've looked at, most people seem to be preferring haste flasks. You get the most value out of it. So I will probably, when I sim my character, run the sims assuming I have a haste flask. And then I will have the stat recommendations be based around that. So it's already assuming I have this on top. But sometimes you may want to run different combinations. It's worth keeping that in mind. But cool, we have some good general information on how Clappy is building, how Clappy's playing this fight, and then I can use this information to inform my own gearing decisions and stuff. Like, they're running Acuity of the Renderai. I've seen a good mix of, like, I think Tactics was running, when I looked, no, Tactics is running Acuity. Was it this person that's running? Yeah. Some people are running Berserker's Rage, which is a haste proc enchant. I'm curious, are they running... So this person's running a haste proc enchant. Are they also running haste flask? They are, so they really like haste. If I look at their summary, yeah, they have over 1k haste. I don't know. That feels incorrect to me. I feel like they're stacking way too much crit haste. Dratnos tends to have different priorities compared to some other tanks that I've seen. I'm actually, let's look at his logs, just out of curiosity. What is he playing? So he's also running Lower Worshipper's Band with multiple gems. Okay, so since I've seen this happen a lot, I think it's maybe worth explaining how this ring works. Just because if even Dratnos is kind of getting it wrong, there was maybe some misinformation early on about how this is affected by socketing different gems. When you put different colored gems into your gear, it gives you different options for this ring to proc. So it says here, your damaging spells and ability have a chance to call forth a Loa. Each socketed gem will allow for a different Loa to be selected. Getting different Loa options doesn't increase the amount of Loa procs you get over the course of a fight. And if you look at the builds that Echo and Liquid are running, their Prot Warriors are running only haste gems. Because the haste gem here, the Paradox, give you access to a buff called Akelzon, I think is how you pronounce it. Akelzon's Cry of Victory. This thing here gives you a really nice haste buff. And in this particular case, Akelzon's Cry of Victory tends to be the best one, so if you don't run the other gems in your gear, you are only allowing your Lower Worshipper's Band to pick between the haste proc and the primary stat proc. And because the haste proc is the best one, that will overall give you more damage. And so by diluting it with, in this case, Flawless Quick Lapis, the versatility gem is what causes Analyze Flames to proc. And you can see that there were 3 hits here, so it looks like this procced twice, because it hit, it hit 5 times, and there's 3 targets, so what I'm guessing happened is one of these procced on all 3, and another procced on 2 of them. And those were 2 effectively worthless procs, like this is no damage at all. So Dratnos had this proc twice, when instead of Analyze Flames proccing, this could have been a haste proc, which would have given him overall more damage and survivability in this case. So I don't necessarily blame Dratnos for making this mistake. I misunderstood how this worked because I think somebody in like one of the communities that I read this information gave us the wrong information. And I was under the assumption early on that you got more procs if you had different options. That is not the case. And you're actually basically diluting your pool of options here. But we can see that that's why Dratnos is making that decision. You always want to have a primary stat gem in your gear. Dratnos is running a haste enchant. It doesn't show when I hover, but I know this is haste, this is versatility. He's running the haste weapon enchant instead of Acuity of the Renderai. And if I look at his buffs, he's running a Verse Flask. So that is what I've been running on Prog. And it looks like if we see Dratnos' overall stat distribution, yeah, so he's prioritizing crit haste still, but he has a little bit more balance towards crit and verse. And you can see that because Dratnos realized that, oh, hey, my versatility on gear is pretty low, you can see that he has a versatility ring enchant, and he's used a Verse Flask. And he's likely doing that in order to shore up this, like, low number on his stats in order to get it a little bit closer to where the other one should be. But he is, by and large, prioritizing haste. I mean, he has Berserker's Rage, the haste proc enchant on. I think without more detailed sims or, like, a consensus from the Warrior Discord, which I will check later, I think that I'm probably going to stick with Acuity of the Renderai, because generally speaking, primary stat gives me better defensive value in addition to offensive value. But especially since I'm not running Lower Worshipper's Band myself, for all of my gems and enchants, that I'm just going to sim and make a judgment call. And like I said, I'll probably run a haste flask, because I actually have less haste than a lot of these other people. I believe my haste is more balanced. It's like about 600 compared to like the 800 1k that some warriors I'm looking at are running. So I think a haste flask would do a lot to balance that, and then I can try and optimize my stats a little bit by switching around my jewelry and potentially changing my gems and enchants. We've looked at logs a bunch. Now there's another website called Raidbots that I want to show you. Now certain features, I have like a paid account on this because I use it a lot, but there are a lot of things that you can still do for free. The two main ones that I like to use are Top Gear and Droptimizer. Mostly I use Top Gear, but Droptimizer is kind of helpful. Generally speaking, what Droptimizer will do is it's going to show you all of this stuff. So I can check Season 1 raids, I can check March of Quel'Danas and stuff like this after I generate my character, and it's going to tell me what the best possible items I can get from each of those raids are. So earlier when I was saying, I want to know how to efficiently spend my time, I want to know what I should be doing to get like the most gear possible before raid, Droptimizer can be a helpful thing to use in order to give you that information. In my case, I kind of already know just by looking at sims and logs. I'm like, oh yeah, I want to try and get like this, and that item, and I just know which dungeons and raids they drop from, so this is less important for me. But especially if you're unfamiliar with all the different gear sources, or maybe if you just don't want to think about it, and you want to just have this simulation thing tell you what you should be prioritizing spending your time on, it can be a pretty good option. So if you want to use raid bots and just like simulation craft tools in general, there's an add-on called Simulation Craft that you can download, and it puts this little button on your minimap. So I'm going to click this, it pops up this big string, I'm going to Control C, and it goes away. And now that I have this copy, I can go back over to raid bots, to Droptimizer over here, and I can go Control V. I already did that prior to, starting the recording, but I'm just showing you what I did. In fact, I'll do Control A, delete, and now we'll Control V. Okay, and then I'm gonna hit Run Droptimizer. And usually it takes a bit to complete, depends. Because I have like a paid account, I'm probably in like a priority queue or something, so it might take you like another 5 minutes to like wait if you have a free account, but this tool is available to every single person. All right, so the Droptimizer thing finished. You can see the results. This is, I did it for dungeons, so you can check for raids. You could also check for all M+ dungeons. In the case of raids, obviously, I think that's not too hard to figure out. I know that I need Gaze of the Alnseer and the Voracious Trinket. That's about all that it would really tell me if I did that. The M+ one can be a little bit more useful. Some things that I noticed looking through this is, in the case of like Algathar, right? I only need one trinket. It's saying Algathar is high value for me because there are 2 different trinkets that drop from here. But realistically speaking, I don't really want either of these, right? And even if I did get one of these to drop, it would actually only be like a mediocre upgrade, whereas Heart of Wind, this is a trinket that I actually kind of didn't talk about a lot on Bloodmallet because it's ever so slightly below the raid trinkets, but it is good. Out of the ones that you can get from dungeons, I would say it is probably accurate that this is better than both of the Algathar trinkets. It's just that in practice, there's usually better things that you can get. And I think that if I were to run Windrunner Spire, right, this would be a good option for me because it also has a helmet. And we just said, like, helmet and necklace are the two things I need, and there is a good haste versatility helmet and neck from this dungeon. So this would definitely be a good option for me. If I wanted to spam run dungeons, this is all the things I'm looking for. Now, Nexus Point, I actually have this trinket, right? Like, it has this on here, but this is just wrong. You would not run this over in practice, right? It technically does more damage, but it's extremely minor, and on practical situations, I actually don't even know if it is more than the Dread Scale, and the Dread Scale's better survivability, so I have this, I'm still not using it, but Nexus Point actually would be decent purely because Occlusion of Void, even though it says here, right, like 0.3% upgrade, it's not that high. I'm not actually sure if it's counting the set bonus in this, or if this is just simming the raw value of the ring itself. I think it is only the raw value of the ring. But this is one of those where, like, I have been doing basically any Nexus points that my guildies have. And, like, if they say, hey, do you want to run it? Sure. Just because, although this might not be the highest numerical upgrade, it is like a pure best in slot type of upgrade. Like, this would be the best possible item that I could get in that slot. And overall, it would be pretty nice to get that. Interestingly here, this is kind of a big oversight by Droptimizer. You can see that on Seat of the Triumvirate, it's saying I could get a good necklace. That's true. I could get a slightly better ring. Kind of true, but also I don't know if this would really be worth running. One thing that's interesting, though, is Voidclaw Gauntlets would be a very big upgrade for me. And it's putting this as negative 2.9%. And that's because I'm pretty sure it's simming this as if I drop my gloves. So if we go back to the game, right, currently I'm using my gloves for 4-piece. So I think the sim is assuming if I were to use Voidclaw Gauntlets, I'd be breaking 4-piece, and that would be a pretty sizable damage loss. Except, like, in practice, if I were to use those gloves, I would just catalyze my helmet and then get 4-piece that way. So it's a little bit misleading there. I have the wrong thing. There we go. It's a little bit misleading. That's why I don't really like to use Droptimizer all that much, and I think there is, as with any tool like this, some nuance required when looking at this. Interestingly, like Pit of Sauron, you know, there's a pretty solid necklace and helmet I could get. Skyreach is another one where, technically speaking, it's saying, like, Solar Flare Prism, this is a decent trinket. I've been running a bunch of Skyreaches because a bunch of my guildies need it, and there is, like, a trinket that I can get value out of. It's saying the helmet is a DPS loss, but in practice, what I'd probably do is I would then catalyze the helmet, and then, well, by catalyzing a 266 helmet, I can then run things like Voidclaw Gauntlets. So I would say Skyreach is another pretty good one. But the main takeaway from something like this for me is, like, Magisters gives me basically nothing. Mycera gives me basically nothing. If I were to prioritize dungeons, I would ideally want to do basically everything except those two and Algathar, with a little bit of emphasis on, like, Seat for the gloves, Pit and Windrunner because they drop things that I need, and then, like, Zenus because the Occlusion of Void is, like, a best-in-slot item, potentially. Skyreach at this point is probably on the lower value side of things for me. But, like, I kind of already know this, and the reality is, when I'm running dungeons with my guildies, although I try to prioritize these dungeons, there are some times where somebody will say to me, like one of the Death Knights in my guild really likes Bifurcation Band, and it's the only thing he can still get, so he has been trying to get every single Magister's Terrace key that people have in the guilds and run it. And I've helped him with a few runs, even though I get nothing out of it. And, you know, there is kind of a social contract there of, like, okay, I'll tank, like, 2 Magister's Terrace runs for me, but motherfucker, if you get a Nexus Point Zenus run and you do not bring me with you and trade me the ring because I know that you don't need it and you have 266 rings, then I'm never helping you again. Like, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but there is a certain element of that with, you know, running keys with guildies of you kind of have the general idea. Like, Rep Paladin in my guild was trying to get Algathar Puzzle Box for a while, so he kept saying, okay, if anybody gets an Algathar key, please give it to me so I can get my puzzle box, because it was really good for him. I think he finally got it yesterday, so pretty cool. Definitely going to help us on Prague. But generally speaking, you know, if you're just looking for which dungeons to pug and you're not the best at doing this kind of stuff, it can be a useful tool. Now, the other thing that I want to look at is Top Gear. And even though, like, there's an option here, Quick Sim, I'm going to be honest, I don't really understand what the idea behind Quick Sim is. I think it's just, like, a much more stripped down version of Top Gear. Top Gear is basically what people refer to when they say like simming your character. Whenever I sim my character, this is what I do. There's a lot more advanced tools that like theory crafters will use, but for 99% of the player base, if you are quote unquote simming your character, this is the website that you are using. So I've already plugged my warrior in here. You can scroll down. You can see there's like a bunch of different options here. A lot of this stuff I don't use. Item upgrade currency, like all this stuff, I wouldn't worry too much about this. This is basically if you want the sim to tell you what you should spend your crests on, like, if I spend my crest to upgrade my chest instead of my weapon, this is what will give me the most damage. You can do that. So by telling it exactly how much item upgrade currency you have, I could then do something like go over here to my rings. I could do the plus upgrade to 276, and then it'll simulate what if I were to spend crests on this, how much damage would that give me, right? Like, I don't like doing that. I generally speaking, with my upgrades, I go with like a different heuristic, more one of like, what is going to be the most value for my character over time, because I try to prioritize not necessarily what gives me the most raw damage in the immediate moment, but how am I efficiently spending my currency so that the end result of my character, by the time that my guild reaches the final boss of the raid, has the most power. And sometimes the way that you go about that is a little bit different than just plugging in the numbers and seeing like what gives me 5 more damage in this immediate moment. So I don't really ever use this particular tool. I know some people who do. Really up to you. You can simulate like catalyst charges here. This actually is quite relevant, I would say, in this tier, because there are cases where what's a good example? Like, okay, my bracers, for instance. So these are just generic bracers. They have haste first, which in this case is like solid stats for prop warrior. But what if I wanted to convert this to a catalyst item? Well, the catalyst versions of all of your items have fixed stats that might be different than what you have on. So warrior catalyzed bracers are always going to be high haste, low crit. And I could basically say, well, what if I were to spend a catalyst charge on this item? Would it give me more damage? This is, historically, it has not been the most important thing ever, especially because early in the season, catalyst charges were very limited. But with the current system of being able to farm effectively infinite catalyst charges, I would actually say this is probably a bit more relevant. I might start using this, like adding more catalyst charges, simulating it more than I have in the past. I'm not going to mess around with that for this particular sim. We'll keep it simple. What I am going to do is, like, for instance, this necklace. I can upgrade this to 263, so I'll simulate this with, like, high mastery, low haste. We'll see if that gives me better or worse stats. Right now, because I do have this Rampant Briar Helm, so sure, we can upgrade that. That's veteran, right? We can upgrade this to 263 and see, like, would this be better than the helmet that I have on? I can't really mess around with this stuff because, like, I have 4-piece, right? And I, in theory, could, like, catalyze this helmet and stuff and maybe use this instead. I don't want to spend my catalyst charges just yet, so for the purposes of this sim that I am doing right now, I am not going to mess around with any of my tier pieces. My tier pieces will remain completely fixed. I do have this ring, though, so I can upgrade this to 266 without spending any crests, so we can see if Widow's Kiss will be a better option. Notably, by the way, for this particular sim, this is probably the biggest thing where, like, the paid subscription comes in handy. The reason why I have a paid subscription is entirely because of Top Gear, because I'm able to get, in this case, I believe there's a higher tier above what I use, but I find that this is, like, more than enough for the sims that I tend to do. But I have 5,500,000 combinations, and I, a lot of times, use all of them. The free limit for, like, people who don't pay a subscription is 300,000 combinations, which you're going to see, like, I'm going to use a lot of different combinations. I am going to min-max it a lot, but for the vast majority of people, honestly, the free version is more than enough. The main thing that bloats your iterations from, like, 300,000 to, in, like, my case, 5 million is this part here. So we've looked through all the rest of my stuff. Really, the only thing that I'm trying to figure out for this sim is which of these necklaces should I use, which of these 3 rings should I use, and then what should I do for gems and enchants. That is what I am concerned about right now. You can, like, sim trinkets and stuff, though I would say a vast majority of cases you should already know what your best trinkets are. You shouldn't necessarily need to sim it. But if I go down here, you can see there's a lot of different options here. I can sim Acuity of the Renderai and Berserker's Rage. Now, I have seen different people like running different things, as we saw in Warcraft logs. I'm going to stick with Acuity of the Renderai. I think that I don't really need the sim to try and tell me which one gives slightly more damage. I already know just by what I've seen that they're both comparable, and I personally prefer Acuity just because I think the primary stat is more useful. I'm not going to mess with the helm and shoulder enchants. This is just speed, right? This is tertiary stat. It doesn't impact damage. Same with like chest enchant, legs enchant. These are just fixed things that don't matter. But ring matters. Okay, so for rings, we have a few different options. We have Eyes of the Eagle. This is maybe the most interesting one. It gives critical strike effectiveness. Nature's Fury gives crit, haste, versatility, and mastery. Now, in most of the logs we looked at, people were running a stat enchant. I've actually been running Eyes of the Eagle on my Brewmaster Monk, and that's just because in that case, you don't need any haste at all, and crit is very good on Brew. So I just naturally have a ton of crit on my gear, and because I don't know why this is a enchant that they added to the game, but if I already have a ton of crit, then running a separate enchant to increase my critical strike effectiveness ends up being more damage based on sims. But I've already seen that like nobody on logs is running this, so I'm not even going to bother simming it. I suspect that it would not be the best option. I also don't think that I've seen anybody running mastery enchants. Based on logs, everything I've seen is crit, haste, or verse. So I'm just going to put those as options within the sim, and we will see what it decides to do. But I'm not going to even select the other two. Honestly, I haven't really seen that many people running crit on their rings in logs. So if you wanted to limit your iterations, like if I drop this, it basically halves the number of iterations. So that's something that you could decide to do. But I have these iterations. I'm going to use them. Now, for gems, you should always be running at least one indecipherable, well, definitely one indecipherable Eversong Diamond. You can't run more than one. It's unique. But there is a setting on the sim for that, so I can select this and then click Always Use. I have to. This is just saying I have a warning because I haven't selected any of these yet, but this will go away once I pick these. But by doing this, this will force one of your gem slots to have the primary stat gem, and then afterwards it'll sim different combinations of these things here. And now for gems, like this is where things can get bloated out of control, especially like the more gem slots you have. And then if you have replace existing gems and enchants like checked, this can get out of control very quickly. I am going to just go ahead and select basically all of this. And I think, yeah, I can select every possible gem combination without hitting the cap. So I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to run a very long sim and go make dinner while this runs in the background. But if you have a general idea of, like, let's say your character has way too much crit, and you know for a fact that you don't want to get any crit in your gems, or another thing, let's say you're running lower worshippers bands, and like I got done saying when we were looking at logs, you know that you only want to run haste gems to make sure that you always get the haste proc. Well, in that case, you could just deselect everything except the different variations of haste gems and just run the sim like that. And let's say we did that. We only selected haste gems in here. Well, then that massively cuts down on the number of combinations that we need to run. But I want to get this to be as detailed as possible, so I'm going to select everything. Also, worth noting, I don't know if I touched upon that, this has been just a general rule for like multiple World of Warcraft expansions now, but I still see people not understanding this. Look at the numbers on these gems, right? This is 17 haste, this is 16 haste, and 7 crit. You get significantly more stats whenever you run a combination gem than a flat gem. I still see random new players running pure stat gems because they're like, oh, my Icy Veins guide told me that I should be using only crit gems. I guess I'm going to use the ones that have only crit on them, when what the guide means to say is that you should only be running these crit gems, a crit and another stat gem. And I don't think that a lot of those guides stress this point enough, but it is a mistake I see many new players making. Never run these gems. Like, it's just math. Look at it. You get less stats. You get significantly more stats running like a crit haste gem and a haste crit gem than if you were to run one pure of each. Like, it should be common sense, but somehow people keep making this mistake. Notice how, when I'm talking about all the important tools that you can use online to, like, improve your character, notice how I haven't pulled up a Wowhead or Icy Veins guide. They're not very good, generally. They are potentially helpful if you are learning the fundamentals of a spec. The only time that I will ever use a Wowhead, I'll start the sim while I yap here. So in this case, by default, I have some settings checked off. By default, you usually want to do patchwork 1 boss. I'm actually going to check 2 bosses because I am entirely running this sim assuming Light Blinded Vanguard, and that's like in the moment what I am curious about. So you're pretty much purely 2-target cleave and Light Blinded Vanguard, so that's what I'll sim for. But you should usually have this set to 1 boss. I'm going to put the fight length at 5 minutes. Exact fight length is not that important. You can even see it says they will vary the fight length just to give you like slight variations depending on like kill times and stuff like that. They try to bake that into the simulation. There are things that I can do here, like my potion. I don't know what the SimC default is. I think it defaults to Light's Potential, but I'm going to put that in there anyway. Food, that one is the same, or at least it should be. And like I said earlier, I don't know what the default is. I actually think it might default to Crit Flask, but I'm going to now, in the settings here, force the default to be Haste Flask, because that's what I've seen a lot of people running, so I'm going to select that on there. In this case, I'm going to put Thalassian Phoenix Oil. Again, I think that should be the default, but I'm just going to hard-code it in there, just in case, just to make sure that it accurately reflects what my character will be using, and that should be everything I need. So now I'm going to run my sim. It's probably going to take a while. But real quick, on the topic of guides like Icy Veins, like Wowhead, I have used them in the past if I know that the author is reputable. So that's another thing. Always check, like, who is the person that wrote this guide, right? In my case, I know a lot of the higher level theory crafters. So, like, if I see, oh, it's XYZ person, I recognize the name, I know it's good. You might not necessarily know that. A lot of times they'll have their socials linked there, so you can check, like, what's their YouTube page? Are they a known person who covers this spec? Or are they just some, like, random person that WoW had pulled off the street to write, like, the Feral Druid guide? I don't know who writes the Feral Druid guide, so maybe I'm throwing shade accidentally. That's not my intent. But there are specs that notoriously don't have, like, dedicated players for it, and you might just have a completely random person writing the guide, in which case, like, what the fuck does this guy know? Like, how am I supposed to trust that this person's information is accurate just because Wowhead put them in charge of writing the guide? The nice thing about everything that I've showed you is that you don't need to trust any individual person as to whether or not this information is accurate. It's math. It's numbers. Now, the way that you interpret some of these numbers needs to be correct, right? You can't just blindly follow the simulations, but the numbers don't lie, right? If the numbers lie, if there's usually some like user error on the back end, or there's like a specific context that you need to be looking at it from. But like numbers are numbers. If you know how to interpret them, they are just objectively right. And logs especially, like there's so much context within logs that we can look at to better understand why people are doing the things they're doing. That's why I spent so much more time diving into Warcraft logs and showing you like my thought process when I look through all that stuff. And if you want to be good at the game, that's the shit that you got to do. You have to do the research yourself, and you have to really understand why are people making these decisions, and not blindly copy something just because a guide writer told you that it was the best thing for your spec. And that's why guides like the ones on Wowhead, I will only ever use if it is a brand new spec that I have never played before, and I'm just trying to understand like what are the basic talents and like rotation for general purpose play. You can see, like, Light Blinded Vanguard, I was looking at specific talent choices and trying to understand, like, okay, why are people running this particular talent over another one? But I didn't bother looking at all of the other talents because I just know the basic Prot Warrior setup that 99% of people run in all circumstances. But if I was brand new to Prot Warrior, I might look up one of those guides as a way to get, like, a basic understanding of, okay, why do Prot Warriors take, for instance, anger management? Why is anger management so good, and why is it run in 100% of builds? And there might be some blurb on the Wowhead guide that explains, like, hey, getting cooldown reduction on Shield Wall and Avatar is obscenely powerful, and that's why you should always take anger management. And it might explain things about how like Shield Slam is currently a very large part of your damage rotation, and that you should prioritize fishing for resets. Basic things like that kind of I already know. But if you are looking to really optimize your play, then really those guides don't have much to offer you. I often find that their information is incredibly shallow. Sometimes they will just outright refuse to give you information and will say that you need to sim yourself or check logs, which is kind of a blessing and a curse, right? Because on one hand, I know some people get pissed off about that, but also they aren't wrong. I almost respect the guides who do that more than the ones who don't, because if a guide writer is really well informed, they are better able to tell you, hey, I am not the source that you should be using for this information. You should be going somewhere else to get a more accurate reflection of what people are really playing. And like I said, Wowhead may not be the best source for that. But anyways, as you can see, we're now getting to high precision sims, and I still have 528 combinations to go. This is going to take some time, so I'm going to pause the recording, and we'll come back and see what the end result of the sims are. Okay, so even in the time it took me to go and make coffee, it still is only about 43% through the sim. Now, here's the thing. I've spent most of the past, like, 5 hours, which all the recording and stuff you've seen has been like chipping away at like 5 minutes here and there, and then I'll pause, and a lot of that time has been spent discussing with my co-tank and my raid leader, preparing for Crown of the Cosmos, primarily because the moment Light Blinded Vanguard dies, which frankly was supposed to be last night, but the moment it's dead, we're going to immediately go into Cosmos, so obviously we want to have a good idea on how to do that fight on Mythic. Where is it? Yeah, Lyria over here. Want to make sure that we have that planned out, and we do. We have like a solid idea on what we should be doing. So that was a lot, figuring out the strategy and stuff, and reviewing VODs, and planning our defensives and taunt swaps, and blah, 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 blah. That's just obviously something you need to do at a high level before you go into a raid. You can't just kind of go in and YOLO it. So that has been a big chunk of things that I've been doing today, in addition to just reviewing Light Blinded Vanguard stuff, which admittedly, I don't really think a lot of the stuff was on tanks. It was mostly just some healers were struggling. So that should die, and that's been, like, most of my time. So right now, we raid in an hour, and I have to be, like, in Discord and stuff in 30 minutes or so. I don't have time to run keys. So I've discussed all this about, what should I be spending my time doing and whatnot. That's going to be, like, tomorrow. It's going to be after Paladins dies. We're not going to kill Crown of the Cosmos tonight. Like, not even close. There's a lot to prog on that fight. It's not, like, the hardest thing ever, but it's still definitely a, multi-night boss. And I will still have plenty of time over the next 2 days before our next raid night to get some good M+ runs in. So it'll be good to know, like, okay, this is what I should be prioritizing so that I have as much gear as possible before we go into that. And that being said, I have 30 minutes. What can I do with 30 minutes? Well, I guess I could try to pug either Heroic Voracious or a normal Chimeras. Now, I was thinking about potentially doing normal Bellerin, because my guild did Heroic Bellerin in our split runs. Midnight Falls is, like, there's just not enough information. Obviously, Liquid killed this. Some other guilds have killed it. But not enough public logs are out there for people to reliably figure this fight out. It's one of those where, because this came out later, yes, it has good loot, but for, like, a guild like mine, there's just no real advantage to going in here and trying to, like, prog this fight to get some hero gear when we still have a lot to do on Mythic. So my raid leader basically said the plan for this is, if we kill Crown of the Cosmos really quickly, somehow, like on our Sunday raid night, and we have a lot of time left over, maybe we prog this. Most likely this is going to be like an optional, if you guys want to do it week 1, I'll throw something together for anybody who's around, because it's not all that important. And then even if we don't kill, then maybe we have more information for an actual raid night. We'll see. I don't really know. But also, he said he might do the same thing for normal. We just do a quick run on normal. Normal seems pretty easy. Most guilds I've looked at are one-shotting both Bellerin and Midnight Falls. Some, like, have a wipe or two, and then they get it. It shouldn't be too hard, but the trinkets even on champion track on normal are still pretty valuable. Definitely would be better. Like, remember when we looked at Bloodmallet, Umbral and Radiant Plume were up there. The only reason that we didn't actually see this reflected in logs is because this raid just came out, so most of the people who are progging Mythic Voidspire don't have these trinkets, right? Their guilds haven't done this yet. So what we're seeing on logs doesn't really accurately reflect the best options available based on sims, but they are still very good trinkets, and ideally I'd like to get one. I'm really unfortunate that in both of our split runs of Heroic Beleren, we did not see any plume trinkets, and they are pretty good for most specs, so that was a bit of a bummer. We overall had pretty terrible loot. Hoping that the same thing doesn't happen if we end up killing Midnight Falls, because there's also some very good loot here, but we'll see. And also, my raid leader did say that over the weekend, he'll try and help me set up a funnel for the Voracious Trinket on Heroic, so we can do, like, you know, an optional guild run where everybody goes in, and we don't bring any strength users other than guildies, just to try and guarantee that I get Heart of Ancient Hunger if it drops, because I'm like, since I had to reroll last second, I'm like the only person on our raid team who needs this trinket and doesn't have it, and as we saw in logs, it is quite good, so he said he'll help me with that, and Heroic is much more annoying to pug anyway, so I'm not going to do that right now. Obviously, should go without saying that we're entering territory that might not be the most applicable to you guys, but I do want to kind of show the entire gearing journey, even once you're in a guild, and this is my journey, right? This is what I'm doing. I'm just trying to make a video and share as much relevant information as possible out of it. If you feel that you really need Heart of Ancient Hunger, obviously you can try and pug it, but Heroic pugs, pretty much until later in the season, are kind of a shitfest, and I usually don't think they're worth spending much time on, but normal raid is pretty easy to pug. And with that being said, I think it's probably worth my time to try and get a Chimeras pug in. Now, the problem with a trinket like Gaze of the Allseer is everybody needs this. At least the Voracious Trinket is only strength users, so you won't have that much competition, usually. But yeah, I'm gonna have to compete with literally every single person in a random normal Chimeras run. So we'll see what I can do. I'm gonna try and find a group, and who knows? Maybe I get lucky. Alright, I did manage to find a group before too long. It is never a good sign when you join a group and there's that many skeletons on the ground. For normal Chimeras? Oh, dear lord. Oh, god. And, well, it dropped! Am I gonna win it? Almost certainly not. Somebody already rolled a 90. I mean, you never know. You never know. I could hit the biggest roll of my life. Oh, I got second? Yeah. It's unfortunate that I didn't really manage to get any better option on my character, but that being said, Gloom Splattered Dreadscale, I keep saying splattered. Gloom Spattered? Yeah. Spattered versus splattered, whatever. Spattered Dreadscale is still a solid trinket, especially for Paladins. Paladin's probably the best fight to use that thing on. And other than, I guess, Veilgore and Ezrak is probably the best possible boss to use this trinket on, even though it drops this trinket, just because of all the Void Orbs that you can snipe this on. It does cap at 5 targets, but it still does a lot if you're trying to nuke down the little Void Orbs. I use it on my Blood DK for whenever we kill Veilgore and Ezrak. But, you know, all that being said, I'm fine with this trinket. We could definitely kill the boss with this. It's just, the way that my brain works is I always like to try and optimize as much as I possibly can. And, every little advantage that I can possibly get, I try to get. I definitely wouldn't have felt good if I didn't at least try to pug normal Chimeras before raid. I was going to try and do Voracious, but like I said, my guild leader wants to do that over the weekend, so I guess I'll just wait. We'll go in, kill Paladins with what I have, and then over the weekend I can make further adjustments to try and super min-max my character. Also, in the time that it took me to do that pug, my sim has completed. So if I look here, I can see that most of my stuff is the same. So in this case, the simulation wants me to do... You can see here, like, it shows all the different combinations. A lot of these are extremely minor. We are literally talking less than 1% of difference. But it does want me to run Widow's Kiss over my other ring. So my high mastery ring, I'm instead taking a higher haste mastery ring. So basically, same overall stats, but a little bit more balanced towards haste. It wants me to keep the versatility ring enchants on, but in basically all cases, it has me using Flawless Deadly Peridot. So high haste, low crit. Basically, I'm dropping a little bit of verse and mastery, and I'm getting a little bit more haste and crit, which, based on what we saw from all of the different logs, seems to be the play. But you can see here that, like, it really doesn't mean that much. Like, there's a lot of different combinations in here that were within, like, 0.1% difference. And, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. But I'll make the changes, I'll switch around the gems, and otherwise, I think I'm ready. I'll probably go rewatch the Paladins and Cosmo videos one last time, just to prep, just to have it fresh in my memory, and then we go in and we blast. Alright, hello. I am recording this from the future. Woo! Because when I first crafted my item on my warrior, it was right before raid. I didn't really have time to sit down and explain exactly what I'm doing. So I'm going to walk you through my process for crafting a different item, because crafting in the current version of WoW is kind of complicated. Once you understand, like, the fundamental principles of it, it's not that bad. There's just a lot of, like, things that you need to understand before you get into it, and if you don't, it is very easy to fuck up and to accidentally waste resources that you should have wanted to spend on something else. So if I talk to this NPC, Arna, right-click her, open this up, there are a lot of different options on this list that I can choose from. I can make a weapon, I can make armor, and within this, there's a lot of different things. So Miscellaneous, you'll see there's, like, different shields and rings and Darkmoon deck trinkets, and if I go to leather, there's a lot of different armor pieces. There's a bunch of these different, like, regular standard armor pieces. Then we go down here, and look, there's all these, like, fancy effects and stuff. So how do I know what I should be crafting? Well, that one is simultaneously very simple and very complicated. The complicated answer is, like, it's basically impossible for you as an individual to figure out what you should be crafting. The easy answer is that there's a lot of good third-party resources in World of Warcraft that will tell you exactly what you should be crafting. Alright, so this is just one example of many. You can see I've pulled up the Brewmaster Wowhead guide here, just because I know this one is good. I know the person who writes this. This is fairly accurate. And you can see that it recommends a lot of different things. The problem with guides like this is that they're inherently going to vary depending on who writes it. So in this case, like I said, I know who writes this guide, I know that they are an experienced Brewmaster player, and I know that these are accurate recommendations for what you should be doing. And there are a lot of Wowhead or Icy Veins guides that will have good information and will tell you the right things to craft, and I have also read some that are just really terrible and give absolutely awful recommendations. So this is why it's a little bit tricky. I would say you should probably check a bunch of different resources. You should also check logs. So that's something I'm going to show you in a moment. You can see what the actual top players are running. Because oftentimes I'll look at a guide, it'll say, craft XYZ item. I look at all of the top logs and Raider.io like keys and stuff from all the top players of the spec, and none of them are running the recommended crafts. They're doing something completely different, and eventually I find a different guide that explains why that actual craft that is best, and it's just missing from the first thing I looked at. You know, you never know with stuff like this, which is why I am not going to give you exact recommendations. I'm going to talk vaguely about general best practices, and then I'm going to give you this specific example of a craft that I know is best because it's one of the specs that I play. So in this case, Brewmaster Monk. Now they say the very first thing that you should craft is a weapon. Which one you craft doesn't matter. They're just like saying whichever one you're able to get. Functionally, both of these items will end up being the exact same. Early on in the season, I think this was inaccessible because it required a pattern from the raid, but by the time you're watching this, these should be comparable in price. And they're saying, you should do it with a Darkmoon Sigil of Void. This, I think, is like, there's an explanation here. I don't necessarily know if you need to use Darkmoon Sigil of Void. There are a lot of people also using Darkmoon Sigil Hunt. I think Hunt gives more stats on average, but Void gives always versatility, which is always going to be good for Brewmaster specifically. The main downside specifically for Darkmoon Sigil Hunt is that if it gives haste, which a decent amount of enemies you fight will, then that is kind of worthless on a Brewmaster. But in most cases, from what I've seen, people who craft early weapons put Darkmoon Sigil Hunt on it. So, take that with a grain of salt. I think that they probably should have mentioned that in this guide, because I do think there is a case to be made for both of them, but whatever, it's a fine recommendation. And the main thing that they say here, which is true, is that for the vast majority of specs, if you do not have a good weapon, then getting a crafted weapon, which can go up to 285 item level, is pretty much the best thing that you can be doing early on with your myth crests. Especially if you're not getting into mythic raiding, then you're not going to have a lot of myth track gear unless you get it from a mythic plus great vault, which means that you're not going to have a lot of things to spend your myth crests on other than 285 crafts. So early on, the things that you craft will end up being your highest item level pieces, most likely, and your weapon being high item level is the most important thing for early power, which is why you can see here they say early crafts. I actually like the way that they've structured this. I assume best in slot crafts will say making a weapon is not worthwhile, because in the case of Brewmaster, they do mention this here. Obviously, the Wowhead tooltip is wrong for some reason, but this weapon can go up to 289 if you get it off Mythic Voracious, which is a very early boss, and it has good stats. So long-term, Brewmasters will want this as their best in slot, and if you plan on doing even early Mythic raiding, it shouldn't be too hard to get this polearm. So long-term, you're probably not going to use this. And then another reason for that is because in the case of Brewmasters, Loa Worshipper's Band, which is, as you'll see in a bit, the item that I have crafted on my Brewmaster, is very good. And there are some quirks with this particular item. I will go over it very briefly. I think they explain it down here. This effect is limited, blah, blah, blah. And then... Okay, this I disagree with. They say do not worry about trying to optimize them. If you are running this ring, you definitely should be trying to optimize this. So this means that if you are using Loa Worshipper's Band, which as a Brewmaster you probably will be, you should only be using Critical Strike gems in your gear, and then you should be balancing out your versatility somewhere else. And that is something that if you are crafting this ring, you should be keeping in mind. And now, scrolling back up, you'll notice another thing they say is that this Masterwork Cinderai Amulet, you could craft this with a Stabilizing Gemstone Bandolier. This is also something that I have done on my Brewmaster Monk. Notably, because I've seen some people confused about this will double the effect of all of your jewel crafting embellishments. This only affects a quote-unquote jewel crafting embellishment. It does not just double all effects. There have been some things in previous expansions that double various effects, like the ones that you put on weapons. This is not the case anymore. Something like Darkmoon Sigil of the Void is an inscription embellishment. It is not a jewel crafting embellishment, and this will not work with it. So make sure you're keeping that in mind. But this is the combo that I am personally running on my Brewmaster. So it is a good recommendation, but also because I'm in a Mythic Raiding guild, I knew that there was a good chance I'd be able to get Inescapable Reach before, well, I swapped to Prot Warrior. That is why I personally chose not to craft a weapon. But there's a very good chance that this is the #1 priority craft for you as a Brewmaster Monk, and that might be the case for whatever spec you're playing. Now, if we look here, what do they say for best in slot crafts? Okay, yeah, pretty much what I expected. They take the weapon off because it's assuming that later on you will be able to get a guaranteed myth-track weapon. These are your two best options. This one I haven't seen recommended. I guess this must just be... yeah, it has crit verse, so that's good. And I guess on very high target AoE, maybe there is some case to be made for this. Personally, I don't think this is worth crafting, but if there is maybe a niche situation, then I guess it's good that they've put it here under optional Mythic Plus. But I think for the vast majority of people, especially if you're watching this video, then yeah, you would want to stick with the #1 and #2, because keep in mind, right, embellishments can only have 1 out of 2. So if you see here, I am using the combo that it recommended. I'm using a Gemstone Bandolier on my necklace, and I'm using Loa Worshipper's Band. Now, I will note, by the way, that my jewel crafting socketed stuff is actually not ideal. I actually have all the different colors in here, which is why I'm saying, speaking from experience, you do not want to do this. The only reason I haven't bothered changing it is because I haven't really been playing this character much, since I'm mostly playing my Prot Warrior at this moment in time. But if I were to play my Brewmaster again, I would buy some new gems and change that up and resim my character. But you can see here that at the top of this item, it says Unique Equipped Embellish 2. Now you can have as many crafted items as you want, provided you have the Sparks of Radiance required to make them. You get one of these every week, and you need 2, usually, to craft an item. Certain things like weapons will require 4. But as long as you have the Spark, you can craft and wear any amount of crafted items. You can have a crafted item, theoretically, in every single gear slot. Obviously, you don't want to do that because you still want things like trinkets and tier set bonuses, etc. But you can, in theory, do that. You can only, though, have 2 embellished items. Crafted items, generally speaking, are just big piles of stats at a fixed item level. So in this case, 285 is the maximum that you can go. But embellished items are the ones with special effects. Now, an important thing to acknowledge here is that there are different types of crafted items. There are some, like the Low Worshipper's Band, that are always embellished. So if it has a special effect like this, or the belt that you just saw under the Brewmaster Guide, then you can only ever wear it in that exact form. You cannot wear an unembellished 285 version of the Lower Worshipper's Band. So, for instance, I can't just wear this as an unembellished crit mastery ring. That's not possible. For me to use this item, I need to always have this active embellishment. That is not always the case for other crafted items. So if I look here under crafted orders, you remember earlier it said you can craft a weapon early on in the season. Now the reason why it's okay to potentially waste a craft on that is if I wanted to wear Blood Knight's Impetus as, I don't have the sparks to demonstrate this, but if I wanted to wear this as a 285 weapon, I could. Because even if I put some sigil on it and gave it a special unique embellished effect, so if I later on wanted to clear the embellishments on this item, I could use this thing, Lucky Keychain, which it has flavor text, grants your equipment +1 sparkle. This is just like a placeholder to say, this item used to be embellished, but it no longer is. And so you can wear basically a naked version of this item at 285 with just the stats, just the power of the item without any of the special effects. If you put them on here, you would need to recraft the item, which we'll talk about in a second, but you could do that. And if you need to get a Lucky Keychain, it's made by engineers, so it's pretty cheap, I think. You can just go to the auction house, buy it, and then you'll slot it into your item. In fact, here, just to give you a visual example, if I hop on my Brutosaur, Lucky Keychain, go over here to the auction house, I buy this. You can see it's pretty cheap, 119 gold. Now, my necklace, as I said earlier, has the Gemstone Bandolier, but this is just a regular item that has an optional embellishment placed onto it. I'm not going to actually go through the process because I want to keep my necklace, but let's say I did want to do a different embellishment. I could go over here, start recrafting order, select this, I'd pick my necklace, and then I would, under the Gemstone Bandolier, click Lucky Keychain. And then the final thing would be it's no longer embellished, it's still, you would have to actually get it recrafted up to maximum quality, you need to find somebody who could do that. A note about recrafting, by the way, the quality of items that you put in here does matter. So your item can go down in quality if you use poor materials in the recraft and the crafter is not like skilled enough to get it up to the maximum. I've seen a lot of people not understanding how the quality system works. I would say, as a rule of thumb, always go with high quality materials, so like the gold sigil thing, instead of low quality, unless you're talking to a crafter who specifically says, I am able to make it with low quality materials. Which later on in the season might be the case if they have like everything maxed out in their profession skill tree. I'm not going to get into that for this video because you don't need to know that. Frankly, as the user of the crafting system, you just need to know basic principles of what do I need to do to get the item I want, and the crafter is the one who understands all the complicated math behind it. But generally speaking, if you're using low quality materials, you're not going to be able to get a max crafted item. And the price can sometimes be a little bit more expensive for the high-quality materials, but obviously it's worth it if you want to get the best item possible. And I would say if you're already investing gold into it anyways, you may as well want to get the best thing that you possibly can. Now, before I walk you through the process of actually getting something crafted, I just want to give a few more examples of resources that you should look at before you waste any of your valuable materials, because these are largely time-limited. So this is just an example, Chimeras, Brewmaster Monks. We just looked at the Brewmaster Monk guide, so now I'm going to show you the Brewmaster Monk logs, right? Which I said, if you want to get an idea of, hey, is this guide lying to me? What are the top players actually running? Well, you can see here that most of them are running this combination. Low Worshipper's Band and Stabilizing Gemstone Bandolier, including this guy over here at 14th spot. I don't know, this character seems familiar. I wonder why I chose this boss to look at logs. Definitely not flexing parses on the one boss that I still have a high parse on. I haven't actually been able to bring this character to reclear for a few weeks, so my parses have fallen a little bit, but I did get temporarily a rank 1, and it's still holding pretty well, even multiple weeks later, so kind of happy about that. But you can see, yeah, my character over here, you can look down at what I'm running, Low Worshipper's Bands and Masterwork Cinderai Amulet. Pretty cool. You can see that a lot of other people are running similar things. So if I look at this person over here, interesting. So this person is not running any of the recommended things. They're running this belt, which is a generic belt. They put crit verse on it. And they're running Arcana Weave Lining, which is another very popular enchant. Notably, this is not the recommended one from the Wowhead guide earlier. This is just another generic leather belt that happens to have crit verse on it, because they placed that on it. And they're running also boots with Arcana Weave Lining. Interesting. That is definitely a valid combination. They might have gotten really good rings. So you can see here they have a crit verse champion track ring, a crit verse hero track ring, crit verse necklace. So it's entirely possible that this Chinese person got really good jewelry early on, figured, it's probably not worth it for me to invest in these items. I'm going to instead fill up my weakest slots, which in this case might have been their belt and their boots, with two really solid, just general purpose embellishments. And at the current moment, Arcana Weave Lining, I would say, is considered to be the best generic embellishment to put in most of your slots if there's nothing specific that you need. You can see there's also a handful of people here running the recommended Darkmoon Sigil of the Void and Lower Worshipper's Bands. I'm curious if we can find anybody in the top parses running it. Now, most of the top parses, as you might imagine, have their best in slot weapon. This one, though. You can see this person did get that combination. They crafted a weapon with Void Glass Enchant, and they made a Lower Worshipper's Band. Yep, that seems good. And we can see that there's a few people who don't... This question mark means they just don't have a second embellished item, but they have at least a Low Worshipper's Band. Right now, my Prot Warrior does not have a second embellished item. I only have one cloak that you will be able to see me making at the end of this little segment here. And because I didn't have enough Myth Crests to justify crafting a second item, I just don't have anything else at the moment. Long term, I will want to have two embellished items, but I want to make sure that I don't spend 80 Myth Crests on my Prot Warrior crafting an item in a slot that I then get a replacement for later on, because that would be kind of a disaster. So in this case, because there is no obvious craft, and Prot Warrior doesn't have really anything specific that it wants other than this ring, but I actually have since gotten very good rings on my Prot Warrior, so kind of like the Chinese guy, I've decided, yeah, I'm not going to craft Lower Worshipper's Band, I'm going to use the rings that I have. So sometimes the best long-term play is to just hold on to your crests until you can make a better, well-informed decision. And I will at least acknowledge that there are some people who are running Darkmoon Sigil of the Hunt, which is the thing I mentioned earlier. I do think that for most players, this is a much better option. The only reason why I think most brewmasters, if they are crafting a weapon, are opting for this is because haste is basically a complete dud if you get Darkmoon Sigil of the Hunt, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it's not bad. You can see even within the top 100 on this boss, there are some people who are choosing to run it, and some are running Arcana Weave Lining on a generic slot, and then there's one person who is running this thing, Devouring Banding, which is also a decent embellishment. It's just usually less valuable than Arcana Weave Lining, so there's a reason why most people aren't choosing to go with this one. Alright, and just to give one final example, this is actually the Warrior class Discord. I checked the Monk one, but the Monk one actually just gives direct links to their guides where they give the crafting recommendations, which makes sense, because honestly, the crafting recommendations there were pretty good. But a lot of times, if you go to the class Discord, so in this case, I'm on the Protection Warrior channel of the Warrior Discord, the best place to find this usually is in the pins. This will vary, of course, a lot depending on the specific thing you're looking at. And we can see here, there is a very simple crafting gear prio pin from one of, I'm guessing, the warrior moderators. Craft a weapon first, so in this case it would be a one-handed weapon for a protection warrior. Craft a shield second, and then they do note that the first boss drops a shield. So very similar to the case with Brewmaster, where they're able to get a weapon off Erasius. In this case, well, if you get a shield off the first boss, which I did on my Prot Warrior, then you should definitely wait to see if that happens before you ever consider crafting a shield. So that is a good thing that they included there. They do kind of just get a cop-out here and say embellishments, item level upgrades, which I don't know. Yeah, they don't. They didn't really give much detail here. So that's the thing, right? Like, you might go to your class Discord, you might see this list and go, okay, well, that doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Like, embellishments, this is just concealing a lot of information. And in the case of Prot Warrior, I can tell you that it is more complicated, because obviously if you craft a weapon, you usually want to put Hunt on it. If you craft generic embellishments, In my case, I'm using Arcana Weave Lining, but you might personally choose to use Lower Worshipper's Band and do the thing I talked about earlier and only use Haste Gems, so they always hit a Killzon's Victory or the Capybara one. There's a lot that is contained within this single word. I'm guessing that if I went to one of the warrior guides, that it would have more information. Personally, I just looked at what the top players were running, and I made my decision based on that, because at this point in time, I played the game long enough to know how to look at logs and extract relevant information from what I'm seeing. But if you are brand new to the game and you're not as good at reading logs, then you might want to just look at a guide and have it give detailed recommendations, not something basic like this. But yet another example, I just wanted to demonstrate that there are resources out there. And the last thing that I want to make abundantly clear here is that you should not feel like you need to rush to craft something. You don't need to think, okay, well, I am at the stage of the video where Harland said that I need to be crafting an item, so I guess I must read over everything and force myself to craft something. If there is not an obvious choice for what you should be spending your crests on, the most important heuristic that I think you should always approach WoW gearing with in the modern era is do not do anything permanent that could waste valuable resources that you might need later on. Absolutely make sure that you never craft anything until you are completely certain that it is the best thing that you can be doing, usually before a relevant challenge. There's always going to be more information that you can get, more research that you can do, more stuff that you can run to potentially get other upgrades before you craft in a specific slot. But I would say in the case of Mythic Raiders, right, always do your crafts right before they are needed for progression. So in the case of my warrior, I did not craft any item until after my guild's full Mythic Reclear and we got to Mythic Light Blinded Vanguard. At that point in time, this is the difficult boss, this is what we are currently working on. That's when I go and I say, all right, with all of the information I have now, I am going to make the best possible item given the current situation. Thankfully, I did not manage to get a Mythtrack Cloak in my Great Vault. That would have been a bit of a feels bad moment, but if I had, it would have been like, fine, you know what, does it suck that I got unlucky and got a really good cloak in my vault that I now want to take? Sure, but I made the best possible decision in the moment with the information that I had, and there's really not a lot more you can do than that. But definitely do not do anything early. Do not feel like I am forced at this stage to craft a weapon. If you think, well, I don't know, I might want to continue doing a few low keys, continue farming delves and stuff to get a better item, and maybe if I craft a weapon and I get a weapon out of my Delver's Bounty, I would kind of feel bad about that, and that would just sour my mood or something, well then don't craft, right? Just wait. I'm teaching you now, but you should definitely wait until you feel absolutely comfortable with what you are crafting until you do that. I think that is very important to say because I've spoken to a lot of people who get really stressed out with the current crafting system because of how permanent it is with its time-gated currency, and definitely do not do anything that you feel you would regret later on. So, with that being said, obviously, this character I have already crafted a Lower Worshipper's Band and a Masterwork Cinderai Amulet. Now, if I were doing my first craft, I would follow all of the exact things that I just discussed earlier, and that is what led me to this decision. What I am now going to craft on my Brewmaster Monk is another item, because in this case, I have a bunch of sparks left over. You can see I have 3. And I'm not going to craft a weapon. I actually already have a Mythtrack weapon just sitting here that I got off Chimeras. Pretty bad stats for Brew, unfortunately, but I would probably use this if I was actively playing my Brewmaster in like higher keys and stuff. I'm hoping that I just get a better option before that day comes, but whatever. Point being, I'm not going to craft a weapon. I'm happy with what I have at the moment. It's fine. Now, like I said before, there is a very real possibility that you might have 2 or more sparks, and there is nothing valuable to spend it on. It's just not worth crafting in any slot. You are risking wasting your crests. That is not the case here, and I'll talk about why, but if that were the case, I just wouldn't craft anything right now. I'm not crafting something because I feel I need to spend these Sparks of Radiance. I need to use them to make my character stronger. If that's going to screw me in the long run, then that would be a bad decision. In this particular case, I am trying to get my Brewmaster up to 276 item level, or at least 276 minimum in every single slot, because that would allow me to get an account-wide achievement for a Crest discount. This is a little bit more complicated. It will be discussed in more detail later in the video. I'm just letting you know my methodology going into this. So I am looking to craft something in a slot that gives me overall item level, but doesn't conflict with a tier slot, because ideally you want to keep your tier slots open. There are some niche scenarios where you might want to craft in a tier slot. My co-tank, for instance, has 4 myth track pieces of tier, and he crafted a 285 chest piece because he knows he will not be using tier in that particular slot. He is a high-level mythic raider, and I'm sure he thought very carefully before making that decision, and he decided, yes, this is the best possible thing that I can do to help with progression, but you should almost never be crafting in any of these slots. Helmet, shoulders, chest, gloves, pants. If you have a potential to get a higher item level tier piece in one of those slots, you are just really running the risk of disaster here and crafting an item, immediately getting a tier piece in that slot, and then just hating your life, because now you have to choose between one of your embellished items or a tier piece, and that is never a fun decision to be forced into making, which is why you just shouldn't do it in the first place. You should, generally speaking, always send your crafts in a non-tier slot, which usually translates into belts, boots, cloak, or bracers. Because in those cases, there aren't really any special items that you can get for those slots. Sometimes there are, like at the end of last expansion, we had the Reshi Wraps. So in the case of the Reshi Wraps, well, you weren't able to make something in your cloak slot. So that limited your crafting options to belts, boots, or bracers, except boots, last season as well, there were a special cantrip boots, the Soul Hunter's boots. So the vast majority of players were forced to craft in their belt or their bracers, which that was a bit of an annoying season because our crafting slots were very limited, and it felt really, really bad if you ever got something like bracers or belt out of your Great Vault, because in most cases, that's where you wanted to put your crafting item. Thankfully, right now, that's not really the case. I can't think of any great examples of like really special cloaks, bracers, belts, or boots in the current season that you might want to use, but definitely there's nothing as mandatory as the 2 examples I just gave. So I've seen most players run some combination. Earlier we saw there was that Chinese guy who did boot and belt, I believe, were his 2 crafts. And in that case, yeah, that might be your best possible option. Now, for me personally, I happen to get this cloak out of my Great Vault, 276, so that's pretty good. I also got this belt with a socket when we did Mythic Saltheril. So I have 2 myth pieces in those gear slots already, which means that I'm limited to either putting a crafted item in my boots or in my bracers. Now, because my bracers are champion track, it should be pretty obvious to you as a viewer where I am now planning to craft my item, but going into this week, I actually wasn't sure. It just so happened that I looted these boots off a Mythic Plus, and because they were pretty good stats, right, high crit, low mastery, I figured, okay, I will spend my hero crests on upgrading these boots, and then I will choose to craft bracers at 285 to cover this particular slot. I have done an obscene amount of Mythic Plus dungeons, and I have not gotten a single pair of hero track bracers. Sometimes you're just unlucky, is what it is. Even in the other slots I need to upgrade, like my tier slots, I have 263 here. I could get an upgrade from Mythic Plus, but at least I have hero track gloves, but yeah, no such luck for the bracers. So after a lot of M plus grinding, I just said, screw it, I'm gonna craft in the slot. I have the myth crests, I might as well use them. So I am going to go over here to armor. I'm going to go down to leather, and I'm going to sort to wrist. Now, you can see there's 3 different options here. Wrists are a bit of a unique one because they have this one. I'll talk about this in a second. But there's a lot of slots that have a generic slot here. So Silvermoon Agents is the generic name for the leather gear. And then there's this one, Row Walker's Deflectors. And this has a special set bonus on it. Now, historically speaking, these set bonuses have been really, really, really bad. The vast majority of people do not craft the set bonus items, they just craft a generic piece and then they apply an optional embellishment to it. Now, that being said, I think this season is maybe the first time when I have seen somebody running the set bonus, the male set bonus. Now, you should still do all the research that I just talked about, but I do want to at least give a disclaimer that they are not always worthless. This male set bonus, the Root Warden's Regalia, a lot of male wearers in my raid have been crafting this set. And you can see there's 3 options here. So there's Root Slippers, Bark Clasp, or Trunk Plate. Trunk Plate, I'm assuming, is a chest piece. Yeah, the name just reads as this is a chest piece. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of them are crafting Boots Belts, because, as I said, generally speaking, you want to do crafts in either Cloak, Bracers, Boots, Belt, like one of those. So the fact that this set, from what I've seen, is very powerful, and can give you 2 crafts in non-tier slots, makes it a really good option for, I believe, hunters and maybe shamans, but I don't know that for sure. I have seen them running it, though, so I wanted to at least acknowledge that those set bonus items are not always worthless. They're just usually worthless. And I don't think I've seen anybody running this thing. Every 30 seconds, you capitalize on your next critical strike. Yeah, I have no clue what this thing does, but it doesn't seem very good, and from every single sim that I've looked at, it is not even on there, so nobody's even bothering putting it in the same category. So generally speaking, avoid these items unless you see them specifically mentioned on your guide, which, if you're a mail wearer, maybe you will. There's also another small problem, right, where if you look at this set, the insurance item is a chess piece, and there are also hands, so Rowwalker Swift Grips. At least 2 out of 3 of the required items for this set are tier pieces, or at least in a tier slot. So if you wanted to get that 2-set bonus, which you are only ever crafting these to get the 2-set bonus, then one of those is forced into a tier slot, which is not great for all the reasons that I've already discussed, which is yet another point against this, which was not the case for the mail set, which is probably one of the reasons that pushed it over the edge into being a top craft for hunters and shamans, presumably. But back to what I was saying before. In this case, we're pretty much always going to take the Silvermoon Agent's deflectors. Now, I will at least touch upon the Aetherloom bands. There are certain slots, I believe it is Bracer's Helmet, I think, can also do this. Yeah, Aetherloom Optics. This one requires you to actually be an engineer to use. But in these particular slots, you can craft a special version of Bracers that only has one stat. So you can see it says plus 73 of a random stat. If you put missives in here, in this case it's a different item, by the way, you have to put a cogwheel to choose the stats of your item, whereas normal items like the Silvermoon Agent's deflectors will use a missive to determine the stats, but these will always have a combination of secondaries. Now, sometimes there are like rounding differences, so in this case, because of the way that the numbers are rounded, this gives 72 total secondary stats, where this gives 73 secondary stats. Oh my god, it gives you one more secondary stat. This might not even be the case at higher item levels. Depending on how it is rounded at 285 item level, this might give one less secondary. I'm not entirely sure. It could be the same. I would not say that is a relevant factor in determining whether you should pick this one or this one. For most specs, I think you, generally speaking, don't want to do the engineering ones, and you want to do one of these, and like in the case of Brewmaster really likes crit, but they also want to have a balance of crit, verse, and mastery. Crit is like their best option, but versatility and mastery are still important. You don't want to go all in on one stat. There are some specs that do want to go all in on one stat, but they are generally the exception, not the rule. Fire Mages last season being a very notable example where they only ever wanted haste. So if you've done enough research to say, hey, my spec only wants haste, not sure if that's the case for anybody right now, maybe you craft one of these, you put a cogwheel that guarantees that it always has haste, so this thing, greased cogwheel. Also keep in mind, these also have different embellishments that you can place on them. So you can have like this thing, it's like a flamethrower, this does 5 big booms, which I can't believe they put that as an embellishment. There's a bunch of like different things on here that you're able to apply to the engineering recipes, and if we go to this one, the Silvermoon Agent's Deflector, it cannot hold the same ones. It has stuff like Arcana Weave Lining, which is what most people are using, so that is another thing to consider why you might not want to do the engineering craft, and you probably, in most cases, should be doing the regular one. But I am acknowledging it because in this case, right, this is my 3rd crafting item. I cannot put an embellishment on this piece, no matter what I do. It's always going to be just a generic flat pile of stats at 285 item level. So if I wanted to, I could craft this with pure crit. And functionally, it would not be any different. And because there are very rare situations where you might want to do that, I figure it's worth addressing. And in this case, I have already purchased all of the items that I need, but I will walk through this. You can see the reagent value. I believe this is an add-on that's calculating it for me. It's looking at the auction house pricing and averaging it out. But there's a bunch of different things you can get. You can see I've also gotten all of the highest quality materials, touched upon that earlier, but just to reiterate, you should always go for high quality, especially if it's not a crafter that you know. So for this example, I'm going to be looking for a random crafter in trade chat, but if I were to say, get this crafted from somebody in my guild, and they said, hey, I can do it with low quality materials, I could save a little bit of gold. Now, in addition to all of these items, which you will need to purchase these off the auction house in case that isn't obvious, you will need the required amount of sparks. In this case, I have 3, but because it's bracers, it only requires 2. Just to quickly show you, if I were to make a 2-handed weapon, so if I wanted to make Blood Knight's Impetus, this would require 4 sparks. In this case, because it is a 2-handed weapon, so if I wanted to instead make a 1-handed weapon, then that only requires 2 sparks, because obviously having 2 different weapons should equate to the same amount of sparks as a 2-hander. But okay, so I've put in the required amount of sparks, and we go down here. For our embellishment, this is where we would add it if I wanted to. I actually could add this lucky keychain. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't actually add any recipe difficulty. I'm not going to do that just because I don't want to confuse the person crafting my item, but you can, if you want to, I suppose, add sparkle to all of your generic pieces of crafted gear, just for flavor. Now, one thing I will do is, for customizing the secondary stats, Brewmaster really likes Critical Strike and Verse, so I'm going to put this missive here. It does slightly increase the recipe difficulty, but only by 5. Take my word for it, that's not a meaningful difficulty increase. If somebody can't do it because you're specifying this, they are a bad crafter, and you should not trust them with your item anyways. So I would say you should always specify the stats that you want. It is just always going to be a better idea. And now, if I wanted to get it crafted at 285, I would need to infuse it with power. I've been talking generally about how you want to craft 285 myth-track items, so if I set this at like 5 stars and I hover over this, 285, it's what we've been talking about. I will quickly note that it is technically possible to make hero-crafted items. You should never, ever, 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 ever do this. This is just a waste of your hero crests. There are far better things that you can be spending these on, like actual upgrades. If you're going to spend crests crafting an item, you may as well do it with myth crests, because this is something that you will basically never replace. I might replace these bracers in like 2 months at the very end of a season, when I am full 289 in all other slots, and bracers are the only things that I have left to get. But this is basically the second best possible item that you can get for the entire season, whereas you can very easily get multiple items at 276 hero very early on, and this only gets you up to 272. So this is a waste. Now you might be thinking, well, what if I don't have enough myth crests? If, let's say, I got a weapon off one of the early bosses, I spent all my myth crests on upgrading my weapon, but I really want to get my embellished item. Well, you have 2 options. 1, just wait, right? Don't do anything. Do not send these crafts until you are absolutely sure. Just to reiterate again, because I've seen so many people waste their crafts, do not waste limited materials. So never do this, no matter what, but even if that is the case for you, just craft it without crests, right? This is an option as well. You can just craft this item at 259, just using your sparks. If you recraft this item later, you don't need to put in more sparks. You can just recraft it, spend a bit more gold on getting the materials again, and then you can add the myth crests. This doesn't waste any resources. Is this worth doing? Probably not, because if you're in a situation like the one I described, where you need to spend your myth crests and you're not sure and you want to get a second embellishment, like, just don't worry about it. Just put on whatever highest item level piece you have in that slot. Embellishments are good, but they are not worth so much that you should be spending limited resources to try to get 2 of them on your gear ASAP. The reason why embellishments are good is because they're effectively free power. You're getting a very high item level piece, and then you have a bonus effect on top of it that costs nothing. It's effectively costing you later on 4 item levels, which is the difference between a 285 crafted item and a 289 max upgraded myth item. But even in those cases, the embellishment is usually still barely worth it, and before that, it is just free. You're getting power for absolutely nothing. But if you are crafting something at only 259, which is far below the 266 that you can very easily get by just running Mythic Plus, well then you are actually sacrificing item level to gain power. And in most cases, you're actually losing power. So don't do that. So again, never ever ever do this. Never spend hero crests. But if you're going to craft without spending myth crests, just craft baseline, like this, without any crests put in this slot. That is a thing you can do, especially very, very early on, like week 1 of a season. I did this with my Lower Worshippers band. I went into raid with a 259, and then later on, I spent myth crests, I recrafted this, and now it's 285. That is the only situation where you should ever do this, and you should never do this, just to be abundantly clear. But okay, I wanted at 285, I'm going to put the myth crests in, and now I need to send the order. And now I need a crafter. And this is the annoying part, right? So, obviously, elephant in the room, right? I'm in a guild. There's a lot of people in my guild who can craft this if I ask them. If I put in my guild's Discord right now, hey, can anybody do leather wrists? Within like an hour, somebody would probably say, oh, I could do it. And I can throw the order to them, and they'd be able to handle it. Most of you will not be able to do that, so I'm going to do what I would otherwise do. And I'm going to go over to trade chat. I actually closed this a little early. So I'm going to put the bracers back where they were. I'm going to simulate on a personal order, right? You can do this drop down, personal order. I'm going to put this at minimum quality 5. And now if I hover over this item up here, the displayed tooltip, it shows the thing that I want to craft. A 285 pair of bracers with critical strike and versatility. So now I'm going to go to trade chat. I'm going to type looking for crafter. And then I'm going to shift left click this item up here. And that puts it in chat, like so. That's like how you link items in chat, if you're unaware of that. I'm going to hit enter. And now we wait. That's it. Now you hope that there's like some Chinese bot that is scrolling through trade chat that immediately sends a message. This character is on a bit of a lower pop server, so it's probably going to take some time. Alright, somebody said, I don't think I have enough concentration, which, complicated profession thing, don't worry about it. This is like a way to guarantee high-level crafts. And they said, if you send it to my alt, I will let you know. So, I'm going to tip my usual of 420.69. Perfect tip. And I'm also, make sure you put minimum quality 5 stars. You definitely don't want somebody messing it up. It is weird sometimes, like it says, if I hover over it, only 259. I'm going to type sent, and if I hover over it here, you can see it's the correct amount. The crafting window sometimes doesn't display properly. It can be a little bit confusing. Alright, it looks like that guy was not able to fill my craft, as he suspected, so back to square one, I have to post again. This is the joys of playing on a dead server. Most stuff in World of Warcraft these days is cross-server. The crafting system is not, unless you're in a guild. If you're in a guild, you can craft cross-server. Alright, Nunu Boulder Fist can craft our item. So, I'm going to do wrist, do this, spark, and... Oh! Oh, he's... Yeah, the audacity. So I usually, if it's like during like peak hours, like before raid, I often will tip like 2 to 5k gold, something in that range, which I think is like on the upper end. I think that tipping anything more than that, unless it's like a very rare recipe, is absurd. Asking for a 7k tip, if that's not a tip, that's a fee. That is... yeah, never mind. Back to trade. I just refuse to give that guy a 7k tip. That is absurd. Alright. RC Cola Maev says, I got you. I'm going to be a bit more generous and give them 2,500. It's like random dead time, right? So, not my usual 5k tip if it's right before raid and I desperately need a crafter. And I'll type sent, so that they know. Notably, by the way, most of these crafts, if somebody has maxed out professions, they are literally pressing a button. Certain crafts, especially early on when people don't have high skill levels, they will need to spend what is called concentration. So if you ever see somebody saying, I need to spend concentration like that earlier guy, I need to check if my alt has enough concentration, that means that they are using a limited currency of theirs to craft your item. So in that case, a quote-unquote tip is usually, like, good. It's nice, because they are using a limited resource, you are paying them for that limited resource. But later on, if somebody has properly invested into their crafts, then they are literally pressing a single button to craft your item, and an important thing to keep in mind, if crafters ever try to gaslight you into saying, like, oh, my services, or blah, 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 they actually get money when they craft something. Even if I paid that guy nothing, which I was nice, I gave him 2.5k, I'm going to say thank you, right? We can get our item here. Even if I had paid him nothing, there is a stat on crafting called resourcefulness, where whenever they craft an item, even somebody else's item, they have a chance to get some of the materials used back, completely for free. So if that procs, which if they're optimizing their crafting properly, they should have it proc every so often. They are getting free money out of just pressing a button. And especially just a tip like that, that guy just made 2.5k for pressing a single button. That is just a good deal for him. And that other guy, because he was greedy, got nothing. So, yeah, unlucky for him. He should not have led with a 7k tip for a random pair of bracers. That is obscene. Anyways, that covers just about everything important for crafting. As you can see here, right, I have now 3 crafted items on. Ooh. And I can wear this because it is not embellished. And this puts my monk one step closer to my goal. You'll notice even though I have 276 overall, I still don't have the account-wide discount because my gloves are still 263. They are not at the highest possible item level. So I will need to upgrade those before I can do anything else. One of the main things I wanted to touch upon here is there's this elemental Voidcore thing. This is basically a bad luck protection system where the more of these you have, you'll be able to get rerolls on mythic raid bosses and stuff like that. I don't know exactly how it works at the time of recording. I'm going to see if I can test it on PTR. I'm not sure if they've enabled it. Worst case, I just cover it next week when it's actually out. But right now, on live servers, you can start making progress towards this. So you can see I now am at 4 out of 5. I can pick up this quest. There is like a catch-up mechanism, and it is account-wide. So you can see now I have to get 3 more elementary Voidcore shards. You have to kill raid bosses, do bountiful delves, or Mythic Plus dungeons. Obviously, doing delves is going to be the easiest thing to complete this if you're a bit behind. Alright, so once you've successfully gotten all of your elementary Voidcore quests done, which, again, you can do this as a catch-up. You don't need to do all of them week by week if you're starting later in the season. Turn this in, complete, and now our Voidforge thingy, whatever, is restored. There's another quest. Now, there are 2 different things you'll need to do. There is an Ascendant Nilhammer that apparently I need to unlock to upgrade my weapons and trinkets. So, this is one of those things where, apparently, they put this in the patch notes and they didn't properly explain that it's actually time-gated by another 4 weeks. Yay! So, I am not going to wait 4 more weeks to post this video just to show you how this thing works. So, I'm going to talk about this a little bit more at the end of the video, but I'm going to post little updates, sometimes full videos, sometimes unlisted videos, on my second channel, and they will all be linked in the description below. So if you're watching this later on, and you see a link down there, consider that like addendum knowledge. This is something that was added since this video was posted. It's relevant information. You can basically slap it on to the end of this monstrous video and watch that after the fact if you want to learn more. So I will definitely have at least a little video, probably just a short unlisted one, explaining how the Ascendant Nilhammer works. From everything I've read, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that complicated, but they haven't really given many details, and we never know until we test it and actually get footage. So I will definitely showcase some of that, but I'm, again, not going to wait an entire month to post this video just because they did yet another time-gating thing. Just that's classic Blizzard. Now for the other quest, this is what gives us our Nebulous Voidcore. So we get 2 of these from Decimus. I believe we have to, speak to him and then spend any of these currencies, 5,000 gold. That is outrageous that Blizzard expects you to do that. Yeah, compared to Voidlight Marl, this thing grows on trees. I'm not even going to look at how many Veteran Dawn Crests it wants me to use. I think you just always use Voidlight Marl for that. 5k gold compared to that is just an outrageous price. Like, it's not that much, right? I have more than enough gold, but a worthless currency or 5k gold, that's kind of a no-brainer. And now that I have these 2 Nebulous Voidcores, whenever I kill a dungeon or a raid boss, I can spend one of them to get a bonus reward. Alright, so I'm going to do a little bit of a narration here to explain overall how this system works, because it's a little bit complicated. Now, I've already shown you how to unlock the Voidforge and the Nebulous Voidcore bonus rolls. I have Blizzard's post pulled up here. So you can see building the Voidforge, this is what I explained. You'll need to collect the elemental void shards. I kind of touched upon this, but just to be clear, you can do the entire catch-up process just in one sitting. You will need to pick up the quest and go back and forth, so you can't just kill 3 bosses and get all of them done. You'll have to go there, do the first quest, kill 3 bosses, go back to the second quest, kill 3 more bosses, etc. But ultimately, this doesn't take too long to do. Also, I should note that since this is account-wide, I would imagine that the fastest way to go about unlocking this, if you're coming in late, would be to do Bountiful Delves on multiple characters. So you could go onto one character, do 3, turn it in. Go onto another character, do 3, turn it in, and just cycle between that. Obviously, that's if you're doing it all in one day. If you just wait across multiple days, you will eventually get extra Bountiful Delves, but it does need to be bountiful. You can't just run the same delve like Collegiate Calamity over and over in order to make progress on this. LFR raid bosses, I've heard, are a pretty fast way depending on the wing you choose, but I guess that's really dependent on the group that you get. But once you get all 6 of those quests done, as I showed, you get the Void Forge unlocked, and then you get the quest, which is the exact same thing for 4 more weeks to unlock the Ascendant Nilhammer. Now, as I said before, that is not unlocked yet on live servers. There's about 2 weeks left to go. I am going to, when that comes out, make a short video on my second channel, just discussing what that does, how it works. Honestly, I don't think it's very complicated. You can see they describe it here a little bit. This is the Ascendant Voidcores section. It's very vague. It's like flowery RP words. It does say you can imbue a weapon or trinket with additional power to increase its item level. There's been some data mined information where we think we know what the item level increase is, but until we see it on live servers, it's really impossible to say. So if you're watching this in like a month after the video comes out, I would say check the video description. I'll have probably a 5 to 10 minute video just giving you all the information you need to know specifically for this part, and that will be unlocked later on. And now, right now, everybody can do the Nebulous Voidcore thing, so this is the bonus roll catch-up system that I've been referring to throughout the video. Now, a few things to note on this. As you saw in-game before, I showed you how you actually unlock these bonus rolls. You have to pay a certain fee every single week to get 2, but it is a rolling cap, like with many things. So what's really nice about this is that later in the season, you can just walk up to Decimus and get probably like 10 or more bonus rolls, like a month from now. And then you'll have effectively 10 Mythtrack pieces guaranteed over a period of time. And that's what makes this system so obscenely broken. And I've had to chop up certain sections of this video that I recorded like a month ago when I was in the process of gearing my warrior, because this fundamentally breaks the dynamic of like endgame Mythtrack gear farming. Previously, if you were not Mythic raiding, the only way that you could reliably get Mythtrack gear is if you filled your Great Vault. But with how this works now, you can take these bonus rolls, you can go into a plus 10 keystone and get a Myth 1 out of 6 piece. And there's like bad luck protection in here. Obviously, I'm not going to read out exactly what's on screen. You can do this yourself. You have eyeballs. Pause the video if you want to see that. But there is a bad luck protection system implemented. It was bugged, notably early on, but it has been fixed, where once you get an item, it's removed from the loot table. So for me specifically, on my Blood Decay, the first week that I got my bonus rolls, I walked into Seat of the Triumvirate, and I used my bonus rolls there because I really wanted to get Voidclaw Gauntlets. I got really lucky. I ripped it off my very first bonus roll, which was kind of crazy. But if I had not done that and I had gotten another item, it would have been taken out so that every future bonus roll I used in that dungeon, Seat of the Triumvirate, would have a higher chance of hitting the item that I wanted. And the other really important thing is this. You can purchase Nebulous Voidcores from the Vault Keeper lady for the tokens. So that thing that I've talked about earlier when discussing the Great Vault, you can just buy a third Nebulous Voidcore every single week. But notably, the quality of the Nebulous Voidcore is fixed. Like, the currency itself is not dependent on what you actually get in your Great Vault. So what I am doing right now on all of my alts is I'm just getting a full delve vault of 8 delves completed on any difficulty, right? It could even be tier 1. And then at the end of the week, I just open my vault, I take the tokens, and I get a Voidcore. So every single week that I do that, I'm effectively getting a future Mythtrack piece for when I eventually start working on that character. You don't technically need to do this because you're already going to get so much gear just with the regular weekly Voidcore things. But if you do have a character that you're hoping to play in like a month, and you're not worried about getting it ready right now, then even if you just spend like 30 minutes every single week speedrunning a bunch of delves like the one we talked about earlier, the Collegiate Calamity variant, you can fill your vault, you can get a guaranteed third Voidcore every week, and that is absurdly powerful. So there were a few sections of this video that I recorded earlier on where I showcased my Great Vaults on a few characters, and I talked through a lot of the logic and decision-making that you should be going through when opening your Great Vault. But immediately after I record this section, I'm going to put in 2 clips of me opening my recent Great Vaults where I explain my new logic going through, and in essence, my new Great Vault logic is, unless you get a literal best-in-slot piece out of your Great Vault, you just always take the 6 tokens. Because obviously, yeah, if your Great Vault hits the exact thing that you're looking for, well, yeah, you take that, duh. But if you don't have many great options in your Great Vault, if it's not something that either gives you an immediate increase in power or could theoretically save you Crests later on, like for instance, some of my characters, I will get a random kind of crappy piece of gear that's at 279 because I've killed some of the later bosses in the Mythic Raid, and in that case, well, I could maybe argue for taking that item out of my Great Vault instead of just taking the bonus rolls, because if I take the bonus rolls and I use them in a Mythic Plus dungeon, then I'm only getting a 272 piece, so even though it's not ideal, technically getting the guaranteed Great Vault piece does save me some Myth Crests. That is something that you can consider. But other than those two particular circumstances, saving Crests or immediate upgrade / best in slot, you may as well just take the tokens, because at worst, the tokens are another generic 272 Myth piece, or, at best, they are the best in slot item that you wanted to see in your Great Vault. But it's even better than that, because recall that we have a bad luck protection system. So if you take that bonus token out of your Great Vault, even if it misses, and you get another dud, a piece of gear that you didn't really want, well, you have now further increased the chance that your next bonus roll will hit the thing that you want. So even if it doesn't generate you any immediate value, it is guaranteed to generate you more long-term value than just taking a generic piece of gear out of your Great Vault. This system is so difficult to talk about, which is why I've waited until the very end, because we've never had anything like this in World of Warcraft. This just fundamentally breaks the gearing dynamic that we've had for many, many years now. And when I started recording this video, I had no idea they were going to do this. I didn't realize it would be as powerful as it is now. So the funny thing about this is that, honestly, the best way to get caught up is to really just not play the game, or rather play the game for a super minimal amount over a longer period of time, like a month, and then just blast all of your resources, crests, bonus rolls, etc., to skyrocket your character straight into the endgame gearing process in the span of an entire week. And obviously, if you were really trying to be time efficient, like / playtime efficient, that's just what you do. You wouldn't need to worry about anything else. So a decent amount of the min-maxy things that I discussed throughout the course of this video only really applies if you're trying to jump into endgame content immediately, which, to be fair, might apply to a decent amount of people watching this. Obviously, it's not fun to join a game and say, all right, well, the best way to gear is to just do nothing for the next month. You want to get into the endgame content, you want to sink your teeth into that, so you might continue playing, you might farm more M+, etc. to really push yourself early on, and this stuff still works, even if you actively play that. It's just, you may end up farming for an item that you could just rip on Mythtrack from a bonus roll the very next week, so it makes it feel bad to farm like hero track versions of stuff in M+, when you could just get it on Mythtrack easily now. But another thing to keep in mind, and this is kind of the mentality that I've been trying to imbue throughout this entire video, is everything I've discussed is especially relevant for early season progression. And in my opinion, that's when WoW is the most fun. I really enjoy trying to optimize my character for like every last gain I can, so that I can progress as far as I possibly can. At the time of recording this particular segment, my guild has just finally killed Mythic Midnight Falls. We got World 56. It is the highest world rank that I've ever personally achieved, and I'm really happy about that. And if I hadn't done all of the things showcased in this video, I wouldn't have been able to do that. And frankly, that boss is going to get absolutely nuked from orbit by a million nerfs. Like, I don't know when, probably next week, but maybe like, I don't know how long they could keep this boss in its current state. It's really fucked. But I can now say that I have done Mythic Midnight Falls at least before all of the major nerfs. We did still a very hard version of that fight, and that's something that if you join in later in the season and use all these catch-up mechanisms, you usually can't say. So there is a trade-off to trying to be super time efficient with all of your gearing. So, like I said, I'm going to show you 2 clips of Great Vaults that I've opened, one on the very first week that this was added, and another just 2 days ago at the time of recording. I opened my Great Vault right before my guild was doing our final day of Prague on Mythic Midnight Falls, and I'm walking through my last second logic of trying to optimize this system to get whatever gear I can before we go in and fight that boss. Alright, and for good measure, because it is now 12.0.5, and there's some new stuff that got added, I'm going to show you one final vault on my Prot Warrior. This is like far into the future, long after I've started recording bonus footage, a week after my guild killed Bellerin, but I at least want to give a demonstration here of good, proper practices. So here, I get bracers, I get a belt, and I get pants. Now, obviously, these are hero track, I'm not going to take these. Definitely not taking anything in my Delve slot, and last week, because at this point I fully swapped over to my Blood DK, I just didn't bother getting any M+ dungeons done, So I have two things to choose from, and they're both slots that could have a socket, but don't. Now, in theory, in any other week, when I recorded all this stuff before, I would have begrudgingly taken one of these items. On my Death Knight, I did begrudgingly take this very belt, and I even later on took a socket and added it to that belt to have a Mythtrack socketed belt. And that was 2 mediocre vaults for an okay item. Here's the thing though, at this point, there's really no reason for me to do that. This is going to be an extremely marginal upgrade because it doesn't have a socket. Same thing here. Doesn't have a socket, extremely marginal upgrade. What I can instead do is I can use this. I can take the Lassian Token of Merit, take a socket, and by talking to this person here, or well, I say take a socket, right? People have been colloquially referring to this as taking a socket. Really, it's just you're taking the currency, because I can now spend this on a Nebulous Voidcore. And I genuinely do believe that was the best choice, right? I'm not doing this just for demonstration purposes, because would I rather have 2 mediocre pieces that are extremely marginal upgrades right now and I'm probably not going to use, or would I rather have the ability to get any random Mythtrack piece from any dungeon in the game, or at least, you know, in the current season? And in my case, I can go to Seat of the Triumvirate, and I can use this in this dungeon and get one of these items on the loot table. Most likely, I would probably set loot spec to arms, and then in this case, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 possible items that I could get here, right? That's correct, I believe. I may have miscounted, but around then. And obviously, in this case, you know, Voidclaw Gauntlets, these are my best in slot. That would be a pretty sizable upgrade over these gloves. It would be 272, so technically I could have taken the bracers of the belt and I would have saved crests, because obviously those are high level mythic raid vaults. They have an increased item level. If a decent piece of gear had been in one of those slots that I actually thought I was going to use, then it probably would have been worth it for me to take it, because I would not only be getting a slight upgrade, but it would also be saving crests in the long run. But in the long run, on my warrior, I might actually end up crafting something in my belt or bracer slot, and those are 2 of the lowest value slots to get, so really the crest save there doesn't make that much of a difference, and I'd much rather just get a really good either ring or, in this case, Woodclaw Gauntlets, like best in slot pair of gloves. If I use my bonus roll that I just got from this vendor in that dungeon, I have a 1 out of 10 chance. Then let's say, I don't know, I hit something random, I hit this chest. Well, that would be a big miss because I already have a Mythtrack chest. Oh well. Well, now I still have 2 other bonus rolls, because every single week you get 2, and obviously if you're watching this later on, you might have even more. So let's say right this week I only have 2 more bonus rolls. I use it, it hits a ring or something. Okay, minor upgrade. That's a haste verse ring. That's decent. And then my final one still misses Voidclaw Gauntlets because I'm assuming that I'm really unlucky, and it hits bracers. Well, in this hypothetical scenario, these bracers would still be pretty good for me. They probably wouldn't have a socket. I'm actually not sure if the bonus roll items can generate with a socket. That's something that I guess we have no way of knowing until we see more information. But this would be a slightly worse version of the Great Vault. But importantly, you might think, oh, well, even in this like bad case scenario, you could have just taken like higher item level bracers. Wouldn't that be better in the long run? No, because every single time I hit one of these items, the loot table gets condensed to only the things that I haven't bonus rolled. So even if I get relatively unlucky and I hit these bracers, which are worse versions of the things that I could have just gotten, the next week, when I go back into Seat of the Triumvirate and I send these bonus rolls once again, these bracers cannot hit. So even a slightly missed opportunity on this 1 week will increase my odds of getting the big ticket super duper awesome item, for me in this case, again, Voidclaw Gauntlets, and eventually, presumably, I will hit, even if it takes all 10 bonus rolls, I will get there eventually, and by bypassing crappy things from my Great Vault to take extra bonus rolls, I can get to a point where I am guaranteed to get Voidclaw Gauntlets 1 week earlier. In this case, on my Prot Warrior, this is just an example. I'm showing this because, you know, it's the character I've been using for all of this video, and I just so happened to get a vault that allowed me to demonstrate this. But this is a fairly marginal upgrade. A lot of the stuff that I could realistically get from my Prot Warrior would be in Raid. Now, whether or not you choose to spend those bonus rolls in Raid is a much trickier subject to discuss. Obviously, that requires you to spend 2 instead of just 1. So you could, in that case, maybe save the bonus roll that you got here. I haven't picked up my weekly 2 at this point on this character. but in total I would get 3 here. Let's say next week I get my guaranteed 2 again, so I'm up to 5, and then I take yet another bonus roll from my Great Vault, and now I'm up to 6 in total. That gives me 3 possible items from a raid boss. The problem with raids is, if we look at Dream Rift, right? If I set loot spec to prot, you'll notice that there's only 3 possible items from Chimeras. So if I send 3 bonus rolls on this boss, I am guaranteed to get Gaze. One thing that we have seen soft confirmed, though, is you can only spend 1 bonus roll per week per boss. Now, it should go without saying that you should only ever use these bonus rolls on a mythic version of the boss. It is absolutely not worth trying to bonus roll heroic Chimeras just to get a hero track Gaze of the Allseer. I guess if you're in a position where this is still your best in slot trinket on hero track, and I think that might be true for some specs, and you just know for a fact you are never going to try mythic raiding, it's just not for you at all, you don't even want to try and pug this boss on mythic, and you really want to push M+, so you feel you need this trinket, that is the only time I'd ever say it might be worth it. But a random myth track piece has infinitely more value than any random hero track piece. This is probably the only item that you could ever possibly justify using bonus rolls on for hero track. So realistically speaking, when I say if you choose to use a bonus roll in raid, I'm speaking about mythic raid. And in a mythic raid environment, you would have to kill this boss 3 times to completely guarantee that your 2 bonus rolls get this item. Maybe that's worth it for you. Maybe you're in a guild where loot is really competitive and there's not a lot of gear that you need from Mythic Plus dungeons, so you really want this trinket and you feel like the best thing that you could possibly do is to bank up a lot of bonus rolls over a longer period of time to guarantee this. But really, it would only be for very specific options like this. And in my case, right? In my guild, I do not have Gaze of the Allseer yet on Mythtrack on any of my characters other than my Druid, which I got from like a Pug Chimeras run. But on all of my main characters, I have not won it. We've seen this drop many times, and it has not gone to me because I am a tank. The thing is, I know that once we re-clear this boss enough times, eventually nobody else will need this trinket. Eventually, I'm going to be the only person left who will be able to get it, and presumably at that point, I will be able to receive it, or we just get enough Great Vaults and eventually it shows up in my Great Vault, and then I take it over what would have been worth 1 bonus roll. And then once I have taken enough bonus rolls, and I've gotten enough weeks in the season from the guaranteed bonus rolls, and burnt through every possible item that I need from the dungeon loot pool, like Voidclaw gauntlets and stuff like that, my character will be in the mid-280s, I will have best in slot from M+ in presumably every single slot, and if that many weeks into the season, I still, for some reason, do not have a trinket from raid, either Gaze of the Allseer, or maybe super late into the raid if I'm trying to get the Bellerin trinket on Mythtrack. If at that point this still has not shown up in my Great Vault or dropped in Reclear and nobody else needs it, then I will start using my bonus rolls in this. But do I think this is that much of an increase that it is worth spending double the amount of currency to try and guarantee it? No, I do not personally think that's worth it, since there's so many other ways that you could theoretically get it. That's just me, though. That is my read on this system. This is a pretty advanced gearing topic, and you won't even need to worry about this until you're either progging Mythic Raid or regularly farming M+ and trying to push score. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, and again, as with anything like this, double check your class Discord, make sure that you understand what your class in particular needs. I happen to know my priority as a tank, and given what I know, this is the best decision for me, but I did outline that there is a chance that if Gaze, even on hero track, is so good for you, I could imagine a world where somebody thinks that is a justifiable thing that they should be spending their bonus rolls on. I could not possibly know the exact priority for every single spec in the game, and I'm not going to try and pretend that I do. And just to give one final example of what to consider when using these bonus rolls, so this is the state of my Death Knight's Great Vault currently. So I have a ring option, but it's the same item level as both of my rings. You can see this character is 283. This is what I'm currently using for L'ura prog. We are probably going to kill L'ura later this very night. So I need to consider, how do I get the most amount of value today? I don't have a lot of time to farm and to give myself lots of options. I only have a limited number of things that I could possibly do to get gear. So I have my 2 weekly Nebulous Voidcores, and I have this as Great Vault options, 2 very bad trinkets, but I also have shoulders. Now in this case, the shoulders don't directly give me an upgrade, but they are something that I could take to potentially spend Myth Crests on, if that's something that I wanted to do. I do have about 100 Myth Crests available to me that I could spend. Really, it's just the 100, because the extra 10 doesn't make any difference. So I want the ability to spend Myth Crests. Obviously, that gives my character tangible power, no matter what it's used on. Now, if I look here, I could spend 20 Myth Crests here, and then it would be 80 over here to upgrade this ring fully. So at the very least, in the absolute worst case, I do have 100 Myth Crests worth of upgrades that I could spend right now. The problem with rings is obviously they are a lower value upgrade. I touched upon this at certain points earlier in the video, but the only thing I'd be getting from this is stamina and some secondary stats. So even though it might be the same item level increase, this is less overall value for my character than if I upgraded something like pants or shoulders. And again, since I have shoulders in the vault, I could theoretically take this and spend my 80 crests on the shoulders instead, which would then give my character relatively more power for that same amount of item level. But this is still a fairly low value upgrade, and we are going to at least try to do a partial reclear of the first few bosses, and the first boss of the Voidspire, Imperator version, drops shoulders. So if this drops, I don't know if anybody else in our raid team actually needs it. It might go to me by default, which means that then I would have wasted my Great Vault. Instead, I could have taken the tokens, and then with those tokens, I could have gotten yet another Nebulous Voidcore. So then the question that I need to ask myself is, with this additional Nebulous Voidcore, would I be able to get any tangible upgrades outside of something like a pair of shoulders? And I've already looked at all the different dungeons. Obviously, this is something that you'd have to do for yourself. You'd have to analyze what are all the different loot tables, what's the best thing that I could possibly get. In my case, the best thing was Voidclaw Gauntlets. I got this last week. That was very lucky, off my very first bonus roll. And then my second bonus roll was this ring, Occlusion of Void. I had a weak ring slot. I managed to get this. Awesome. So now, as it stands for my Blood DK, there isn't any slot that would be a significant upgrade for me, except for the other ring out of Nexus Point Zenith, the Emission of Light. The thing about this, though, is the stats are not amazing for Deathbringer Blood. It would, technically speaking, be an upgrade just because it would complete the 2-set bonus, but I still wouldn't necessarily want to upgrade this. It still would be a low-value upgrade. The advantage of Nexus Point is that I could get shoulders or pants off this. So instead of taking shoulders out of my Great Vault, I could take a bonus roll and use it on Zenith. It could be anything. It could even be another pair of shoulders. The obvious upside of doing it this way is that even if it did hit shoulders, it would be equivalent to the Great Vault because I would get free upgrades up to 276 because I already have these hero ones on. But in the future, it would be lowering my odds at getting a Mission of Light later on. The only issue with this line of logic is that again, my guild is going to be killing L'ura tonight, almost certainly. So if we were thinking big picture, long-term progression, if your guild's still in the process of working through the raid, this would be perfectly fine, and it would almost certainly be the better choice, because then no matter what, you're making progress towards your quote-unquote best-in slot later on in raid prog. In this case, the only thing that matters is immediately what I get today. So if I use my bonus roll here, I could also hit Bracers, which would be a complete whiff because I have socketed crafted bracers. I could hit Cloak, which is another crafted slot, and then I could hit this thing, Mark of Light, which would be a completely wasted trinket. So none of those are fantastic options for me, which means, I don't know, it's really tricky. I don't know whether I should use my bonus roll on this. Now, another thing I can consider is I already have these two bonus rolls. So what if I just go into Nexus Point, I use both of my regular bonus rolls, so if these two hit either a Mission of Light, or shoulders, or pants, and now I already have something that I can upgrade, well, then I don't need the shoulders out of Vault, so I don't need to worry about that. Problem is, I could also use these on Chimeras. And when I was discussing my options on my warrior, I was saying, well, long term, you obviously want to maximize the gear that you're going to get out of your bonus rolls, and try to get as many upgrades as possible, but I've already kind of done that on my Blood TK. I've already gotten mostly everything I need. So by far, the best possible upgrade that my character could get would be Gaze of the Alnseer. It is unfortunate that both of these slots are complete whiffs for me because I already have a chest piece and boots. So it is technically a 1 out of 3. This is very good odds at getting the best in slot trinket that my character really needs. But I do already have a pretty good 289 trinket. So none of these options are great. It does kind of potentially feel bad using this on Chimeras because, again, it consumes 2 bonus rolls instead of 1. And the issue with all of the sequencing here is that my guild's going to clear Chimeras immediately before jumping into L'ura. So I could, if I had perfect knowledge, do a raid reclear, see if Chimeras dropped any gazes. If it didn't drop one, that would go to my Blood DK, because I think a few people still need it. So if it drops like 2 or 3, then it might go to my DK. But if it only drops 1, I probably won't get it. And then maybe I should bonus roll Chimeras. But the problem is, we're going to then immediately go into Prague and hopefully kill the boss. And by that point, I won't have time to then say, all right, well, now I'm going to go run a Zenith and see what I get out of that. So I need to plan out exactly what I'm going to use my bonus rolls on before going in. Now, the ultimate answer to this question that I'm proposing of what to do with my bonus rolls is that there is no correct answer, or at least no objectively correct answer. I can just consider all the possibilities, think about what might happen, and then use my rolls accordingly. The decision that I have personally come to is because I don't need these shoulders as a way to spend all of my myth crests this week. I do have options, even if they are not amazing options. I'm better off at least going for a potential high roll, because that might help our kill ever so slightly more. And so on this character, my plan is to do 1 Nexus Point Zenith and use 1 of my bonus rolls, and we'll see what I get. Obviously, if I get shoulders, that's ideal. If I get the ring, that's even more ideal. That gives my character a pretty nice boost of power. If I get the legs, that's effectively the same as if I got shoulders. In fact, I believe, yeah, the legs are even slightly stronger. They would be a better use of my myth crests than the shoulders. And I don't think there's any good sources from the planned reclear bosses we're doing in Raid of legs, so that would be a really good potential hit. And then at that point, it's probably worth it for me to take the extra bonus roll out of my Great Vault and use it on Chimeras. I'm not going to do that just yet, in case I change my mind later, because there is no cost. If I decide later on that I'd rather just take the shoulders, I could still do that. But that is at least the thing that I plan to do. And I wanted to at least provide this line of logic as something else that you can chew on when deciding how to spend your bonus rolls. Because again, there isn't a right answer a lot of the time. You just need to make a decision for yourself based on what is currently available to your character. And I think this is probably the best way that I could explain it. Just walking through some specific examples for my characters that may help you come to a better understanding of what you should be doing for your characters. Okay, so for this final section, I wanted to quickly touch upon some of the endgame delve catch-up things that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about delves, but I didn't actually get a chance to showcase because obviously I didn't have them unlocked. And I was a little bit on the fence about where to include this in the video, and I've decided to put it all the way at the end here because the more I thought about it, in practice, it's honestly not going to matter that much for most people, because at the time of recording this, my guild has finished the tier. We've killed the final boss on Mythic. Most of my guild has still barely progressed their Delver's Journey track. The issue is, if you don't have a ton of alts like I do, it is really, really annoying to actually farm enough increase to get to these later stages. By later stages, I mean like the Warbound Champion stuff, you can loot hero items directly from your Delver's box. These are incredibly powerful upgrades, and one of the benefits of me having all these characters and doing all these delves is that when I was preparing my Blood DK for Mythic Midnight Falls, because my guild leader asked me to swap last second, I had the advantage of all of these upgrades to very easily get every single slot that I was missing hero track in completely filled, largely from delve items. On our kill, I was using multiple items that I got specifically thanks to these delve upgrades. I got a very good ring that just happened to upgrade to hero track out of a bountiful delve, and I also had at least 2 off-piece items that I got by speaking to Zah'ran at the end of the delve and spending untainted mana crystals on a specific hero track item, and oftentimes I would farm that by just running Collegiate Calamity over and over until the exact item that I wanted appeared. So this is something that I don't really know if it falls into the realm of Catchup because it's just inaccessible to so many people. But technically speaking, if you do reach these high-tier delve upgrades, oh my goodness, it is insanely powerful for Catchup. I'm not sure which is better, the Nebulous Voidcore bonus rolls or the delve Catchup system, at least in terms of like the relative power that it gives your characters. Obviously, the Nebulous Voidcores give you guaranteed myth pieces, so they are really good, but that still requires you to get the initial gear on your character and then start running either Mythic Raid or +10s. There is a certain investment that you need to reach before you can benefit from this. But the Delve upgrade stuff this season, you just bring a fresh character into Delves just right out of the gate, and you get tons of champion and hero track gear with basically zero effort. So much stuff that I discussed earlier in the video, if you reach this later stage of the Delver's Journey track, you can just bypass it. Like at this point, Pray as an entire mechanic is basically just invalidated entirely. Because what do I need to do Pray for this late into the season on my characters? They remove the uncapped hero crests. I don't need that. The Beacon of Hope, I already have a ton because I've been doing this on multiple characters throughout the season. So on the limited characters that I still need to get my Delver's Bounties on, I have tons of beacons left over. I often get them as actual drops within the Delve. And later on, I'll have so many undercoins that if I ever need to get a beacon, if I somehow run out, you can talk to the NPC, the later River Gleam, in the Delver's headquarters, and you can buy a Beacon of Hope. That's always been something that you could do ever since they started adding this. The only change they really made this expansion is you can get more of them for free from the Prey quest. Also, you can talk to Noleta Rivergleam and you can just buy 2 keys every single week. That's one of the upgrades. It's a little bit earlier, but it becomes especially powerful once you're able to use those keys to get hero track pieces, or at least a chance at hero track pieces. And while I don't know the exact drop rate, I don't know if it has been figured out like concretely anywhere online, but as some anecdotal evidence, I would say it's either like 33% or 50%. If it's 33%, I think that would track with generally my luck, but it could just be 50% and I maybe gotten slightly unlucky. But I get like a decent amount of hero track pieces by running delves and just having the item upgrade. It happens more often than I had initially expected. The way that they worded it sounds like it's a rare occurrence. But again, I farmed a lot of delves when preparing my Blood DK for Mythic Midnight Falls and got multiple pieces by doing that. And that's not even factoring in the Zah'ran bad luck protection system, which is obviously extremely overpowered because you can just deterministically get the items you want. That technically has been a thing for a while, and there is a weekly cap for the amount of untainted mana crystals you can farm. So that one isn't, I would say, absurdly broken. It is very nice. But getting the hero track upgrades is really good. I say it's broken, by the way, but I don't think it's broken in a way that's bad for the game. I think it's broken in all the right kind of ways. And Blizzard has been scarily generous, I would say, this season in terms of catch-up gearing mechanisms, to the point where I'm like, all right, what comes next? You know, Blizzard is being generous. This can't be right. Surely they're going to pull some shit next season. What should I be looking out for? Because it just doesn't feel right that we could just get so much easy catch-up gear on our alts, on delves, like, as a baseline. And then now that we have all this catch-up gear, we walk into plus 10s with all our just generic hero and champion pieces and start farming myth pieces right out of the gate. Like, what? That's the loop? You don't even need to do all this weekly stuff? You don't even need to farm? You can just get, like, full myth by just doing basic catch-up mechanics? That's crazy. And again, it's kind of what I said earlier about, like, it in some ways invalidates, like, earlier parts of the video, but then also in some ways doesn't, because, again, the issue with all this delve stuff is you have to unlock it first. So the problem of me potentially mentioning this earlier, like, if instead of talking about this at the very end, when I was discussing all the delve stuff, I did touch upon these upgrades, like I showed the track, but if I had, instead of showcasing my warrior's entire journey through progressing my gear, I'm just like, and now I walk into delves and I get showered in hero and champion gear. It's just that easy. Well, that would not be actually indicative of what I think most people are going to experience, because I'm still, like I said, pretty sure I'm the only person in my cutting edge guild who has all of these delve things unlocked. And I have a few friends who I've, like, tried to tell about this, like friends on my raid team. I've told them, this is how broken this thing is. Look at how much gear I'm getting on my characters. And they've, like, tried to farm it, and they get burnt out. I just have a very, like, weird brain for this type of thing, and I don't mind, like, putting on a Netflix show and spending, like, 3 days nonstop just, like, grinding delves at my alts to get this unlocked. Because my logic is, hey, I was going to watch that show on Netflix anyway, so I may as well just make long-term progression for my character, because I'm effectively saving time in the long run that I would have otherwise had to spend on these characters farming gear the old-fashioned way, so it kind of, like, balances out. And I don't mind it. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed the time that I got to, like, catch up on shows, because I've been so busy just gearing and spamming M+ and doing video editing and whatnot otherwise. So that doesn't bother me, but I've tried to explain that to some other people, and they're just like, I don't want to do delves. I hate delves, blah, 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 blah. So, I don't know. Delves are still very obviously a major source of catch-up gear, but the extent to which they are overpowered as a source of catch-up gear really just depends on how much time you're able to put into it. Another thing is the fact that it does require alts is just a little bit unfortunate because, yeah, if you only have one character, it actually will take you just an eternity to unlock. So in that case, it's not really practical. So, I don't know. I wanted to showcase some examples here. I wanted to give you some footage of me getting these upgrades on this character. You can see my Blood DK farming some of these delves, getting a bit of this gear. There are, I think, a few miscellaneous things that I'm going to include in this section that there's just no clean way to fit this into the rest of the video. One, there is a weekly quest that you can pick up in Silvermoon, like right by the Great Vault area, where you can get Warbound Hero Track Crests. It's a housing quest usually. You have to like go to the neighborhood and do something. It is capped. So like you probably don't need to do this. I know some people who like to do this as a way to get hero crests on one of their characters, but it's like once per account. It's like so trivial that I didn't really feel it was worth acknowledging, but I had some footage of it, so there you go. Another thing is you can see in some of the footage I'm showing the Arcantina weekly quest that I mentioned way earlier on in the video. Like I said before, it is extremely trivial. It finally showed up during one of the weeks in which I was editing this beast of a video, so I have some footage of me doing it. It's technically, I would say, still worth doing on all of your characters, even if you don't need the gear or the crests. Something to keep in mind is that this weekly quest gives you like 1,000 gold, sometimes more. It can still proc like a lot of extra gold. And the Arcantina one is so easy to do that if you have a lot of alts and you just cycle them through this quest, you can get a bunch done in like 15 minutes. And that's like a pretty good chunk of gold, like a good solid few thousand per character every time this weekly quest happens to be up. So I do think it is worth at least acknowledging that. That's like less of a catch-up thing. It is kind of relevant, but like this late into the video, I don't think that's relevant, right? One other thing is I talked about weekly events earlier in the video. I talked about the time-walking stuff that you can do. And although the time-walking raids, if you're watching this now, won't really be applicable, there is sometimes a dungeon weekly event. I did happen to get one of these while I was recording, and that happens like every so often. When the dungeon weekly is up, you just do 4 mythic dungeons. It can either be mythic plus or M0. Really no reason to ever do M0. You should just do M plus. And when that rolls around, you get a hero track piece of gear from the raid tier. There's a lot of stuff that you could pull from this, which would probably be an upgrade from your character. Even now that we have the Nebulous Voidcore stuff, it definitely would still be worth trying to get this. And also, I don't know when/if they're going to do this, but on this topic, there is an event that Blizzard has pretty consistently been running called Turbulent Timeways. And whenever this rolls around, it's a bunch of time walking weeks back to back. So you have access to the dungeons, and then if the raids are available, they'll be back up. So realistically speaking, if anybody's going to benefit from those raids, it'll be if they do one of those, because then you have a very fast cycle where they just go every single week. There's another time walking set of dungeons, and it rotates through all the expansions pretty quickly. So if that happens, we'll almost certainly get TBC Wrath and Kata back again, despite them being earlier on in the season. And in addition to those raid bosses giving a guaranteed hero box, during the Turbulent Timeways events, historically at least, again, I'm just trying to predict what might happen in the future, but historically, they upgrade the time walking quests to give heroic boxes just like the Mythic Dungeon quest. So whenever that happens, especially on weeks with the raid bosses, this is very good for catch-up gearing, because you can run the raid, you can get a bunch of champion pieces super easily, you get the heroic box off the final boss, and then you get the weekly quest done for another heroic piece. So whenever one of the Turbulent Timeways events is active, I love running my ults through that. Usually very good way to save time. Obviously, delves are just OP now, but I would say that is actually even more time efficient than delves whenever that event is active. It is so much gear in like 30 minutes. You get crazy kitted out. And then one final thing that I was kind of talking about in an earlier cut section. Like I said, there were a bunch of parts where I was showcasing my Great Vaults and walking through my logic. And I mentioned this at the time, but that footage got cut. So I'll just at least give an honorable mention to this segment here. So I have a spreadsheet that I use to keep track of my characters, especially with all my alts that I'm trying to use for my Keystone Hero Challenge. It's really helpful to manage all of my gear and stuff like this. Now, I built this myself. It's not the fanciest thing ever. I know that there's a lot of tools online. Every single time I talk about the spreadsheet, somebody's like, oh, there's a website online that does the same thing. I'm like, I don't give a shit, right? Like, this is my own thing. I like it. I just want to use it. It has all the stuff that I want to track on there, and that's what I care about, right? Like, that's why I designed it myself. But I bring this up because I have had a few times where I show the spreadsheet and people do say, hey, that seems cool. Can I use this? So there's a copy of the spreadsheet in my Discord. If you want to join my Discord, if you're not in there already, there's a free invite link in the description. Anybody can join. There's no like restrictions. It's not like private or whatever. So you can join there. You can check the pins in the general channel, and an updated version of my spreadsheet will be pinned there for anybody that wants to use it for themselves. You can obviously change the names of my characters to be whatever it is that you do. Though keep in mind that a lot of this is like hard-coded, right? This doesn't automatically pull information. This is basically just my personal note-keeping tool that I use to make sure that I'm keeping all my alts up to date to where I want them. But yeah, I think that just about covers everything that you need to know in terms of distinct catch-up mechanics. Now, obviously, this video has been fairly multifaceted. I have spent way more time editing this than I think any video I've ever worked on, and both in terms of recording and just the raw sifting through the footage and then adding little editor's notes and whatnot. I mean, the video's extremely long, right? This has just been an absurd amount of work. So that being said, in terms of the guide portion, in terms of these are the distinct catch-up mechanics that you need to understand in order to get your character prepared, I think I have covered just about everything outside of the Ascendant Nilhammer, which again, I will have a small video talking about that when it is on live servers. That will be linked in the description below once it is eventually available. But if that is all you came for, then I guess you're done. But I would imagine, for anybody who watched this far in, you are probably also invested in the other half of the video, which is the general progression, like the step-by-step journey of the gearing process. Because there were a lot of points throughout this video where I wanted to share like some personal anecdotes of what I was going through in the moment. Because a lot of times gearing in World of Warcraft is not just like a raw information thing of like, this is exactly what you need to do to get the highest item level in this amount of time. There is some nuance, there are some decisions that you need to personally make about like where to allocate your time, and a lot of that is also dependent on what you are personally going for. What are your goals in the game? And I outlined my goals fairly early on. It's kind of interesting how this video has progressed, because the original mission statement for me was I am trying to get a fresh character geared up to tank Mythic Light-Blinded Vanguard. That was my original goal. And when I started recording footage for this video, I planned to just do the early initial catch-up stuff. Prey, delves, etc. What are like the basic things that you need to know to just jump into the endgame content and then sink your teeth into M+. And a lot of times, catch-up gearing videos are kind of like that. I did something kind of like that back in Undermine, where I showcased the early gearing process on one of my Keystone Hero characters, in that case my Rogue, and I just showed the basic catch-up things, I craft my gear, and then now I am ready to enter M+. And that was kind of where I ended the video. I think I opened a Great Vault, I talked through my logic on my Rogue's Great Vault, and I said, now I'm going to start doing M+, and this is where the catch-up gearing portion of the video ends. But I've never done something quite like this, where I go beyond that, and then I showcase more advanced parts of the gearing and just endgame journey, of like log analysis, detailed crafting information like how to research your spec and how to know what you should be prioritizing, etc. And, you know, obviously all of the other stuff that comes with it on like the Voidcore bonus rolls and what to prioritize for super endgame mythic rating optimization. That is something that I think most gearing guides don't talk about because it is so niche and it doesn't really apply to many people. And I'd imagine most people watching this video don't really care about that in the like information sense. They're not really coming to the video to learn more about how to optimize mythic rating. The vast majority of people who are already in that endgame system already know what to do. So to kind of cap that part of the video off, in a little bit I'm going to record one final section where I walk through the entire final progression of my Prot Warrior, because the last time you saw In the Moment Haraldin, I did all my log review stuff, I did my crafting and whatnot, and I said, right, I'm ready to go in and I'm ready to blast Light-Blinded Vanguard. And then we cut to like a bunch of other stuff, the crafting section, the Voidcore section, and it's been like about an hour or so since we were in the moments like looking at my character. You've seen obviously snippets of what I've been doing in the future and the fact that my guild has now actually cleared the tier. Obviously at the time of recording this section, I already know that, you know, everything worked out. We got the bosses down in the end. But, you know, I think it's important to acknowledge all the stuff that led up to that and the gearing decisions that I had to make along the way, at least the major highlights. This video is long enough as it is, but I do want to at least dedicate a small summarized section with narration to that at the very end. The final thing that I'm going to talk about here before we get into that, because I did promise that I would acknowledge that, is guilds. Now, guilds are a very tricky subject because there is no easy guaranteed way to say this is how you find a guild. But as I have stated at multiple points throughout the video, it is a very good thing to do. Obviously, some people would just prefer to play solo, and if that is what you enjoy, like, more power to you. I don't necessarily think you should force yourself into an environment that you are not personally comfortable with. If you don't want to play with other people, if you'd rather just go about the game on your own, hey, that's totally cool. But the unfortunate reality is, with the current design of the game, if you want to do a lot of the stuff that I show in this final summary, right, if you want to make Mythic progression, if you want to get cutting edge, you need to have a guild. You cannot pug that. I don't know of any instance of somebody actually pugging, like, the full Mythic progression of a raid. I don't genuinely believe it is possible, other than, like, weird examples like pre-patch of Midnight killing Dimensius with a pug, and even then it's, like, mostly people who already have cutting edge, and the boss has just been nerfed to a degree where one person can maybe walk in and kind of pug it if they know what's going on. Other than very weird situations like that where the tuning is all out of whack, actual progression on a boss, actual cutting edge, you do kind of need to know what you're doing, and you need an established group. Whether that is a guild or just a group of people that you continually play with over time, even if you don't consider yourself part of that guild, you need some sort of raid team, and you need some way to find that raid team. Now, I can tell you what I do, but obviously the stuff that I do as an experienced player to find other groups of people to play with is not going to be applicable to somebody who's just starting out, who's brand new. Like, what I do nowadays is there's a recruitment Discord. So if you're ever really trying to find, like, a better guild, I do think that you technically can look for AOTC guilds in the recruitment Discords. If you just Google, by the way, North American World of Warcraft recruitment Discord, you should be able to find a link, but not too tricky. Mostly, Discords like that are for, like, higher end recruitment, like Mythic progression or obviously cutting edge. So I go to the posts on that, and all, like, the top end guilds, like, most of the top end guilds, obviously a Liquid and Echo, they'll do, like, headhunting, right? They find the people that they want to recruit and then message them. At least allegedly, that's what I've heard. But for guilds like in my guild's range, which is like top 100, you'll still have a lot of those guilds making posts on recruitment forums and saying, like, hey, we're looking for people to fill these specific slots, DPS of XYZ class. And then if you are of that class, you send an application, you put your experience, etc., and then there's, like, a whole interview process. This is pretty standard for a lot of guilds at the higher end range. Really, any guild doing somewhat serious Mythic progression will do this. But the thing that you may have noticed when I gave that little explanation there is usually you have to mention your experience. And a lot of these guilds will obviously expect you to already have some amount of experience playing the game and doing endgame progression. They are not going to try out somebody completely blind who is just getting into raiding for the first time. So the reality of Mythic progression, of really any endgame thing like this, is you either need to work your way up the ladder, you need to just join a lower end guild, get some experience, get, like, a AOTC kill, and then once you've gotten it, like, 1 or 2 AOTCs under your belt, join a Mythic guild, and then start working your way up, and then once you've gotten a lot of Mythic prog and you've shown that you're a good player and you know what you're doing, maybe try to work your way up to a guild that is reliably getting cutting edge. And then get, like, a low cutting edge with that guild for, like, a tier or two over the span of, like, a year, and then maybe you could join, like, a higher ranked guild. This is obviously a little bit easier said than done, right? Like, some people are going to be like, oh, wait, so before I can actually get into, like, the really high ranked stuff, I need to spend, like, years and years playing the game. And to some extent, yeah. Like, that's kind of what I did. Like, my personal journey is I played with some friends of mine and got, like, AOTC back in Mists of Pandaria and Warlords of Draenor, but I was in high school back then. I didn't really have any time to commit to a fixed raiding schedule, so outside of groups of friends, there wasn't much that I could do. And then when I finally started going to college and I was able to make my own schedule, I said, all right, I'm going to finally invest some time into Mythic progression, much to the dismay of my parents, who obviously wanted me to invest more time in my studies, but, whatever. I did end up graduating in the end, so they can't complain too much. But I started progging pretty much, like, ever since in Legion when it first came out. I started joining some mid-tier AOTC and Mythic guilds in Emerald Nightmare through Nighthold. I ended up joining my first ever Cutting Edge guild in Tomb of Sargeras. I got Cutting Edge Kill Jaden. Then that guild kind of blew up. So I joined another guild that was kind of close to Cutting Edge. They didn't end up getting it that tier. We kind of abandoned Prog midway through Argus because everybody was burnt out. I came back the next tier, raided with some friends, only got midway through Mythic, gave up. I joined another few guilds in Battle of Zah'ran, kind of bounced around a bit between some Mythic progression guilds, a lot of which were not very good, but eventually, by the end of the tier, I ended up in another cutting edge guild. They got cutting edge Jaina, so that was my second cutting edge. And then the tier after that, Eternal Palace Classic came out. My guild imploded on Ashvane, and I just decided to take a break for the tier. Came back for N'Zoth, same thing. Worked my way up through some mid-tier Mythic progression guilds. Eventually ended up getting cutting edge. Nathria, again, I formed my own raid team with some friends of mine. I ended up leading that team through Mythic Council of Blood. Everybody got burnt out because, like, it's Shadowlands, right? Like, that expansion was just such a fucking mess. And took a break, came back again, Sanctum of Domination. Worked my way up through some mid-tier Mythic guilds, ended up in a cutting edge guild once again, and I got cutting edge Sylvanas. And ever since cutting edge Sylvanas, I have consistently been playing the game with pretty much 0 breaks. And because of that, I've also slowly been working my way up. Now, in my situation, I pretty much exclusively play tank. I'm currently in the process, as I mentioned before, of trying to learn every different spec in the game. Now, I have played DPS before. My Jaina cutting edge was actually as a Havoc Demon Hunter, and I've played Windwalker Monk and Havoc on Prog a few times in the past. But I'm at the point where I have just decided, you know what, I like tanking. For many, many years now, tanking is what I've always loved doing. It's what the vast majority of my cutting edges have been on. It's just the role that I personally love. I could sit here and gush about how much I love just tanking as a role, and especially all the different specs that tanks can play, except for Vengeance Demon Hunter. That spec's fucking dead to me, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But other than that, I love all the different tanks. I love tanking in general, and so I am dedicated to primarily pushing as a tank. And tank spots are very hard to find at a higher level because there's just less room, and there's a lot of really good tanks out there. So I basically started in like the World 800 range all the way back in Sanctum, and I've been slowly working my way up. And only just now, when was Sanctum? I had to double check. So Sepulchre, the first one's released in March of 2022, and I think I got my Sylvanas cutting edge in like December. It was a pretty late cutting edge. It was bad. It might have even been like the 1000s. I honestly can't remember exactly. It was not a good cutting edge. That was, oh god, that was like 5 years ago. And over the last 5 years, I've slowly worked up to a point where I'm now tanking in a top 100 world guild. And yeah, it's cool. I like it here. It's really fun pushing myself further and further every single tier and trying to improve as a player and just, improve the environment that I'm in. But it has taken a lot of time. So guilds are not just something that you're magically going to join. That is my personal experience, and that is what I think a lot of people have experienced. I've obviously spoken to some friends of mine and tried to understand where their journey personally started. So an example is somebody who I'm friends with on my current raid team told me that they only recently started back in Narubar Palace, and in their very first tier Mythic rating, they actually got Hall of Fame because they were just friends with somebody who was in a Hall of Fame guild. They were brought in basically as a substitute, and they were intended to be swapped out later on, but there were some, scheduling issues with the person they were replacing, so they just ended up being in for the kill. And then they stuck around, they kept learning, trying to improve, and they've just kind of consistently rated at a Hall of Fame level ever since. They got really lucky. That is not indicative of my experience or most people's experiences. Some people try for years and years, and they can't really break into the Hall of Fame range, and maybe you don't want to do that because I raid a lot. There's so many hours that are required to raid at this level, and you might not want to do that. I know a lot of people who are extremely good players, and they just find a guild that they enjoy playing with that's fun, and that's all they care about. They just want to do the content with a group and an atmosphere that they personally enjoy. And really, like, isn't that what it's all about, right? Like, isn't that why we're playing a game? Some people, like me, really enjoy the challenge and they really enjoy pushing themselves, but, like, I'll admit, I really don't want to play with toxic people all the time. I like the group that I'm currently with, so, it's a win-win. But I recently left a guild with some very toxic leadership people, and sometimes you just need to set your foot down and say, all right, there is a certain level of abuse that I'm willing to take to play a video game, and if it goes beyond that threshold, I'm not going to deal with it. Screw you guys, I'm out. Now, I'll kind of wrap it up here because obviously if I talk generally about applying for guilds and whatnot, it would be an endless section. The problem with this is I hope you weren't expecting a definitive game plan on what you should be doing to join a guild, because there really isn't one. There are websites that I've mentioned already, like Warcraftlogs, Raider.io, where you can look at guilds recruitment postings in addition to like the recruitment Discord that I mentioned. But really, there's no surefire game plan to find a good guild that you want. You kind of just need to test the waters out in a bunch of different places. Just take a chance. If you see that a guild is recruiting the role that you currently play, just fuck it, send an application. The worst they can say is no. They can say, sorry, you don't have enough experience for us. All right, unlucky, and then you try again. There's another video series that I've heard about from a YouTuber named Shindig that is kind of about this topic, about what does it take as a brand new player to join guilds. Honestly, I haven't seen all of the videos. I know generally about Shindig and the journey that he has been on, and I think it's pretty impressive how far he's been able to get in the time that he's been progressing. But I'm pretty sure that if you were looking for a more realistic explanation of what it would be like as a new player trying to get into endgame content right now, that is probably something that you should check out. Because for better or for worse, I've been doing this for like 10 years, so I can only share my personal experiences. And I think every single person is going to experience a slightly different journey for this, so there really is no exact blueprint that I can give you that's a surefire way to find a progression guild and to get into endgame raiding. Alright, and we have now finally arrived at the end of our journey. This monstrosity of a video, by far the longest thing that I've ever made. And I just kind of want to sit here and talk through the general progression that I went through, both on my warrior and just in general, throughout the remainder of this tier. Because the funny thing about this video is that, as I've said before, it has taken so long for me to make that I started this like midway through, like somewhat early on in Mythic progression, and I am finishing editing it within 24 hours after my guild has killed Mythic L'ura. Now, this is not necessarily intended. This is not what I wanted to be doing. I was really hoping I'd have this done editing like a week ago, but it turns out editing 11 hours of stuff is a lot of work, especially because I've been, very busy with prog, so there's only so much free time I have every single day to chip away at this. That's just how it goes. But yeah, it has kind of worked out in a sense that as I finally finish this video, I have also finally finished the tier. So this video, in a way, has kind of evolved from just a simple catch-up gearing explanation, walkthrough thing, to almost a retrospective for me as I edit through it of my entire raid tier. And what a raid tier it has been, man. It's been a lot of work. So just to recap some early things, I'm not going to show all of the footage of this just because I, at this point, don't want to go dig through all of the relevant footage. You're just going to see B-roll of Light Blinded Vanguard in the background. But when I first started the tier, I initially was playing Brewmaster Monk. Now, Brewmaster, as everybody knows, is very strong in Mythic Plus, and based on that knowledge and going into this tier, my raid leader was convinced that Brew would end up being the play for raid. And I'm a very experienced Brewmaster Monk player. It's been probably my most played tank for Cutting Edge in the past. So, given that, he figured, alright, we're almost certainly going to have you on Brew because that's definitely going to be the meta. Now, I just want to make it clear that I did push back on this early on, and I have not let him forget it. He's always like, yeah, it is what it is, worked out in the end. But I very clearly said early on, I do not think Brewmaster will be meta. It is good for M+, but its kit is fundamentally flawed for raids, and I was completely right. Now, initially, I was saying that Guardian Druid would end up being really good. I was also right on that, but my co-tank ended up on Guardian because the initial assumption from my guild leader was that it was going to be Brew Guardian, and even though I am also an experienced Guardian player, he figured that my experience on Brew would be more important, so then my co-tank, who also had some Guardian experience, would be able to play that. So that's how we ended up in this situation where suddenly Brewmaster is not meta, as I predicted, and we need either a Prot Warrior or a Blood DK. But we had multiple DPS DKs, so for a fight like Crown of the Cosmos where you need some amount of grips, we already had that covered. And Prot Warrior is ultimately something that I do have experience on. He knew that, so he said, alright, let's have you play Prot Warrior. I actually brought this in for some of our Dimensious rekills last year, so he had already seen me on it, so he knew that it was something I could play, and he trusted that I could get caught up with it, which, as you can see in this video, I did. So we went through all that process, all the stuff you saw earlier in the video. I brought my Prot Warrior to Light Blinded Vanguard, and all things considered, I think I did pretty well. In hindsight, do I wish that I had had a little bit more time to practice and to research the spec? And still, I'll be fully honest, I don't understand exactly how Spell Reflect works on this boss, because I have looked at some logs where warriors get massive Spell Reflect damage, and I tried to analyze my logs comparing to theirs. It almost feels random at times. I really can't figure it out. I'm sure there's probably a detailed explanation in the Prot Warrior Discord at this point in the tier, but I couldn't really find anything at the time, so I YOLO'd it. I still got a decent parse. It was, I think, like rank 12 or something, like smack dab in the middle at the time of kills, and that was also with my gear being relatively whatever I could get my hands on, not the super optimized stuff that other people had. But overall, I was happy with it. I still did a good job. Obviously, my actual like tank performance on the fight was perfectly fine. I had to do the thing where I run out and drag the bosses into the corners and then charge and intervene back into position, and that was a little bit tricky to figure out, but I got it down. So overall, mission was a success. Light-Blinded Vanguard was slain, and my guild moved on to Crown of the Cosmos. So for Crown, I still ended up playing Prot Warrior. I think generally speaking on this fight, Prot Warrior versus Blood DK, there really wasn't much of a difference. You saw guilds running kind of a mix of both. In hindsight, I would actually say I do think that Blood DK was the better play for Light Blinded Vanguard, just because they have significantly better damage on that fight as Sand Lane. And overall, both tanks are roughly the same in terms of survivability. Blood DK maybe has slightly worse movement for dragging the bosses out, but Warrior's not that much better. I don't really think it would have made that much of a difference, but either way, we already got my Prot Warrior geared up, so now that's what I'm playing for Crown. We ended up taking a little bit longer to progress Crown than I would have liked. We struggled quite a lot in Phase 1. It's such a strange boss, because if you watch the Race to World first, Liquid got it into P3 on their very first pull, which seems crazy, because we spent, I don't know, like 20 wipes before we even saw out of P1, and there's still a lot to progress past that point. P2 is not necessarily challenging in the sense that it phases at a specific energy level into P3, so once you get there, even if you do it incorrectly, you're going to see the last part of the fight, but then obviously you're still going to need to play it a bunch more times to truly optimize the arrows and the energy gain and whatnot to phase into the final part of the fight at an ideal time. And then P3 was kind of weird. There was a lot of positioning stuff on P3 that we couldn't really figure out immediately, and we had to talk to some people in other guilds to understand exactly why the boss spawns in certain areas. There's just some weird quirks with how that all played out, but we got there in the end. We ended up getting the kill. I think I also got a decent parse of my Prot Warrior. That fight's also just kind of a meme for parsing because there's so much pad. I believe in 12.0.5 Warcraft logs changed the way some of the rankings in that work, like certain things are excluded from damage, because like at the start of the fight, there's just so many void droplets. You can pad on them if you want to. It's kind of meaningless. Overall, again, I did my job properly. I don't really think I had any issues on my Prot Warrior. I should also note, by the way, that for both of these kills, I'm showing, obviously, B-roll in the background of myself fighting Light Blinded Vanguard and Crown, but I've actually been posting my full kill videos on my second channel, so I'll throw those in the description if you want to watch them. The Crown of the Cosmos and, as we'll discuss in a moment, Beleren videos ended up being actually way more detailed than just regular kill videos. Since at the time that my guild killed Crown of the Cosmos, there were 0 guides out there. Since at the time, Dratnos and Tactics, who are the 2 people I usually see making Mythic boss guides, they just hadn't covered it yet. So I actually decided to make a mini, like, thrown-together guide for Crown of the Cosmos, which I thought was a little bit funny because it was, like, close to an hour long, and I called it a mini guide, and some people thought I was trolling, saying, oh, why'd you call it a mini guide if it's almost an hour long? And I understand in hindsight why that might be confusing. When I use the terminology mini guide, I more so meant that it wasn't like a real deep dive guide. It was just me doing this kind of thing, where I had the footage of my POV and then a bunch of my guildies' POVs, and I just cut between them and then explained my reasoning for each one of them. That's just how I chose to go about it, and I still thought that I explained the fight pretty well, but in my mind, I wouldn't consider that to be a full, real detailed boss guide. I didn't have information on every single ability. I don't really know what our healers were doing because I didn't have any of their POVs, so I didn't want to call it a full guide, and that's why I said mini guide. I still think that enough people found the video helpful, and most people didn't give a shit about the title. It was just a few annoying people in the comments, and later on, I did end up making a video for Beleren, but that was just a tank guide. Because Beleren is a fairly involved fight, but especially for tanks, there's just so much going on, so I figured, since obviously I'm intimately familiar with everything that tanks had to do on that boss, I would only cover exactly what tanks had to do. I'm not going to worry about all the other roles. I wanted to make sure that I was getting that video out. At that point in time, I was already like, man, this video's starting to take me a while to edit. I want to make sure it's done before I kill Midnight Falls. Unfortunately, that didn't work out, so I can't spend a ton of time editing together another guide for all roles. I'm just going to do one for tanks. And that still took me a while to do, and we're still here after the boss is finally dead, finishing up the remainder of this video. And as you might imagine, for Midnight Falls, I didn't even do a little guide. I just posted my kill video. My guildies were joking with me of like, wow, if it took you 50 minutes to explain Crown of the Cosmos, I can't wait to see how long your Midnight Falls guide's gonna be. But yeah, there's no chance. Absolutely no chance. Right after finishing this monstrosity of a video, I'm jumping back in there to do a guide for Midnight Falls. I think Dratnos has already posted his, so you know what? My job is done. I filled in for like a week while Dratnos was busy doing whatever it is that his guild was doing, and now he has the guides that most people can actually refer to when they're proccing these bosses on Mythic. But of course, I still put my kill POV out there, and again, it's in the description if you want to watch the full thing. Now, a few more miscellaneous things before we continue on to Beleren, but my guild leader actually threw together some heroic pugs. I kind of touched upon this before. He helped me get my Heart of Ancient Hunger on my Prot Warrior, which was kind of a big deal, because it finally let me replace my stupid Champion Track Gloomsplatter Dreadscale, which was not ideal. Unfortunately, we did a lot of other heroic pugs after this that you don't get to see, because nothing ever came of it. We did heroic Chimeras a few times. I never got a gaze. My Prot Warrior is still, to this day, as I showed in the editing earlier, running Crucible of Erratic Energies. That trinket is very good, and I have not taken it off. There's also some other snippets of footage that unfortunately ended up hitting the cutting room floor as I made this video. As I said before, a bunch of great vaults that I opened. It's a disappointment because I ran into a few different really interesting Great Vault scenarios that I thought were interesting to talk about and give as an example, but the issue with showing all of those Great Vaults now is they all lack the context of, well, I could just take the tokens and get a Nebulous Voidcore bonus roll. And in a lot of those cases, that probably would have ended up being the best option for my character. So while at the time, some of those were really cool thought experiments, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have to think about this a lot and wonder, like, what is the actual best option for this character? Nowadays, it's like, you just take a bonus roll. And they are kind of wasted examples in hindsight, but oh well, that's just how it goes sometimes. Of course, also in the middle of doing all of this, I ran a lot of M+ dungeons with my guilds. As I said before, obviously, a lot of those keys are still in the Prot Warrior Keystone Hero video because I took footage from that across a longer period of time. A few of the dungeons I used in that video were recorded right at the start when I first began gearing my Prot Warrior, but there's a decent amount that were all the way deep into Mythic Prog where my Prot Warrior is already super geared, and I'm just running a weekly key with my guild, and it happens to be for a dungeon that I just never got score for, like Mysaria Caverns, and so that ends up in the video long after the other ones that are shown early on, but wanted to at least acknowledge that. I'm not going to talk through the exact gear that I got from every single dungeon. As you might imagine, I got a few upgrades over time, but that's just kind of how it goes. You're going to have to farm M+ at some point. Nowadays, you'll also want to target things that you need the Nebulous Voidcore bonus rolls from, but obviously when I was recording this, I didn't have that advantage. Another thing that I will point out, because I did bring attention to it earlier, is I was trying to get to 276 in all slots on my Brewmaster Monk because that unlocks the Hero Crest discount for my entire account. Now, the only reason I was able to really do this is because, as I said before, I started the tier as my Brewmaster Monk, and then I switched over to my Prot Warrior. So I had already gotten a lot of really good gear on my Monk fairly early on in the season. At one point in time, I was the highest item level in my guild on my Brewmaster Monk, which made it feel extra bad when my guild leader asked me if I could swap to Prot, because I'm just like, oh, no, I finally got really lucky. Like, I've had so many different tiers where I just get shafted on loot, and my Brewmaster got absolutely decked out from our split runs. I got my best in slot trinkets. I had the Hero Track Silver Strike Arrow from Valeera. I had Hero Track Gaze of the Almseer. I had so many well-itemized pieces. I got basically nothing but really great options for my Great Vaults. I finally got a Myth Track weapon. It wasn't the one I wanted, but hey, a Myth Track weapon is a Myth Track weapon. I won't complain. And after all of that, I'm switching characters. So all of my gear is now completely wasted. Kind of. Didn't end up being a total waste, though, because as I just said, I was able to fill out those last remaining slots and get the discount for my warrior. Now, obviously, the week before, when we were working on Paladins, I wanted to get as much gear as possible before we pulled that boss. So in that case, I did send a lot of my hero crests, even without the discount. I knew that I would be able to get it soon, but I wasn't quite able to get it before it came time to spend all of those upgrades, and obviously I didn't want to walk in under-geared, so I did need to sacrifice a little bit of long-term value for some immediate item level that would help with progression. That being said, I did hold on to enough Hero Track Crests so that once my monk got this achievement, and I got the discount on my warrior, I was able to fully upgrade all my remaining gear to 276 by using all my banked up Hero Crests. I was at this point still missing, I believe, 2 slots that were only champion track. So just having the discount isn't magic. You don't automatically get 276 in all slots. You do still need to get a hero track piece, or I guess technically a myth piece first. One of the weird quirks about this, though, is with the Voidcore bonus roll system, even if you get a myth piece in every single slot, you still technically waste some myth crests on that first upgrade if you don't first get a hero piece in that slot and then send the upgrade from 272 to 276. So there was a point in the season, I don't know if I have the footage for it, it's also a little bit hard to give an exact clip as an example of this, but at one point I got a 272 myth piece in a slot, and I did not have a hero track piece in that slot at all. Yeah, it was on my Blood DK towards the end of the season for my gloves. So I had myth track gloves on my Blood DK, my Voidclaw gauntlets actually, when I bonus rolled them, but because I still had only champion gloves, and I didn't have anything on hero track, I was in this really weird position where my gloves were just sitting at 272, and I had enough crests to fully upgrade them to 289, but I couldn't really send it yet, because if I did that, then I would be wasting that 272 to 276 upgrade. So I distinctly remember early on in L'ura Prog, I was like 5 item levels below the rest of my raid team on my Blood DK, and my raid leader multiple times was like, when are you going to spend your crest? When are you going to spend your crest? And I kept trying to explain this to him, like, hold on, trust me, like, I think I've showed I know what I'm doing in terms of gearing. I am trying to get the last 2 hero pieces to get those final upgrades, because at this point, L'ura's like a 400 whatever pull boss is what it took for us. We kind of overpulled it a little bit compared to some other guilds. Happens sometimes, right? But when we're like 100 pulls into the boss, we know that we're not going to kill it. My gear on my Blood DK is not going to meaningfully change our ability to see intermission P2 and then later on P3. I was not the problem there. I was doing my job perfectly fine throughout the entirety of early prog. So the only thing that me having more gear matters is it makes my survivability a little bit safer, and it allows me to do more damage. And here's the thing, as you will later on see, when we killed the boss, I had sent all of my upgrades, and I got a rank 1 parse. Unfortunately, it did end up getting sniped by a Chinese player like literally 12 hours later, but they sniped it after Warcraftlogs locked in their rankings, so I still have a 100 on my Blood DK's character page. And at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. It is preserved for eternity on my log page, and I am happy. But it goes to show that sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you have to hold on to a lot of myth crests just because you need that one hero piece. And I should note, by the way, Delves being really OP, the way that I eventually got those hero track gloves is by running Delves. I eventually just got it off Zah'ran. I used some untainted mana crystals to buy it, sent the upgrades up to 276, and then I could finally fully send my Voidclaw gauntlets up to 289. Also, I think I touched upon this earlier in like some editing text on the screen, but just to mention it here because I have the footage, my warrior did eventually craft Loa Worshipper's Band as my second crafted item. I was kind of on the fence about exactly what I wanted to do for my warrior, because technically speaking, I don't necessarily know if Loa Worshipper's Band is your BIS. I think that there is a good case to be made for it, and the thing that pushed me over the edge is that I saw a lot of the Race the World First tanks on their Prot Warriors chose to run this ring with a bunch of haste gems for the Akilzan's Cry of Victory proc. And yeah, it's good. I'm still unsure if it's better than at Endgame BIS running the 2-set bonus from Nexus Point Zenith and then just running a second Arcana Weave lining in one of your off slots, but I had really good items in all of those off-piece slots, as I discussed earlier, and I still had a bunch of generic rings. I did not manage to get the Nexus Point Zenith set bonus after, I think, like 2 weeks of farming M+. I got really unlucky. I also had 2 guildies who got their ring set bonus, and they didn't need it, they just wanted it for stats, and I'm not going to call them out by name, not going to show the clip, but I will say that somebody in my guild who I was running with got the ring that I needed, they said they'd sim it, they said it is a very, very marginal upgrade for them, so they wanted to keep it, and they quit before L'ura. Now, I love that person. They're awesome. I'm not going to name them because I know that it was an upgrade for them, right? But there is a part of me that's just like, like you took the ring. You could have given me the 2-set bonus of my Prot Warrior, but you then took the ring and you ended up retiring before the final boss. Like, come on, man. So, it happens, right? And of course, up when he said he was going to keep his ring, like, it is his loot, right? Like, he got the piece of loot. I can't be upset. Well, I am upset, kind of, not at him, just at the situation of like, oh, why couldn't it have been me? Why couldn't I have gotten the ring? Because, yeah, even though I know, with the benefit of hindsight, and even at the time, I'm like, oh, come on, like, it was significantly better for my Prot Warrior than it would have been for him. But now, that's how it goes. So at the time, I'm like, yeah, totally understand. Yeah, totally, if it's an upgrade for you, keep it. Da, da, da. And inside, I'm just like, no, my set bonus. I've run this dungeon so many times. So I just gave up. Eventually, I just crafted Lower Worshipper's Band, and it's fine. It's good. I'm not too upset about having to make this ring. I do think that, as I said, there is a genuine use case for it, but considering I already had one of the rings, it was very much a bummer coming this close to completing my 2-set bonus twice, and then eventually just having to give up and craft Lower Worshipper's Bands. So that's how my second craft ended up going on my Prot Warrior. And then after all of that grinding, eventually my guild gets to Beleren. We finished off Crown of the Cosmos. Beleren is such an interesting fight because it, on paper, does seem like it should be pretty easy. I know after it got nerfed from where it was in the Race to World First, because obviously in the Race to World First, that fight was completely demonic, and they significantly nerfed it, and it is still very challenging. Part of me almost wishes that I could have experienced the pre-nerf version of Beleren. We got there just after it was changed, so I never got to truly experience what the Race to World First guilds went through. But that fight looked so crazy, and I'll be honest, I struggled a decent amount on Beleren. I think that I still played well, don't get me wrong. When I say I struggled, like, it's just a hard fight. So sometimes you're just going to have a difficult job in a raid. I think tanks by far have the hardest role on Beleren, and overall I played it well, but it's just hard. In my opinion, it was the hardest boss for me this entire tier, not even close. Midnight Falls is a very challenging boss, but the tank job in that fight, especially as a Blood DK where I'm mostly self-reliant, it's not that bad. A lot of the harder jobs are on other people, like the Crystal Carriers. As a DPS, you get hit by one glaive and you're done. As a Blood DK, I can just stand in glaive sometimes, and I'm fine. So while that boss was very challenging, and I do think I played extremely well when we eventually got to it, we'll talk about that in a little bit, Beleren, I think, was just absurdly difficult for tanks. And having to play that on my Prot Warrior, which still didn't have super optimized gear, it actually, I think, had worse gear than I ended up getting on my Blood DK even after I made my third alt swap. Because like I said before, when my Blood DK was progressing Mythic Midnight Falls, I had the benefit of 400 pulls of time to slowly gear it up, and then eventually the Nebulous Voidcore system came out. So at the last second, I was able to get a lot of really powerful best-in-slot items on that character before we finally got our kill. So it didn't feel quite as bad to play that on Prog, even though it was effectively the same exact process that I had to go through on my Warrior, but a third time throughout the season. But when I got here on my Warrior, I still had all the gear that I'd gotten throughout this video, but not that much else. I didn't really get given a lot of gear from some of our later re-clears, and that's not to say that my raid leader is to blame, like he didn't want to gear my Prot Warrior. In a lot of cases, we just didn't really get a lot of the items I needed. It didn't drop. I got absurdly lucky early on in the footage you saw here, but then later on, my luck kind of dried up, and all of our later kills, just none of the items I needed dropped. As I said, I killed Beleren with Crucible of Erratic Energies. I think I was the only Prot Warrior kill at the time who was still using that trinket, so goes to show how far behind that character was relative to other people who were playing still. And because at that point we knew there was a good chance that either me or my co-tank was going to have to swap to Blood on the final boss, my raid leader kind of figured, well, it's better to prioritize the plate gear that does drop onto people who are guaranteed to be in on that final boss kill, instead of my warrior, which, well, in the end, wasn't brought for that fight, and obviously I played my Blood DK instead. So I did have to suffer a little bit on Beleren Prog, but with any challenging fight like that, I do think it was a really good learning experience. As I said before, I made an extremely detailed video discussing just the tank job on that fight, and boy do I wish that I could have done it from the Race to World First Guild's perspective. That would have been even more crazy. And even though I say, like, I struggled, it was so hard, oh my god, it was such a difficult tank fight, like, that's why I play the game. I play the game for fights like Beleren that are absolutely brutal on my roll, and it pushes me to my limit and forces me to really make tough decisions about like my talent choices and my gearing to make sure that I can eke out every last little advantage, both in terms of damage and survivability, to help my guild kill the boss. That is like the height of World of Warcraft for me. It's what I really enjoy. But once Beleren fell, Anji was pretty much retired. Within 24 hours, my raid leader said that he would probably want me to play BloodDK for that fight, and at that point, there's only one boss left, it's only L'ura, and that is the only priority that I have. So even though I spent so much time gearing out my Prot Warrior to this point, well, it served its purpose, and pretty much the remaining time that I have spent for, I don't know, the last 3 weeks has been almost entirely on my BloodDK. I think the past 2 weeks, I haven't even gotten keys done on my Prot Warrior. There's just no real purpose. Why do I need to do keys if it's not a character that I'm actively playing? Obviously, later on in the season, once we're in farm, once I have more free time to mess around with like Arms and Fury, my off-specs, I will probably dust off Anji and continue to get some more gear. And even though, technically speaking, it's not my Prot Warrior, right? It wasn't the focus of this video. It is still, I think, overall part of the gearing journey that I went on this season, so I'll talk about Midnight Falls, I'll talk about the final boss that I had to play my BloodDK for. I think something interesting about this is, as I said, right when we got to that fight, I was told I needed to swap. Now, because I had been playing BloodDK a little bit for earlier fights in the tier, like on our very first Chimera's kill, I was playing my BloodDK because at the time we really needed the mass grips. Our ranged were struggling a bit getting the far kicks on the ads on Chimeras, so my raid leader just said, hey, can you go BloodDK, which just make it easier. It was also a character that I played for our split runs early on, so I had already gotten a decent amount of practice on it. Later on, I needed to bring it in for Veilgore and Ezrak. I did touch upon that earlier in the video. So I had been collecting a few pieces of Mythtrack gear throughout the season. It wasn't that far behind. I think it was like 273 ballpark when I got to Midnight Falls. The nice thing about that, though, is even though it was less geared than my Prot Warrior was at the time, I had a lot of decent items. Like, I had a lot of random Mythtrack things that were just sitting on my character that I had collected over time, and a lot of my lower slots were champion pieces that I just never ended up replacing, like those gloves that I talked about earlier. So even though I did need to partially redo the entire Catchup gearing process on yet another character, it wasn't quite as bad. I did have a little bit of a head start. Also, at this point, I wasn't really concerned about getting realistic examples for the video, so I had a few Warbound pieces that I was able to equip sitting in my bank. I did some M+ farming with my guild. Eventually, like I said, the Nebulous Voidcores came out. I bonus rolled some items. I ran a bunch of delves. I purchased some items from Zah'ran. And by the time that my guild killed the boss, I was 284 item level, which was actually above average. I think the average item level of our guild on our kill was like 283.5. So twice during this raid tier, I started progression on a character that was substantially behind the rest of my raid team in terms of gear, and then I caught up and surpassed the average to end up being one of the higher item level people on our kill pull. So does go to show what you can pull off if you are really dedicated about conserving your resources and being efficient in gearing. As for L'ura herself, really interesting fight. It's so hard to give my thoughts on this boss because it's very polarizing. Like, even Beleren, right? Beleren, I just said, like, oh, I think it was an interesting experience, and I really wish I could have done the harder version of the fight. But Beleren was a very annoying boss to pull in the moment, because there was so much RNG. There's, like, completely random combinations that you'll get hit with as a tank, and that can feel really frustrating in the moment. But at the same time, I really enjoy games that have some elements of RNG that you can, like, manipulate. Like, a good example would be Slay the Spire. One of the things I love about roguelikes like Slay the Spire is you're not always guaranteed to get the really good cards every single time you do a run. So sometimes you go through, you get really hard fights, you get absolutely no good relics, absolutely no good cards, but if you play around the bad RNG and you just say, all right, how can I make the best of what I've been given, you can sometimes win games like that. And I think that is one of the most satisfying feelings in any game, and World of Warcraft is no different. If you get the worst possible combination of tank frontals on Beleren, you can still outplay it. You may in the moment be cursing the game and saying, I can't believe it, worst RNG every time. But in the back of your head, you'll know, holy crap, I just gamed the fuck out of that. I cannot believe we're still alive. And a lot of times on L'ura, I felt the exact same way about Phase 1, because there are some glaive combinations that genuinely feel impossible. And there were some times when my guild looked back at a poll and we're looking at the glaives and we're just like, okay, this seems impossible. Like, how could we have outplayed this unless we literally knew exactly where the glaives were going to bounce like 30 seconds in advance, which you just can't know. Sometimes they hit a wall and they bounce in like a crazy direction that you would just never expect. It's a little bit random inherently, and sometimes you just have 5 glaives directly on top of the raid while you're doing a memory game set, and you just die. That's it. And even as a tank, there's certain quirks like doing the mass grip set in the middle of a bunch of glaives can be really challenging, because often if there's a bunch way far out in the corner, I need to run out, I need to grip them in, and then I need to position myself to mass grip my character, usually not the boss, because sometimes there's still a crystal a little bit too far off that if I gripped L'ura, it wouldn't pull the crystal in, so I need to position myself accordingly. And if there's a glaive directly underneath the spot I want to be gripping to, well, I have to grip a little bit off to the side, and then the DPS needs to shift and play around that to make sure the crystals die in time. And there's just like so much going on in that fight. I think most people I've spoken to agree that it is probably the hardest fight ever made. It definitely feels like one of the hardest fights I've ever progged. As I said, Beleren in many cases felt harder, specifically for tanks, and there's other fights like Dementius P3, I think was harder than anything that L'ura ever asked me specifically to do. But the rest of Dementius was, I don't think, quite as hard as L'ura. Overall, I would say it was not quite as challenging of a boss, so I don't know. I also didn't do the original super duper pre-nerf version of Dementius, and by the time that I got there, we had enough item level to where we could just skip the final extremely demonic set that the Race to World First guilds had to play. So that made it feel even easier, because P3 was already hard enough for tanks as is, and then if you didn't have the damage, you did have to play the entire thing. I will say, though, on some of our farm Dementius kills, we did actually have a lot of people die, and we killed in that final set, so I did eventually get to play it after we had already killed the boss on Prog. So, I actually did survive that, and I killed the boss being, like, almost one of the last people standing, which was a fun feeling, so I kind of got the experience of doing, like, that super hard part of Dementius. But again, I don't know, like, I think Midnight Falls overall was a more challenging fight. Maybe not for me personally, but, like, for the raid team as a whole. And I do think that is an important distinction to make. There are also certain fights like Kil'jaeden, my first ever Cutting Edge. In my mind, Kil'jaeden was probably the hardest boss I have ever personally done. I do think it is generally considered to be an extremely difficult boss, and most people, when I tell them that that was my first ever Cutting Edge, they're like, "You started on that fight? What the heck?" And yeah, it was a trial by fire for sure, but especially because I was nowhere near as experienced as I am now. At this point, I'm going into a fight like Mythic Falls with the confidence of multiple years of Cutting Edges under my belt, to the point where throughout pretty much the entirety of Prague, I ran a homebrewed Blood DK build that nobody else was playing. Pretty much everybody, including the Race to World First tanks, were playing Sand Lane, and I just said, nah, I'm gonna play Deathbringer, I think I know better. And as I said, I ended up getting a rank 1 parse, and I felt extremely cozy the entire fight. I never was at risk of dying unless I made a genuine mistake, but the nice thing about Blood DK is because your survivability is by and large in your control because of Deathstrike, if you just know, hey, I'm confident enough that I can just game and I can time my heals to not die, then you can get away with playing a greedier build that does more damage because you just know that you're going to live if you don't mess up. And I trusted myself to not make a mistake, and I didn't. In the end, I played the fight really well. We killed the boss. I got a rank 1. Easy. But with all that said, my guild did eventually kill Midnight Falls. We got World 56 on our kill. I'm pretty happy with this outcome because, as I said before when I was talking about the guild stuff, I've been bouncing around for a while over the years, and I've always wanted to push a little bit higher, but I was never sure if I had the time. Obviously, YouTube is a lot of work. Making this video has been a lot of work. And in the process of both making this video and progging at a level like this, there's been a lot of stuff that I haven't been able to do. Like, I made Follow the Arrow. I put a lot of work into that add-on. I did a lot of speedruns and leveling guides and stuff at launch, and then I just haven't really touched it since. And I've been getting people constantly asking me, when's the next update? When's the next update? And obviously YouTube and all this stuff is my main job at this point, so dedicating a lot of time for what is effectively a hobby, Mythic Progression, when I should be focusing on my actual job, which is YouTube, even if it is both World of Warcraft related, it's really stressful. But it's something that I've wanted to do for a while, so I invested the time this tier, and it paid off. This is the first time that I've gotten a top 100 finish, and it is the first real Hall of Fame that I've ever gotten. All of the other Hall of Fames that I've gotten have been like, I would say fake Hall of Fames, where the boss is like significantly nerfed, and I don't consider it to be like a real legitimate, on the same level as the true Hall of Fame builds kills, but now I have. I genuinely think that this is a real Hall of Fame kill, right? Like, less than 100 guilds killed it, but even if I'm not progging the same version of the fight that like Liquid and Echo and Method did, it is still an extremely difficult boss, and I still think I had to play really well to get this kill. And overall, I'm proud of myself, and I think that's all that really matters. The final thing that I will mention before I close off this video, which feels surreal to say given how much time I've spent working on this thing, is that literally like an hour before I sat down to record this section, Blizzard put out a post for 12.0.7 and some previews of stuff that's coming. And I just like, I see this and I immediately just go, oh man, you're kidding me. There's more catch-up mechanics? Really? So, so first off, right, as I said before, everything that comes up in future patches, I will cover in a second channel video. I was already doing that back in War Within for like mini features like the corruption stuff and for the Delve Belt. So that was already going to happen, I think, no matter what. But especially now that we have this video already out there, I obviously want to make sure that I continue keeping this as an accurate source for somebody getting caught up in the game. So if somebody joins in later and there's a new catch-up mechanic that I don't discuss in either this video or an addendum video, I would feel pretty bad about that. So I'm definitely going to cover all that stuff. I'm not going to show the Wowhead post here, but I will quickly skim this and talk about it. So they're expanding Void Assaults to add like final scenarios. They're using the Legion Assault planets, which I will say I think that's cool. I think reusing locations like that is a neat like lore addition. I don't really care much about the lore at this point, but hey, you know, it's neat. I respect what they're doing with that at the very least. One thing I hate, they are adding something called the Omnium Folio. I really cannot stand Blizzard's insistence on forcing borrowed power down our throat, because one of the things that I said at the start of this video is that if you want to just get a bunch of gear and jump into the endgame, you can do that if you have the means to skip it all. There's no system that you have to progress. And although Nebulous Voidcores and whatnot are like a kind of system, it's more just like catch-up gear. So doesn't really fall into that same category. I would say the later like Ascendant Nilhammer thing definitely falls into the borrowed power category of you have to do all this stuff to upgrade your weapons and trinkets, so that is an extra hoop you have to jump through before you can, I guess, really get into the endgame progression. Obviously, you can finish the raid before it's even unlocked, right? Like, I'm already done. I don't really need to worry about that stuff for progression, but having been in that position before where I'm in a guild that is still progressing the final boss when all of these mechanics come out, there is a general expectation of you should obviously go and do this because it's going to increase our chances at killing the boss. So it ends up becoming a mandatory thing that pretty much every guild expects you to do. And even in my case, like, my guild's going to be deep into farm by the time this stuff comes out, but we're going to want to do sale runs. And in order to make sale runs easier, I'm going to be expected to do all of this, which, like, I'd probably do it anyway. That's just kind of who I am, and obviously I want to cover it in a video, but it doesn't feel good for this stuff to be added to the game. And I know most people that I raid with usually hate this stuff whenever it gets added because it just contributes nothing to the game. Having just another track of gear that you have to progress that is like disconnected from everything else you've been doing the entire season is just insanely lame. It is by far the most transparent like player engagement metric that Blizzard can push. So it just ends up feeling really bad that they kind of keep doing that. And I haven't even like looked at the details, right? But Omnium Folio, it's just something, powerful runes that you can use in battle, which means, yeah, it's borrowed power in combat stuff. Take part in weekly activities to get more runes, blah, 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 blah. It seems like it's probably going to be kind of like the Delve Belt, where you have to unlock different effects, and you can use one of the effects of your choice. But the way that it's described, it's almost certainly going to be some sort of borrowed power thing. Again, I will cover this in a later video. There's like some side content, lore walking, blah, 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 blah. Ironically, I did put this in like little text at the time that I was talking about it, but Turbulent Timeways returns. That I thought was really funny because when I recorded that earlier section talking about, you know, all the different things that you can do that didn't really fit it cleanly into the video format, I mentioned Turbulent Timeways might come back. I literally recorded that. I went to go make food. As I'm making food, like 30 minutes later, I open my phone, I see the Wowhead post for 12.0.7, and Turbulent Timeways Returns is on there. So, I mean, I felt like a fucking prophet, basically saying, hey, you may want to consider this in the future, and then it gets confirmed 30 minutes later. So I was right at the time to think that that might be a relevant thing to note. I'm not going to go back and say, oh, hey, it's 100% confirmed in the audio. I put a little note on screen to show that, hey, this is something coming up, just to let people know for anybody actively watching the video. And of course, I'm saying it here, right? So if you somehow missed that, they are bringing back Turbulent Timeways. Not really that much of a surprise, right? But it's good to have it confirmed that that will exist. And then finally, 12.0.7 adds a new raid, Sporefall, a single boss raid in Harandar for all difficulties, and then, notably, a 15 to 25 flex difficulty for Mythic. I've also seen WoW had put out a second post where apparently the gear from Sporefall is Warbound, even on MythTrack, which I don't really know how much that's going to matter. I guess it'll be kind of nice for getting alt Catchup. It really depends on how easy the boss is. If it is equivalent to like Chimeras or Imperator version, then I guess that could be nice. You could run it on a bunch of alts and then funnel all that gear to one character, but I would imagine Blizzard's probably going to tune this somewhere in the realm of like Light Blinded Vanguard, Veilgore, Ezrak. I think that would be more fitting. Like a mid-tier boss, something that you can spend like 30 to 50 pulls on, not something that's going to take like 100 pulls, but also not something that's going to fall over in a single attempt, especially now that most people have super OP gear later in the season, best trinkets, and by that point in time, all the Ascendant Nilhammer upgrades. So we'll be at an obscene item level, and if this boss is not tuned to be at least comparable to some of like the mid-tier bosses, it's just going to end up being a joke, but we'll see. Obviously, I'm going to be doing that when it comes out, so I will have a kill video on my second channel, most likely, and if there's anything notable surrounding the raid that isn't just directly evident by watching the footage, then I guess I'll mention that. But yeah, I think that's it. I think I have covered everything that I need to in terms of this closing section for the video. I've walked through the remainder of my journey throughout Season 1 of Midnight, and we've given a little preview for what's to come in 12.0.7. So I really hope you enjoyed watching this video, because goddamn, if you didn't, then fuck me. I've already spent so much time on it. I will say that while I do think that the time I've spent on this is justified, I'm really happy with how the format has turned out. I'm hoping it's going to be really helpful for people like me who enjoy this style of content. I really like long-form content. I like deep dive explanations, and that's why I'm making this. I'd like to think that people will enjoy this style as well, because it is very different than, I think, any catch-up gearing video that you have ever watched. I'd like to think. So, if you enjoy this, please let me know, because I'll be entirely honest with you. If I don't get substantial positive feedback on this type of video, of like, oh my god, I love this, this was like really interesting, and obviously, if it doesn't perform well, I will never do this again. This is the kind of video that you do once, and if it performs well, you consider doing it again, and if it doesn't perform well, you just never repeat that mistake for the rest of your YouTube career. So we'll see. I am taking a very big gamble making this fucking thing, but obviously, if people enjoy it, if my work paid off, then I will maybe try to do it in the future. Whether I do this every single season or just once per X-Pack, I don't know. But I would be open to it if, again, it performs well. But that is a very big if. Anyways, I will end there. I gotta actually finish the final editing for this section and then get this thing uploaded so I can get on to bigger and better things. But again, hope you enjoyed watching, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.